Although Lin Yi, a transmigrator, had lived in this world for 18 years, he understood deeply that the test before him would completely change his destiny. Today marked the final lesson, and the classroom was filled with an air of tension. The instructor on the podium looked meaningfully at the group of elite warriors who had been meticulously selected and spoke earnestly. The first hour after entering the Dark Abyss realm is absolutely critical. You must arm yourselves as quickly as possible during the limited protection period. May you all awaken the ideal bloodline. This world was entirely different from Lin Yi's former life. While it appeared to host hundreds of civilized nations on the surface, a crisis of energy depletion had pushed countries to the brink of conflict, with open and covert struggles for the last remaining resources bringing the world to the verge of a global war. Then, 50 years ago, the Gate of Fate suddenly opened. Nations hurriedly dispatched elite troops to explore it, paying a heavy price only to discover a shocking truth. The space-time portals allowed only individuals under 18 years old to pass through, and with strict numerical limits. When the first explorer returned with a crystal from the Dark Abyss realm, humanity was thrown into a frenzy. This crystal contained astonishing energy. Just one fist-sized piece could power a small town of 10,000 people for an entire year. Moreover, the minerals, food, creatures, and even the ordinary river water from the Dark Abyss realm were imbued with mysterious magical properties. Nations immediately abandoned their resource struggles in this world, redirecting all efforts toward exploiting the Dark Abyss realm. The Dragon Nation, with its vast territory and resources, secured exclusive control over 10 portals. Meanwhile, countries like Kangaroo Nation, which had expansive land but lacked strength, found their portals forcibly taken by their suzerain, the Eagle Nation. Smaller nations were left with no choice but to band together and share resources. Lin Yi, are you nervous? Just as Lin Yi was contemplating his final preparations, his desk mate, a chubby boy, suddenly struck up a conversation. The boy, being the son of a second-generation chosen explorer, had secured a special spot despite failing to meet the physical standards, thanks to his father's meritorious achievements. However, this privilege seemed to weigh heavily on him. I think you're the one who's nervous. Don't tell me you're thinking of backing out? Lin Yi teased with a grin. Back out? His dad would kill him. Another boy nearby quipped. For the chubby boy, having such a fiercely loyal and accomplished father was no easy burden. The next day, Lin Yi stood before the portal. A flash of white light enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar land. A milky white stone pillar emitting a faint glow stood before him, supporting a hemispherical protective shield. Outside, the howls of unknown creatures echoed ominously, and the protective shield, with a diameter of just 500 meters, would only last for 1 hour. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi placed his hand on the glowing stone pillar. A notification sounded. Bloodline extraction initiated. Supreme Dragon Soul Bloodline activated. Dragon Soul Bloodline? Supreme of the 9 and 5? Lin Yi stared at the words displayed on the stone tablet, his brows furrowing slightly. He had never heard of such a bloodline before, but just from the name, he could sense the immense power it held. As his gaze continued downward, the detailed description of the bloodline made his breathing quicken. The Supreme Dragon Soul Bloodline not only granted a 100 chance to summon dragon-blooded creatures, but also exerted a natural bloodline suppression over all dragon-blooded beings. This included dragons such as green dragons, black dragons, and bronze dragons from the Dark Demon realm, as well as various dragonkin and half-dragon creatures. Even the weakest dragonkin were formidable enough to take on 10 ordinary human soldiers at once. Could this be my golden cheat finally arriving? Lin Yi clenched his fists. He knew very well the significance of a powerful bloodline. For instance, among the first wave of lords from Longhua who entered the demon realm, one awakened the elf bloodline and used its power to establish a foothold in the dark demon realm. Over decades of development, his territory had expanded to rival the size of Longhua in the real world, becoming one of humanity's most powerful lord factions. Lin Yi retrieved a fist-sized crystal from his pocket. It was a demon realm crystal, a standard benefit provided by Longhua to every chosen warrior. Containing 100 units of magic energy, it was used to activate the Lord's stone tablet and summon a hero unit. Every new Lord could summon one hero based on their bloodline, which would determine the future direction of their territory's development. For example, the father of his deskmate, Xiao Pang, had summoned a swordmaster, which allowed their territory's barracks to produce swordsmen as its basic troops. Most people summoned ordinary humanoid warriors from races like humans, orcs, cave dwellers, dwarves, and elves. Those with bad luck could spend another 100 units of magic energy to reset the summon, but Lin Yi only had one chance. In the real world, a single crystal like this could sell for over 10 million credits on the black market. As an orphan, he couldn't afford a second attempt. Even a dragonkin officer would be enough to handle the early challenges, Lin Yi thought as he placed the crystal on the Lord's stone tablet. The crystal quickly dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. A swirling portal appeared above the stone tablet. Soon, An overwhelming and mysterious aura spread out from the summoning circle. A massive dragon covered in crimson scales materialized before Lin Yi. Its wingspan stretched over 100 meters, and each scale shimmered with a metallic sheen. "My name is Drogon Iberios. Who dares summon me?" the dragon bellowed, its sulphurous breath filling the air as it looked down upon the insignificant human before it. Lin Yi stared in awe at the adult red dragon, far exceeding his expectations. However, before he could respond, Drogon unfurled its enormous wings, unleashing an intense wave of pressure. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that Lin Yi found it hard to breathe. "Damn," Lin Yi thought to himself. "Could it be that the summoned hero-tier creature is too powerful and beyond my control?" At this critical moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly radiated from Lin Yi's body. A majestic phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon emerged from within him, silently gazing at Drogon. In that instant, the once ferocious red dragon dropped to the ground like a submissive reptile, trembling uncontrollably. "Is this bloodline suppression?" Lin Yi pondered, realizing the situation. Seizing the opportunity, he used the domain's stone monument to establish a mental link with Drogon, solidifying their subordinate relationship. The system immediately displayed Drogon's attributes. Hero-tier unit, race, dragon. Ability 1. Red Dragon's Breath unleashes an ultra-high-temperature dragon flame shockwave. Ability 2. Magic immunity, immune to all forms of magical attacks. Ability 3. Fire affinity doubles combat power and enhances self-healing in high-temperature, fire-based environments. Combat attributes: HP 5000, physical attack 750, fire magic attack 1000, physical defense 150, magic defense? Wow, no wonder it's a dragon. These attributes are absolutely insane, Lin Yi thought, astonished. The system then prompted, "Please name your territory, my lord." "Dragon's Domain," Lin Yi declared without hesitation. The name perfectly resonated with his unique bloodline. Afterward, Lin Yi began constructing a basic barracks. Before long, the structure rose from the ground. He quickly assigned Drogon as the barracks hero, preparing to summon the foundational units of his territory. Anticipation filled him as he awaited the appearance of his initial forces. The most critical resource required to summon combat units in the basic barracks was magic crystals. Lin Yi stared at the magic crystal storage data displayed on the territory's monument and initiated his first summoning. Following his command, the newly constructed basic barracks erupted with a dazzling light. Moments later, 10 warriors, each standing over 2 meters tall, marched out of the barracks in formation and lined up before Lin Yi. These warriors bore horns atop their heads, their bodies covered in fine, glowing red scales. Their fierce appearances exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. These were the legendary Dragonborn warriors. Each Dragonborn warrior consumed 10 units of magic crystals, making the total cost for this squad 100 units. Lin Yi carefully examined the attributes of this elite force. Brutal Dragonborn soldier. Elite unit, subordinate troops of the Red Dragon Zhuogang. Special abilities. 1. Dragonborn bloodline. Inherited from the dragons, granting them formidable physiques and a bloodline suppression effect on lower-tier units. 2. Brutal slaughter. Under the command of the Red Dragon Zhuogang, each enemy slain increases their combat stats. 3. Magic resistant scales. A characteristic inherited from dragons, reducing magic damage received by 50. Combat stats. Health, 200. Physical attack, 80. Physical defense, 30. Magic defense, 100. These stats left Lin Yi thoroughly satisfied. The average health of standard human melee units typically remained in the double digits, and even while armed with steel weapons, their attack power rarely exceeded 30, making it impossible for them to breach the Dragonborn warriors' defenses. This squad held a crushing advantage over basic units. However, Lin Yi was not in a rush to expand his forces. As carnivorous creatures, the Dragonborn warriors had significant daily consumption needs. Combined with the voracious appetite of the Red Dragon Zhuogang, expanding the army recklessly without understanding the surrounding environment could be risky. If they were teleported to a resource-scarce region, the elite troops might face dire consequences due to insufficient supplies. Watching the Dragonborn warriors kneel before him, pledging their loyalty, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief. He believed he was among the best prepared of this year's recruits. Now, the priority was to proceed steadily and methodically. In the distance, the protective barrier in the sky was beginning to dim. The 1-hour protection period was nearing its end. Lin Yi knew that he would soon face the challenge of dark creatures from the demonic realm, drawn to his presence. Meanwhile, in the real world, above the teleportation portal, the leaderboard projection displayed Lin Yi's Dragon Nation proudly in the top position. 7,000? There must be a mistake on the leaderboard. A shocked comment flashed across the live stream of portal number 9. Take a look, everyone. There's someone with a combat power of 7,000 on the leaderboard for portal number 9. This was precisely the portal Lin Yi was using. The live feed clearly displayed the combat power rankings for the portals, arranged according to the total health of the combat units under each lord's command. The audience erupted in an uproar. This doesn't make sense, an experienced viewer immediately pointed out. Even if they're all basic-level ironclad heavy cavalry with 100 base health each, it's impossible to exceed 2,000 combat power. Obviously, another viewer analyzed. This must be some rich second-generation player who spent all 10 magic crystals to amass troops. Billions of credits wasted just like that. For the confused newcomers in the audience, veteran players began explaining. Focusing solely on troop production at the start is not a viable strategy. Without a strong foundational territory, there's no way to sustain a large combat force. Take ironclad heavy cavalry, for example. Not only do the soldiers require a significant amount of food, but their mounts consume premium fodder at an alarming rate. The daily upkeep of a single heavy cavalry unit can match that of 5 to 10 regular combat units. The leaderboard showed that the lord named Dragon Nation had secured the top spot with a combat power of 7,000, surpassing the second-place Golden Lord's command by a staggering 3,000 points. This figure immediately sparked an international uproar in the livestream chat. Dragon Nation is cheating to steal first place. Shut up. The second-place Korean is also mass-producing troops. They did it, and still couldn't take first place. How embarrassing. No surprise, coming from a country conquered by Goguryeo. Conquered your sister. Xgex. The argument quickly escalated, with netizens from Dragon Nation and Korea clashing fiercely, while viewers from other countries fanned the flames. Even some from Dragon Nation began to waver, reluctantly accepting the troop spamming theory. Chaos engulfed the entire international live stream. The abnormal combat power data from Portal Number 9 immediately caught the attention of the station commander. He urgently summoned the instructor responsible for training this group of chosen warriors. What is going on? The commander asked, pointing at the leaderboard, his voice tinged with barely concealed shock. At the very top of the list was an astonishing combat power value of 7,000, a number so high that the instructor, who had rushed over, was momentarily stunned. The portal leaderboard only displayed the territory name, Dragon Nation, without revealing the identity of the lord. The instructor frowned as he quickly scanned the information on the roster. It must be those trainees who managed to bring extra magic crystals, he muttered to himself. But I specifically emphasized the importance of gradual progress. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a name: Xiaopeng. As a second-generation transmigrant from a wealthy family, he could afford to deploy explosive growth crystals, and his timid and cowardly nature seemed to fit the profile. Commander, I think I know who it is, the instructor said. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had no idea about the stir he was causing in the real world. Underground gambling rings had already set up numerous bets regarding Dragon Nation. Combat power losses within 24 hours, how long it would take to lose the top spot, and more. However, almost no one believed Dragon Nation could hold onto the Rookie King title after 7 days. History had shown that lords who relied on explosive growth early on invariably collapsed due to insufficient supplies. In the Dark Abyss, Lin Yi was fully focused on the situation at hand. The protective light barrier above his territory was gradually dissipating. This shield, provided to new lords as initial protection, was disappearing, signaling the imminent arrival of danger. Statistics showed that a significant number of new lords fell within the first few hours. Prepare for battle, Lin Yi commanded. The dragon soldiers immediately assumed combat stances, bearing their razor-sharp claws. While they could use human weapons, their innate natural weaponry was far more effective. As the light barrier vanished, the first wave of enemies appeared, a pack of wasteland demon wolves. Their bodies were covered in gray-black fur, and even their eyes were a dull, ominous shade of black-gray. This unique appearance gave them a distinct advantage in the environment of the Dark Abyss. Even a single, ordinary wasteland demon wolf could overpower human spearmen or shield-bearers. Only well-formed human battle formations stood a chance against them. The red dragon, Drogon, lazily lifted an eyelid before closing it again. To him, these wasteland demon wolves were nothing more than insignificant pests unworthy of his attention. However, his ferocious dragon soldiers clearly didn't share his indifference, eagerly preparing for a fight. The towering Dragonborn soldiers, over 2 meters tall and powerfully built, charged at the wasteland demon wolves with agility that defied their massive frames. The dozen or so wolves, eager to launch their slaughter, were caught off guard as the tide of battle turned in an instant. With razor-sharp claws, the Dragonborn soldiers swiftly beheaded the pack leader, a wolf weighing over 100 kilograms, in a single strike. The remaining wolves were quickly dispatched, their blood and severed limbs staining the clearing red. This savage Dragonborn squad lived up to its fearsome reputation with brutal precision. Though the battle had ended, lurking in the distant shadows were countless other dark creatures of the demon realm, watching intently. The Dragonborn soldiers were formidable, but their numbers were few, while the horde of surrounding monsters seemed endless. These creatures, tempted by the promise of a feast but wary of sharing the wolves' fate, hesitated. Red Dragon Drogon, drive them away. Lin Yi knew that a single squad of Dragonborn soldiers could not solve the problem entirely. At his command, Drogon, who had been dozing nearby, spread its massive wings and took to the skies, unleashing an earth-shaking roar. In the Dark Demon realm, dragons also stood at the apex of the food chain. The surrounding monsters scattered at the sound, though this did little to quell Drogon's fury. Irritated at having its slumber disturbed, the dragon dared not direct its anger at Lin Yi, who bore the supreme dragon soul bloodline. Instead, it vented its wrath on the hapless creatures. Soaring through the air, Drogon unleashed its fiery breath, sweeping across 100 meters and illuminating the entire territory. The protective barrier around the area had previously masked Drogon's terrifying presence, catching the monsters completely off guard. Before long, Drogon returned, carrying the charred corpse of a one-eyed giant in its jaws. With a triumphant flair, it presented its prize to Lin Yi. Master, the pests have been dealt with. Lin Yi didn't hold back his praise. The one-eyed giant's corpse was an impressive trophy. As a rare, naturally awakened magic user in the wasteland, the giant was renowned for its multi-ton physique and potent magical abilities. A true master of both physical and magical combat, a formidable ruler of the wasteland. Yet now, it was reduced to nothing more than Drogon's evening meal. Drogon first devoured the giant's massive, essence-rich eye, followed by its muscular hind legs. With Lin Yi's permission, the Dragonborn soldiers joined in the feast, indulging in the spoils. The next morning, Lin Yi ordered the Dragonborn soldiers to lift the territory's stone monument. Under the illumination of Drogon's fiery breath the previous night, he had observed that the surrounding terrain was a flat, barren wasteland, devoid of water sources and unsuitable for establishing a settlement. However, the large gathering of monsters nearby suggested the presence of a significant water source in the vicinity. The red dragon, Zhuogung, soared into the sky, surveying the vast land below. From above, a sprawling mountain range stood like a natural barrier ahead, separating the barren wasteland from the distant forests and water sources. Let's move out, Lin Yi commanded through a mental connection. The red dragon carried him and the Dragonborn soldiers as they flew toward the mountains. As they approached, the grandeur of the range became even more awe-inspiring. The towering peaks stretched like an imposing wall, and beyond the mountains lay a vibrant landscape, a dense forest with a wide river winding through it. Lying on the dragon's back, Lin Yi carefully observed the terrain. There were no signs of intelligent life here, nor any large magical creatures that could threaten the territory. Following his instructions, Zhuogung weaved through the mountain peaks, eventually stopping before an isolated one. This mountain, which Lin Yi named Dragonblood Peak, had a unique terrain. Midway up the mountain was a flat expanse spanning over 10,000 square meters, surrounded by cliffs on 3 sides with only one accessible path, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. At the base of the mountain, a tributary of the Jungle River flowed, providing a water source without the need to venture into the unknown forest. According to the official guidance from the Dragon Kingdom, intelligent beings in the Dark Abyss were considered the most dangerous entities. The jungle was even more perilous than the wasteland, with countless magical creatures lurking beneath the dense foliage, and possibly unknown intelligent species hidden within. Lin Yi had no intention of encountering them at this time. After confirming the terrain, the Dragonborn warriors placed the Lord's monument on the flat expanse halfway up the mountain. Despite the vastness of the Dark Abyss, even after half a century of global exploration, no complete map had been created. Lin Yi could only determine his location using the wasteland, the mountain range, and the jungle river as reference points. Based on years of experience, all summoned individuals were transported to desolate areas far from the Dark Abyss civilizations. To the north might lie the territory of Shadow Elves. The mountain range could harbor clans of Grey Dwarves and nocturnal cave dwellers, and beyond the endless wasteland was said to be the human kingdom of Gonds, ruled by the Mad King. Gazing at the distant forest, Lin Yi quickly turned his attention back to the tasks at hand. Using his remaining resources, he constructed 3 basic buildings: a smelting workshop to refine abyssal ores into metal ingots, a blacksmith shop to craft equipment, and a soldier training camp that could summon basic troops using magic crystals. The development of the territory had officially begun. Considering that the dragon soldiers could hunt for themselves, Lin Yi decided not to construct any food-related infrastructure to maximize the development speed of his territory. After half a day of rest, with the afternoon sun shining pleasantly, he led his forces to the border between the mountains and the forest for an on-site investigation. Although he had surveyed the territory from above on the back of Drogon, his red dragon, the day before, only a personal reconnaissance could truly put his mind at ease. The team passed a tributary at the foot of Dragonblood Peak, replenished their water supply, and continued onward. Due to his massive size, Drogon was allowed to roam freely in the vicinity to hunt for food. If any danger arose, Lin Yi could summon him back through their mental bond. Reaching the edge of a wide jungle river, Lin Yi stood on the bank, gazing at the 1,000-meter-wide waterway. As he contemplated how to cross, a frantic cry for help suddenly echoed from upstream. Several rafts were drifting rapidly with the current, and on one of them, a blonde-haired woman was jumping up and down in panic. Help, bro. Help me. I need help. Behind the rafts, enormous splashes erupted from the water, clearly indicating that something was pursuing them beneath the surface. Spotting a shallow area ahead, the blonde woman decisively steered the rafts toward the shore. With a series of heavy thuds, 3 rafts ran aground successfully. The blonde woman and her small companions, who appeared to be cave dwellers or dwarves, scrambled toward Lin Yi in a frenzy. At that moment, their pursuers finally surfaced, a group of fishmen warriors with oversized heads, wielding bone spears, and charging forward on their webbed feet. Lin Yi quickly assessed the situation, kicking the blonde woman aside to clear the way and ordering 5 dragon soldiers to confront the attackers while keeping the other 5 nearby for defense. The battle was swift and brutally one-sided. Despite being outnumbered, the dragon soldiers demonstrated overwhelming power. In mere moments, the shallow water was stained with the foul yellow-green blood of the fishmen. The blonde woman collapsed to the ground, staring in shock at the carnage. I saved you, Lin Yi said coldly. The blonde woman snapped out of her daze and replied in broken Mandarin, "Oh, your soldier's very strong." Lin Yi wasted no time and summoned a contract, thrusting it toward her. "Sign it. WTF. You want me to be your slave?" she exclaimed. Before she could say more, an earth-shaking dragon roar echoed through the air. Drogon flew in from the distant mountains, landing gracefully behind Lin Yi. The blonde woman's chest heaved as she gasped in disbelief. Dragon? A king. Real dragon. But all that awaited her was Lin Yi's perpetually icy gaze and the sight of Drogon, now full and drowsy, lazily curling up behind him. The blonde woman ultimately gave in. Her hands trembled slightly as she stared at the vassal contract laid before her, but in the end, she signed her name on the parchment. The terms of the contract were simple. While the signee retained the title of lord, all territories and privileges were transferred to the contractor, who alone held the right to terminate the agreement. In essence, the blonde woman had become a hero unit under Lin Yi's command, and her domain would now serve as a subordinate outpost of the Dragon Kingdom. Faced with such a choice, she had no alternative. Having lost access to basic resources, and with the last dwarf hero under her command dying during their escape, rebuilding her domain on her own was no longer possible. However, she still held unique value to Lin Yi. She had the ability to summon special auxiliary units, such as grey dwarves and troglodytes. Another factor that compelled her submission was the presence of Drogon, the red dragon. Having grown up on tales of knights and fearsome dragons, she couldn't help but be intrigued by the real-life dragon rider before her. What's your name? Lin Yi asked. Helen, 21, from France. Why are you speaking English? Well, that's because my grandmother. All right, that's not important. Lin Yi interrupted her as she was about to launch into a lengthy explanation. What I really want to know is, why were you being hunted? It turned out that Helen had appeared in the mountain ranges of the Crosscut Mountains after stepping through a portal. Initially, everything had gone smoothly. She summoned a dwarf hero and established her domain in the mountains. Although the grey dwarves and troglodytes she summoned were not particularly strong in combat, they excelled at mining. The mineral-rich mountains made her decide to settle and develop the area. However, trouble arose when her people disturbed the dark troglodytes living within the mountain while mining an open-pit site. Hundreds of dark troglodytes emerged, driving them out of the region. Helen only managed to retrieve her domain's stone monument before fleeing with her remaining followers along the river. They were relentlessly pursued by fishmen until she encountered Lin Yi. So, Lin, what do you plan to do with me? Helen asked, resignation evident in her tone. Go back to doing what you're good at, mining, Lin Yi replied, catching her off guard. He had been struggling with the fact that his dragon soldiers, though excellent fighters, were not skilled at resource extraction. And so, Lin Yi's domain found a clear division of labor. Helen was tasked with leading the grey dwarves and troglodytes in mining operations, while Lin Yi and his dragon soldiers hunted along the river and defended the territory. Drogon, the red dragon, was assigned to patrol a 10-kilometer radius, eliminating any large magical creatures to ensure the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. With this collaborative approach, the development of the domain significantly accelerated. Large monsters are known for their territorial nature. Once the red dragon, Zhuogung, began patrolling around Dragonblood Peak regularly, other large creatures wisely avoided the area. Meanwhile, Helen led the residents of the territory in a flurry of activity between the mines, smelting workshops, and blacksmith shops. This previously untapped mountain range was rich in mineral deposits, with ores that could be mined directly from the surface scattered everywhere. In just 3 days, Lin Yi's dragon soldiers were all equipped with basic iron armor. Looking at the crude iron armor, which only provided a mere 10 points of physical defense, Lin Yi consoled himself. Better than nothing. To forge more refined steel armor or enchanted mithril armor, not only were rare materials required, but the blacksmith shop also needed to be upgraded to an intermediate level. All of this depended on the advancement of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. To elevate the territory to an intermediate level, it was necessary to destroy or occupy a settlement inhabited by at least 500 intelligent beings. This meant not only overcoming the resistance of intelligent species, but also ensuring the population of the target settlement met the requirement. Only after achieving intermediate territory status could a two-way teleportation portal be constructed, allowing Lin Yi to consume magic crystals and return to the real world. This had become Lin Yi's immediate goal. After 5 days of reconnaissance, the distribution of nearby forces became clear. The river region was controlled by the mermen, and across the river seemed to be an unknown intelligent species. The mountainous area where Helen had teleported was occupied by gray dwarves and cave dwellers. That night, Lin Yi called Helen over and sketched a map on the ground with a tree branch to analyze their situation. "Lin, are you finally going to take action?" Helen's eyes sparkled, her exhaustion from the past few days instantly dissipating. Her face, covered in sweat and dust from the mines, had lost its original fair complexion. She had been working tirelessly on logistical tasks within the territory to fulfill Lin Yi's promise of upgrading to an intermediate level. After Lin Yi assured her that he would support her continued development as a vassal lord, once the territory was upgraded, Helen became even more motivated. Using the magic crystals they had mined, she had completed 2 rounds of summoning, bringing the population to over 50 residents. After analyzing the potential targets, the cave dwellers in the mountains were deemed the best choice. The underwater mermen and the unknown forces across the river were unsuitable as initial targets. Additionally, a fist-sized magic crystal was valued at 100 units, and Lin Yi urgently needed to gather 500 units of magic crystals to summon a second hero unit. Subsequent summonings would become exponentially more expensive. The third would require 2,500 units, and the fourth a staggering 12,500 units. The cave dwellers' territory not only met the population requirement, but also contained rich magic crystal veins, making it an ideal target to accomplish both objectives at once. Without hesitation, Lin Yi promptly used the scattered magic crystals Helen had recently collected to recruit dragon soldiers. Soon, 20 newly recruited ferocious dragonmen joined the original squad of 10. Under the leadership of the red dragon Drogon, the entire troop swiftly flew toward the target mountain range. At that moment, Dragonblood Peak was heavily guarded by armed gray dwarves and troglodytes. With its naturally defensible terrain, it seemed secure from any immediate threats. "This is the place." Guided by Helen, Lin Yi stood before the mountain range, his gaze sweeping over the open-pit mine before him. The remnants of excavation by Helen's kin were still visible, with ruins of dilapidated structures scattered everywhere. Lin Yi ordered his dragon soldiers to follow him into the cave, while Drogon, too large to enter, remained outside on standby. As soon as they entered the cave, they encountered patrolling troglodyte sentries. Before the sentries could react, the dragon soldiers, under Lin Yi's command, swiftly eliminated them. However, the alarm of intrusion echoed throughout the cave system. After passing through a narrow passage, they emerged into an enormous hall, towering nearly 100 meters high. The most striking feature was the dome-like cavern walls, shimmering with countless faint green lights, the unique glow of dark magic crystals. The sheer abundance of these crystals suggested the presence of rich crystal veins nearby. This discovery only strengthened Lin Yi's resolve to claim this area. "Lin, can we really succeed?" Helen asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on the large gathering of troglodytes in the distance. Without Drogon's direct support, she felt an intense sense of unease. Lin Yi didn't have time to respond, as an estimated 200 to 300 troglodytes were already charging toward them. "Fall back. Retreat to the passage," Lin Yi commanded decisively. While the dragon soldiers were individually far stronger than the troglodytes, this wasn't the time for a heated confrontation. In the narrow passage, the enemy could only attack in small numbers at a time, allowing the dragon soldiers to maximize their individual combat advantage. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. Soon, 2 troglodyte commanders, each nearly 3 meters tall and clad in crude metal armor, appeared in the passage. Their massive physiques dwarfed even the dragon soldiers, and the 2 of them completely blocked the narrow corridor. One commander, wielding a giant club fashioned from metallic ore, roared as he charged toward Lin Yi's group. "Take one down, then retreat," Lin Yi ordered firmly. A dragon soldier immediately stepped forward to intercept the commander's powerful strike. Meanwhile, the other dragon soldiers flanked the commander, their claws tearing into his waist and abdomen, leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds. His internal organs spilled out as he collapsed. Enraged by the sight, the second troglodyte commander prepared to charge forward to assist. At this moment, Lin Yi ordered a retreat from the passageway. The cave dwellers, though severely wounded, were unwilling to yield and launched a howling pursuit. Leading 30 dragon soldiers, Lin Yi quickly withdrew to the open terrain beyond the mountain ridge, pursued by hundreds of cave-dweller warriors pouring out in waves. On the vast, open hillside, the cave-dwellers swiftly formed their ranks, their dense numbers encircling Lin Yi and his group. Despite the seemingly dire situation, Lin Yi's face revealed a confident smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. Zhuagung. With Lin Yi's commanding shout, a massive red figure swept over the ridge. It was a colossal red dragon, whose sudden appearance froze the cave-dwellers in their tracks. By the time they realized they should flee back to their cave, it was already too late. The dragon's fiery breath cascaded like molten lava, engulfing a vast area in an instant. Within mere moments, most of the cave-dwellers were reduced to charred remains, with only a few on the outskirts writhing in agony. Lin, is this the power of a dragon? Helen, witnessing the scene, was left speechless with awe. Her gaze toward Lin Yi carried a mix of reverence and relief, silently grateful for her decision to follow this formidable leader. Get ready to wrap things up. From now on, this area will rely on you for development, Lin Yi instructed Helen. Her dwarf and cave-dweller troops were perfectly suited for exploiting the terrain here. The 30 dragon soldiers charged into the cave like ravenous wolves, swiftly eliminating the remaining ordinary cave-dwellers. Lin Yi was unwilling to take any risks, trusting only the subordinates summoned through magic crystals. As the last cave-dweller fell, a system notification echoed. Successfully occupied a small territory of an intelligent race. Unlocked conditions for intermediate territory upgrades. The system displayed that 1,000 units of magic crystals were needed to unlock buildings such as two-way teleportation gates, a trading center, an intermediate blacksmith shop, an intermediate smelting workshop, and an intermediate soldier training camp. Just as Lin Yi was deep in thought, Helen's sudden exclamation interrupted him. Lin, come quick. We're rich. In a massive cave spanning over 1,000 square meters, piles of magic crystal ores radiating a faint green glow were scattered everywhere. This primitive cave-dweller tribe had only been using these precious magic crystals as lighting tools. Helen, quickly set up your camp. Summon the settlers and start building a smelting workshop. Lin Yi commanded eagerly, impatient to convert these raw ores into usable magic crystal units. As Helen was a vassal under Lin Yi, her territory naturally became a subordinate region of the Dragon Kingdom, with all resources and troops under Lin Yi's command. The ownership of the magic crystal mine before them was something Lin Yi had no reason to worry about. The traces left inside the cave indicated that the troglodytes had lived there for quite some time, suggesting that no large magical creatures were likely to appear nearby. At Lin Yi's urging, Helen swiftly rebuilt her territory within the cave, using 500 magic crystals to establish a subordinate outpost of the Dragon Kingdom. Before long, the blonde, blue-eyed beauty from the Franks began her new duties mining, smelting, and handing over the finished products to Lin Yi. Although this once privileged young lady was now forced to take on the role of a mining overseer, she approached her work with surprising enthusiasm. Each time she saw the faint green glow of a processed magic crystal emerging from the smelting workshop, her eyes sparkled with delight. These were treasures of immense value. In the black market of the real world, a single 100-unit magic crystal was worth tens of millions. Even official buybacks offered a high price of 10,000 per unit. Seeing Helen gazing at the magic crystals with such fascination, Lin Yi offered timely encouragement. Keep it up, Helen. Work a little harder, so I can summon a third hero unit this month. This snapped Helen back to reality. These magic crystals all belonged to Lin Yi. As a vassal lord, all she could do was silently hope that Lin Yi wouldn't be as exploitative as the capitalists in her homeland of the Franks. Once everything was settled, Lin Yi took the newly processed magic crystals and rode his red dragon, Drogon, back to the Dragon Kingdom. Helen remained at the mountain camp, continuing the mining operations. With an ample supply of magic crystals, she even summoned a group of well-equipped gray dwarves to guard the camp. Upon returning to Dragonblood Peak, Lin Yi immediately began upgrading his territory. A rough estimate suggested that the magic crystal deposits left behind by the troglodytes amounted to over 10,000 units, and the cave's ceiling and surrounding areas likely held even more untapped resources. Filled with anticipation, Lin Yi decisively consumed the magic crystals to elevate the Dragon Kingdom to an intermediate-level territory, constructing a two-way portal and a trading center. Within half a day, with the help of the dwarves and troglodytes, he upgraded all possible structures, making the mountainside visibly crowded. Without pausing to inspect the new buildings, Lin Yi eagerly invested 500 units of magic crystals to summon a new hero unit. The red dragon Drogon, as the first hero, had already proven its worth. What surprises might the second hero bring? As the magic crystals disappeared into the territory's monument, an inexplicable energy began to stir on the mountainside of Dragonblood Peak. A spiraling void slowly formed in midair. Soon, a pair of massive, dark claws pried the void open. Following closely, a jet-black dragon's head emerged, its thick nostrils exhaling a suffocating sulfuric breath, almost identical to that of the red dragon, Zhugang. As the black dragon fully materialized from the summoning space, Lin Yi acted decisively, immediately activating the dragon soul bloodline within him. This action caused the black dragon, which had been ready to attack, to abruptly halt, its acidic breath caught in its throat. Upon seeing a new dragon appear within its territory, the red dragon Zhugang quickly asserted its dominance. It lunged fiercely at the black dragon, pinning it to the ground with precision and overwhelming force. This black dragon, infamous for its temper and cunning, was one of the notorious chromatic dragons. With the experience from previous encounters and the overwhelming suppression by Zhugang, Lin Yi quickly subdued the black dragon, forcing it to submit. Under the imposing presence of the chromatic dragon leader, the black dragon had no choice but to yield. The system immediately displayed the black dragon's attributes. Black Dragon Mordekaiser Hero Class Unit. Ability 1. Corrosive Acid sprays highly corrosive acid that cannot be cured by healing magic. Ability 2. Magic Immunity immune to all forms of magical attacks. Ability 3. Swamp Dominance gains significant combat power and doubles self-healing ability in swamp environments. Combat attributes: Health 5000, Physical Attack 550, Magic Attack 1000, Physical Defense 150, Magic Defense. These attributes were comparable to those of the Red Dragon Zhugang, but specialized in venom and swamp combat. Next came the information about the Black Dragon's special units. Stealth Dragonkin Scouts Elite Troops. Ability 1. Dragonkin Bloodline inherits the bloodline of dragons, exerting suppressive power over lower-tier units. Ability 2. Concealed Assault capable of visual invisibility. Ability 3. Anti-magic scales reduces magic damage by 50. Combat attributes: Health 200, Physical Attack 80, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 100. Although this unit lacked the brutal slaughter traits of Berserk Dragonkin soldiers, its stealth assault capabilities made it an ideal choice for battlefield reconnaissance. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with this configuration. After reviewing the newly acquired hero unit and troops, Lin Yi turned his attention to two new structures that had appeared in his territory: a bidirectional portal and a trade center. A two-way portal, as the name suggests, is a gateway connecting the real world with the Dark Demon Realm. It not only provides warriors fighting in the Demon Realm with a chance to catch their breath, but has also become a crucial solution to Blue Planet's energy crisis. For half a century, the continuous supply of crystals from the Demon Realm has served as the primary source of clean energy for nations. This pollution-free energy now supports the majority of Blue Planet's energy consumption. Lin Yi stood before the portal, reflecting on the week he had spent in the Demon Realm. Thanks to Drogon, the Red Dragon, and its relentless patrols, the surrounding territory was confirmed to be free of any threatening large demonic creatures. This finally allowed him to return to the real world with peace of mind. However, using the portal required a payment of 500 units of magic crystals. Lin Yi had already depleted his supply of magic crystals to upgrade his territory's buildings, summon heroes, and train basic troops. He could only wait for Helen to continue mining and refining magic crystals at the mountain camp. While waiting, Lin Yi turned his attention to the newly constructed trading center. The building's function was straightforward: buying and selling, with a 10 transaction fee for each trade. Despite the high fees, the center's ability to facilitate instant long-distance transactions still attracted countless Demon Realm lords. The trading center's listing board displayed the following items: 100 units of Wasteland Rhino meat, 5 units of magic crystals, 1,000 units of Gongza's new wheat grain, 20 units of magic crystals, 500 units of Big River boneless fish, 25 units of magic crystals, 20 sets of Gongza Elite Infantry armor, 100 units of magic crystals. The traded goods were all non-living items, primarily focused on food, with magic crystals serving as the sole universal currency. According to the standard measurement, 100 units of food were sufficient to sustain 30 non-combat dragon soldiers for a day. As for the two dragons' food supply, they had to fend for themselves otherwise. No amount of Helen's mining efforts could cover the cost. For all new lords entering the Demon Realm, food trade was often the most common way to earn their first profits. The importance of magic crystals was self-evident. Upgrading territories, summoning troops, and summoning heroes all required enormous amounts of magic crystals. Not to mention the cost of using the portal to travel back and forth to Blue Planet, as well as the mandatory portion that had to be handed over to the nation. This steady supply from the lords formed the backbone of national magic crystal reserves. Without the continuous contributions from the lords, the energy systems of various countries would struggle to sustain themselves. Looking at the food prices in the trading center, Lin Yi decided to pay 500 magic crystals to return to the real world. The terrain in the region of the Crosscut Mountain Range was barren and unsuitable for growing crops. With nearby monsters driven away by the dragons and dragon soldiers, hunting for food had become increasingly difficult. While he could purchase food from the trading center as an emergency measure, long-term bulk buying would severely deplete his magic crystal reserves. Thus, like other mid-level lords, He opted to use the portal to return to the real world to address this issue. In the real world, compared to the value of magic crystals, the price of food is almost negligible. Lin Yi quickly calculated an exciting ratio. With just 500 units of magic crystals, he could utilize the 50-ton limit of the teleportation portal to exchange for 50,000 units of food. Now, all he had to do was wait for Helen to complete her mission. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's promotion to a mid-level lord caused a massive stir on Blue Star. Netizens from various nations stared at the power rankings in shock, discovering that the combat power of the Dragon Nation had not decreased but instead skyrocketed to an astonishing 16,000 points within just 5 days. This must be the result of spamming troops. They'll stop at nothing to win the newcomer king title. However, sharp-eyed individuals quickly countered, use your brain. Even if he brought the maximum limit of 1,000 units of magic crystals, at most he could summon an army with 10,000 combat power, and that's not even accounting for building expenses. Plus, what about combat losses and food consumption? With only 1 day left until the newcomer king evaluation, the Dragon Nation's combat power remained firmly at the top of the rankings. This situation left netizens from other countries feeling deeply resentful, particularly supporters from the Southern Stick Nation. Watching their own Kim Darren's ranking drop out of the top spots, they were seething with frustration. Amid this heated online debate, the 9th teleportation portal suddenly broadcasted an astonishing battle scene. On the screen, a dense formation of cave-dwelling warriors appeared, interspersed with 3 towering cave-dwelling commanders. Observant viewers quickly estimated, this army must have around 16,000 troops. Could it be the Dragon Nation? However, the image abruptly shook violently as a massive red figure descended from the sky. It was a majestic red dragon. From its commanding height, it unleashed a breath of dragon fire like an apocalyptic blaze, instantly reducing the cave-dwelling army below to ashes. Even the formidable cave-dwelling commanders only lasted a few seconds before being reduced to oversized charred remains. This sudden and shocking turn of events left all viewers utterly stunned. Those who had speculated that this was the Dragon Nation's army were now plunged into new confusion. Wait, if this isn't the Dragon Nation's army, then who exactly is at the top of the rankings? On the screen, the red dragon's fiery breath poured down like a scorching torrent, engulfing the cave-dwelling warriors entirely. They writhed in the flames, eventually reduced to charred corpses. The projection shifted perspectives continuously with the red dragon's movements, gradually alerting viewers of the live stream to something unusual. Wait, what is that red dragon doing? There are 2 people over there, someone exclaimed in the chat. After effortlessly finishing the battle, the red dragon descended gracefully beside Lin Yi. The camera clearly captured the figures of Lin Yi and Helen, sparking an uproar in the live stream chat. Oh my god, that dragon is actually their servant. Who is that Asian man? And who is the white woman next to him? That's Helen. She's my aunt's daughter. She just entered the dark abyss not long ago. As Helen's identity was recognized, viewers from Frangie erupted with excitement. However, the following scene left them stunned. Lin Yi gave Helen a few simple instructions, and she immediately began cleaning up the battlefield. Wait, Helen is working under that Asian guy? Could this be the legendary Dragon Nation? Did he know from the beginning that he could summon a dragon? Speculation filled the chat, and the Dragon Nation, which had consistently dominated the top spot on the rookie power rankings, was now unanimously regarded as the uncontested favorite for the next Rookie King title. The scene shifted as Lin Yi, having paid 500 magic crystals, stepped through the portal and returned to Blue Star. The station guards quickly noticed the anomaly and reported it, prompting the reception staff to approach him. A young female attendant with a sweet smile walked up to Lin Yi and handed him a registration form. During the handover, her pinky fingers subtly brushed against Lin Yi's palm, and she offered him a shy smile. These portal attendants were carefully selected, all being strikingly attractive young women. For ordinary people, aside from venturing into the dark abyss, becoming a portal attendant was another way to change their fate quickly. Being favored by a returning magic crystal lord was akin to securing the favor of a billionaire aristocrat, a prospect far more promising than becoming a flight attendant or stewardess. Lin Yi calmly filled out the form and handed it back to the attendant. When she glanced at the contents, she instinctively covered her mouth, her face showing a look of astonishment. Oh my goodness, you're one of this year's newcomers? The waitress exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. It was indeed astonishing. In the Dark Demon realm, most newcomers struggle just to survive within their first week, desperately accumulating magic crystals. Advancing to a mid-level territory is almost unheard of, let alone summoning a second hero. Yet, the man before her had not only achieved these feats, but had also paid a staggering 500 magic crystals to return to Blue Planet, a move almost beyond comprehension. The waitress's gaze toward Lin Yi grew increasingly fervent. She unconsciously pressed her legs together, her voice softening as she said, "Please follow me to the lounge area." The facilities around portal number 9 were incredibly comprehensive. In addition to the significant military presence, there was a dedicated rest area for returning lords. Lin Yi was escorted to a state-level hotel, where the waitress handed him a room card and explained in a gentle tone, "This is your exclusive card. Every time you return from the Dark Demon Realm, you can rest here. We offer 24-hour all-encompassing service to meet any of your needs." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, gazing at Lin Yi with deep affection. Lin Yi. Just as Lin Yi was feeling slightly awkward, a familiar voice called out. Turning around, he saw none other than his mentor, Wu Qingyuan. "Professor Wu, hello." Lin Yi greeted quickly. "It's really you? You've already returned?" Wu Qingyuan's face was filled with astonishment. After all, lords in the Dark Demon Realm could only return to Blue Planet after advancing to mid-sized lords. Otherwise, even if they perished, their souls would be forever lost in the other realm. Such was the harsh reality. Also present was Chen Weiguo, the father of Lin Yi's deskmate, Little Fatty. They had initially thought it was Little Fatty who had worked a miracle and came specifically for him. Although it turned out to be a case of mistaken identity, Chen Weiguo, as an experienced first-generation traveler, quickly adjusted his attitude and began chatting with Lin Yi. He understood all too well what it meant for a newcomer to advance to a mid-level lord in just 7 days. This was undoubtedly the rise of a shining new star among Dragon Nation's Dark Demon Realm lords. The three of them found a quiet corner to sit in, and Lin Yi began recounting his experiences in detail. "So, that Dragon Nation is your territory?" Wu Qingyuan clapped his hands with excitement after hearing Lin Yi's story. Faced with these two highly respected seniors, Lin Yi saw no reason to hide the truth and nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the hotel lobby's television suddenly broadcast breaking news. Good news. The newest champion among newcomers has emerged. The Dragon Nation Lord claims the crown. On the screen, the portal projection clearly displayed Dragon Nation's final rankings on the newcomer power leaderboard. Truly impressive for someone so young. Chen Weiguo and Wu Qingyuan beamed with genuine joy upon hearing the news of Lin Yi's promotion. Chen Weiguo remarked with admiration, "I remember back when I first entered the Dark Abyss realm. It took me a full 2 months to advance to a mid-tier lord." After some polite exchanges, Wu Qingyuan, as Lin Yi's mentor, inquired with concern about the reason for his rushed return. Lin Yi sighed and explained in detail the challenges his territory was facing. The land was barren and unsuitable for farming. Despite possessing a strong military force, the soldiers consumed a significant amount of food. Currently, the only solutions were to purchase food through the trading center or seek support back on Blue Star. "Well, what a coincidence. That happens to be my line of work," Chen Weiguo said with a meaningful smile before sharing his background with Lin Yi. As it turned out, the father of the chubby young man had fought in the Dark Abyss realm for over a decade. However, due to his family's strong insistence, he handed over the management of his territory to the national team and returned to Blue Star to start a business providing logistical support to Abyss realm lords. "The national team?" Lin Yi asked, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. Wu Qingyuan elaborated, "The national team is a lord alliance led by Longhua, made up of exceptionally powerful high-tier lords. For instance, Fang Yan, the strongest elf lord from Longhua, is the current leader of the alliance." Chen Weiguo added, "Once you've earned the title of Rookie King, you qualify to join the national team. It's the only pathway for mid-tier lords to join. Members of the national team can share map resources and even build targeted teleportation gates. But you'll learn all these details once you join." The conversation shifted back to the issue of food supply. Chen Weiguo explained that his main clients were mid-tier lords from Longhua, as high-tier lords often already had established food supply systems. Given the limitations of teleportation gates which could only transport food and other non-metallic materials, Chen Weiguo recommended preparing 100 tons of easily stored grains. 100 tons? Lin Yi asked, slightly puzzled. Chen Weiguo chuckled and explained, "You might not know this yet, but earning the Rookie King title comes with special perks in the Dark Abyss realm. You'll be allowed to transport double the amount of materials, and in the future, the cost of using teleportation gates to return to Blue Star will be halved." Hearing about these unexpected benefits, Lin Yi finally began to grasp the true significance of the Rookie King title. "The transaction center will also have its tax fees," mentor Wu Qingyuan added with a meaningful look in his eyes. "Now you understand why so many people fight tooth and nail for the title of Rookie King, don't you?" After their conversation concluded, Lin Yi followed his mentor's advice and returned to his room to rest. Having left the perilous Dark Demon realm, teeming with monsters, and returned to the heavily guarded Blue Star, he finally enjoyed his first peaceful sleep in a week. The next morning, guided by a waiter, Lin Yi arrived at the hotel restaurant. The dining table was laden with rare and luxurious ingredients, many of which were specialties from the Dark Demon realm. The attentive service of the female attendants made him reflect. Becoming a Demon Realm Lord truly was a fast track for an ordinary person to rise to prominence. After breakfast, Lin Yi noticed that mentor Wu Qingyuan, Chen Weiguo, and others were already waiting in the lobby. Standing beside his mentor was a uniformed official, a representative sent by Longhua to bestow an honor upon Lin Yi. Following a series of commendations, the representative solemnly conducted the awarding ceremony. As the lord who had claimed the Rookie King title for Longhua, Lin Yi's achievement was no less significant than an athlete winning glory for the nation at the Olympics. Such an honor was well-deserved. Hearing the news, other Demon Realm lords from Longhua who were staying at the hotel gathered to witness this moment. For them, the rise of a promising Rookie King was undoubtedly a fortunate event. In the vast and hostile Demon Realm, rife with competition from foreign lords, the emergence of a Rookie King from Longhua was a tremendous morale boost. Amid the applause, Lin Yi received an exquisite, antique-style box from his mentor. Inside was a peculiar token, roughly the size of a palm. This is the alliance token for the national team, Wu Qingyuan explained. You can bind it once you return to the Demon Realm. At these words, the dozen or so lords present, including 2 high-ranking lords, all revealed envious expressions. As experienced lords, they were well aware of the critical role this alliance organization played in the development of territories. The early stages of territory development are crucial, his mentor advised. Don't linger here for too long. Take inventory of your supplies and prepare for your return. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to his mentor, he accompanied Qin Weigua to the storage area near the teleportation portal. 100 tons of food supplies had already been prepared, but when Lin Yi attempted to pay for them, Qin Weigua firmly declined. Take it, he insisted. Consider it on credit. You need magic crystals more than I do right now. Seeing Qin Weigua's resolute stance, Lin Yi could only accept the favor and silently vowed to repay the kindness. He promised that if he ever encountered Qin Weigua's younger brother, Xiaopeng, he would lend a helping hand. Haha, no need, Qin Weigua laughed. I already gave him 10 magic crystal stones. If he can't make something of himself with those, he might as well stay there forever. With that, he turned and left with a carefree stride. After bidding farewell to Qin Weigua, Lin Yi, with the assistance of the portal guards, transported 5 containers filled with supplies, weighing a total of 100 tons, back to the dark abyss. Looking around, he noticed that a single day had brought little change to the surroundings. He immediately used the Lord communication system to contact Helen, who was stationed at the mountain camp. After confirming that everything was fine there, he focused his attention on planning his territory. The criteria for advancing to a Middle Lord were clear: establishing a firm foothold in the dark abyss, which specifically meant being able to defeat an intelligent group of over 500 members. However, the requirements for becoming a high-tier lord were far more ambiguous. Earning a reputation as a renowned leader in the region. While there were no specific metrics for this, according to his mentor's experience, the key to measuring a lord's strength lay in their battle achievements. Continuous offensives, territorial expansion, and army growth would undoubtedly enhance a lord's reputation. Though this path seemed straightforward, few were able to accomplish it. Currently, even the weakest high-tier lord in the Dragon Nation possessed a territory comparable in size to a province in the real world. As Lin Yi pondered this, he retrieved a token he carried with him. The token transformed into a beam of light and merged into his body. A prompt immediately appeared. Dragon Nation National Team Covenant Token activated. Do you wish to join the Covenant organization? Without hesitation, Lin Yi selected yes. A chat window popped up, displaying a member count of 1,203. The number surprised him. After half a century since the portal's activation, with 10,000 individuals selected annually from the Dragon Nat Iona total of 500,000 participants, about half had managed to advance to mid-tier lords. Yet, only 1 in 20 mid-tier lords could ascend to high-tier status. The national team was indeed a gathering of elites, accepting only 10 of high-tier lords. As soon as he joined the group, a lively atmosphere greeted him. Welcome to the new member. Our squad is growing stronger. Hoo-hoo. Newcomer. Show us your face, your map, come and mingle. Lin Yi had assumed the national team would consist of serious and reserved figures, but the upbeat vibe caught him off guard. Don't scare the kid. This Dragon Nation lord is the rookie king of this generation, just turned 18. A lord named Big Willow Tree chimed in to ease the situation. Wow, an 18-year-old hottie. Big Willow, now you've got us even more intrigued, teased a female height-ear lord with the username Meow 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 City. With Big Willow Tree's guidance, Lin Yi gradually adapted to the group's dynamic. In truth, apart from a few top-tier powers, the strength among national team members wasn't drastically different. Since everyone here was among the cream of the crop, there was no need for anyone to put on airs. Doing so would only make them unpopular. Following the instructions of Administrator Daily Issue, Lin Yi began uploading map data to the national team's map database. Soon, a 3-dimensional sand table map unfolded before him, with tiny points of light flickering against a dark background. Each glowing point represented the territory of a national team member. Lin Yi carefully examined the map and noticed that the area surrounding his dragon kingdom was shrouded in darkness, clearly indicating its remote location. His attention was drawn to a small, bright spot about the size of a fingernail. With a gentle tap, It revealed that this territory belonged to the national team captain, Fang Yin, the strongest lord of the Dragon Kingdom and his elven city. Daily Issue elaborated on the benefits of joining the Alliance organization. The biggest advantage is the ability to set up directional teleportation gates, enabling lords of the same tier to provide rapid support. For example, if you encounter a dark beast tide or an enemy you can't defeat, you can call for help in the group. Of course, such support comes at a cost, another member added. In addition to the round-trip teleportation fees, you'll also need to pay magic crystals at a 1-to-1 ratio based on combat strength. Emergency situations may require additional surcharges. A mid-tier lord named Shadow Demon suddenly spoke up. I'm preparing to attempt a breakthrough to high tier soon, so I might not be available to help. This comment drew teasing remarks from other members, especially from a prominent female player named Meow 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 City. Little Shadow, how many times is this now? Make sure you're well prepared this time. From the ensuing discussion, Lin Yi learned that Shadow Demon had been the rookie king 5 years ago and had been preparing to ascend to a high-tier lord ever since. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the surrounding demonic forces, he had been unsuccessful. This time, he was determined to wage war against the nearby demon factions and achieve his long-awaited promotion. Although Lin Yi didn't require assistance from others thanks to the 2 dragons under his command, he rarely encountered any threats near his territory. He gained valuable insights by observing the conversations of these high-tier elites. Even their casual chats often contained precious advice that could help ordinary lords avoid unnecessary pitfalls. Early in the morning, Lin Yi was woken up by the lively chatter in the Covenant group chat. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at the constantly updating messages on the communication crystal. Sunset Plains, team up to hunt green-skinned orcs. Medium-sized tribe, about 5,000 greenskins. Profit split 55, territory mine. Round-trip teleportation fees covered. Gongza Mido Province, Black Prince's contract mission, assassinate the Gongza Prince. Requires 1,000 combat power, no solo fighters. Dispute over territory in Blackwind Canyon, need backup for negotiations. High-level representatives from the beautiful country present. Service fee 10,000 magic crystals, airfare included, extra for fighting. As Lin Yi scanned the daily activities of these high-level lords, he couldn't help but marvel. Just as he was browsing, a particular message caught his attention, a call for help from the Shadow Demon Lord. As one of the rare mid-tier lords in the group, the Shadow Demon's plight immediately drew the attention of everyone. What's going on? Little Shadow, did you lose already? Someone asked. The Shadow Demon responded with a tone of frustration. Not yet, but the scouts have reported that the number of dark greenskins in the area has increased even more than last time. I don't think I can hold out. Meow 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 City, a helpful high-tier lord, eagerly suggested, Little Shadow, you need to find someone to help you. Unfortunately, as a high-tier lord, she couldn't teleport to the Shadow Demon's territory to offer assistance. Aside from their numbers, what makes these dark greenskins particularly dangerous? Lin Yi suddenly asked. The Shadow Demon replied bitterly, greenskin shamans. Every time, my heavy cavalry falls under the spells of those damned shamans' staffs. Maybe I can help you in battle, Lin Yi said, his words causing the group chat to fall silent. The seasoned lords in the group quickly chimed in to dissuade him. Young man, don't let being the rookie king make you overconfident. Shadow Demon was also the rookie king back in the day, and look where he is now, still struggling in mid-tier. Hearing this, the Shadow Demon's mood sank further. Forget it. Focus on your own development. Don't let being the rookie king fool you. Trust me, you can't handle this. Am living proof. Shadow Fiend dismissed Lin Yi's words, not believing that a newly advanced mid-level lord could be of much help to him. Just then, the administrator of the group, the Great Willow Tree, spoke up, and his message instantly caused a stir in the chat. He might actually be able to. As the manager of this alliance group and the national team, I'm well aware of this new member's background. Secured this year's Rookie King title with the help of an adult red dragon. What? An adult red dragon? This kid actually owns a dragon unit? Good heavens, what kind of luck is that? Bloodline? Hero unit or troop unit? Definitely a hero unit. The message detonated in the group chat like a bomb. Even these high-ranking national team lords, who had long battled in the Dark Abyss, rarely possessed such powerful combat units. In their understanding, humanoid units, even hero units, rarely exceeded 1,000 combat power. Among non-humanoid units, dragons were universally recognized as the pinnacle of power. These veteran lords, stationed in the Dark Abyss for years, paid little attention to the events of the outside world and had naturally missed the widespread news about the Lord of the Red Dragon and his Dragon Kingdom. Fang Yin, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom's strongest force from the Elven Sanctuary, suddenly spoke up, Lucky kid. Red dragons are immune to magic damage, might really turn the tide. His appearance immediately ignited the group's enthusiasm. Even the usually silent high-ranking lords began to chime in. 666, the legend has spoken. Shadow Fiend, you hear that? The big guy has spoken, why not give it a shot? Fang Yan, when will you make a comeback and lead us to raid Gongza province again? Yeah. I missed out last time and barely managed to grab 50,000 magic crystals in the rush. Shadow Fiend looked at the suggestions from the high-ranking lords and fell into deep thought. Maybe I should give it a try? Meanwhile, Lin Yi was busy summoning dragon soldiers while communicating with Helen at the mountain camp through the Lord's communication system. He enthusiastically painted a bright picture of the Dragon Kingdom's future development. The 100 tons of supplies he had brought back from Blue Star were sufficient to cover their current consumption, allowing him to focus on expanding his army. Suddenly, a direct teleportation invitation from Shadow Fiend, a member of the National Team Alliance group, interrupted his planning. Looks like he's come around, Lin Yi murmured to himself. This was a perfect opportunity to test the true combat power of his dragon. He quickly made arrangements, ordering the Black Dragon Mordekaiser to guard the territory, instructing Helen to maintain production progress, and then stepping into the teleportation portal with the Red Dragon Drogon. With a flash of white light from the portal, Lin Yi and Drogon arrived at their destination. Lin Yi looked around and found himself standing in the middle of a vast plain. In the distance, steep cliffs encircled the entire plain, forming a natural barrier. Surrounding the portal, various buildings of different sizes and styles stood densely packed. The plain bustled with activity. Dwarves swung their hammers with a rhythmic clanging, lizardfolk with long tails weaved through the streets, and human merchants loudly hawked their goods. Farther away, in the fields, countless orc slaves, bound by metal chains, were forced to toil, the constant clinking of iron chains filling the air. Hey, are you the one from the Dragon Kingdom? The shadow demon had been waiting nearby. Seeing the imposing red dragon before him in reality, he couldn't help but set aside his initial disdain, overwhelmed by awe. Shadow demon, you can also call me Wu Qingfeng. Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yi. After a friendly handshake and brief pleasantries, Wu Qingfeng began to explain the situation of this territory. He revealed that when he was first transported to the Dark Demon Realm, he arrived in this valley plain. Over 3 years of hard work, he had expanded the Shadow Demon's territory to encompass the entire valley basin, developing it into an enormous mid-level domain with a population of 100,000. However, to ascend to the rank of a high-level lord, the Shadow Demon's territory would need to break free of the valley basin's confines. Despite the vast area of the valley, spanning hundreds of square kilometers, and the population meeting the requirements for promotion, several orc tribes entrenched in the plains beyond the valley were obstructing further development. So what exactly are the criteria for becoming a high-level lord? Lin Yi asked. No one knows the precise criteria, Wu Qingfeng explained, but according to the top players in the national team, it seems you need to become a regional hegemon-level power. He added with a frown, these damned greenskins are like a plague. We've fought 2 major wars against them, wiping out large numbers of orcs, but their shamans and witch doctors have unique magic to accelerate growth. They can raise newborn orcs into warriors within a year. They've never managed to breach the valley? Lin Yi asked, glancing at the flat terrain surrounding them. The climate here is hot and humid, which they can't tolerate. That's actually why I didn't encounter them when I first arrived here. In the distance, the thunderous sound of horse hooves grew louder. Squadrons of warriors clad in metal armor were assembling. These are my troops, Gongza cavalry and the lizardfolk guard, Wu Qingfeng said proudly. Lin Yi observed the armed forces before him. For neatly arranged phalanxes, each consisting of approximately 1,000 soldiers. The knights, dressed in gleaming metal armor, sat atop majestic warhorses, exuding an imposing presence. A rough estimate put the total size of the army at around 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers. The lineup of the Lizardman Guard was equally intimidating. These warriors, clad in heavy solid iron armor, had fierce and menacing appearances, forming a stark contrast to the cold, steely armor of the Steel Knight Cavalry. Naturally tough-skinned and thickly built, they boasted a base health of 150. Armed with javelins, spears, and shield axes, they made up Wu Qingfeng's main force, numbering 5,000 to 6,000 strong. For a population of 100,000, supporting even 10% of that in soldiers was already the limit for the Shadow Demon territory. Gazing at this well-equipped army of 10,000, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. With such military strength, how is it possible that they can't defeat the orcs, who are still in a primitive tribal state? Wu Qingfeng let out a sigh and motioned for Lin Yi to follow him to the front lines. After galloping southward for about 10 kilometers, they arrived at a gorge's opening. This was the so-called front line. The 100-meter-wide gorge entrance had been thoroughly fortified by the orcs' defenses. Barricades made of logs, trenches, and arrow towers were arranged in layers, with orc warriors patrolling between them. Most striking were the simple arrow towers scattered densely along the cliffs on either side, just a few wooden planks inserted into the rock, each housing an orc archer. There were hundreds of these, dotting the walls of the gorge. This was the only exit from the valley basin. Any attack would face a frontal assault against the layered defenses and a relentless barrage of arrows from both sides. Lin Yi surveyed the area, his gaze shifting to the towering cliffs on either side. As if reading his thoughts, Wu Qingfeng explained preemptively, "I've considered those cliffs. The lowest points are still 100 meters high and nearly vertical. Even if we sent elite troops to scale them, they'd be repelled by the magical forces of the green-skinned tribe." Lin Yi pondered for a moment before whistling to summon the red dragon, Drogon. He turned to Wu Qingfeng and said, "Have your men launch an attack to draw the defenders' attention." Without further explanation, he mounted Drogon, and the dragon soared into the skies. Wu Qingfeng watched as the red dragon ascended, gritting his teeth before ordering the army to launch a full-scale assault. In an instant, massive boulders hurled by catapults roared through the air, while lizard men raised their shields and charged forward, clearing a path through the barricades and trenches for the steel cavalry. Chaos erupted as both sides exchanged blows. Stone projectiles, javelins, throwing axes, and arrows rained down, and warriors fell one after another. Lin Yi, however, had shifted his focus away from the ground battle. Under his control, Drogon effortlessly soared over the 100-meter cliffs. With its massive wings spanning over 100 meters, the dragon needed only a few powerful beats to reach the other side of the valley. Beyond the gorge lay a vast grassland dotted with orc encampments, but that wasn't Lin Yi's primary concern. Through his shared vision with Drogon, his attention was fixed on the rear of the gorge's defending forces. "Drogon, it's our turn to shine." With a roar, the red dragon turned sharply and dove toward its target, the wind howling in its wake. A scorching stream of dragon fire, stretching for hundreds of meters, spewed from Drogon's mouth, blazing like a fiery beam as it struck the rear of the orc defenders within the canyon. The orcs, locked in fierce combat with their enemies, were caught off guard. Before they could react, the sudden inferno engulfed them entirely. In an instant, the canyon was transformed into a sea of flames, leaving only scattered embers smoldering on the ground. The orc archers stationed along the canyon walls quickly turned their bows, unleashing a dense storm of arrows that darkened the sky as they rained down on the red dragon soaring above. Yet, the arrows left nothing more than faint white marks on Drogon's impenetrable scales, causing no real harm. Irritated by the persistent archers, Drogon let out an earth-shaking roar before ascending rapidly to several hundred meters in the air. Then, with a sudden, fierce dive, it unleashed another searing blast of dragon fire, sweeping across the canyon walls. The orc arrow towers crumbled like dry leaves scattered by the wind, crashing to the ground. "Charge! Push through! Cut down these green-skinned bastards!" Wu Qingfeng stood up on his horse, excitement surging through him as he brandished his sword and issued the command to advance. Despite the towering flames engulfing the surrounding structures, the Shadow Fiend warriors pressed forward without hesitation. Lizardmen fighters and Gongza cavalry surged into the canyon like a relentless tide. Perched atop the canyon, the red dragon gazed down at the chaotic battlefield below. To it, the struggling warriors were nothing more than insignificant ants. The Shadow Fiend forces swiftly eliminated the remaining orcs within the canyon and regrouped just outside. The thick smoke rising from the canyon soon caught the attention of the orcs on the plains, and a chorus of war horns echoed across the terrain, the signal for the orc tribes to assemble their armies. "We're halfway there," Wu Qingfeng said to Lin Yi as he arrived outside the canyon. "How many orcs do you think they'll send? Can you hold them off?" Lin Yi asked, his vision shared through Drogon's eyes. On the plains, he could see at least dozens of orc tribal factions, each with thousands of fully armed warriors. "I don't know, but I will never let these greenskins drive us back into the canyon. If I must die today, I'll die outside these walls," Wu Qingfeng declared with unwavering determination. He immediately ordered his troops to regroup and even began drafting civilians as reserves. The 1,000 Gongza cavalry he had summoned with tens of thousands of magic crystals arrived from the canyon, signaling his resolve for a decisive, all-out battle. "When the charge begins, I might need your support again," Wu Qingfeng said, glancing up at the red dragon perched on the cliff. Clearly, he was impressed by its earlier display in the canyon. "Don't worry. If you lose, I'll be the one taking the biggest hit," Lin Yi replied with a half-joking tone. Wu Qingfeng was about to laugh in response when the orc horns on the plains suddenly blared urgently. The orc armies from several tribes had already assembled and were charging toward the valley. Without any probing or maneuvering, the two forces clashed head-on. Wu Qingfeng made a swift decision, ordering his troops to form up and prepare for battle. At the forefront stood hundreds of heavily armed elite lizardman cavalry, followed by the main force of Gongza cavalry providing support. The core of the army consisted of 5,000 to 6,000 lizardman warriors clad in heavy armor, their shields and spears glinting coldly under the sunlight. The orc vanguard was composed of dire wolf riders, the most iconic orc cavalry unit. Each mount was as massive as a bison, with savage fangs and an untamable ferocity. These dire wolves not only attacked enemy mounts but also posed a threat to their own riders. Charge through and slaughter the greenskins, command tent, Wu Qingfeng commanded, pointing his sword toward the orc rear, where their shamans and chieftains were gathered. In an instant, the cavalry of both sides collided with ferocious intensity. The elite Gongza riders engaged in fierce combat with the brutal dire wolf riders. One towering lizardman knight, mounted on a giant monitor lizard, rampaged through the enemy ranks, catching the attention of the orc commanders. Before long, a group of tribal shamans appeared, their hair disheveled, clutching priestly staffs crafted from beast bones. Under the shaman's spells, the giant lizard beneath the valiant lizardman knight began emitting green smoke, its wounds oozing vile pus and writhing maggots. The creature roared in agony before collapsing under the relentless assault of the dire wolves. From a distance, Wu Qingfeng watched with fury in his eyes. Although his forces were gaining the upper hand due to superior equipment, they were powerless against the high-level combatants in the orc army. Wind snipers, extend your range and fire, he commanded. 50 lightly armored archers armed with exceptionally long war bows stepped forward. They loosed a volley of arrows, creating a dense rain in the sky. Renowned for their incredible range and rapid fire, the Gongza elite archers unleashed their barrage. However, at a distance of over 1,000 meters, the arrows lost their lethality and were easily deflected by orc soldiers. Through his mental link with the red dragon Drogon, Lin Yi had a clear view of the battlefield. While the dragon held overwhelming power on the field, Lin Yi refrained from deploying Drogon recklessly, wary of the possibility that the orcs might be hiding dragon-slaying ballistae or other devastating weapons. After confirming that the primary threat came from the shamans, Lin Yi directed Drogon to take to the skies. The massive dragon, with a wingspan of over 100 meters, rose into the air, casting a shadow over the battlefield and momentarily freezing the chaos below. Ordinary orc soldiers hesitated only briefly before resuming their fight, but the shamans and chieftains in the rear knew all too well the destructive power of such a colossal beast. A deep, resonant horn suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The orc soldiers in the ranks paused in confusion. Why is it the retreat signal? The red dragon, Drogon, surged forward with all its might, appearing almost instantaneously above the battlefield. Only then did the orc warriors get a clear view of the massive creature, and terror gripped their hearts in an instant. With an earth-shaking roar, Drogon streaked across the sky above the orc army like a bolt of lightning. Its enormous wings, wide enough to block out the sun, beat with immense power, while searing dragonfire erupted from its maw, unstoppable and devastating. The ground below was scorched bare, grass torn away in its wake. Wherever the dragonfire swept, it carved a charred path of death through the orc ranks, reducing countless warriors to ash the moment they were touched by the fiery inferno. Witnessing the dragon's overwhelming might, the warriors of the Shadow Demon territory were emboldened, charging at the green-skinned orcs with renewed ferocity. The orc central forces, thrown into chaos by the dragon's sudden assault, faltered. Even the bravest among the orcs were paralyzed with fear in the face of such an unbeatable foe. Drogon, however, did not linger to deal with the ordinary orc soldiers. After unleashing a few bursts of dragonfire to bolster its allies, it turned its attention to a large orc war tent at the rear. In front of the tent, dozens of orc shamans and witch doctors stood ready, bracing themselves. They knew full well that neither running on foot nor riding their finest dire wolves could save them from the dragon's pursuit. Their only choice was to make a desperate stand. The shamans and witch doctors began chanting in low voices, and sickly yellow-green smoke rose from around them. The smoke gradually coalesced into the form of a massive, terrifying orc head in the sky. The grotesque head opened its gaping maw in a silent roar, as though it intended to swallow the oncoming red dragon whole. From a distance, Wu Qingfeng, embroiled in the battle, noticed this scene and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Lin Yi's dragon. After all, a combined attack from dozens of high-ranking tribal spellcasters posed a significant threat to any being. As Drogon collided with the spectral orc head in midair, the yellow-green smoke clung to its scales, staining the majestic dragon in a grotesque and mismatched manner. Yet, despite the dramatic display of magical power, the attack failed to inflict any real harm, merely tarnishing Drogon's appearance. From the rear, Lin Yi observed this with some confusion. Surely these orc spellcasters were aware that dragons, by their very bloodline, were naturally immune to magical damage? The orc shamans and witch doctors stood frozen in shock. In their understanding, while dragons were resistant to magic, they should not have been able to completely disregard an attack of such magnitude. Drogon descended before the group of spellcasters, its crimson eyes blazing with fury. How dare these ignorant greenskins defile its noble dragon form with their pathetic magic, treating it as though it were some lowly hybrid wyvern. Enraged, Drogon decided against granting these offenders the mercy of a quick death by dragonfire. The scorching dragon breath evaporated instantly, but it could not quell Drogon's fury over the stain on his pride. The massive red dragon decided to exact thorough punishment on these green-skinned creatures. He opened his enormous maw and let out an earth-shattering roar, the sound waves leaving the surrounding shamans and witch doctors reeling in disarray. Drogon no longer simply slaughtered his enemies. Instead, he picked up the orc shamans one by one with his sharp teeth, slowly crushing their bodies. When other orc warriors attempted to rescue their comrades, the red dragon effortlessly swept them away with a single beat of his wings. Through their shared vision, Lin Yi noticed more and more orcs converging on Drogon. A dense hail of arrows, throwing axes, and spears rained down like a storm. While these weapons could hardly penetrate the dragon's formidable defenses, his eyes remained a vulnerable weak spot. Enough playing, Drogon. Finish this quickly, Lin Yi ordered decisively. The red dragon immediately ascended into the sky, unleashing his fiery breath from above, systematically decimating the orc forces on the ground. The orc army soon found itself trapped in a desperate pincer attack. In front, they faced the relentless charge of elite cavalry and lizardmen warriors. From above, a fire-breathing dragon wreaked havoc. As their main camp turned into a blazing inferno, and with their chieftain and shaman's fates uncertain, the orcs' morale crumbled. They scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Only a handful of nimble dire wolf riders managed to escape, while the rest were hunted down by Wu Qingfeng's tenacious steel cavalry. The battle was won, and the residents of the Shadow Fiend territory began their evacuation from the valley. Wu Qingfeng promptly ordered the construction of fortifications at the canyon's entrance to secure permanent control over the area. "Where's your dragon?" Wu Qingfeng asked as he approached Lin Yi after dispatching his forces to pursue the remnants of the enemy. "It's still fuming and flew off to cause trouble for more distant orc tribes," Lin Yi replied helplessly. He couldn't quite understand Drogon's mindset, utterly indifferent to countless weapons grazing his underbelly, yet obsessively fixated on the humiliation of being stained. Even after slaughtering the shamans, his anger remained unabated, compelling him to seek vengeance on other orc tribes across the plains. "Don't worry. I've already commanded him not to land on the ground or engage directly with the orcs. He can only attack from high altitude using his dragon breath," Lin Yi added. "That must be a true pureblood dragon," Wu Qingfeng remarked, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. "Pureblood? Dragons have different bloodlines?" Lin Yi asked, intrigued. As a rare creature, dragons were sparsely documented in the official Dragon Kingdom archives. Only the most powerful national team leaders seemed to understand their intricacies. Of course, pureblood dragons are far superior to hybrid drakes. For instance, pureblood dragons are almost entirely immune to magical damage, whereas hybrid drakes are more susceptible to concentrated magical attacks. Judging by the pristine hue of your red dragon's scales, its bloodline is exceptionally pure. I should have realized this when I first saw it. After hearing this explanation, Lin Yi finally understood Drogon's rage. A pure-blood red dragon, stained to resemble a hybrid mongrel, such an insult was indeed intolerable. With this realization, he could only silently mourn for the orc tribes on the plains, who were about to suffer Drogon's wrath entirely by misfortune. The Shadow Fiend's residents moved swiftly, surging like a tide into what was once the orcs' territory. Wu Qingfeng's soldiers divided into several squads, launching assaults in all directions to herd the panicked and fleeing orc tribes into one place before mercilessly slaughtering them. Lin Yi stood silently nearby, observing it all. In this dark and ruthless demonic realm, where the strong prey on the weak, survival was dictated by the law of the jungle. He understood clearly that if their roles were reversed, these orcs would have no hesitation in turning him into dried rations. "What's your next move?" Lin Yi asked, his gaze fixed on the vast stretch of green plains in the distance, dotted with numerous orc tribes. "The orcs we just defeated were an alliance of 5 medium-sized tribes, the strongest green-skinned force in the vicinity," Wu Qingfeng replied, a victorious smile on his face. "With them eliminated, these greenskins won't pose a threat to my territory in the short term. Once the fortress complex outside the canyon is completed, these greenskins will be at my mercy. My ascension to a high-ranking lord is just around the corner." Following Wu Qingfeng's line of sight, Lin Yi noticed the fortress foundations already laid at the canyon entrance. Many of the Shadow Fiend's residents were busy with construction work. For Wu Qingfeng's domain, this valley was undoubtedly a strategic stronghold. "Come on, let me show you some treasures," Wu Qingfeng said excitedly, pulling Lin Yi toward a grassland piled with spoils of war. The Shadow Fiend warriors had thoroughly looted the defeated tribes. Although orcs were not known for amassing wealth, the combined resources of 5 medium-sized tribes were still considerable. Various gemstone ornaments sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, clearly treasures once hoarded by the tribal leaders. However, for Lin Yi, these gemstones were far less practical than magic crystal ores and held only ornamental value. "These gems may not be of much use to us, but they're highly sought after in the Gongza Empire," Wu Qingfeng remarked, picking up a blue gemstone casually. Just this small piece could fetch hundreds of units of magic crystals in Gongza. But before we become high-ranking lords, it's best not to think that far ahead. Of course, we could sell them to the big shots in the Covenant group, but they love to lowball, usually only offering half the price. Lin Yi nearly rolled his eyes at this. These gemstones were practically useless in the short term. What's truly valuable to you are these, Wu Qingfeng said, using his sword to sift through the pile of spoils. He quickly picked out several basketball-sized stone-carved totems. These totems, intricately engraved with various beast patterns, were exquisitely made. These can be absorbed and assimilated by your territory's steel, expanding your domain. The more you absorb, the more beneficial it will be for your territory's development. As soon as Lin Yi took hold of a totem, a system notification popped up immediately. Lin Yi looked at Wu Qingfeng with curiosity, wanting to learn more about the tribal totem of the Dark Orcs. This totem not only enhanced the territory's deterrence against the Dark Orcs, but also influenced the types of units produced in the basic barracks. That's right. Amazing, isn't it? Wu Qingfeng pointed to a group of lizardman warriors, lined up not far away. These warriors of mine came out of the barracks after being influenced by the totem. The interesting part is, before they actually appear, no one knows what type of unit they'll buy. It's like opening a mystery box. Some big shots in the Alliance chat even got dragon-blooded creatures. I'm so jealous. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. If Wu Qingfeng knew that his basic soldiers were dragon warriors, he wondered how Wu would react. He secretly looked forward to seeing what changes the totem might bring to his dragon warriors, perhaps dragon warriors riding lizards? Wu Qingfeng continued rummaging through the spoils of war, most of which were impractical green-skinned orc weapons, either overly massive or adorned with excessive gemstones and precious metals, making them appear flashy but useless. As for the shaman and witch doctor tools, those were even less applicable. Suddenly, Wu Qingfeng's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something valuable. He summoned a gaunt-faced elder. This is Merkel, a master of city defense elite level. With him, you can unlock a series of defensive structures like watchtowers, dual-armed trebuchets, defensive ballistae, multi-layered gatehouses, and hidden troop chambers within walls. He was one of the technical talents I acquired early on. Once I advance to a higher-tier lord, I won't need him anymore. So, I'm giving him to you now, hoping you can level up as quickly as I did. Wu Qingfeng spoke with an air of seniority, carefully avoiding any mention of his own awkward moments in front of the high-tier big shots in the Alliance chat. Lin Yi quietly appreciated the gesture. Although this shadow demon lord wasn't particularly strong and had a bit of an ego, he was a decent person. At their level, obtaining an elite-level technical talent was a rare opportunity. Such experts were typically reserved for the high-tier national team players who often had several of them. In the distant sky, the setting sun dipped lower, and the red dragon, having vented its energy on the grasslands, finally prepared to return. After bidding farewell to Wu Qingfeng, Lin Yi stepped through the teleportation portal and disappeared. It wasn't until Lin Yi's figure vanished that Wu Qingfeng reluctantly pulled his hand back from the portal. The battle had drained all his magic crystal reserves, and he couldn't even afford the reward he had promised Lin Yi. He had no choice but to painfully part with the elite-level technical talent. To maintain his image in Lin Yi's eyes, he had pretended to be generous, but now he couldn't stop muttering to himself, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. I'm already starting to regret this. After returning to the Dragon Kingdom's territory through the portal, Lin Yi was about to leave when he suddenly remembered he hadn't received the promised magic crystal reward. Based on the market rates in the National Alliance group, this critical assistance should have been worth at least tens of thousands of magic crystals. However, on second thought, since he had already gained an elite-level technical talent, and both he and Wu Qingfeng were mid-tier lords, he decided to let it slide. Looking around, Lin Yi quickly spotted the black dragon Mordekaiser. The dragon was by the river, indulging in its favorite game, lurking underwater and leaping out when magical creatures approached to drink, scaring them out of their wits. Even more outrageous, it would target its preferred prey with a blast of its narcotic dragon spit, only to leisurely enjoy its meal once the unfortunate creature was about to regain consciousness. Watching this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of his other dragon, Drogon the Red Dragon. That one had a habit of roasting its prey to a crisp, which wasn't much better. As the master of two mischievous dragons, he had long since learned to tolerate their antics. Besides, the fate of these magical creatures didn't concern him. From the spoils brought back from the Shadow Demon territory, Lin Yi first took out some glittering gemstones and waved them in front of the two dragons. However, the pair merely cast him a disdainful glance, as though he were a fool, showing no interest in the gems. Looks like only those impure-blooded drakes are into this stuff, Lin Yi muttered, tossing the gemstones aside. Next, he retrieved 5 exquisitely carved tribal totems. As soon as these totems touched the territory's stone monument, they disappeared, granting the Dragon Kingdom a new buff, Orc Slayer. This effect caused green-skinned orcs to fall into panic during battles within the territory, although it was almost ineffective against high-tier orcs. When Lin Yi turned his attention to the basic barracks, he noticed that it had been transformed into a mystery box state due to the influence of the orc tribal totems. Intrigued by the unknown, he rubbed his hands together and murmured, "Blessings of the dragon's descendant," before initiating the summoning. A flash of golden light later, a never-before-seen unit appeared before Hema Thunder Wolf Dragon. This creature resembled a wild wolf, but was as large as a dire wolf, with its entire body covered in sturdy armor. Not only could it traverse rugged mountains effortlessly, but it could also absorb lightning elements from the air, unleashing electrical power in critical moments. The unit description was unusually detailed this time, indicating that with the integration of the orc tribal totems, the Dragon Kingdom's troops had evolved from half-human dragon warriors to pure dragon-blooded beast creatures. Lin Yi was filled with anticipation for the combat prowess of his newly acquired Thunder Wolf dragons. After dealing with the blind boxes, he turned his attention to the greatest gain from this operation, the city defense master, Merkel. This lean old man, upon receiving the task of transforming dragon blood peak into a fortress, immediately led the dwarf craftsmen to commence a flurry of construction work. Under his guidance, many structures that Lin Yi could not have built on his own began to take shape. Watching the stockpile of building materials diminish steadily, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Helen, is there anything to report while I've been away?" Lin Yi asked, thinking about another key contributor as the topic of building materials came to mind. With Black Dragon Mordekaiser guarding the Dragon Kingdom, the place is impenetrable. Not only is there no danger, but even the magical beasts within a 10-mile radius are on the verge of being toyed to death by him. Relaxing a bit, Lin Yi shifted his attention to another territory within the mountains. "Lin, you won't believe this," Helen said urgently. "While we were mining, a gray dwarf barely tall enough to reach my navel came with 2 guards demanding protection fees. So, what did you do to him?" "I chopped him up and threw him into the fire pit. Saved us some firewood for lighting," Helen replied with frustration. She was tired of working in the dark caves alongside the stinky gray dwarves and troglodytes. She was even more annoyed that Lin Yi treated her like nothing more than a mining tool. "Calm down. You might have provoked an entire gray dwarf tribe," Lin Yi said coldly. "Wait for me. I'm on my way." The barracks began to light up as 100 thunder wolf dragons were summoned. These dragon-blooded creatures, capable of finding food on their own, would not only safeguard the mountain camp, but also serve as a test of the new unit's strength. This time, Lin Yi brought along the Black Dragon Mordekaiser, while the Red Dragon Drogon was still sulking over his dyed scales. To save time, Lin Yi used magic crystals to teleport directly to the mountain camp. After a series of recruitment efforts, expansions, and extravagant teleportation costs, combined with Helen's hard work mining resources in the caves, the magic crystal reserves of the Dragon Kingdom were finally depleted. Lin Yi and the Thunder Wolves figures instantly appeared at the campsite located within a mountain cave. The massive Black Dragon, Mordekaiser, had been teleported outside the camp, which was fortunate. These mountain cave passages were clearly designed for dwarves and troglodytes, forcing even Dragonborn warriors to stoop to pass through. Helen had been waiting nearby, and quickly approached as soon as she saw Lin Yi. She reported briefly that the rude gray dwarf who had attempted to extort her had been executed, while 2 more cooperative gray dwarf guards had been captured alive. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the 2 prisoners. They were tightly bound, their bodies covered in wounds and bruises, evidence of Helen's enthusiastic hospitality. "I swear to God, this is absolutely bizarre. You won't believe," Helen began to ramble. "Cut to the chase," Lin Yi interrupted impatiently, making Helen flinch. She quickly explained. "The troglodytes we dealt with earlier were actually vassals of the Grey Dwarf clans in this mountain range." And Lin Yi's expression remained impassive. To him, it was no surprise that troglodytes, widely regarded as an inferior race in the Dark Abyss, would serve as vassals. As for the Grey Dwarves, they posed little threat to someone commanding a host of dragon-blooded creatures. Suddenly, Lin Yi caught on to something. "Wait, did you say this mountain range?" "That's right," Helen nodded. "These mountains beneath our feet, along with the entire transverse range nearby, are teeming with Grey Dwarf tribes. And they're backed by even more powerful forces." "What forces?" "The Redbeard Dwarves and the Bronzebeard Dwarves. These 2 Grey Dwarf clans are vassals of the Redbeards." Lin Yi rubbed his temples. "So we've stirred up a hornet's nest of dwarves?" Helen went on to explain that the Redbeard Dwarves and Bronzebeard Dwarves were 2 distinct subgroups, characterized by their reddish-brown and golden facial hair, respectively. Other than their appearances, they were nearly identical. In this transverse range, each group controlled a large clan that ruled over all the Grey Dwarves and troglodytes in the area, demanding monthly tributes of minerals from their vassals. "So the troglodyte clan we wiped out was essentially a vassal of a vassal?" Lin Yi asked. Helen thought for a moment and nodded in confirmation. "Did these guys seriously not notice that you're not the same species as the troglodytes?" Lin Yi glanced at the 2 prisoners. "They only care about whether they get their protection fees on time. They couldn't care less who occupies this cave," Helen shrugged. Then, She threw her hands up dramatically. Honestly, we have nothing to worry about. Lin, you've got a red dragon, and there's a black dragon outside. I can't imagine how those dwarves could possibly withstand an attack from dragons. The moment she saw the black dragon Mordekaiser, her resolve to continue following Lord Lin Yi became unshakable. Despite his cold demeanor and distant manner that made him seem almost detached, his sheer power was awe-inspiring. In all the history she knew, no newly established lord had ever managed to command a dragon as a servant. Helen silently congratulated herself on her wise decision and resolved to cling tightly to this powerful ally. You really are quite the clever one, Lin Yi said, casting a cold glance at Helen, his tone laced with sarcasm. How exactly do you expect my dragon to squeeze into these narrow caves and fight against the dwarves? He had already sent the red dragon Drogon to scout the Crosscut Mountains, which on the surface showed no signs of hosting any large intelligent species. However, the information Helen brought revealed the presence of two massive dwarf tribes hidden within. The winding, cramped tunnels of the caves completely negated the advantages of his dragons, rendering his strongest assets nearly useless. Interrogate those two captives, Lin Yi ordered. How long will it take for the gray dwarves and the red-bearded dwarf tribe behind them to notice something is amiss here? Under Helen's ruthless questioning, the two gray dwarf captives revealed everything amidst their anguished cries. If they failed to deliver enough fire-rune stones, the gray dwarves would come looking in no more than a month. Fire-rune stones? Yes, according to them, it's a tribute used to sustain the guardian beast of the red-bearded dwarf tribe. It was then that Lin Yi understood why this cavern-dwelling tribe had so carelessly piled up the magical crystal ore. The guardian beast, which required fire-rune stones, clearly held immense significance to the red-bearded dwarves. After all, a large dwarf tribe could easily use magical crystals as an energy source, yet they had set them aside. This guardian beast had to be an exceptionally powerful fire elemental creature. Lin Yi's expression grew serious as he personally interrogated the captives. Tell me, what exactly is the red-bearded dwarf tribe's guardian beast? Mercy, my lord. We truly don't know. One of the gray dwarves wailed. We're just vassal Swiri, not even qualified to lay eyes on the beast. But I can guide you there. I know our tribe better than anyone. They have fewer than 300 warriors, and with your beasts charging in, they'll fall apart in no time. The other gray dwarf stared in shock at his companion's betrayal, clearly not expecting there to be a traitor among them. Lin Yi observed the eager-to-please gray dwarf with interest before turning to the stunned one. And you? Do you have anything to add? Still stammering in disbelief, the second gray dwarf was dragged away on Lin Yi's signal, with Helen immediately giving the order. Soon, the sound of axes and anguished screams echoed briefly before silence returned. Surrounded by a pack of ferocious thunder wolf dragons, Lin Yi resembled a ruthless crime lord as he looked down at the trembling turncoat. Now, let's have a proper conversation. The gray dwarves, the most widely distributed dwarf species in the Hungduan Mountains, have thrived in various caves thanks to their astonishing reproductive abilities. In stark contrast to the ruling classes of the Redbeard and Copperbeard clans, their population growth is purely the result of natural reproduction. Led by a traitorous gray dwarf, Lin Yi arrived at a gray dwarf settlement. Before him was a half-human hate cave entrance concealed by dense foliage. Without the guide's assistance, the entrance to this medium-sized gray dwarf settlement could have easily gone unnoticed. There were no guards stationed nearby. Master, the settlement has two other similar entrances. If we block them all, no one inside will be able to escape, the gray dwarf guide suggested obsequiously. Lin Yi shot him a glance and then ordered the red dragon Drogon and the black dragon Mordekaiser to guard one entrance each. You're really putting your heart into betraying your own kin, aren't you? Helen said with disgust. I'm doing this for their own good. The traitor quickly defended himself. Compared to being exploited by the Redbeard clan, following a stronger master is the smarter choice. He glanced at Lin Yi's two massive dragons, further solidifying his decision. As Lin Yi and his group ventured deeper into the cave, the distant clamor of gray dwarves became audible. These dwarves, similar in size to ordinary dwarves, reminded Lin Yi of goblins who relied on sheer numbers. It was no wonder they had become subordinates of the other dwarf clans. When they were about 10 meters from the nearest guards, Lin Yi signaled for a halt. For Thunderwolf drakes leapt forward at his command, moving like predators in the forest. With a few swift bounds, they pounced on the unsuspecting guards. Their sharp fangs sank into the guards' necks, killing all 4 gray dwarves before their expressions of terror could fully form. After ambushing the third patrol, the alarm finally resounded through the cave. By this time, Lin Yi had already led his group into the heart of the settlement. Over 100 Thunderwolf drakes, acting on his orders, dispersed into the various tunnels, targeting any armed gray dwarves they encountered. Now it's your turn to be useful, Lin Yi said to the trembling traitor. Deliver my message of surrender. This medium-sized gray dwarf settlement, with over 3,000 members, was a vassal of the Redbeard dwarves. However, it only had a little over 300 warriors. Most of its people were tasked with mining fire-patterned stones day after day under the Redbeard clan's orders. The few warriors they did have were stationed on the outskirts of the cave for patrol. Caught off guard by the sudden battle, the gray dwarves in the cave were at a loss. Armed with crude metal weapons, they were no match for the thunder wolf dragons, which possessed both beastly instincts and dragon blood. In a matter of moments, over half of the 300 gray dwarf warriors had fallen. The remaining dwarves desperately fled toward the cave's exit, only to face an even more terrifying sight: flames spewed by the red dragon, Drogon, and the lethal venom of the black dragon, Mordekaiser, blocked their escape. In this moment of despair, a gray dwarf who had aligned himself with the enemy seized the opportunity and shouted, "Drop your weapons and stop resisting. Resist and face punishment. Surrender and save your lives." Under his urging, the surviving gray dwarves hesitantly discarded their weapons. Sure enough, the ferocious thunder wolf dragons immediately ceased their attack. "Master, the area has been cleared. Our tribe still has 2,500 people left," the turncoat dwarf excitedly reported to Lin Yi. During the chaos, he had taken the opportunity to eliminate the previous chieftain and, with the help of the thunder wolf dragons, rid himself of the chieftain's loyalists. Lin Yi studied the sycophantic dwarf before him. Though he felt some disdain for the dwarf's betrayal, he had to admit that such actions had made the operation go remarkably smoothly. "From now on, this tribe is under your control. You are to obey my orders completely." This declaration nearly caused the turncoat dwarf to faint with joy. Once an unremarkable guard, he had risen to become the leader of a tribe of 2,500 in just one day. "I swear to serve you with my life, master," cried the dwarf, whom Lin Yi temporarily nicknamed Little Guide. Under Little Guide's leadership, Lin Yi began inspecting the newly conquered territory. The main cave hall, though only 3 to 4 meters high, spanned tens of thousands of square meters. Numerous smaller chambers surrounded it, serving as the gray dwarves' living quarters and, most importantly to Lin Yi, storage rooms. When Lin Yi opened the storage rooms, he found them filled with fire-patterned stones imbued with fire attributes. However, the magical crystal ore he truly needed was in scarce supply. "Starting today, focus on collecting magical crystal ore. Stop mining fire-patterned stones," he ordered. "But master," Little Guide cautiously interjected, "we must deliver fire-patterned stones to the Redbeard tribe every month. If we fail to meet the quota..." "When is the next delivery?" Lin Yi asked. "In the next couple of days. The fire-patterned stones in the storage are ready for transport." "I was planning to visit the Redbeard tribe myself," Little Guide said, secretly hoping Lin Yi would handle this troublesome task. "Tomorrow, you'll lead the transport team. I'll hide among the group and go with you," Lin Yi declared decisively. Hearing this, the smile on Little Guide's face froze. If a fight broke out tomorrow and Lin Yi won, all would be well. But if Lin Yi lost, wouldn't he be executed by the Redbeard tribe as an accomplice? For the red-bearded dwarf tribe, the only thing Lin Yi truly cared about was the legendary guardian beast. This mysterious creature, which drove the tribe to tirelessly collect fire-veined stones for its sustenance, was undoubtedly a formidable fire elemental magical beast. As for the ordinary red-bearded dwarf warriors, they were hardly a threat in Lin Yi's eyes. His draconian warriors, and even the ordinary thunderwolf dragons, could unleash incredible combat power in the narrow terrain. The only thing that gave him pause was the presence of the guardian beast. The dwarven caves within the mountain posed a significant challenge for Lin Yi. His most powerful red dragon and black dragon, while possessing astounding strength, were simply too large to venture underground. Therefore, uncovering the red-bearded tribe's trump card was crucial. If the situation turned unfavorable, Lin Yi would not hesitate to retreat. After all, as one of the two dominant forces of the Crosscut Mountains, attacking the red-bearded tribe without absolute confidence in victory would be reckless. In just one night, the miners of the Greystone tribe managed to extract nearly 1,000 units of magic crystals for Lin Yi. This was merely the output of a mid-sized gray dwarf tribe. If Lin Yi could take control of the red-bearded tribe, which had numerous vassals, the potential yield would be unimaginable. However, Lin Yi did not indulge in such fantasies. Instead, he immediately used the magic crystals to summon more thunderwolf dragons, increasing their numbers to 200 to serve as the main force for the assault on the mountain caves. The newly appointed tribal leader, Shaodai, arrived for an audience, bearing the fatigue of sleepless deliberation. He knew he had no choice but to follow Lin Yi to the end. At that moment, a large quantity of fire-veined stones had already been loaded onto transport carts at the cave entrance, pulled by long worms domesticated by the dwarves. These unique creatures not only excavated tunnels, but also served as transportation. "Where are these fire-veined stones being sent?" Lin Yi asked. "To the valley of the red-bearded tribe. There's a smoking volcano there, it's easy to recognize," Shaodai answered respectfully. "Will there be bandits along the way?" This entire area is under the control of the red-bearded tribe. No one would dare touch the fire-veined stones. Otherwise, they'd face their wrath. Lin Yi nodded silently and ordered the convoy to set off. The Thunderwolf dragons were cleverly concealed in the carts, hidden under a layer of cloth, with fire-veined stones on top to disguise them. Lin Yi pulled up his hood, disguising himself as a tall, burly cave dweller enforcer, blending seamlessly into the escort convoy. At his summons, the red dragon Drogon and the black dragon soared above the nearby mountain peaks, silently shadowing the convoy. It was only with the protection of these two mighty dragons that Lin Yi dared to personally oversee the transport of the fire-veined stones. Should any danger arise, the dragons would swoop down from the skies above the valley, unleashing fiery breath and corrosive venom to decimate their enemies. The convoy, resembling a writhing serpent, slowly advanced as it neared the Redbeard tribe. Along the way, more and more gray dwarf caravans, also delivering tributes, could be seen. Armed Redbeard dwarf guards patrolled the roadside, their presence becoming increasingly frequent. Lin Yi observed that, despite their short stature, these dwarf warriors were well-equipped and displayed a level of combat discipline comparable to the elite steel-clad forces of the human empire. After nearly a full day of arduous travel, the convoy finally arrived at the Redbeard tribe's stronghold. The guards demanded that all escorts disarm before they could proceed. Perhaps due to the sheer number of tribute caravans or their underestimation of the Grey Dwarf's combat capabilities, the guards only gave a cursory glance at the fire-veined stones visible in the wagon beds before allowing them to pass. The air carried a faint sulfuric tang, and volcanic clouds loomed prominently overhead. The convoy leader, Xiaodai, was drenched in sweat, clearly unnerved by their current location deep within the Redbeard tribe's territory, surrounded by armed dwarves. If the cargo was discovered to be the Thunder Wolf Dragon instead of fire-veined stones during unloading, the consequences would be catastrophic. Calm down. Look at the line. We're at least an hour or two away from our turn, Lin Yi reassured the panicked Xiaodai before excusing himself from the group. Quietly, he slipped away, heading in the direction of the volcano. He suspected that the guardian beast worshipped by the Redbeard tribe was hidden within the volcanic depths. Left behind, Xiaodai was gripped by sheer terror. He wanted to shout, confess, or flee, but the Thunder Wolf Dragon in the convoy and that terrifying human woman were both watching him. All he could do was silently and desperately pray. For Lin Yi to return quickly, for the day's collection to be cancelled, for the Bronzebeard tribe to launch a sudden attack, or even for the volcano to erupt immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had reached the base of the volcano. He quickly located a secluded and unguarded spot and summoned Drogon, the Red Dragon. He had no intention of risking entry through the dwarves' tunnel. Safety was always his top priority. This volcano is located deep within the Hungduan mountain range, serving as the core territory of the Redbeard dwarves. Aside from the outposts along the valley pathways used for receiving fire-veined stones, the dwarf settlements are mainly interconnected through an intricate network of mountain caves. Over countless years of exploration and expansion, nearly every peak in the Hungduan Mountains bears the footprints of the dwarves. Lin Yi, riding his red dragon, Drogon, circled around to the far side of the mountain and headed straight for the volcano's crater. As they ascended, the temperature steadily rose, and the air became increasingly saturated with the pungent stench of sulfur. Fortunately, Drogon's scales automatically filtered the surrounding air, sparing Lin Yi from discomfort. With just a few powerful flaps of its wings, Drogon carried Lin Yi to the summit of the volcano, towering 300 to 400 meters high. The volcano's crater, approximately 100 meters in diameter, continuously spewed white steam into the air. Sensing the surging fire elemental energy emanating from within the volcano, Drogon became visibly excited, itching to explore. Lin Yi, eager to uncover the secrets of the Redbeard tribe, commanded Drogon and Mordekaiser to descend into the crater together. Drogon folded its wings and began a slow descent into the heart of the volcano. Thick, swirling white mist initially obscured their vision, but as they descended further, Lin Yi finally glimpsed the scene below. Molten orange-red magma flowed like rivers deep underground, and at the core of the fiery depths stood a massive, shadowy figure, seemingly unbothered by the intense heat surrounding it. In areas away from the magma, large groups of Redbeard dwarves were tirelessly piling up fire-veined stones into small mountains. As the dwarves chanted and called out, the colossal figure finally rose to its feet. When Lin Yi got a clear look at it, he was taken aback. Broad crimson wings, jet-black scales covering its entire body, and prominent dragon horns, it was unmistakably a fire element dragon. This enormous fire dragon used the tips of its wings to support its massive frame, and each of its heavy steps sent tremors through the volcano, causing rocks to tumble from the walls. However, at that moment, Drogon and Mordekaiser suddenly erupted in fury, unleashing enraged roars at the dragon below. Before Lin Yi could react, Mordekaiser dove headfirst toward the fire dragon, forgoing its dragon breath and opting for sheer brute force instead. The two dragons immediately clashed in a violent struggle. Drogon then explained to Lin Yi, "Master, that's a hybrid lesser dragon. It sensed the presence of me and Mordekaiser, but showed no reaction. This is a challenge to us." As it spoke, it snorted angrily, its piercing dragon eyes locked onto the ferocious battle below. If not for its duty to protect Lin Yi, Drogon would have undoubtedly joined the fray without hesitation. Lin Yi focused his gaze and finally noticed that the dragon in the heart of the volcano was indeed different from Drogon and Mordekaiser. Its outer layer was a glossy black, but under Mordekaiser's bites and strikes, its true dragon skin was revealed scarlet with streaks of orange-yellow, uneven and dull in color. It turned out that this was a crystalline layer formed by cooled volcanic lava. The two massive dragons wrestled fiercely in the volcanic core, crashing into the rock walls and sending countless volcanic stones tumbling down. This fire-aligned subdragon was nearly the same size as the black dragon Mordekaiser. When Mordekaiser clamped its jaws around the fire dragon's neck, the latter roared in pain and unleashed a blast of dragon breath aimed at Mordekaiser's abdomen. However, as a pure-blood black dragon, Mordekaiser's resistance to dragon breath far exceeded the fire dragon's expectations. Injured, the fire dragon desperately tried to drag Mordekaiser into the magma. Just as they were about to plunge into the molten depths, Mordekaiser released its grip, flapping its wings furiously and ascending in rage as it watched its opponent dive into the flowing magma. At that moment, Drogon, the red dragon carrying Lin Yi, let out a thunderous roar. Mordekaiser swiftly approached and took Lin Yi from Drogon, who then dove straight into the magma river, sending molten lava flying into the air. Nearby, the red-bearded dwarves transporting fire-patterned stones stood frozen in shock. It wasn't until the magma rain splattered around them that they snapped out of their daze and fled the volcanic core in a panic. "This is a fire-aligned subdragon? It's that strong?" Lin Yi asked in surprise. He had always thought subdragons were no match for pure-blood dragons, but this fire dragon's performance had completely changed his perspective. "That mutt was fed, and rice at it, doesn't even deserve to be called a dragon." Mordekaiser growled angrily. "If this wasn't its home turf, I would have torn it to pieces already." Lin Yi's eyes fell on the fire-patterned stones piled near the volcanic edge, and he suddenly understood. Clearly, the red-bearded tribe had carefully nurtured this fire dragon, granting it the strength to rival a true dragon. The magma river churned violently as Drogon and the fire dragon continued their battle. "Don't worry, Master. The boss will definitely rip it apart alive," Mordekaiser said with confidence. As a pure-blood red dragon, Drogon's strength surpassed even Mordekaiser's, let alone that of this hybrid subdragon. Before the words had fully settled, the magma in the volcanic core erupted into massive waves. Drogon emerged triumphantly, dragging the fire dragon's lifeless body from the magma and slamming it heavily onto the ground. Letting out a victorious roar, Drogon surveyed the area to confirm there were no more enemies before tearing open its opponent's chest and abdomen to feast on the spoils. For dragons, the heart and liver of another dragon were considered rare and nourishing delicacies. Although Mordekaiser watched hungrily, it waited patiently for Drogon to finish. It was a privilege reserved for the strongest, even among allies. "Your hero unit Red Dragon Drogon has absorbed 4 of high-level fire energy. Next stage. Crimson Inferno Dragon." This unexpected notification brought a surge of joy to Lin Yi's heart. Drogon could still evolve. As a red dragon, Drogon was already immensely powerful, and if it ascended to become a Crimson Inferno Dragon, its strength would undoubtedly be even more astonishing. Having finished devouring the remains of the wyvern, Drogon stepped away slowly. Observing this, the black dragon Mordekaiser carefully placed Lin Yi in a safe spot near the volcanic wall at the heart of the volcano. Then, unable to contain his eagerness, he rushed toward the wyvern's corpse and began feasting ravenously. Meanwhile, outside the volcano, the atmosphere at the Firestone unloading point was tense. The new chieftain of the Greystone tribe, Shaodai, was leading his convoy forward hesitantly. After waiting for a long time, their turn was finally approaching, but Shaodai was too afraid to order the convoy to proceed. His unusual behavior quickly caught the attention of the red-bearded dwarven officer at the unloading point, and a squad of fully armed dwarven warriors began preparing to surround the convoy. Shaodai's mind raced with 2 possible outcomes: either dying in the ensuing chaos between the red-bearded dwarves and that human woman, or being hunted down by Lin Yi's dragons during an escape attempt. Just as he was sinking into despair, an urgent horn sounded from the direction of the volcano. The dwarven warriors, who had been ready to act, immediately shifted their focus and hurriedly regrouped toward the volcanic cave. The officer at the unloading point followed suit, and all tribute convoys were temporarily ignored. Shaodai finally let out a sigh of relief, glancing toward the volcano and wondering if Lin Yi had stirred up some kind of trouble in the heart of the Redbeard clan's territory. Inside the volcano, Mordekaiser was feasting on the hybrid wyvern's entrails with great relish. Drogon, on the other hand, strolled through the lair, stopping near a pile of firestones. After sniffing them briefly, he disdainfully kicked them into the magma, sending up a spray of fiery sparks. These low-grade fire energy sources are only fit for those hybrid mongrels. They are worthless to pure-blood dragons, Drogon explained telepathically to Lin Yi. However, this volcano is exceptionally compatible with me. With that, he dove into the magma and began swimming freely. The wounds left from the earlier battle with the half-blood wyvern were quickly healing as Lin Yi soaked in the high-temperature magma. The visible speed of recovery left him pleasantly surprised. The fire affinity of the red dragon was working wonders in this environment, and perhaps it could even accelerate Drogon's advancement. However, the current situation was far from optimistic. They were in the heart of the red-bearded dwarf tribe's territory, and his dragon had just killed their guardian beast. To make matters worse, the black dragon Mordekaiser was unapologetically feasting on the massive corpse. If the red-bearded tribe discovered this scene, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce conflict. Just as Lin Yi was about to retreat with the two dragons, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the volcanic core's entrance. He quickly concealed himself in the shadow of the rocky wall. Fortunately, during the earlier battle, he had remained on the dragon's back, hidden by its wings and the thick smoke, avoiding detection by the dwarves. An elderly dwarf leader with a long white beard led a group of fully armed warriors into the cavern. As they advanced to within 50 meters of Mordekaiser, the black dragon growled and spat out a glob of corrosive venom. The liquid hissed as it hit the ground, releasing white smoke and eating a large hole into the solid volcanic rock. The display of power immediately had the desired effect, causing the surrounding dwarves to retreat in alarm. Meanwhile, Drogon, who had been resting in the magma, raised his head and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire into the air. The fire pillar, amplified by the volcanic terrain, shot straight into the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high. Unexpectedly, the elderly dwarf leader suddenly shouted a few words, and his warriors obediently laid down their weapons. What shocked Lin Yi even more was that the leader then raised his hands high and knelt in reverence before the two dragons. The rest of the dwarves quickly followed suit, bowing in unison and prostrating themselves on the ground. Lin Yi was bewildered. Were they worshipping the dragons as their new guardians? After completing his bow, the old dwarf stood up and carefully took out a fire-patterned stone. He cautiously approached Drogon, and when the red dragon showed no signs of aggression, he mustered his courage and walked up to its claw. Kneeling once more, he lifted the stone in offering. Drogon lowered his head, grasped the stone in his claw, and promptly incinerated it with a burst of dragon fire. The dwarves collectively turned pale at the sight. Just as they feared they had angered the dragon, Drogon's voice resonated throughout the cavern. Mana crystals. I only want mana crystals. Hearing the voice of the red dragon, Drogon, speaking in human language, Ironhammer Jacob trembled all over, barely able to believe his ears. A pure-blooded dragon, capable of communication and human speech, was right before him. The sight brought tears of overwhelming emotion to the elderly chieftain of the Redbeard tribe. Memories flooded his mind. For decades, the tribe had been providing for a half-blood wyvern that demanded endless amounts of firestone. To maintain peace within the tribe and ensure the wyvern's protection, Jacob bore the pressure from his people and devoted himself to feeding it. Under his care, the wyvern had grown from a feeble creature with a wingspan of less than 50 meters into a robust being comparable in size to a pure-blooded dragon. Yet ironically, today, it had been effortlessly slain by two true pure-blooded dragons. The ability to speak was a mark of a dragon's intelligence and a defining trait of pure-blood lineage. Drogon's words invigorated Ironhammer Jacob, and he immediately gestured to his people to bring forth the magic crystals. Although Drogon had no real need for these crystals, Lin Yi did. Sensing the dwarves' intentions, Lin Yi quickly communicated with Drogon through telepathy, instructing the Red Dragon to accept the Redbeard tribe's goodwill. After all, as one of the two dominant powers of the Crosscut Mountains, the Redbeard tribe controlled hundreds of Grey Dwarf and Cave Dweller clans, making them a formidable force. Soon, under the orders of the Ironhammer chieftain, carts filled with neatly stacked magic crystal ore were delivered to the Red Dragon. This was merely a fraction of their reserves. If Ironhammer Jacob so desired, he could mobilize his army of over 1 million subordinate miners to strip an entire mountainside of its magic crystal deposits in a single day. From afar, Lin Yi gazed at the mountain of magic crystals piling up before him and couldn't help but marvel. In comparison, his previous haul from the Greystone Grey Dwarf tribe seemed pitifully meager. The magic crystals Helen and her team had spent days collecting didn't even amount to a tenth of what was now before him. So it's true, working hard will never make you rich, only exploitation leads to wealth. Lin Yi muttered under his breath as he continued to steer the situation. Mortals, your offering pleases me. Now, state your request. Drogon's commanding voice echoed once more. Beside him, The black dragon Mordekaiser seemed momentarily taken aback by the red dragon's courteous tone. However, upon noticing Lin Yi lurking nearby, Mordekaiser immediately understood the reason and assumed a similarly imposing posture. Receiving Drogon's response, Ironhammer Jacob was so overwhelmed that he could barely speak. This red dragon was surprisingly approachable, not only accepting their offering but even inviting their request. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the history of the Redbeard tribe's dealings with dragons. Jacob's mind raced as he deliberated how to maximize the tribe's interests. Finally, with a trembling yet resolute voice, he made his request. Our Redbeard tribe's request is to eradicate the other dwarf tribe in these mountains, the Bronzenbeard tribe. Wow, this guy doesn't hold back at all, Lin Yi muttered to himself with a wry smile. The Copperbeard dwarf tribe and the Redbeard tribe are similar in size and strength. The two tribes occupy the eastern and western sides of the transverse mountain range, respectively, each ruling over hundreds of subordinate tribes. Their direct warriors number in the tens of thousands, while the populations of their vassal tribes reach into the millions. This balance of power has prevented either side from easily defeating the other. For years, the two tribes have harbored deep grudges, each seeking to dominate the entire mountain range. Chief Jacob had long sought to tame a dragon in hopes of using its power to conquer the Copperbeard tribe, but after decades, the plan had yet to succeed. Mortal, you have my promise. I will help you destroy the Copperbeard tribe. The red dragon Drogon's wings suddenly spread wide as it spoke, its majestic voice and overwhelming presence striking Chief Jacob like a hammer to the chest. Now, leave this place. Jacob wanted to discuss the details further, but Drogon brusquely dismissed him. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately led the Redbeard dwarf warriors away cautiously. Meanwhile, Shout-Eye was leading the tribute convoy of the Greystone tribe slowly toward the valley's exit. Since the sound of the dwarven horn echoed through the valley, the Redbeard dwarves had paid no further attention to their subordinate tribes. Seizing the opportunity, Shout-Eye led the convoy to withdraw, but the sheer number of caravans from various tribes caused severe congestion on the valley roads. When the Redbeard tribe lifted their alert status and the dwarf guards returned to their posts along the roadside, Shout-Eye's heart raced, fearing they would be ordered to turn back and unload their goods. Sure enough, an armed squad of dwarves quickly approached the Greystone convoy and pointed at the carts, asking Shout-Eye, "Are you the one in charge of this convoy?" Shout-Eye hesitated, his face showing unease, but before he could respond, they gave a direct order. "Stop wasting time and go back to inform your people henceforth. The Redbeard tribe will only accept mana crystals. Whether raw mana crystal or refined mana stones, it doesn't matter. These fire pattern stones are no longer needed. Do you understand?" Under the Redbeard tribe's rule, over 300 subordinate tribes swiftly shifted from mining fire pattern stones to extracting mana crystal ore. These gray dwarves and cave-dwelling folk lived in underground tunnels, continuously mining mana crystals and transporting them to the Redbeard tribe. When these newly mined mana stones were presented to Lin Yi, his resolve to take control of the Redbeard tribe grew even stronger. In just 3 days, despite the fortress master consuming mana crystals to construct defensive structures, the territory's reserves of mana crystals exceeded tens of thousands of units, with even more being mined continuously. To manage the ever-growing stockpile of mana crystals, Lin Yi established a camp coordinate in the heart of a volcanic core for easier transportation of the ore. This volcanic cavern also became Drogon's exclusive domain. Here, the Red Dragon accepted tributes from the Redbeard tribe, guarded the endless flow of mana crystal ore and stones, and leisurely swam through the bubbling magma. It remained there until Chief Hammer Jacob once again requested its aid in launching an assault on the Copperbeard tribe. For 3 days, the Redbeard tribe spared no effort in offering tributes to the red and black dragons occupying the volcano. To avoid repeating the mishap of the half-blood wyvern that had previously deceived them for food and drink, Chief Jacob Hammer once again earnestly requested the dragon's assistance in battle. This time, under Lin Yi's guidance, the red dragon Drogon and the black dragon Mordekaiser gave a clear promise. They would march with the Redbeard tribe's army against the Bronzebeard tribe. Upon receiving this response, Chief Jacob immediately mobilized the full strength of his tribe. As the most anticipated battle since he assumed leadership, he was determined to use the dragon's power to unify the Transverse Mountains in one decisive strike. Within a short time, 30,000 armed dwarves were assembled, their spirits high and ready for battle. The military strategy was quickly finalized. The main force, alongside the dragons, would launch a direct assault on the Bronzebeard tribe's stronghold from the surface. Simultaneously, an elite squad would advance covertly through the labyrinthine underground tunnels. When the Bronzebeard forces were forced to redirect their efforts to defend the surface, the underground unit could exploit the distraction to launch a rear attack, creating a pincer movement. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was methodically expanding his influence. A large quantity of magic crystals was allocated in 2 directions. One portion was invested in fortifying defenses for the Kingdom of Dragons. Under the supervision of the Fortress Master Merkel, The area around Dragonblood Peak had been fortified with various defensive structures, making it nearly impenetrable. The other portion was used to expand military forces. Lin Yi increased the Thunder Wolf Dragon Corps to 500 units and expanded the Dragonkin soldiers to 200, along with 50 Dragonkin scouts. While Dragonkin were individually stronger in combat, the Thunder Wolf Dragons offered distinct advantages in logistics due to their exceptional wilderness survival skills and pack hunting instincts. They could easily hunt for food in the wild, even subsisting on carrion and plants when necessary. In contrast, the Dragonkin warriors, requiring a dedicated supply of meat, posed a much heavier logistical burden. Since the resources brought from Blue Planet were primarily reserved for the Dragonkin, Lin Yi refrained from reckless large-scale military expansion despite having ample magic crystals. After all, the high-priced goods at the trading center were only suitable for emergencies and could not be relied upon as a long-term solution. This cautious and strategic approach ensured thorough preparations for the impending war. The Thunder Wolf Dragon and Dragonborn warriors under Lin Yi's command joined the Redbeard tribe's expedition army. When this dragon-blooded battalion appeared in the ranks, Chief Jacob showed little surprise. To him, it was only natural for a dragon to lead a force of dragon-blooded creatures. The Dwarven warriors, gazing at the contingent of Dragonborn soldiers and the Thunder Wolf Dragon, simply regarded Lin Yi as some kind of half-dragon, dragon-blooded being. Although this battalion of fewer than 1,000 soldiers was negligible in terms of overall strength, Chief Jacob understood that it symbolized the dragon's determination to honor its promise. The army soon set out, advancing along a narrow valley passage. The force of 20,000 warriors moved like a giant serpent, winding through the rugged mountain trails. Above, the red dragon Drogon and the black dragon Mordekaiser circled high in the sky, casting their shadows across the peaks and the army below. Along the way, they passed by the vassal tribes of the Bronzebeard clan, be they Grey Dwarfs, cave dwellers, or mountain goblins. These weaker tribes, having depended on the two major dwarf clans for generations, stood silently by the roadside, watching the army march past. They never involved themselves in the conflicts between the two clans. Chief Jacob paid them no mind, nor did he worry about them leaking information. A force of tens of thousands was impossible to conceal. The Bronzebeard clan would inevitably learn of their advance. Half a day later, the army encountered its first major obstacle. A narrow mountain pass, heavily fortified by the Bronzebeard warriors, stood in their way. At its narrowest point, only 5 men could walk abreast. The fortifications were ingeniously designed. There were drawbridges, barricades, and trenches on the ground, while the rock walls were riddled with caves where Bronzebeard archers lay hidden, ready to rain down arrows on the passage below. Such defenses could allow a few hundred men to hold off an army of tens of thousands for a considerable time. But this time, the Redbeard tribe had a devastating weapon. As the Bronzebeard warriors stood ready, a sudden shadow blanketed the entire pass. Drogon's fiery breath poured down like a waterfall, a torrent of searing flames engulfing the area within a 100-meter radius. The Bronzebeard warriors barely had time to react before they were reduced to charred remains. With just 2 breaths of flame, the once formidable pass that had long troubled the Redbeard tribe was obliterated, and the Redbeard army advanced without losing a single soldier. Gazing at the victory before him, Chief Jacob felt a surge of gratitude for his wise decision. "Forward," he commanded in a booming voice. "I want to reach the Bronzebeard Valley before sunset." With the advantage of their dragons, the Redbeard dwarf army advanced relentlessly, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake as Drogon's fiery breath reduced every stronghold along the way to ashes. By sunset, as planned, the army arrived at the heart of the Bronzebeard tribe Bronzebeard Valley. This expansive valley, surrounded by the transverse mountains, was home to numerous warriors of the Bronzebeard tribe. Never having faced external invasions before, the valley's fortifications were notably simple. Within the valley, a dense array of summoned Bronzebeard warriors stood ready, their weapons gleaming under the dimming light. Without hesitation, Chief Jacob ordered the attack horn to be sounded. The dwarves, accustomed to living in caves and thriving in darkness, were well prepared for a swift battle. Ironhammer Jacob, who had long awaited this moment, was determined to end it quickly. The Redbeard warriors formed their ranks and began advancing steadily toward the Bronzebeard forces, who stood in full readiness across the field. Under the command of Commander Gravelgold, the Bronzebeard tribe swiftly responded. Teams of guards adorned in mithril armor led bronze-clad soldiers to their defensive positions. Unlike the Redbeard tribe, the Bronzebeard tribe lacked a trump card like dragons, but their finely crafted equipment gave them a significant advantage. From a distance, Lin Yi could see that the armor and weapons worn by the Bronzebeard warriors were not only intricate, like works of art, but also of far superior quality compared to the Redbeard tribe. The Redbeard warriors, on the other hand, relied on heavy, cumbersome armor to compensate for the inferior quality of their gear, likely a result of the Redbeard tribe prioritizing resources to maintain their fire dragons, while the Bronzebeard tribe focused on traditional dwarven craftsmanship. As Lin Yi was lost in thought, the main forces of both tribes clashed heat, battling for dominance over the transverse mountains. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the rear of the Bronzebeard forces, and a cavalry unit emerged, charging straight toward the Redbeard army's flank where Lin Yi was stationed. Barely having time to curse his luck, Lin Yi saw the cavalry unit riding stout mountain goats, a breed unique to the transverse mountains. This elite Bronzebeard goat cavalry, the most mobile force in the Dwarven army, was now charging directly at them. Lin Yi immediately ordered his troops to prepare for battle. The Dragonblood Legion, initially treating the situation as a spectacle, was now forced to engage. Lin Yi positioned the powerful dragon warriors at the front, with 500 Thunder Wolf dragons poised behind them, ready to strike. Without any elaborate prelude, the Bronzebeard goat cavalry collided with the dragon warriors' front line. Their iron hammers, fueled by the momentum of their charge, struck the dragon warriors with devastating force, sending blood spraying into the air. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos as both sides became embroiled in a fierce melee. The towering Dragonborn soldiers stood firm, successfully thwarting the goat cavalry's charge. Without the momentum of their assault, the Bronze Hoof Riders found themselves in a dire predicament. From the rear, a tide of thunder wolves surged forward, their claws and fangs tearing through the battle lines in an instant. Amidst the shrill screams, hundreds of Bronze Hoof goat riders were soon forced to retreat from the battlefield. Just as Lin Yi found himself in grave danger, two colossal dragons, one crimson, one obsidian, let out earth-shaking roars from the mountain peaks and dove down with wings outstretched. It was only then that the Bronze Hoof tribe's commander realized the frontline reports were no exaggeration. The red-haired dwarves had indeed tamed two dragons. The sudden appearance of these enormous creatures struck fear into the hearts of the Bronze Hoof warriors. Meanwhile, the Redbeard dwarves, emboldened by the sight of their totemic deities joining the fray, saw their morale soar, instantly overturning the disadvantage posed by their inferior equipment. The arrival of Drogon and Mordekaiser was far more than just a show of force. The red dragon Drogon soared over the valley, unleashing flames that stretched hundreds of meters, leaving a vivid streak of scorched earth glowing orange-red against the twilight sky. The black dragon Mordekaiser, on the other hand, plunged directly into the Bronze Hoof formation, using his steel-like body to wreak havoc among their ranks. Each exhalation of his toxic fumes created deadly zones spanning dozens of square meters, instantly killing any dwarf who inhaled the poisonous mist. Every bite, swipe, and tail lash from him claimed the lives of scores of Bronze Hoof warriors. One Bronze Hoof commander, who narrowly escaped the dragonfire, could still feel the suffocating heat searing through the air. Realizing the battle was lost and with reinforcements from the Redbeards pouring in, he made a swift decision and ordered a retreat. Fall back to the cave tunnels in the valley and hold the line. Out in the open battlefield, the dragon's impact on both morale and strategy was catastrophic. Only within the confined spaces of the caves could there be a sliver of hope for survival. The Bronze Hoof warriors retreated while fighting, eventually withdrawing into the cave passages along the valley's sides. In these narrow confines, beyond the reach of the dragons, they regrouped for a determined resistance. Hammer Jacob was forced to commit additional forces to the clearing operation. However, the fate of the Bronze Hoof tribe was already sealed. Another contingent of Redbeard warriors had long since infiltrated the caves from the rear, seizing control of critical passages. In the grueling overnight battle of encirclement, the Bronze Hoof tribe ultimately succumbed to their doom. By dawn, the remaining forces were compelled to emerge from the caves, surrendering one by one in the Bronze Hoof Valley. From the vantage point shared with the Red Dragon's vision, Lin Yi could only observe the surrender ceremony from above. By now, Drogon and Mordekaiser had been revered as divine totems by the Redbeard dwarves. They descended upon the valley square, silently watching as Hammer Jacob negotiated the surrender of the Bronze Hoof dwarves. Despite their victory over the Bronzebeard clan in the war, thanks to the aid of the dragon, the Redbeard tribe found it no easy task to fully claim the territory ruled by the Bronzebeard dwarves, which spanned half of the Hungduan Mountains. The scattered strongholds of the Bronzebeard dwarves, hidden within various mountain caves, would require immense time and effort to conquer one by one. Jacob Ironhammer knew well that if he could persuade the ruling class of the Bronzebeard Valley, their main stronghold, to surrender, the subjugation of the other regions would become far easier. At this moment, he stood imposingly before Edgar, the leader of the Bronzebeards, surrounded by a throng of Redbeard elders. No one wanted to miss this historic occasion. The Hungduan Mountains were on the verge of gaining a unified ruler. Edgar, have you made your decision? Jacob's voice carried a tone of triumph. Submit to us, and the Bronzebeard dwarves can retain their status as the ruling class. The pointless war between our tribes has gone on for too long. It is time to end it. Ridiculous. Edgar suddenly erupted in fury, pointing a finger directly at Jacob's nose. You raggedy red-haired dwarves with your scrap metal weapons dare speak to me like this? Without the dragon's help, what are you even worth? Jacob's face darkened. He had hoped to avoid violence to increase the chances of Edgar's surrender, but it was clear the other party was unwilling to cooperate. Just as he turned to order Edgar's execution, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Chief, watch out. Get out of the way, my lord. Kill that madman." The alarmed cries of the red-beard warriors filled the air. As Jacob turned back, he was met with a horrifying sight. Edgar, with a look of grim determination, was charging toward him, clutching a strange iron device in his hand. A short fuse on it was emitting an ominous hissing sound. Before Jacob could react, a deafening explosion thundered through the valley. In an instant, both Edgar and Jacob were obliterated in the blast, their forms reduced to fragments. Many of the surrounding Redbeard elders were killed on the spot as well. Even the mighty red dragon, Drogon, was startled by the sudden detonation, unleashing a fiery breath in its fury. The searing flames consumed the surviving Redbeard elders and the captive Bronzebeard leaders, leaving only charred remains. In the distance, Lin Yi stood frozen, stunned by the shocking turn of events. No one could have foreseen that what was supposed to be a surrender ceremony would end in such a catastrophic and brutal manner. What is that guy holding? Dynamite? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened as he pondered silently. Even the most advanced grenades on Blue Star might not produce such immense explosive power for their size. But he didn't have time to dwell on it, as the valley square had already descended into chaos. The simultaneous deaths of the Copperbeard and Redbeard tribe leaders caught all the warriors off guard. Lin Yi hurriedly calmed the furious red and black dragons, while a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. The red dragon, Drogon, leapt into the air, his massive wings casting shadows under the sunlight as he looked down on the densely packed dwarves in the valley. At that moment, the black dragon, Mordekaiser, roared from the ground, "Silence!" The black dragon's command had an immediate effect, and the chaotic scene quickly came under control. All the dwarves of the Copperbeard and Redbeard tribes instinctively looked up at the red dragon in the sky, anxiously awaiting what would happen next. "I am Drogon Iberios, the red dragon. I command you to submit to me." The powerful voice of the dragon reverberated throughout the valley. Drogon exuded an unmatched aura of dominance, while the black dragon followed with a thunderous roar in support. The Redbeard dwarf warriors exchanged glances before quickly laying down their weapons and kneeling in submission. Their decision was not without reason. Over the past few decades, they had been told that a guardian dragon resided in the volcano of the Redbeard tribe. Although they had never witnessed the dragon fighting for them, the recent display of dominance by the red and black dragons on the battlefield had instilled both awe and pride in them. With their leader dead and the elders gone, it seemed only natural for these lost warriors to heed the call of their tribe's guardian beast. This sight stunned the captured Copperbeard dwarves. As they hesitated, the black dragon Mordekaiser roared furiously, "Kneel!" and spat a venomous spray, incapacitating a small group of defiant individuals. Witnessing this, the remaining Copperbeard dwarves quickly knelt in submission. For the Copperbeard dwarves, surrendering to their Redbeard counterparts was an unbearable humiliation, which was why their leader, Edgar, had chosen death over submission. However, bowing to a pure-blooded dragon capable of human speech did not feel as dishonorable. After all, both humans and dwarves held a natural reverence for the strong. Having a dragon as a protector for their tribe was, in fact, a desirable prospect for most of the Copperbeard dwarves. The unexpectedly smooth resolution left Lin Yi pleasantly surprised. Only now did he realize he had underestimated the status of dragons in the hearts of the demonic realm's races. Although the two dwarf tribes were pledging allegiance to Drogon and Mordekaiser rather than to him directly, it still meant that the Crosscut Mountains had indirectly come under his control. The chaos caused by Edgar, the Copperbeard tribe leader, who had chosen self-destruction, was swiftly quelled under the intervention of the red dragon, Drogon. In the valley square, the corpses of the two tribal leaders were still fresh, and many high-ranking elders lay either dead or wounded. Only Drogon's voice echoed through the night. Under Drogon's command, the captives of the Copperbeard tribe had their bonds untied. These former adversaries were now granted equal status with the dwarves of the Redbeard tribe, all becoming subjects of the Red Dragon. The Redbeard dwarves had no objection to this arrangement. They firmly believed that the two mighty dragons were the guardians of their tribe and would undoubtedly favor their own. Interestingly, the two tribes, who were at each other's throats just moments ago, now coexisted in harmony. Aside from the conflicts among the leadership over control of the Crosscut Mountains, there was no deep-seated hatred between the ordinary dwarves. Redbeard warriors even voluntarily helped their Copperbeard counterparts clean up the battlefield and clear away the debris. The following day, under the guidance of the two dragons, representatives from the Copperbeard and Redbeard tribes, along with those from various mountain ridges and caves across the Crosscut Mountains, gathered at the Copperbeard Valley Square. Drogon declared, "Today, under my witness, the bloody war between the Redbeard and Copperbeard tribes comes to an end. From this day forward, There will no longer be Copperbeards or Redbeards, only one Dragonblood dwarf tribe. For the ordinary dwarves, this decision was more beneficial than detrimental. The title of ruler of the Crosscut Mountains meant little compared to the prospect of a peaceful life. The tribal representatives tacitly accepted this arrangement as well, since the newly unified Dragonblood dwarf tribe fulfilled their aspirations for honor to some extent. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the intervention of the dragons. The Copperbeard dwarves would rather submit to the dragons than bow to their Redbeard kin. With the critical matter of tribal unification resolved, Lin Yi turned his attention to the representatives of the various mountain ridge and cave factions present. These scattered forces controlled nearly half of the population and resources of the two tribes, and he could not allow them to operate independently. Speaking through Drogon, Lin Yi announced, "From now on, the Dragonblood dwarf tribe will be under my direct command and answerable only to me. The previous tribal chief system is hereby abolished and replaced with direct governance by the Tribal Alliance." This proclamation caused an uproar among the mountain ridge and cave representatives, as it signified the loss of their former authority. Impossible! A bronze-bearded dwarf shot to his feet, his face turning crimson with rage. For years, no one has ever been able to strip the Onduin family of their rule over Snow Lotus Peak. Even if you're a dragon, I absolutely won't agree. No sooner had he finished speaking than other Bronzebeard representatives voiced their support. Some Redbeard representatives seemed restless as well, but the presence of the Red Dragon, a guardian beast, made them hesitate. The dwarves of the Central Alliance between the two clans remained silent. Most of their upper leadership had perished the day before in Edgar's self-detonation and the Red Dragon's searing breath, leaving them entirely under Drogon's control. "Perhaps I wasn't clear," said Drogon, the Red Dragon, raising his head as his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. "This is an order. There is no room for negotiation." The defiance of the bronze-bearded dwarf enraged the Black Dragon, Mordekaiser, who lunged forward in a flash. With a snap of its massive jaws, it grabbed the defiant dwarf and devoured him in a few savage bites. "Anyone else have objections?" Drogon's gaze swept across every dwarf present. Those who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads. It was only at this moment that they fully understood they were standing before two fearsome dragons, infamous in the Dark Realms, creatures far beyond their ability to bargain with. And so, Lin Yi forced the centralization of power among the dwarf clans of the Hungduan Mountains. Dragonborn warriors would be dispatched to every mountain and cavern clan to serve as his emissaries and enforce his orders. From that moment forward, all intelligent races in the Hungduan Mountains would submit to his rule. With these major issues resolved, cheers erupted in the Copperbeard Valley Square. For the ordinary red and bronze-bearded dwarves, the end of clan wars, the unification into one tribe, and having dragons as allies was indeed cause for celebration. Barrels of dwarven ale were brought out, and former rivals drank themselves into stupors, singing and dancing hand in hand. Lin Yi watched the scene unfold, his gaze landing on the bloodstains and scorch marks left behind by Edgar's self-detonation the previous day. He found it deeply ironic. The greatest losers of this war were the upper leaders of both clans, and without them, the dwarves seemed to be better off. Paying no further attention to the drunken dwarves, Lin Yi turned and headed toward the caves of Copperbeard Valley. He was eager to uncover the origins of the items Edgar had used during his self-detonation. Inside the cave, several bronze-bearded dwarves greeted him with respectful bows. To them, Lin Yi was a dragon-blooded warrior of Drogon and held a position of great honor. Two Dragonborn soldiers followed closely behind him. "Tell me about the origin of this," Lin Yi said, pointing to a row of fist-sized metallic lumps neatly arranged on the table. A craftsman from the Bronzebeard tribe, who had been waiting there, immediately responded, "My lord, these are creations of the Copperbeard clan, codenamed Boom Maker's Magic Crystal Bombs." Lin Yi stared intently at the samples on the table and the densely packed dwarvish script on the wall. Although he had gained the ability to understand languages upon being transported to the Dark Demon realm, this ability did not extend to reading written text. The leading Copperbeard dwarf craftsman carefully picked up a magic crystal bomb and began explaining in detail to Lin Yi. "This magic crystal bomb is made of 2 units of magic crystal blocks. We discovered that forged magic crystal blocks become extremely unstable. When 2 such crystals come into violent contact, they release a massive energy shockwave. Based on this property, we developed a bomb using magic crystals as the core." As the dwarf craftsman spoke, he moved to bring the bomb closer to Lin Yi. This action caused Lin Yi to frown, and the dragon warrior behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to subdue the reckless dwarf. "Please don't worry, sir," the dwarf craftsman quickly explained upon noticing the reaction. "This is just a prototype. There's a spacer separating the 2 magic crystal blocks. It won't explode unless the fuse is installed and ignited." Lin Yi carefully observed the disassembled chunk of iron in the dwarf's hands, and indeed noticed a spacer between the 2 magic crystal blocks. "So, the principle is this. After installing the fuse, when the fuse burns out, the spacer fails, allowing the two magic crystals to collide and trigger an explosion. The dwarf craftsman nodded repeatedly, surprised by Lin Yi's understanding. He had assumed that this dragon envoy, like the Copperbeard leader, would be completely ignorant of technical matters. Then why wasn't this weapon used in previous battles? Lin Yi questioned. For the Copperbeard dwarves, who controlled half of the Crossgut Mountains, magic crystals were not a scarce resource. It seemed unlikely that such a powerful weapon would be left unused. To answer your question, sir, the dwarf craftsman replied in a gruff voice, this type of bomb is still in the experimental stage and is not yet reliable. Even the one used by Chief Edgar at the time, well, we weren't entirely sure it would detonate successfully. Hearing this explanation, Lin Yi silently felt relieved that the Redbeard clan had arrived in time. If they had come any later and these magic crystal bombs had been perfected and deployed by the Copperbeard army, defeating them would have been nearly impossible. As he gazed at the disassembled bomb before him, Lin Yi had an idea. What if you designed it like this? Remove the spacer and bury the bomb in a shallow pit on the road. When someone steps on it, the two magic crystals would collide and trigger an explosion. This suggestion immediately lit up the eyes of the dwarf craftsmen present. Lin Yi's idea broke their conventional thinking. They had always limited the use of magic crystal bombs to their own forces. This made safety an urgent issue to address. Factors such as the material, length, ignition efficiency of the fuse, and its inability to function in rainy conditions severely hindered the development progress of the magic crystal bomb. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up as he proposed a groundbreaking idea. What if we make the magic crystal bomb trigger and detonate by the enemy themselves? Wouldn't that eliminate these safety concerns? His suggestion immediately caught the attention of the dwarf craftsmen present. They put down their tools and gathered around to discuss it enthusiastically. As the dwarves were immersed in brainstorming this new design concept, Lin Yi presented another thought. Since the essence of the magic crystal bomb lies in the violent collision of two magic crystal blocks causing an explosion, theoretically, it should be usable underwater as well, right? Several dwarf craftsmen exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Lin Yi then elaborated on his concept for a water mine. We could design a floating explosive device that sits on the water surface. It wouldn't require insulation pads, and as soon as it collides with a ship or creature on the water, it would trigger an internal explosion from the magic crystal blocks. This idea ignited a spark of inspiration among the dwarf craftsmen. They immediately launched into a heated brainstorming session, with creative ideas flowing freely. Watching this scene, Lin Yi smiled in satisfaction and prepared to leave the cave. Before departing, he addressed the leader of the dwarf craftsmen with a solemn tone. The Red Dragon values your work highly. This experimental base will be the most secretive site of the Dragonblood dwarf tribe. As long as you achieve results, I promise you will become the most promising group of dwarves in the tribe. To these dwarves, who had long been looked down upon by traditional craftsmen, Lin Yi's words were like a shot of adrenaline. They and their families had always struggled to gain respect within the tribe. But now, knowing they had the Red Dragon's support, their motivation surged. They were eager to dive into round-the-clock research without hesitation. After assigning a small squad of dragon soldiers to guard the experimental base, Lin Yi made his way to the Alliance Hall of the former Copperbeard tribe. Waiting for him there was a Copperbeard commander, one of the first dwarf officers to pledge allegiance to the Red Dragon, Drogon. He had since been promoted to one of the two major administrators of the Dragonblood dwarf tribe. The other administrator hailed from the Redbeard tribe, and was also a senior officer who revered strength. Their loyalty to the Red Dragon made them invaluable aides in Lin Yi's management of the tribe. Led by the Copperbeard commander, one massive metal door after another slowly opened, revealing an awe-inspiring storage area. Each storage cavern spanned over 100 meters in length and width, with a minimum height of 20 to 30 meters. Special techniques maintained a constant temperature within. A single cavern could store up to 200,000 tons of refined copper ore. Gazing at these colossal warehouses, carved deep into the mountain, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of resources. This, he thought, was the true foundation of a hegemonic force in the Hungduan Mountains. The storage area unfolding before Lin Yi was nothing short of spectacular. Nearly 100 uniform-sized caves were neatly arranged, each containing various types of ores mined from different locations in the Hungduan Mountains, meticulously categorized and stored. Among them, the most striking was a warehouse filled with magic crystal ores, estimated to contain at least 1 million units of magic crystals based on a 10 refinement rate. The staggering figure nearly overwhelmed Lin Yi with joy. What was even more astounding was the sheer quantity of rare minerals accumulated over a century by the Copperbeard tribe. These were the types of precious ores that could only be seen in auction houses within the Gongza human empire, yet here they were measured in tens of thousands of tons. Of course, this wealth wasn't solely the result of the efforts of the 10,000 dwarves in the Copperbeard tribe, but also included the contributions of over 1 million grey dwarves, troglodytes, and cave goblins who were subordinate to the tribe. Gravelgold, the leader, then led Lin Yi to the base of a dormant volcano nearby. where the tribe's massive equipment smelting facility was located. The sight before Lin Yi once again left him awestruck. Thousands of open-air dwarven workstations lined up in perfect rows, with most of them occupied by shirtless dwarven craftsmen diligently forging weapons and equipment. "This is our tribe's equipment crafting workshop," Gravelgold introduced proudly. "At full capacity, we can outfit an entire army of 1,000 soldiers with complete gear in just 1 month." A single set of dwarven warrior equipment consisted of dozens to hundreds of components, each requiring processes like forging, blade hardening, and quenching. Even for seasoned dwarven craftsmen, completing an entire set of equipment would take a full month. Such production capabilities were something Lin Yi had only heard of among the top-tier lords of the Covenant Alliance. Gravelgold continued to guide Lin Yi deeper into the volcano through underground tunnels. As they ventured further, the air grew increasingly hot. When they finally reached the end of the passage, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Molten lava flowed continuously along pathways resembling conveyor belts, while numerous dwarves worked at their individual smelting stations, feeding various ores into the searing lava to extract metal ingots. Magic, crystal-powered rail carts shuttled back and forth, transporting these ingots to the surface for the craftsmen to forge into equipment. The seamless production line left Lin Yi in awe, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly in admiration of this race that had perfected the art of mining and equipment manufacturing. On the return trip, standing on a magic crystal-powered rail cart, Lin Yi couldn't resist asking, "Judging by these rail carts, it seems you've mastered the use of magic crystal energy?" "Yes, my lord," Gravelgold replied confidently. "Then why not use the magic crystal conversion furnace for smelting?" Commander Li Jin straightened his back, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "To answer your question, my lord, our craftsmen have indeed tried. However, the metal ingots smelted using the magic crystal conversion furnace contain a higher level of impurities, making them far less pure than those refined by volcanic magma. More importantly, our craftsmen firmly believe that metal materials not cleansed by magma lack a soul, which prevents them from showcasing their true craftsmanship. In fact, weapons and equipment made with the magic crystal conversion furnace only meet the standards of the human empire, but fall far short of the minimum requirements of us dwarves." The Redbeard representative, standing nearby, could no longer hold back and interjected urgently, "Our Redbeard tribe has been using the magic crystal conversion furnace. With a workshop of less than 500 workstations, we can produce over 1,000 sets of standard equipment every month." Seeing Lin Yi's admiration for the Copperbeard tribe, he was eager to restore some pride for his own tribe. "That production volume is indeed impressive," Lin Yi sincerely remarked. Even by the standards of the human empire of Gongza, such mass production capabilities were remarkable. Commander Li Jin sneered. "And you dare call that weapons and equipment? You Redbeards have brought shame upon the dwarves. Hoarding all that firestone. Who knows what madness you're up to? The armor you produce shatters with a single blow from one of our Copperbeard hammers. No matter how much trash you make, it's still trash." These words immediately infuriated the Redbeard representative, and the two fell into a heated argument. It took Lin Yi nearly half a day to calm them down. Back in the main hall, Lin Yi convened a meeting with the high-ranking representatives of the Dragonblood dwarf tribe. At the center of the conference table lay a meticulously crafted terrain model of the Hungduan Mountains. This model was created by Lin Yi, who combined his perfect scores in terrain modeling courses back on Blue Star with field reconnaissance data from Dragon Scouts and aerial intelligence from the Red and Black Dragons. The result was a flawless representation of the mountain range's geographical details. Around the terrain model stood Helen, Xiaodai, and over a dozen senior representatives. Pointing at the model, Lin Yi began, "This is the Hungduan Mountains where we currently reside. Now that the conflict between the Redbeard and Copperbeard tribes has been resolved, it's time to dismantle the internal military checkpoints and redirect resources toward constructing a new defensive perimeter." He demonstrated on the model a series of defensive structures designed to leverage the natural terrain. These fortifications encircled the entire Hungduan Mountains, with every possible ground entry point carefully secured. The defense system transformed the mountain range into a sealed-off kingdom, with the surrounding fortifications serving as an impenetrable wall guarding the territory. This optimal defense plan was a result of Lin Yi's own insights, the expertise of City Defense Master Merkel, and advice from numerous leaders within the National Alliance. Though the initial investment was immense, the design left virtually no obvious weaknesses. Master of Fortifications Merkel swiftly completed the construction of the defenses at Dragonblood Peak after receiving an ample supply of materials. Leaving the remaining finishing touches to the craftsmen within the territory, he shifted his focus to planning the defensive system for the entire Crosscut Mountains, following Lin Yi's instructions. "I need all of you to cooperate with Master Merkel's plans and complete the construction of the Crosscut Mountains defenses as soon as possible," Lin Yi said, his gaze sweeping across the tribal representatives present. "All vassal tribes will be exempted from the monthly tribute of supplies until the construction is finished, but you must fully commit your manpower and resources to assist in the areas assigned to you." His eyes finally landed on Xiaodai, who sat in the corner. The leader of the Greystone tribe immediately understood and stood up, loudly pledging to accomplish the task. As the first dwarven tribe leader to swear allegiance, Xiaodai had long regarded himself as Lin Yi's loyal subordinate. He knew well that these vassal tribes were required to offer nearly half of their harvests monthly to two dwarven tribes. The exemption this time would surely persuade them to fully support the construction efforts. Although building fortifications might seem redundant with two dragons guarding the territory, no one dared question the Red Dragon Lord's decisions. Lin Yi, of course, wasn't about to reveal that this was the most straightforward way to secure system recognition for territorial expansion. Once the walls and defenses built along the mountain passes were completed, he would meet the requirements to advance to a higher-tier lordship. This method was one of the promotion strategies shared by high-ranking leaders in the National Alliance. As for other promotion criteria such as the population of direct territories, surrounding threats, regional dominance, and overall combat strength, Lin Yi planned to tackle them one by one. Considering he had been in the Dark Demon realm for less than a month, his progress was already remarkable. Now, who will brief me on the situation around the Crosscut Mountains? Lin Yi asked. Commander Tongshu Li Jin promptly responded. The Crosscut Mountains stretch from west to east, running parallel to the Great River and separating the northern rainforest from the southern barren plains. The mountains block rainfall from the north, leaving the southern plains relatively desolate. Our Tongshu scouts have reported centaur activity on the plains to the west of the mountains, with a particularly large nomadic centaur tribe in the southeast. Have you fought them before? Lin Yi inquired with interest. There have been a few small skirmishes, Tongshu Li Jin explained. We are at a disadvantage on the plains, but when they pursued us into the mountains, our Tongshu warriors twice annihilated their forces. While they are aggressive attackers, their ability to fight in mountainous terrain is no match for us dwarves, so their threat is limited. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. This made sense. As a nomadic race, centaurs were formidable when charging across open plains, but mountain warfare was far from their strength. On the side of the Bronzebeard tribe, their only cavalry consisted of dwarf-mounted goats. While this unit struggled to match the centaurs in open plains, they held a significant advantage in the rugged terrain of the transverse mountain range. Using the extensive network of cave tunnels, the dwarven warriors could launch swift, unpredictable strikes, leaving the centaurs, who relied on their charging power, at a disadvantage. Once the defensive fortifications around the mountains were completed, this nomadic centaur tribe would pose even less of a threat. To the north of the mountains lay the Great River Basin, home to a peculiar group of inhabitants, the Murlocs. These semi-humanoid aquatic creatures, while vast in number, were individually weak in combat. Even 10 Murlocs hunting together could suffer casualties when facing a single prairie demon wolf. They relied on sheer numbers to dominate the river, launching group attacks to hunt magical beasts along the riverbanks. Even more astonishing was the fact that these grotesque Murlocs were egg-laying creatures, capable of producing hundreds of eggs at a time, which would mature in just 3 months. My lord, the situation to the south warrants greater attention, said a red-bearded dwarven officer, taking the lead in the conversation. 3 years ago, there was an outbreak of a magical beast tide. He described how countless prairie beasts were driven north by a deadly black magical smoke. This toxic smoke killed any creature, avian or terrestrial, that came into contact with it instantly. Fortunately, the natural barrier of the transverse mountains allowed us to survive by taking refuge in the caves, another representative added, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. This explanation finally helped Lin Yi understand why the southern wilderness was so desolate, inhabited only by mindless magical creatures and the nomadic centaur tribes. Surveying the current situation, he realized there were few forces capable of threatening his territory, especially since he possessed 2 pure-blooded dragons. Speaking of dragons, Lin Yi suddenly recalled the rule that mid-tier lords could have up to 3 hero units. While the first hero could be recruited for free, the second required 500 magic crystals, and the third would cost 2,500. For someone who had taken over the Dragonblood Dwarf's treasury, this amount of magic crystals was a trivial expense. After finalizing the details of the defensive construction, Lin Yi eagerly departed with his red and black dragons, heading back to the Dragonblood Peak, the heart of his draconic domain. He was impatient to find out what kind of being the third hero unit would turn out to be. On Dragonblood Peak, thanks to the efforts of the city defense master Merkel, a formidable military fortress now stood proudly. From the foot of the mountain to the midslope, 14 fully enclosed watchtowers were built along the terrain, forming a tightly knit defensive network. Each tower was equipped with a comprehensive reconnaissance system, ensuring no enemy approaching on the ground could evade detection. Midway up the mountain, a small bastion built into the terrain stood out. Its towering walls, thick and formidable, cast orderly shadows under the sunlight, with densely packed battlements designed for defense. This intricately designed fortification was capable of withstanding forces dozens of times larger, even with a small garrison. Moreover, with powerful dragons stationed here, it was truly an impregnable stronghold. Lin Yi, after inspecting the defensive facilities with satisfaction, arrived at the open space halfway up the mountain. This area served as the summoning base for combat units. Without hesitation, he took out 2,500 units of magic crystals and activated them. The surrounding space trembled as a distorted void imbued with the power of laws materialized before him. The red dragon, Zhuogung, and the black dragon, Mordekaiser, stood vigilantly on either side of Lin Yi, their eyes fixed on the void. Soon, a claw covered in gleaming silver scales emerged, followed by a crystalline dragon head. Unlike Mordekaiser's skull-like and menacing visage, this dragon's head resembled a meticulously crafted crystal sculpture, radiating a captivating silver glow. Human, you summon Muhat is your purpose? The silver dragon's tone was calm yet haughty. This demeanor enraged Mordekaiser, who roared and lunged at the newcomer. However, the silver dragon merely cast a cold glance, and a flash of icy light flickered in its water-blue eyes. In an instant, a tangible mist enveloped the charging black dragon, trapping him completely. No matter how fiercely Mordekaiser struggled or roared, he could not break free from the confinement. Zhuogung, who had been lounging idly, immediately became alert upon witnessing this. His scales bristled as he assumed a defensive posture, ready for battle. Seeing his two strongest subordinates so on edge, Lin Yi quickly activated the dragon soul bloodline within him. A golden light erupted from his body, enveloping the silver dragon. Though wary, the silver dragon could not resist the binding power of this bloodline. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi swiftly completed the bloodline bond, successfully bringing the formidable silver dragon under his command. The silver dragon Primo, as Lin Yi's third hero-level unit, demonstrated extraordinary power. This silver dragon possessed 5 formidable abilities. Frost breath that could absorb moisture and ice crystals from the air, unleashing a freezing dragon's breath that became even more potent in cold and humid environments. Paralyzing mist that could summon a deadly mist, incapacitating any target caught within it by quickly rendering them unable to fight. Cloud veil it used mist to perfectly conceal its presence, making it nearly impossible for any creature to detect, allowing it to launch surprise attacks. Shapeshift it could transform into a dragon-human form. While its combat power slightly diminished, its magical abilities remained unaffected. Magic immunity as a pure-blooded dragon, it was naturally immune to all offensive magic. In terms of combat attributes, Primo had 5,000 health points, 500 physical attack power, and over 1,000 frost magic attack power. Its physical defense was rated at 120 points, while its magic defense was immeasurable. After Lin Yi established a bond with the silver dragon, a telepathic connection formed among the 3 dragons. The red dragon Drogon remained calm, but the black dragon Mordekaiser, who had just suffered in the paralyzing mist, was less content. Arrogantly, Mordekaiser declared himself the second brother, only to be met with a cold stare from Primo. The silver dragon simply observed Drogon in silence, clearly recognizing the fire-breathing red dragon as the only worthy opponent. In its dragon-human form, Primo bowed to Lin Yi. Now the same height as a human, its light blue skin and refined features made it stand out. Observing that the red and black dragons could not shapeshift, Lin Yi cast a puzzled look their way. Mordekaiser quickly explained, "Master, this guy is close to advancing to his next form, so being able to shapeshift is normal. But even if he advances, it doesn't mean he can beat me. Let him fight me in hand-to-hand combat, no fancy magic tricks." Primo dismissed the provocation with disdain. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized that Primo's advancement to its next form, the Frost Dragon, was already 86 complete, explaining its superior abilities compared to the other 2 dragons. In contrast, Drogon's progress towards advancement was at 20, while Mordekaiser remained stagnant. "Mordekaiser, you need to work harder," Lin Yi said earnestly. Lin Yi summoned a squad of Silver Dragon's elite Draconic Guards. This specialized unit bore distinctive physical traits. Their skin was coated with a glossy, slimy membrane, webbed structures connected their toes, and unique fin-like organs extended behind their ears, features that made them perfectly adapted for underwater movement. Each soldier wielded a uniquely designed trident, with a complex and intricate structure far superior to an ordinary spear. These Draconic Guards inherited the formidable bloodline of the Silver Dragon, Primo, granting them 3 special abilities. Their Dragonkin heritage gave them a natural dominance over lower-tier units. Their Water Walker ability allowed them to move effortlessly in deep water, and their anti-magic keratin reduced magical damage by 50. In terms of combat attributes, they possessed 200 health points, 80 physical attack power, 30 physical defense, and 100 magical defense. Compared to the brutal Dragonborn soldiers of the Red Dragon or the stealthy Dragonborn scouts of the Black Dragon, these Draconic Guards were far better suited for aquatic warfare. Their towering stature stood in stark contrast to the ordinary Murloc tribes, leaving Lin Yi amazed. With this amphibious unit under his command, the threat posed by the Murloc tribes in the Great River north of the Hungduan Mountains would no longer be a concern. As Lin Yi strategized about the waterborne strength and future expansion of the Dragon Kingdom, Helen's voice of complaint interrupted his thoughts. Lin, where's the land you promised me? Why am I still stuck managing these filthy cave dwellers and grey dwarves? After unifying the Hungduan Mountains, Lin Yi appointed Xiaodai as the representative of nearly 2 million subordinate races. Although Xiaodai was obedient, Lin Yi remained cautious of these natives from the dark magic realms. In contrast, Helen, who also hailed from Blue Star, was subject to numerous restrictions such as requiring Lin Yi's approval to return to Blue Star, recruit subjects, or raise soldiers, which made her more trustworthy. This was why Lin Yi entrusted Helen with overseeing Xiaodai. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Yi replied. Don't you realize I'm testing you? If you can't even manage Grey Dwarf natives, how can I trust you with a territory of your own? But none of that matters now. In preparing to cross the river and establish a new territory in the northern jungle, do you know the first person I thought of? That's right. It was you. Lin Yi's words made Helen's eyes light up. Ever since entering the dark demon realm, she had been dealing with those dull, earth-digging cave natives, and she was already tired of it. Really? Helen couldn't hide her excitement, but Lin Yi's expression suddenly turned serious. It was at first, but your performance today has made me reconsider. You're too impulsive, and that really disappointed me. This criticism made Helen's heart tighten, and a wave of regret washed over her. She knew she needed to be more composed. Here's the deal, Lin Yi said after a moment of thought. Once the defensive fortifications in the Hungduan Mountains are complete, I'll give you my answer. Treat this time as a trial period and make sure to prove yourself. Lin, don't worry, I won't let you down. After the call ended, a faint smirk of disdain appeared on Lin Yi's lips. This foreign woman, all looks and no brains, was so easy to fool. Once again, he had successfully fed her empty promises. With a personality like hers, how could she possibly be entrusted with a territory? Shaking his head, Lin Yi immediately turned his attention to more pressing matters. He first spent magic crystals to summon 100 draconic guards, ordering them to set up camp near the Great River, maintain vigilance, and keep an eye on the fishfolk population in the waters. Next, he began addressing the logistical challenges of the Dragon Nation territory. Ever since taking over the Dragonblood dwarf tribe, he had discovered a tricky problem. The dwarves were all vegetarians. Their main diet consisted of various mushrooms grown in mountain caves, whether dried, powdered, in soups, or other preparations, occasionally supplemented with wild greens. For Lin Yi's forces, this was a nightmare. The dragon warriors and scouts were all voracious meat-eaters, and even the omnivorous thunder wolf dragons showed no interest in the mushrooms. The supplies he had brought back from Blue Star, amounting to hundreds of tons, had already been mostly consumed after the last troop expansion. Fortunately, the newly recruited draconic guards weren't picky eaters. Although they were carnivores, they could sustain themselves from the river, even using the fishfolk as a food source. After a few days of observation, Lin Yi confirmed that these draconic guards could maintain logistical support in the river region. He then summoned an additional 1,000 draconic guards and constructed 2 military fortresses near the river to prepare for future northern advances. At the same time, Lin Yi intended to test the fishfolk. While their individual combat strength was weak, their sheer numbers made them the dominant force in the Great River region. Lin Yi had no intention of risking his supply lines being cut by these creatures during a northern jungle campaign. Just as he finished handling these matters, the Alliance chat group buzzed with activity. It turned out that Wu Qingfeng, the shadow demon lord whom Lin Yi had once assisted, had successfully advanced to a high-tier lord. I want to thank everyone in the group, all the experts who guided me, and Lin Yi from the Dragon Nation for his crucial help. The shadow demon lord Wu Qingfeng's voice trembled with emotion in the Alliance chat. Wu, it's been 3 years. I've been stuck at midair for 3 whole years. Do you know how I managed to get through this? On the other side of the screen, his hands were slightly shaking. 2 failed attempts to advance to high-tier lordship had nearly crushed his confidence. The glory of once being a rookie king had long faded, replaced by despair from repeated setbacks. Little Shadow, you finally made it. It's all in the past now. From here on, your path will only get wider and brighter, said the usually teasing Cat City Lord in an uncharacteristically serious tone, offering rare words of comfort. The group chat instantly became lively, with numerous lords sending their congratulations to the newly ascended high-tier Shadow Demon Lord. For the Alliance members of the Dragon Nation, gaining another high-tier lord was indeed a cause for celebration. By the way, aren't there still a few mid-tier members in the group? Someone suddenly asked. The Alliance chat admin, Big Willow Tree, quickly responded. Aside from the latest rookie king, Dragon Nation, I think there are 3 other mid-tier members, though I'm not sure if they've chosen to leave the Dark Demon Realm. To many, the Dark Demon Realm was akin to a high-stakes gamble. Some achieved fame and glory here, conquering lands and returning triumphantly. Yet far more perished, becoming just another soul among countless others. Those unable to bear the pressure often opted to return to Blue Star. However, the path back wasn't easy. They had to sell off their territories to cover various expenses, with some even falling into crippling debt. For middle lords and top-tier organizations like the National Team Alliance Group, the pressure was even greater. While others discussed hunting large orc tribes or waging war against the Gongza Empire, these middle lords were still struggling with clearing nearby monsters and protecting their people. The stark contrast often left these once-proud rookie kings in deep anguish. Just when everyone assumed Lin Yi was the only remaining middle lord, a timid voice suddenly broke the silence. There's also me. It's Salty Soymilk Wu Xiao. She's an inheritor lord, Big Willow Tree recalled. The situation of the Salty Soy Milk Lord was extremely rare within the Covenant group. Her territory had been inherited, as the previous high-ranking lord, who was a member of the national team, specifically arranged for this succession before stepping down. Upon inheritance, the territory was automatically downgraded from a high-ranking to a mid-ranking level. The existing hero units were released from their contracts and regained their freedom, and the number of troops in the territory was reduced to the basic configuration of a mid-ranking lord. This was a significant cost, but compared to starting completely from scratch, the inheritors still held a considerable advantage. In the demon realm, high-ranking lords had two options upon retirement. Either turn their territory over to the state, where it would be managed by professionals in exchange for generous benefits, much like the father of Lin Yi's deskmate, Little Chubby, or pass it down to their descendants. The latter option, however, was far more challenging. Ordinary individuals without professional training suddenly tasked with managing a territory in the perilous and dark demon realm faced unimaginable difficulties. Judging by the fact that the Salty Soy Milk Lord, Wu Xiao, was still stuck at the mid-ranking level, it was clear that she was struggling on this arduous path. I can't hold on much longer, Wu Xiao said, trying hard to suppress her sobs. I don't want to trouble everyone, but I really don't want my father's hard work to be destroyed just like this. The members of the Covenant group offered words of comfort, but since high-ranking lords and mid-ranking lords could not teleport to each other's territories, they were powerless to help. Why didn't you say something earlier, little sister? The female lord of Meow 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 City said with regret. Shadowy just advanced to the high-ranking tier today. If we'd known earlier, he could have helped you. Shadow Demon Wu Qingfeng, indeed, was the strongest among the mid-ranking lords and might have been able to help her through this crisis. I didn't know. I've really reached my limit. Wu Xiao could no longer hold back her emotions and began to sob. Lin Yi could imagine the despair she must have experienced to ask for help, a proud girl with a high-ranking lord father, now reduced to this. At that moment, Shadow Demon Wu Qingfeng suddenly remembered something. Oh, that Dragon Kingdom Lord is really powerful. He has a pure-blood red dragon. Even though he's also a mid-ranking lord, his combat strength is off the charts. He could definitely help. The group members enthusiastically chimed in. Lin Yi, if the reward is reasonable, why not lend a hand? Yeah, the girl's situation is pretty pitiful. If the reward isn't enough, I can chip in too. No one tried to guilt-trip him. They adhered to the demon realm's principle of equivalent exchange. After a moment of thought, Lin Yi nodded in agreement and began a private chat with the Salty Soy Milk Lord. Lin Yi's greeting was quickly acknowledged. A shy female voice responded, Hello, I'm Salted Soy Milk Wu Xiao. May I know how to address you? Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Just call me Lin Yi, he replied straightforwardly. Could you briefly explain your situation over there? And also, how do you plan to pay for the assistance? My territory is surrounded by hordes of monsters, Wu Xiao stammered, her voice trembling with evident nervousness. We're surviving in an abandoned mine. The surrounding terrain is a swamp, home to swamp crocodiles, mud monsters, and even a tribe of swamp goblins. Her voice suddenly cracked, tinged with sobs. I don't have anything valuable to offer as payment. I can't even gather enough magic crystals to cover the teleportation cost. Lin Yi frowned at her words. A lord who had inherited a high-tier territory but couldn't even afford basic teleportation fees. Just how reckless and wasteful could one be to end up in such a state? He wasn't about to offer help for free, but it seemed unlikely that she had anything worthwhile to offer. Do you have any unique resources in your territory? He asked. We have tameable bear goblin slaves and a few mines, but the mining conditions are challenging since the tunnels go deep underground, Wu Xiao explained hesitantly. After a pause, she added, and we have swamp crocodiles. Their meat is really delicious. Lin Yi immediately ruled out the mines' forces in the 100,000 mountains already included plenty of skilled miners. However, the mention of bear goblins piqued his interest. These bear-like, hulking creatures were indeed an elite subgroup of the goblin race. But what truly caught his attention was the swamp crocodiles. As a lord constantly troubled by the shortage of meat supplies, this seemed like an opportunity. He quickly asked, Swamp crocodiles? Are there many of them? Wu Xiao was surprised by his interest. There are quite a lot of them. She had initially wanted to add that these crocodiles were practically overrunning the swamp, rampaging in groups and facing no natural predators. Send me the coordinates. I'll head over, Lin Yi said decisively, cutting the conversation short. After Wu Xiao transmitted the coordinates, a white teleportation light soon illuminated the Lord's Hall inside the mine. In the blink of an eye, two figures materialized before Lin Yi, exuding an air of authority, and behind him, a youthful silver dragon in human form. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the air. Alarmed, Wu Xiao hurried to the entrance of the mine to investigate. It turned out to be the massive black dragon, Mordekaiser, that had arrived through the portal. Due to the cramped space of the mine, the enormous creature had to remain outside the entrance. Wu Xiao stood at the mouth of the cave, staring unblinkingly at the terrifyingly large dragon. While she was awestruck that Lin Yi truly had the ability to command a dragon, a question lingered in her mind. Wasn't it supposed to be a red dragon? Taking advantage of the brief silence, Lin Yi observed the female lord in front of him. Years of living in the perpetual darkness of the mines had left her skin pale to the point of translucence, though her figure was strikingly tall and well-proportioned. Her jet-black, shoulder-length hair was tied up carelessly, with a few loose strands falling across her forehead, clearly showing she had no time to tend to her appearance. The unintentional disarray silently spoke to the struggles she was currently facing. After some brief introductions, Wu Xiao led Lin Yi and his group into the mine. The massive black dragon, Mordekaiser, was left outside to stand guard, while the red dragon, Drogon, remained back at the Crosscut Mountains. This time, along with the newly joined silver dragon, the temperamental black dragon had also come along, giving Lin Yi the chance to assess the strength of his new companion. As they ventured deeper into the mine, Lin Yi was stunned by the sight before him. All around the cave lay the old, the weak, and the infirm. There were almost no able-bodied fighters in sight. Is this really all the people you have left in your territory? Lin Yi asked in disbelief. Even a demoted mid-tier territory should still have at least 500 soldiers and tens of thousands of citizens. There are some warriors out hunting, Wu Xiao replied, her face flushing red as she stammered out an explanation. In their subsequent conversation, Wu Xiao revealed her predicament. After inheriting the territory, multiple heroes had left, taking a large portion of her army with them. Without a strong military force, the territory became vulnerable to attacks from magical beasts. Initially, she could still lead the remaining 500 soldiers to act as a firefighting squad, but the constant need to fend off threats left no room for the territory to develop. As their supply of magic crystals ran out, the area became easy prey for magical creatures, and her people suffered heavy losses. After a year of desperate struggle, Wu Xiao had no choice but to retreat with the survivors to this defensible mine. The original territory was quickly overrun by swamp crocodiles, transforming the once idyllic land of rivers and fields into a swampy wasteland. She found herself in a dire dilemma. The more she tried to protect her people, the harder it became to improve her own strength. As Lin Yi reflected on her plight, a commotion came from the cave entrance. They're back from the hunt, Wu Xiao exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, the previously lifeless mine seemed to come alive. The huddled citizens in the corners began to lift their heads, their eyes rekindled with a faint glimmer of hope. The marsh crocodile, as an adult, measures 5 to 8 meters in length and weighs between 3 to 5 tons. These massive creatures lurk year-round in water sources, preying on magical beasts that come to drink. They often operate in packs and, when desperate with hunger, might even venture onto land in search of food. Lin Yi accepted the crocodile's hind leg meat handed to him by Wu Xiao, its aroma rich and tantalizing. After meticulous roasting and a sprinkle of fine stone salt, the meat was firm and delicious, with the limbs being an especially exquisite delicacy. Although Wu Xiao didn't understand why Lin Yi was interested in the marsh crocodiles, they were indeed the only specialty in her territory that could catch his attention. In the depths of the mine, the last line of defense in the salted soy milk territory fought daily for survival. Their primary task was hunting these marsh crocodiles to provide food for the multitude of citizens trapped within the mine. A hunting party of over 100 soldiers, led by an officer from the Steel Lance Cavalry, undertook this perilous mission. While the officer had no mount, his exceptional spear skills made him the core strength of the team. During hunts, the team would form a line, confronting the crocodile pack with long spears. The officer would seize the right moment to strike, delivering a fatal blow. They exploited the marsh crocodile's tendency not to eat their own kind, waiting for the pack to retreat before dragging their prey back to the mine. Despite their careful tactics, casualties were not uncommon. Although a single giant crocodile was massive, when divided among hundreds of people, it only provided enough food for a day or two. Having faced many hardships, Wu Xiao seemed to be gradually understanding the art of survival. She prioritized distributing the limited food to the soldiers first before attending to the ordinary citizens. As Lin Yi tasted the crocodile meat, he found it to be quite good. This brought him some relief. If he found it palatable, then his Dragonborn warriors and Thunder Wolf dragons would likely accept it as well. As for the black dragon Mordekaiser, this quantity wouldn't even be a snack for him, and the Dragonborn form of the silver dragon Primo disdained such ordinary prey lacking magical energy. Looking around at the poorly dressed citizens in the mine, who were gazing longingly at the crocodile carcass. Lin Yi spoke up. The most important thing right now is to restore your territory to normalcy as quickly as possible. The first priority is to feed your people and establish camps outside the mine. While the mine is safe, it offers no potential for development. If this continues, your territory will inevitably decline. His words were already considerate of Wu Zhao's feelings, but in reality, Lin Yi believed the salted soy milk territory was on the brink of collapse, its extinction seemingly inevitable. What should I do? Wu Xiao's brief uplift in mood from the food instantly plummeted, her fingers clenching tightly once more. With no cards left to play, she neither knew how to turn the situation around, nor how to repay Lin Yi if he offered his help. There's only one way now: join the Dragon Nation and become a vassal camp. That's the only way I can fully assist your territory. It's also the only way to preserve your father's legacy. Lin Yi locked eyes with Wu Xiao, his tone calm yet resolute. Wu Xiao's eyes widened as she stared at the man before her in disbelief. He had so bluntly proposed to annex her territory. Her lips parted slightly as if to voice a refusal, but then closed helplessly. At this moment, the salted soy milk territory truly had no leverage to negotiate with Lin Yi. Let me think about it, Wu Xiao finally murmured, lowering her gaze, her voice tinged with defeat. Give me your answer before sunset, Lin Yi said curtly before turning to leave the narrow mine with the silver dragon primo. He showed no sympathy for Wu Xiao's subdued demeanor, nor did her beauty elicit any softening of his stance. As they exited the mine, a vast swamp stretched out before them. Scattered with semi-withered trees, the area was shrouded in thick, smoky mist that hovered over the marsh. The faint silhouettes of magical creatures could be seen moving within the haze. The black dragon Mordekaiser, restless by nature, had already flown above the swamp during Lin Yi and Wu Xiao's conversation. With a sudden dive, he plunged into the muddy waters, spraying muck everywhere and startling countless magical beasts into frantic flight. A thunderous dragon roar followed, and in an instant, most of a group of swamp crocodiles lay dead or injured. Gripping a lifeless crocodile in his jaws, Mordekaiser flung it onto the shore before devouring another struggling one, savoring its despair in its final moments. Terrified, the surviving crocodiles fled toward the shore, ignoring Lin Yi and Primo entirely. In his dragon-human form, the silver dragon's icy expression remained unchanged. His piercing blue eyes locked onto the charging crocodiles, and with a flick of his fingers, a bitterly cold wind arose. Massive blue ice spears materialized out of thin air, impaling the leading crocodile instantly. Unimpressed by the bloodshed, Primo changed his approach. He raised a hand toward the fleeing crocodiles, and in an instant, the air turned frigid. Falling ice crystals froze the entire group into vivid, lifelike ice sculptures. Another magic trick, Mordekaiser muttered disdainfully, his tail sweeping across one of the frozen crocodiles, shattering it into pieces. Wu Xiao, emerging from the mine, witnessed the scene unfold. Watching Lin Yi's subordinates effortlessly subdue dozens of swamp crocodiles, coupled with the imposing presence of the black dragon, she exhaled deeply. Her gaze shifted to Lin Yi's retreating figure, and her eyes gradually filled with determination. Having witnessed Lin Yi's formidable strength, the salted soy milk lord, Wu Xiao, finally made up his mind and agreed to Lin Yi's terms. Father, I hope you'll understand. I just can't hold on alone anymore, he silently said to himself. After signing the vassal agreement, Lin Yi immediately began fulfilling his promises. On an open plot of land near the swamp, a barracks quickly rose from the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi scattered magic crystals, and from the barracks emerged squads of towering, ferocious Dragonborn soldiers. They swiftly assembled into 5 neat 1010 formations on the open field. Wu Xiao stood there, dumbfounded by the scene. This was precisely why Lin Yi insisted on making his territory a vassalinly as a subordinate camp of the Dragon Kingdom could he summon his own battle troops here. While the black dragon Mordekaiser and the silver dragon Primo could effortlessly deal with the swamp's magical creatures, they couldn't remain stationed here permanently. The powerful Dragonborn soldiers were the best choice to protect the salted soy milk camp. Center the operation around the 100-man formations. Clear out the magical creatures in the surrounding areas, and collect the swamp crocodiles as food. Move quickly, I want results before nightfall. Lin Yi's commanding voice echoed through the camp. The Dragonborn war units roared in unison and immediately sprang into action. What are you standing around for? Get your people to start building the camp, Lin Yi reminded the still-stunned Wu Xiao. With the master builder Merkel occupied constructing critical fortifications in the Crosscut Mountains, Lin Yi had no intention of delaying progress here. Snapping out of his daze, Wu Xiao quickly organized the residents of his territory to begin construction. With such a powerful ally by their side, the previously dispirited residents regained their morale and threw themselves into building the camp with renewed vigor. Lin Yi followed behind the clearing units alongside the 2 massive dragons, prepared to handle any unexpected situations. Once the Dragonborn troops entered the swamp, they spread out and began their mission. A few soldiers worked to lure the swamp crocodiles. When the number of crocodiles lured didn't exceed 20, the Dragonborn would launch an ambush. Each crocodile was surrounded by multiple Dragonborn, their sharp claws effortlessly tearing through the creature's tough hides. Some Dragonborn leapt nimbly onto the crocodiles' backs, precisely blinding them by striking their eyes. Even when bitten, these warriors could continue fighting in their berserk state, sometimes even healing their wounds mid-battle. The 500-man units carried out a sweeping operation with remarkable efficiency, surpassing even that of the Black Dragon Mordekaiser. Meanwhile, Mordekaiser focused on eliminating larger groups of crocodiles. The swamp crocodile horde suffered heavy casualties under Mordekaiser's ferocious assault and was forced to scatter and flee. Seizing the opportunity, the Dragon Legion launched a sweeping encirclement, slaughtering these massive creatures one by one. Before long, the surrounding swamp areas were completely cleared. On the riverbank, over a dozen mounds, formed from crocodile carcasses, were piled high. The Silver Dragon Primo waved his hand, casting a spell to freeze and preserve these crocodiles as food reserves. Standing nearby, Wu Xiao was already stunned, completely forgetting about her task of building the camp. The towering piles of spoils, gathered in just half a day by Lin Yi's forces, had already surpassed her territory's entire annual hunting yield. Store them all. Lin Yi's voice snapped Wu Xiao back to reality. Process them as needed, whether smoked or cured, but make sure it's done before they spoil. Wu Xiao quickly took the magic crystals Lin Yi handed her and summoned her people to begin the urgent task of processing the crocodile carcasses. As the Black Dragon Mordekaiser finished sweeping the nearby swamp crocodiles, Lin Yi called on him to take to the skies for a reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain. From above, the mist-shrouded swamp stretched endlessly into the horizon. It was hard to imagine that this vast expanse of land had once belonged to Wu Xiao's father, a high-ranking lord, and was now reduced to a haven for rampaging magical creatures. The swamp's edges were lined with towering trees, and beyond that lay dense forests. Considering the distance from the camp, Lin Yi decided to postpone further exploration of this region for now. Though the Dragon Legion had worked tirelessly all afternoon, the cleared area was minuscule compared to the entirety of the swamp. Yet, Lin Yi was not discouraged. On the contrary, he saw it as a positive signal. At least the swamp crocodiles, serving as food for his troops, were abundant and would not be depleted anytime soon. To him, the greatest value of Wu Xiao's territory was its potential to become a granary for the Dragon Nation, ensuring a steady supply of meat. The idea of expanding his forces lingered in Lin Yi's mind. While he indirectly ruled over the numerous races of the Crosscut Mountains through the Red Dragon Drogon, this control was not officially recognized by the Dark Demon Realm. His lordship interface indicated that he had not yet met the population requirement to ascend to a high-ranking lord. The problem lay in the limited number of direct troops under his command, making it difficult to exert effective control over the mountain's races. He even had to rely on the Greyrock tribe's chieftain to manage the weaker vassal races. Thus, having a territory capable of consistently providing food was crucial. Wu Xiao, as a local figure with deep roots in the area, might lack certain abilities, but her identity as a fellow transmigrator made her the ideal candidate to manage this land. The expansion of territory and population would inevitably increase the complexity of governance. High-ranking leaders from the national teams often had dozens of managers to ensure the smooth operation of their territories, with loyalty being their top criterion for selection. This was why hero units and transmigrators bound by vassal agreements were their preferred choices. For Lin Yi, this presented a challenging dilemma. His hero units were ill-suited for administrative roles. The Red Dragon Drogon was arrogant and ruthless, the Black Dragon Mordekaiser was perpetually restless, and the newly recruited Silver Dragon Primo was aloof and prideful. His only hope rested on the fellow transmigrators, Helen and Wu Xiao. The half-day clearing operation gradually came to an end as the sun set in the west. The swamp at night harbored unpredictable dangers, and Lin Yi was unwilling to risk the Dragon Legion in such peril. On the open ground at the edge of the swamp, Wu Xiao had already led the residents in setting up a makeshift camp. A roughly constructed lord's hall stood in the center, surrounded by several barracks and over a dozen grain storage warehouses. As night fell, the weary people quickly drifted into a deep sleep within the camp. For the residents of the salty soy milk territory, this was the most peaceful night's rest they had enjoyed in a long time. Nearby, the Black Dragon Mordekaiser perched on a small hill, taking on the night watch duty. This pure-blooded dragon had unleashed his formidable dragon presence, deterring any intelligent magical creatures from daring to approach his domain. The night passed without incident. By morning, the camp came alive again with activity. Under Wu Xiao's direction, the residents busied themselves processing the corpses of the swamp crocodiles, beginning the salting and smoking process. Time was of the essence. If not handled quickly, the ice covering the crocodiles would soon melt, leading to the meat spoiling. Seeing this, Lin Yi ordered the Dragon Legion to halt their swamp clearing duties and focus entirely on assisting the residents in gathering firewood for smoking. Before long, the open space in the camp was filled with smoking racks of various sizes, holding tons of crocodile meat that sizzled and smoked. The rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, carried by the breeze. This might attract nearby magical creatures, Wu Xiao warned with some concern. Don't worry, I've got it under control, Lin Yi replied calmly. With Mordekaiser the Black Dragon, Primo the Silver Dragon, and 500 well-prepared Dragon Legion soldiers stationed, he was confident in the camp's safety. As the smoking process continued, disturbances began to emerge from the surrounding forests. More and more magical creatures were drawn by the enticing aroma but hesitated to leave the cover of the trees, wary of Mordekaiser's presence. Sensing that his deterrence seemed to be weakening, Mordekaiser let out a thunderous dragon roar, reaffirming his claim over the area. While ordinary birds and beasts fled in terror, Lin Yi noticed that a number of intelligent magical creatures remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. This blatant provocation completely enraged Mordekaiser. The black dragon suddenly took to the skies, soaring toward the forested area. Ignoring the towering trees, he crashed through the canopy, descending directly upon a group of wolf and tiger-like magical creatures. A furious blast of dragon's breath swept across the area, covering a vast expanse. The black dragon, Mordekaiser, followed it up with a ferocious assault. His massive claws slashed through the air, and his razor-sharp teeth tore into his enemies, clearing out more than half of the monstrous horde in mere moments. This sudden attack triggered a chain reaction in the vicinity. Some hidden creatures panicked and fled in all directions. However, others saw this as an opportunity. From the treetops, a group of flying creatures, as large as cattle and sheep, emerged into the air. They spread their broad, black wings and dived straight for the camp, completely ignoring the human guards. Attracted by the drifting scent of smoked meat, they shrieked as they charged toward their target. The silver dragon, Primo, who had been underestimated by these creatures, was already prepared. With a sweep of his arms and without any incantation, countless crystalline spears of ice materialized around him. In flashes of cold light, the ice spears shot forth like a rain of arrows, instantly turning the flying creatures into a bloody downpour. The few survivors crashed to the ground in disarray, only to find themselves surrounded by dragon soldiers who had already encircled them. They were swiftly annihilated. In the distance, the black dragon, Mordekaiser, noticed the breach in the camp's defenses. Enraged, he crushed the remaining tiger-wolf monsters beneath his massive claws, reducing them to pulp, and immediately took flight to return to the camp. Lin Yi watched all of this unfold with calm composure, showing no sign of surprise. However, his attention was soon drawn to a group of creatures emerging from the forest on the other side of the swamp. They were short, green-skinned beings wielding metal weapons, accompanied by a few larger individuals. That's a swamp goblin tribe from nearby, Wu Xiao explained, her tone tinged with complexity as she gazed in their direction. Noticing her unusual reaction, Lin Yi asked, "Bad blood between you?" The leader of that goblin tribe used to serve as one of my father's hero units, Wu Xiao explained. It turned out that when her father hastily transferred control of his territory, the hero units, freed from their contracts, had dispersed. This particular goblin hero had established his own faction in the nearby woods. Have you managed to coexist peacefully? Lin Yi probed further. Wu Xiao shook her head, her expression growing increasingly grim. The goblins need to expand their influence, and in the areas near their territory, the most suitable place for them to proliferate is within my lands, among the human women. They frequently raid my territory, abducting the people. The men are killed and consumed as food, while the women are taken back to their lair. Though they may not be killed immediately, their fate is worse than death. Lin Yi quickly grasped the implications of her words. The goblins' grotesque reproductive capabilities meant that any women taken would be used as breeding vessels, and the offspring would inevitably be pure goblin. Mordekaiser, target that forest. Bring me some captives, Lin Yi commanded without hesitation, pointing toward the group of swamp goblins that had revealed themselves. The black dragon obeyed and immediately took to the skies, flying toward the target. The black dragon Mordekaiser roared as he flew away, but what Lin Yi saw at the edge of the swamp was unexpected. Instead of scattering in panic, the goblins, under the command of their officer, began an orderly retreat into the forest. This level of organization made Lin Yi frown slightly. In his understanding, goblins were a lowly race, much like murlocs or troglodytes, relying solely on sheer numbers to overwhelm their enemies. He turned to Wu Xiao, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Their lord used to be one of my father's hero units, Wu Xiao explained. My father personally taught it the skills of organizing formations and training armies. In my father's domain, the goblin army was a significant force, teaching the goblins only to cause trouble for his daughter. Huh? Lin Yi muttered under his breath before giving an order. Primo, transform into your silver dragon form. We're going after them. With a flash of silver light, Primo revealed his true dragon form, carrying Lin Yi as they chased after the black dragon. Behind them, Wu Xiao stood dumbfounded, watching another silver dragon soar into the sky, too shocked to speak. Meanwhile, Mordekaiser had found himself in a predicament. Though individually weak, even the strongest bear goblins were no match for a single swipe of his claws. Their scattered tactics in the forest were proving to be a nuisance. What unsettled him further was the occasional barrage of pungent, foul-smelling potion containers the goblins hurled at him. Sensing potential danger, Mordekaiser decided to retreat from this suspicious area. He leapt into the swamp, hoping to wash off the stench clinging to his body. However, the goblins suddenly grew bolder, daring to emerge and provoke him. As the black dragon seethed with rage, the sound of mechanisms activating echoed from the forest. Countless ropes shot through the air, targeting the massive creature in the swamp. This was the final straw for Mordekaiser. He abandoned any intention of capturing these insolent creatures alive. A stream of dark green dragon bile spewed from his mouth. Unlike a red dragon's flames, this corrosive bile covered a smaller area but was devastatingly powerful. Everything it touched, whether living beings, trees, or rocks, dissolved into wisps of smoke. In an instant, dozens of goblins collapsed in agony. Even a towering bear goblin, standing just outside the affected zone, inhaled a single breath of the toxic fumes and dropped to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Yet even so, the group of goblins showed no signs of retreat. Along the swamp's edge, hidden among the trees, dozens of bear goblins armed with long crossbows aimed at the trapped black dragon, Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser's massive body was entangled in a web of thick ropes, their other ends securely fastened to the sturdy roots of ancient trees. He thrashed furiously, his claws tearing at the bindings, but the goblins moved with precision and speed. For every rope he broke, more ropes came flying from all directions. The smaller goblins focused on throwing and securing the ropes, while the towering bear goblins took aim with their crossbows, constantly firing at the black dragon. "How dare you attempt to slay a dragon?" Mordekaiser roared, his voice shaking the air, but he struggled to break free from the trap. At that moment, Lin Yi arrived on the scene. Without hesitation, the silver dragon Primo spread its wings wide, unleashing a piercingly cold wind. The exposed goblins were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Then, a swirling silver-gray mist descended from above, trapping the remaining goblins within its icy embrace. Finally free of the ropes, Mordekaiser stormed ashore, venting his fury by crushing the frozen goblins into shards with his powerful jaws. Once his anger subsided, Lin Yi signaled Primo to dispel the mist. The dragon soldiers, who had been waiting nearby, immediately moved in to capture the surviving goblins. "Are you the leader?" Lin Yi fixed his gaze on a goblin dressed differently from the rest. "Tell me the location of your lair and the number of your warriors." Behind him, Mordekaiser snapped his massive jaws together, emitting a bone-chilling sound of menace. The squat, burly goblin officer was clearly searching for an opportunity to escape. Sensing this, Lin Yi gestured with his hand, and Mordekaiser promptly picked up a nearby bear goblin in his jaws, crushing it into a gory mess in full view of the captives. Blood and flesh splattered as terrified screams filled the air. In that moment of chaos, the goblin officer made his move, breaking free of his restraints and charging toward Lin Yi. Primo's eyes gleamed with icy resolve, and a sharp blue ice spike instantly ended the officer's life. Mordekaiser wasted no time in devouring the lifeless body. Lin Yi frowned in thought. This unyielding defiance was unlike the goblins he had encountered before. Fortunately, the other ordinary goblins lacked such resolve and quickly divulged what little information they knew under pressure. However, as mere foot soldiers, their knowledge was limited. They could only describe their lair as vast, with numerous passageways and a large population. "Master, what should we do with these green-skinned dwarfs?" a soldier asked. Recalling the long-standing enmity between Wu Xiao's territory and the goblins, Lin Yi replied coolly, "Take them back to the camp." The captured green-skinned goblins were escorted near the camp, each one bowing their heads and pleading for mercy. Lin Yi felt no pity for these creatures, infamous for their cruelty and cunning. If the situation were reversed, they would undoubtedly reveal their savage nature. "What's going on?" Wu Xiao looked at the group of swamp goblins, her expression puzzled. "Have your people pick up weapons and handle it themselves," Lin Yi said calmly. He understood that after years of hiding and fleeing, Wu Xiao's people had lost their fighting spirit. Only by having them personally confront and eliminate their enemies could they face their fears and regain their morale. The first to act were the few remaining warriors of Wu Xiao's territory. Gripping their spears and swords tightly, their eyes burned with deep-seated hatred as they plunged their weapons into the goblins. Gradually, more ordinary villagers joined in. Remembering the comrades who had been captured by the goblins, they vented their fury, hacking the prisoners into pieces. "Your turn," Lin Yi said, handing over a long sword. Wu Xiao stood frozen in place, her voice trembling. "I I've never killed anyone before. Lin Yi didn't allow her to back down. As the commander of a subordinate camp, he couldn't tolerate indecision born of excessive sympathy. Standing behind her, he guided her hands to grip the sword tightly and aim it at a bound bear goblin. These are not humans, he whispered in her ear. Think of those who died because of your hesitation. They were captured, killed, violated. If your father could see this, he would regret entrusting the territory to you. Stop it. Don't say any more. Wu Xiao finally broke down. She pushed away from Lin Yi's hold and began hacking at the bear goblin in a frenzy. She cried as she struck, and she didn't stop until the creature was reduced to a bloody pulp. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground, her face streaked with tears and blood. Lin Yi caught her trembling body, a satisfied expression on his face. After a night of rest, Lin Yi immediately set to work expanding the army. The well-organized goblin force nearby had him on high alert. Their leader was a goblin lord who had once served under a high-ranking lord, making him the most formidable foe Lin Yi had encountered so far. He brought out tens of thousands of magic crystals to summon warriors. Considering the unique challenges of the jungle environment and the shortage of equipment, he decided to summon thunder wolf dragons. Before long, the camp was packed with thousands of fierce thunder wolf dragons. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. 1,000 robust thunder wolves were lined up in perfect formation, flanked by 200 fully armed Dragonborn warriors. At the forefront stood the black dragon Mordekaiser and Primo, the Dragonborn in the guise of a silver dragon. This was Lin Yi's most formidable anti-bandit force, and they had swiftly completed their assembly. Just as the unit was about to set out, Wu Xiao, who had rested overnight, strode forward with determination. She was now clad in leather armor, her long black hair tied neatly into a ponytail. Her eyes were resolute as she looked at Lin Yi and declared, "I'm coming with you." Clearly, yesterday's ordeal had awakened her from her self-imposed denial. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and immediately assigned the remaining Dragonborn warriors to guard the camp. The camp's smoked meat preparations had already been completed, with a large stockpile of preserved meat securely stored. With 300 Dragonborn warriors defending the site and the lingering aura of the dragons, the camp was well protected. However, the goblin tribes lurking in the jungle remained a persistent threat and had to be dealt with. The group advanced along the edge of the swamp, quickly reaching the forest's boundary. As they entered the dense woodland, the sunlight above was obscured, and the surroundings grew dark and damp. According to the information extracted from captured goblins, their territory was still half a day's journey ahead. Given the strength the goblin forces had displayed earlier, Lin Yi decided against aerial transport. If the goblins had enough of their long-range ballistae, they could potentially harm the dragons. He opted for the safer approach of advancing by land. As the thunder wolves moved through the jungle, every wild beast and magical creature in their path was swiftly subdued. The wolves fed as they marched, maintaining their strength while ensuring the army's movements remained covert. Above, black dragon Mordekaiser circled within a cloud conjured by Primo's magic, perfectly concealing the dragon's presence. At last, a goblin encampment came into view. Wooden palisades bristling with thick, sharpened stakes surrounded the camp. At each corner, tall watchtowers stood, manned by goblin sentinels equipped with smoke signals for alarms. On the ground, rows of goblin warriors occupied the camp, with patrols keeping a vigilant watch around the perimeter. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. This was nothing like the disorganized rabble he had expected. This goblin force was as disciplined as an elite human unit. While the thunder wolves could overrun the camp in moments, they couldn't prevent the watchtower sentries from raising an alarm. "Primo, it's up to you," Lin Yi said. The silver dragon nodded, and a silver-gray mist began to coalesce silently above the camp, descending slowly under the cover of the treetops. By the time the goblin sentries noticed something unusual, it was already too late. The mist solidified in an instant, transforming into countless icy steel needles that silently dispatched the 8 sentries. At Lin Yi's signal, the thunder wolves, scattered around the perimeter, leaped into action, easily vaulting over the Tumterhigh palisade. The goblin camp descended into chaos and bloodshed in an instant. The silver-gray mist once again enveloped the camp, muffling every sound of battle. This sizable goblin camp quickly fell under the assault of the Thunderwolf Dragon Legion. The entire camp, home to 1,000 goblins, was shrouded in the mist spell cast by the silver dragon Primo, leaving them unable to sound the alarm before their annihilation. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, the army pressed forward, using the same tactics to eliminate 2 more goblin outposts hidden in the jungle. At last, the army reached the heart of the swamp goblins' territory. A towering stone palace stood majestically in a clearing deep within the forest, surrounded by a dense cluster of goblin structures. From a vantage point, Lin Yi observed the layout. The distance from the outermost watchtowers to the central palace was no less than 2 kilometers. The entire territory was bustling with activity, with hundreds, if not thousands, of goblins diligently performing their tasks. blacksmiths hammering away at weapons, transport teams shuttling supplies, and heavily armed patrols systematically guarding their routes. This was far beyond Lin Yi's expectations. This wasn't just a goblin gang. It was clearly a fully developed goblin kingdom. A rough estimate suggested that there were no fewer than 10,000 goblins visible. Recalling the interrogation of captured goblins earlier, Lin Yi remembered one prisoner gesturing, many, while holding up 5 fingers. At the time, Lin Yi had assumed it meant 500 or 5,000, until another captive grabbed the first one's hand and raised 4 palms to indicate more. Naively, Lin Yi had thought it meant 2,000, but now it was clear there were at least 20,000 goblins in total. Retreat was no longer an option. The outpost they had cleared would be discovered within a day at most, and once alerted, the goblins would reinforce their defenses. Even though Lin Yi's Thunderwolf Dragon warriors were worth 10 opponents each, the odds of victory against such a massive goblin force, armed with crossbows, leather armor, and other well-crafted gear, were slim at best. There was no turning back now. They had to fight to the death. Lin Yi ordered his 1,000 Thunderwolf dragons and dragon warriors to advance. The movement of their forces immediately alerted the goblin scouts stationed on the watchtowers, and the piercing sound of war horns echoed throughout the territory. Goblins poured out from every corner like a surging tide. Among them were hulking bear goblin warriors clad in metal armor, assembling into orderly formations. Lin Yi commanded his troops to hold their position and fixed his gaze on the rear of the goblin rank. She was waiting for something. Finally, there was movement within the stone palace. A group of heavily armed elite goblins emerged in single file, escorting a short, lavishly dressed, elderly goblin. Despite his refined attire, the old goblin gave Lin Yi a comical impression, as if a monkey had donned royal garments. Is that the one? Lin Yi turned to Wu Xiao beside him, referring to the goblin hero unit who had once served under Wu Xiao's father. As the group drew closer, Wu Xiao carefully observed and nodded in confirmation. A goblin stepped past the defensive line and shouted, "Where are you from? And what is your purpose?" Everything about this goblin army intrigued Lin Yi. From their architectural layout to their military organization, and even their manner of speaking, all seemed to mimic the human Gongza Empire. "Bring your lord here to speak with me," Lin Yi called out boldly, accompanied by the silver dragon Primo. "You are unworthy of knowing my name." This arrogant declaration caused a stir among the goblins. After all, it was baffling for someone surrounded by enemy forces to act so brazenly. Soon, a pathway opened within the goblin ranks, and the elderly goblin stepped forward slowly. A goblin with an exaggerated tone proclaimed, "Behold the one before you, the great goblin emperor, ruler of the swamp jungles, bearer of dragon blood, the magnificent Emperor Gandhi." The ostentatious titles left Lin Yi stunned. "This guy has dragon blood?" he asked, turning to Wu Xiao, who looked equally puzzled. "I've never heard my father mention that. He's just an ordinary goblin mage." The goblins continued their threats. "Human, state your purpose, or face the wrath of his imperial majesty." The old goblin, seemingly relishing the opportunity to flaunt his authority before humans, did not immediately order an attack. Having confirmed his target, Lin Yi wasted no more words. With a mental command, Mordekaiser, hidden within the clouds, let out an earth-shaking roar and descended like a meteor. The massive black dragon crashed into the goblin ranks, creating a crater several meters deep, crushing numerous goblin soldiers into pulp. The sudden assault threw the goblins into chaos. The old goblin let out a shrill scream, ordering his troops to attack the black dragon while he turned to flee. But Mordekaiser was not one to let his prey escape. With a sweep of his tail, the black dragon scattered the surrounding goblins and took flight, quickly catching up to the so-called Goblin Emperor. "Order your green-skinned lackeys to stop attacking," Mordekaiser growled, pinning the old goblin with one claw. The seasoned goblin, recognizing the pureblood dragon before him, knew that he was nothing but a joke in the presence of such power. Without hesitation, he obediently commanded his goblin soldiers to cease their attacks. The devastating strike of the black dragon Mordekaiser instantly turned the tide of the battle. Thousands of goblin warriors recoiled under the overwhelming force, no longer daring to attack Lin Yi's army. Lin Yi walked slowly toward the self-proclaimed emperor, an elderly goblin. The ruler before him was covered in wrinkled green skin, his beard streaked with white, the marks of age evident. No matter how much he boasted of his noble status, the goblin race's brief lifespan of less than 20 years was an insurmountable barrier. This seemed to be a balance in the dark demon realm, using astonishing reproductive rates to counteract fleeting lives. "Finally, my favorite part," Lin Yi said with a faint, amused smile, pulling Wu Xiao forward from behind him. "Your esteemed Majesty Gandhi, do you remember this young lady?" The old goblin's eyes twitched violently. His expression shifted from confusion to shock as he pointed a trembling finger at Wu Xiao. "It's you. I've been searching for you for so long. How did you suddenly disappear?" "Fraud," Wu Xiao interrupted sharply. The envoys you sent, my father's old alliances, they were all lies. You not only refused to help, but also cruelly murdered my envoys." Lin Yi gestured for Mordekaiser to throw the old goblin to the ground. "My dear Majesty, do you even remember her name?" Ignoring the pain of the fall, the old goblin scrambled to his feet. "This is the beloved daughter of the great lord. It must have been those brainless bear goblins causing trouble. This is all a misunderstanding." He opened his arms and approached Wu Xiao, tears welling in his eyes. "I was your father's most loyal subordinate." Seeing Wu Xiao waver at the old goblin's seemingly heartfelt performance, Lin Yi did not intervene as the goblin drew closer. In Wu Xiao's moment of hesitation, the old goblin suddenly burst into action with astonishing speed, seizing her in a swift move. "Nobody move!" the old goblin snarled menacingly. "Anyone comes closer, and I'll kill her." Sparks of energy crackled dangerously around his wrist, a clear indication that this emperor was far from the frail and harmless figure he appeared to be. Lin Yi clapped slowly, his tone mocking. "What a performance! It's a shame our naive Wu Xiao fell for it." Wu Xiao, now held hostage, looked mortified, her face flushed with anger and regret over her gullibility. "Stand back, or she dies," the old goblin barked, his voice a mix of desperation and aggression. Lin Yi smirked disdainfully. "Interesting. What makes you think I care whether she lives or dies?" The remark left the goblin's threat hanging in awkward silence and drained the color from Wu Xiao's face. Trapped in the encirclement, the old goblin was caught between advancing and retreating, too fearful for his own life to easily abandon his only bargaining chip. Magic flickered in the old goblin's hands, ready to strike at Wu Xiao, when a sharp, azure ice spike silently took form behind him. In an instant, the spike pierced through the old goblin's spark-emitting arm with blinding speed, the sheer force severing the withered limb entirely. "Ah, my hand!" the old goblin howled in agony, writhing on the ground. Lin Yi observed coldly, indifferent to the goblin who dabbled in magic. To him, no goblin's magical prowess, except for Mordekaiser's, could ever compare to the mastery of the silver dragon Primo, who wielded spells with effortless precision. The innate talent of pure-blooded dragons was simply beyond the reach of other races. The dragon soldiers swiftly subdued the one-armed goblin, dragging him before the goblin army to force their surrender. Nearby, Wu Xiao remained shaken, too terrified to meet Lin Yi's gaze. "Everyone has their role, their value to others," Lin Yi said icily, staring at Wu Xiao. "Wu Xiao, where does your value lie?" With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Wu Xiao biting her lip, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. "Lay down your weapons. Retreat to the swamp." Mordekaiser commanded the goblin forces. The goblin warriors hesitated, but eventually began lowering their weapons and slowly retreating toward the distant marshlands. As Lin Yi marched the old goblin toward the stone palace in satisfaction, a commotion broke out at the rear of the goblin army. A group of elaborately dressed goblins, heavily guarded, shouted from a distance, "Father, rest in peace. We will avenge you." These words, amplified by Primo's magic, echoed across the battlefield. The one-armed old goblin's face turned a furious shade of blue and purple, while Lin Yi momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Your green-skinned offspring are truly devoted," Lin Yi mocked, pulling the filthy rag from the old goblin's mouth. "You know what to say. Make it count." The old goblin understood that his fate was tied to Lin Yi's. If the goblin army were roused into a frenzy and charged, even with a dragon on his side, Lin Yi would be forced to retreat in disarray, leaving the old goblin to bear the brunt of his wrath. Fearing for his life, the old goblin shouted at the top of his lungs, furiously berating his unfilial descendants and calling on the army to purge the traitors. With Primo's amplified magic, this royal family feud quickly splintered the goblin army. Factions loyal to the old and new orders squared off, tensions escalating as verbal clashes turned into a standoff. Lin Yi's dragon-blooded legion became mere spectators to this absurd drama. Watching these so-called dutiful heirs scramble to seize power before their father's demise, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He ordered his forces to continue advancing toward the stone palace. Lin Yi was fixated on the stone palace because it served as the symbolic structure of the goblin territory and was likely to house the totem of this swamp goblin tribe. In the dark demon realm, every civilization possessed a unique tribal totem, and the more powerful the faction, the stronger the energy contained within its totem. Since obtaining the Thunder Wolf Dragon Barracks from the defeated Orc Alliance through Shadow Demon Wu Qingfeng, Lin Yi had developed a keen interest in tribal totems. Although goblins had a poor reputation in the dark demon realm and, apart from bear goblins, lacked any remarkable troops, elite goblin mages like the old goblin were one in a million. This swamp goblin territory ruled over the entire swamp jungle and commanded tens of thousands of scattered goblin subjects. This intrigued Lin Yi. He was eager to discover what special units might emerge if Wu Zhao's affiliated camp absorbed the tribal totem of this goblin territory. In the field, the old goblin was still shouting hoarsely, its voice, amplified by the silver dragon Primo, echoing across the goblin army. It desperately needed to convince the army to kill off these rebellious descendants. Otherwise, even if Lin Yi spared its life, these filial offspring would find a way to end it. As a squad of guards loyal to the old goblin began attacking their kin, the stalemate was instantly broken. The elite guards and armed bear goblins launched a brutal massacre, while the troops recruited by the old goblin's descendants retaliated with bows, crossbows, and blades. Flaming arrows streaked through the air, and the bear goblins' massive clubs smashed warriors into the ground. The proximity of the factions meant the battle quickly devolved into chaos, far bloodier than when they had fought Lin Yi's army. In this moment, no goblin paid any attention to the invading forces. They were consumed by bloodlust, fighting solely to determine whether the old ruler or the new would prevail. Lin Yi watched the scene with quiet satisfaction. He was more than happy to see this goblin territory tearing itself apart. Without hesitation, he made his way swiftly to the grand stone palace. The palace sat atop a square foundation, with steps leading up to a broad platform and towering marble columns supporting the massive hall. Though it lacked the grandeur of the Gongza Empire, it was still spacious enough to accommodate a black dragon like Mordekaiser with ease. Lin Yi ordered the Dragonblood Legion to guard the palace exterior while he and the silver dragon Primo charged inside. The old goblin was hoisted atop the stone steps in front of the palace, and upon witnessing this, its loyal warriors fought with even greater ferocity. Primo summoned azure ice spikes, obliterating the goblin guards within the hall, while Lin Yi focused on pushing open one heavy door after another, searching for the treasures hidden within the palace. Behind the first door, dozens of imprisoned female creatures from various races came into view. Inside metal cages were goblins, troglodytes, duergar, and humans, and even a dark elf whose sharp, pointed ears were particularly striking. These were the collections of the old goblin. Lin Yi smirked coldly, thinking to himself how insatiable this decrepit old goblin truly was. Not wanting to linger, he pushed open the second door. Inside, a bizarre metal cross stood in the center of the room, its top dripping with dark red liquid that trickled into a bottomless black hole beneath it. Two goblins in white robes were conducting some kind of ritual. In front of them lay a bloodied and barely alive bear goblin, awaiting its fate as a sacrifice. The white-robed goblins looked panicked when they noticed Lin Yi and his group. Lin Yi had no interest in such vile rituals. These so-called shadow deities were nothing more than opportunistic beings. Even the red-bearded dwarves, after offering countless fire rune stones to the fire dragon subspecies, had gained little in return. Moreover, with the strength of the 3 pure-blood dragons under his command, even the true forms of these shadow beings were nothing to fear. With that thought, Lin Yi unhesitatingly drew his sword and slaughtered the white-robed goblins. Before leaving, he slashed the blood-dripping cross in half, ignoring the furious howls that echoed from the black hole. After searching 2 more rooms, he finally found his target beneath the old goblin's bed in his bedroom tribal totem. This intricately carved goblin statue could enhance his territory's dominance over swamp goblins and influence the output of basic unit types in his barracks. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. Recalling the dark orc totem he had obtained earlier, which allowed him to summon thunder wolf dragons similar to dire wolves, he wondered what surprises this more powerful swamp goblin totem might bring. As he stepped out of the stone palace, Lin Yi was contemplating how to exploit the goblin's internal strife for maximum benefit when a piercing screech suddenly came from behind. A mass of foul, black sludge surged out of the palace, morphing into a grotesque human-like face. It voraciously devoured everything inside the palace, including the imprisoned female creatures and the goblin corpses. The azure ice spikes fired by Primo pierced through the sludge monster but had no effect. Watching the creature's body swell rapidly after absorbing numerous corpses, Lin Yi decisively ordered a retreat. This was goblin territory, and he had no obligation to clean up their mess. At that moment, the old goblin, who had been arguing with his kin, suddenly turned around. Seeing the scene unfold, he trembled violently and screamed in horror. "My God! How could you have released the swamp demon god? What have you done? Do you realize the trouble you've caused?" The old goblin's furious roar echoed through the air. Lin Yi stared coldly at the goblin, his eyes glinting with a dangerous chill. "So, are you questioning me now?" The words struck like a heavy hammer, instantly making the old goblin aware of its precarious situation. It was already struggling to save itself. What right did it have to challenge Lin Yi? In the distance, the battlefield's chaos among the goblins was gradually settling. The royalist warriors loyal to the old goblin held the moral high ground. Their position, coupled with the old goblin's incessant shouting, began to shake the resolve of many rebellious goblin fighters. The royalist faction was methodically closing in on the reformists' territory. This turn of events was far from what Lin Yi had anticipated. Originally, he had hoped the two factions would mutually exhaust one another, thereby weakening the goblin domain's overall strength. His gaze returned to the old goblin, whose expression betrayed a growing realization of the lethal danger emanating from Lin Yi's increasingly cold stare. Before the old goblin could react, a gleaming blue ice spike pierced through its skull from above, ending its life in an instant. Throw it into the palace hall. We're leaving, Lin Yi ordered. The old goblin's body was tossed into the stone palace, where it was soon consumed by the grotesquely expanding, ominous sludge creature. The goblin Emperor Gandhi is dead. Lin Yi, with the aid of the silver dragon Primo, broadcast this shocking announcement to both sides of the goblin armies. The declaration sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The royalist warriors were thrown into disarray fighting for a leader who no longer lived. They were left bewildered and directionless. Meanwhile, the reformists, who had been on the defensive, found their morale soaring, gradually gaining an edge over their opponents. Stop fighting among yourselves. Our true enemies are the outsiders. They're the ones who killed Emperor Gandhi. Some of the more clear-headed goblins began rallying the troops, redirecting their hatred toward Lin Yi's group. Under their incitement, hordes of goblin warriors roared in fury and charged toward the stone palace, vowing to avenge their emperor. But by the time they arrived, Lin Yi and his forces had already withdrawn. As the goblin warriors prepared to storm the palace in search of their enemies, the sludge creature, now grotesquely swollen from devouring countless corpses, smashed through the palace doors, revealing its dark, foul-smelling, massive form. The presence of living beings caught its attention, sparking a brutal clash between the goblin army and the monstrous swamp demon. Master, I could take down that thing in the palace. Mordekaiser, the black dragon, said eagerly as he carried Lin Yi through the skies. Having secured the goblin tribe's totem, Lin Yi was already focused on returning. He had tasked Primo with escorting the ground troops, while he and Mordekaiser flew ahead. I never said you couldn't beat it, Lin Yi replied, dismissing the comment. In his mind, Mordekaiser was the weakest of his three dragons. The memories of him being relentlessly beaten by Drogon or toyed with by Primo were still fresh. However, the black dragon Mordekaiser was still his dragon, so Lin Yi had to save its pride. He gently reassured it. Those green-skinned dwarves are indeed too numerous. Let the sludge monsters wear them down a bit first. You'll have your chance to shine soon enough. These words managed to quiet Mordekaiser for a moment, but it wasn't long before the black dragon turned its head awkwardly, its eyes gleaming with greed. That thing in the palace, I feel like eating it could boost my power. It's fine if I can't beat Drogon, but I can't let Primo, who came later, surpass me either. Listening to the black dragon's incessant chatter about its insecurities, Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head silently. Although the silver dragon Primo had never shown any intention of challenging its position, Mordekaiser was clearly filled with anxiety about being second in rank. All right, we're at the camp now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Yi cut off Mordekaiser's complaints, clutching the goblin tribe's totem as he strode quickly toward the camp's barracks. As the totem neared the stone monument, a flash of light erupted, and the totem instantly fused into it. A system notification promptly appeared. Effect obtained. Goblin Slayer tribal warriors have a chance to trigger a bloodthirsty combat talent when facing goblins. The more they fight, the stronger and more resilient they become. The effect scales with the number of goblins killed, up to a maximum of 10. While this minor buff was hardly worth celebrating, it wasn't Lin Yi's main concern. What truly intrigued him was the potential new troop type that this large swamp goblin tribe totem might bring to his basic barracks. When he summoned the new troop type, a massive silhouette began to take shape. It was a colossal beast over 5 meters long, with a shoulder height exceeding 2 meters and an estimated weight of 5 to 6 tons. The system named it the Dragonblood Behemoth, a giant rhinoceros infused with traces of dragon blood. It had a formidable horn on its head and was covered in incredibly tough, leather-like armor, making it an ideal heavy mount. Lin Yi immediately assembled a group of Dragonborn soldiers and summoned 20 Dragonblood Behemoths. Although each behemoth cost 50 magic crystals to summon 5 times the cost of a Dragonborn soldier, the sight of this heavy cavalry unit thundering across the camp's outskirts was awe-inspiring. The ground trembled beneath their charge, and all the citizens stopped what they were doing to gaze in astonishment at the imposing army. As he watched this fearsome heavy cavalry unit, Lin Yi finally felt he had found the perfect solution to the Dragonborn soldiers' mount problem. The Thunder Wolf dragons he had used previously were too small to support the tall Dragonborn soldiers in prolonged battles, but the appearance of the Dragonblood Behemoths resolved this issue completely. He was already looking forward to the day this unit would clash with the renowned steel-clad heavy cavalry. When Lin Yi's Dragonblood Legion returned to the camp, night had already fallen. What greeted them was a breathtaking scene. The camp, both inside and out, was filled with massive Dragonborn soldiers and an uncountable number of Dragonblood rhinoceroses. The latter formed a dense, shadowy mass under the night sky, stretching beyond the limits of vision. Wu Xiao stood at the camp's entrance, utterly stunned by these colossal creatures she had never seen before. She watched as the Dragonborn soldiers moved among the rhinoceroses, carefully selecting their mounts. Dragonblood Rhinoceros, this is my new unit, Lin Yi explained with pride. Combined with the Dragonborn warriors, they will become the most formidable heavy cavalry in my army. How? How many of them are there? Wu Xiao asked in astonishment. As a lord herself, she understood all too well the immense cost of building an army. What shocked her even more was how Lin Yi had managed to assemble an entirely new unit in just one day. Each of these heavily armored beasts weighed several tons, and their combat power was undoubtedly devastating. 1,000 Dragon Rhino Knights, Lin Yi declared decisively. Tomorrow, they will serve as the main force to reclaim the Goblin territory. In truth, with Lin Yi's magical crystal reserves, he could have summoned tens of thousands of Dragon Rhino Knights. However, logistics posed the greatest challenge. These massive rhinoceroses had an insatiable appetite, consuming more than 10 times the food of an ordinary Dragonborn soldier. Additionally, their summoning cost was 5 times that of a Dragonborn. To equip this new army, Lin Yi had established a trading center in the camp, immediately purchasing 1,000 heavy cavalry lances made of metal. These were only temporary weapons. Once they returned to the Crosscut Mountains, the Bronze Hammer Dwarves would forge custom-made weaponry for them. The camp's current stockpile of swamp crocodile meat was far from sufficient to sustain this army for long. Lin Yi urgently needed to expand the camp and establish a stable supply chain. The Goblin territory, as the greatest threat, had to be dealt with first. Wu Xiao initially wanted to urge Lin Yi to proceed cautiously, given the sheer numbers of the Goblin army. However, as she gazed at the awe-inspiring Dragon Rhino Knights before her, she realized any advice was unnecessary. The small, frail frames of the Goblin warriors, even the strongest bear goblin, stood no chance against the charge of these colossal beasts. 1,000 heavily armored knights, each weighing several tons, could annihilate any defense line with ease. Everything was ready. Tomorrow, we'll settle the score with those green-skinned dwarfs. At dawn the next day, the Dragonblood Legion was fully prepared for battle. Over 1,000 Thunderwolf Drakes led the charge, fanning out like an open arc in front of the main force to clear obstacles and secure the path. Following closely behind were over 1,000 Dragon Rhino heavy cavalry, their iron hooves pounding the earth steadily as they advanced toward the Goblin territory. This time, Lin Yi chose not to conceal his presence. He knew well that the Goblin territory was already aware of him as a formidable enemy. Besides, the outcome of the clash between the giant sludge monster and the Goblin army remained uncertain. With the old Goblin Lord gone, the Goblin tribe was likely in the throes of a chaotic power struggle. The army moved at a pace far faster than the day before and soon reached the outskirts of the Goblin territory. The scene before them was shocking. Burning buildings still emitted black smoke, and weapons, armor, and arrows were scattered haphazardly across the ground. Strangely, not a single Goblin corpse could be seen. I'd bet they were devoured by that sludge monster, Wu Xiao concluded. Lin Yi didn't feel relieved by the Goblin's weakened state. On the contrary, it only reinforced the terrifying strength of the sludge monster. Unlike the Goblin army, whose capabilities were clear, the unknown nature of the sludge monster posed the real threat. Spread out and scout. Report any anomalies immediately, Lin Yi commanded, and the Thunderwolf Drakes swiftly dispersed. Before long, scouts returned with news. Near a ditch by the swamp, they discovered a shocking sight. A hill formed entirely of Goblin weapons and armor, its surface coated with foul-smelling slime. That stench, it's from the thing in the palace, declared Mordekaiser, the black dragon. Just then, a dark shadow shot out from the ditch, coiling around a nearby Thunderwolf Drake and dragging it into the water. Without hesitation, the silver dragon Primo unleashed dozens of brilliant blue ice spikes, severing the shadow in an instant. A deafening roar erupted from the ditch, and a massive, pitch-black mass began to rise slowly. It was a grotesque creature composed of sludge, swamp mud, and biological fluids. Its size was now even more monstrous than before, towering over 20 to 30 meters, with a weight that rivaled even the black dragon circling above. Master, let me take it down, Mordekaiser roared, diving from the sky and slamming into the sludge monster, splitting it into two. I'm your opponent now, you disgusting, repulsive thing, the black dragon boasted triumphantly. However, the scattered sludge monster quickly began to reform, its mass merging once again as it prepared to take shape. Hey Mordekaiser, can you stop showing off for once? It's not dead yet. Go finish it off, Lin Yi shouted in frustration. The black dragon always loved to grandstand, even in the heat of battle. A thunderous dragon's roar pierced the heavens as the black dragon, Mordekaiser, seemingly to mask his embarrassment, tore into the mud monster before him with increasing ferocity. Under his relentless bites, The mud creature was flattened and reshaped like dough, its foul, viscous fluids splattering in all directions. The stench alone was overwhelming, but the substance's toxicity was even more astonishing nearby. A thunder wolf dragon collapsed to the ground, its limbs rendered powerless after merely brushing against it. Lin Yi immediately commanded the Dragonblood Legion soldiers in the vicinity to retreat. This battle had clearly exceeded the capabilities of ordinary warriors and would require the intervention of higher-tier forces. However, even under Mordekaiser's brutal assault, the mud monster's body, torn into over a dozen pieces, retained its independent consciousness. Slowly, the fragments wriggled and reassembled themselves. Physical attacks proved utterly ineffective against this creature, and even the magical ice spikes conjured by the silver dragon, Primo, were useless. The protective layer of mucus seemed to create a barrier, preventing Primo from manipulating the surrounding moisture. The group could only watch as Mordekaiser and the mud monster engaged in a fierce struggle, locked in a stalemate. When another blast of the black dragon's toxic breath was effortlessly absorbed by the creature, Mordekaiser's patience finally snapped. "You filthy, stinking pile of sludge. How dare you make me lose face in front of my master?" he roared internally. With a surge of rage, he lunged forward and sank his massive jaws into the mud monster. This time, however, he didn't spit it out. Instead, he swallowed it whole. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he silently reflected on his harshness toward Mordekaiser. Wu Xiao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Even Primo's eye twitched, as if he could almost feel the revulsion himself. To everyone's surprise, the swallowed mud monster let out a pained howl. Realizing his attack had worked, Mordekaiser became even more frenzied in his biting. As a black dragon accustomed to life in the swamps, he was long immune to foul odors and toxic substances. Combined with his powerful dragon stomach, the mud monster's foulness was barely an inconvenience to him. The mud monster finally began to retreat, squirming desperately as it tried to escape back into the marshy riverbank. Who would have thought that a creature made of stench, poison, decayed fluids, and foul mud would one day be treated as food? It only wanted to flee this absurd nightmare. But with victory now within reach, Mordekaiser had no intention of letting it go. Instead, he doubled down on his savage assault. The way he acted, anyone unaware might have thought he was savoring the finest delicacy. After losing a significant chunk of its body, the sludge monster finally managed to drag itself to the edge of the riverbank. However, just as it was about to escape into the water, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The murky mud that should have been easy to merge into suddenly became as hard as iron. Lin Yi turned to look and saw the silver dragon Primo raising his palm. Under the surge of magical energy, the entire riverbank was instantly covered in ice. The sludge monster's hope of using the liquid for a quick escape was completely dashed, and the black dragon Mordekaiser wasted no time lunging forward to continue his feast. The battle gradually turned into a war of attrition. Mordekaiser relentlessly bit and devoured, while Primo stayed close behind, casting spells to freeze any liquid in the sludge monster's path, cutting off all avenues of retreat. At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. Your hero unit, Black Dragon Mordekaiser, has absorbed one of dark energy. Next stage, Abyssal Poison Dragon. Lin Yi was overjoyed. His weakest black dragon had finally found a path to evolution, and every bite of the sludge monster's body could be converted into advancement energy with no risk of overeating. Burp Primo, wanna bite? This stuff is super nutritious. After the prolonged battle, Mordekaiser suddenly remembered he had an ally present and enthusiastically extended the invitation. However, Primo's eye twitched at the suggestion, as if vividly imagining the revolting scene. Without a word, he unleashed his magic, freezing the surrounding swamp completely before transforming into his dragon form and fleeing hastily, leaving Mordekaiser to ravenously enjoy his meal, oil dripping from his mouth. Burp, why are you ignoring me? So arrogant. Next time, I won't share this kind of delicacy with you. Mordekaiser grumbled in dissatisfaction as he continued feasting. With the sludge monster defeated, the entire swamp was no longer a threat. Although the goblin stronghold had been destroyed by the sludge monster, numerous goblin camps were scattered nearby. Over the following days, Lin Yi's Dragonblood Legion carried out a thorough sweep of the area. Without a unified leader, the goblins were no match for the relentless pursuit of the Thunderwolf dragons and the charges of the Dragon Rhino Knights. Lacking tribal totems and the wisdom of elder goblins, these fragmented camps quickly crumbled. Lin Yi adopted a scorched earth strategy, dispatching the Thunderwolf dragons to search every corner, ensuring no survivors were left behind. After this comprehensive purge, the region was finally restored to the control of the Wu Xiao outpost, an affiliate of the Dragon Nation. The situation at the swamp camp had come to a temporary conclusion. Lin Yi stood at the highest vantage point of the camp, observing the bustling activity below. Turning to Wu Xiao beside him, he instructed, Your primary task is to ensure the stable operation of the camp, develop the swamp area, and supply swamp crocodile meat to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Wu Xiao frowned as she gazed out at the vast swampy expanse. We don't have enough manpower to cover the entire area. Additionally, now that the goblins have been cleared out, should we station troops in the swamp jungle? After a week of fighting alongside Lin Yi's forces, she had fully embraced her new role, unconsciously using terms like we in her speech. Lin Yi gestured toward the Dragon Blood Legion, which was assembling in the distance. This 1,000-strong Dragon Rhino cavalry and the Thunder Wolf Dragon will remain here under your command. Noting the excitement on Wu Zhao's face, he added, as for expanding the camp, you can adapt based on the situation. Remember, while ensuring the Legion's supply, make every effort to stockpile as much crocodile meat as possible. It's a vital resource for the entire territory. Wu Xiao nodded solemnly, deeply aware of the weight of her responsibilities. Lin Yi's trust only strengthened her resolve to manage the area effectively. After giving his instructions, Lin Yi returned to the transverse mountain range through the portal with the Black Dragon and Silver Dragon. Leaving the Dragon Blood Legion at the swamp camp served a dual purpose, ensuring a consistent supply for the meat-loving troops and securing the safety of the camp. Notably, the Black Dragon, Mordekaiser, had advanced to 18 progress in its evolution after absorbing the dark energy from the sludge creatures. While no new abilities had been unlocked yet, the progress was significant. Upon returning to Dragonblood Peak, Lin Yi immediately summoned Helen to receive an update on the current situation. Helen reported that the vanguard base of the Jiao Dragon Guards along the Great River was operating smoothly. Although there had been occasional disturbances from the mermen, they were easily dealt with. However, she cautioned that a large-scale attack from the merman tribe could not be ruled out. When Lin Yi inquired about the progress of the defensive fortifications around the transverse mountain range, Helen explained, following the recommendations of the Master of Fortifications, Merkel, we're prioritizing construction in the southwest. The northern side is protected by the natural barrier of the Great River, and the eastern side is secured by the rugged mountains. In the southwest, however, there's a nomadic centaur tribe. Though small in scale, they still pose a potential threat. Helen systematically reported to Lin Yi, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. It was clear that the promise Lin Yi had made earlier had indeed had a significant effect. Have those centaurs noticed that we're building defensive fortifications? Lin Yi asked. They have. They've tried to harass us multiple times, but thanks to our advantageous terrain, they've suffered heavy losses on every attempt, Helen replied, a trace of pride in her voice. Lin Yi nodded, as this outcome was within his expectations. The fortifications in the Hengduan Mountains were designed to leverage the mountainous terrain. Once the centaurs, who were accustomed to galloping across open plains, entered the valleys, their speed advantage was nullified, and their numbers became little more than easy targets. Has the construction progress been affected? Delayed by 2 days, Helen admitted. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression darkened. These damn centaurs, she had never intended to provoke them, yet they had taken the initiative to cause trouble. If he didn't teach them a harsh lesson, how could he answer to the millions of people living in the Hengduan Mountains? To win their loyalty, he first needed to provide them with a sense of security. With this thought, Lin Yi immediately summoned Drogon, the red dragon resting in the volcanic magma. Master, is there a new mission? Before Drogon could speak, the black dragon Mordekaiser impatiently chimed in. Ever since consuming the swamp creatures and gaining new strength, he had been eager to prove himself in front of the red dragon. Lin Yi ignored Mordekaiser's sycophantic behavior. Ever since witnessing the black dragon devour the swamp creatures, Lin Yi couldn't help but associate Mordekaiser with an unpleasant stench every time he spoke. Mounting Drogon's back, the red dragon launched into the sky, carrying Lin Yi high above the Dragonblood Peak. The silver dragon Primo quickly revealed his true form and followed close behind, while Mordekaiser flapped his wings to catch up, seemingly oblivious to the disdain directed at him. Flying south along the Hengduan Mountains for a short while, the partially completed fortifications came into view. In the valley below, a large number of dwarves were hard at work on the unfinished structures. Further in, long caravans of supply wagons stretched into the distance, carrying offerings from nearby mountain tribes. This localized resource-gathering approach had greatly improved construction efficiency. At the valley's entrance, squads of fully armed Dragonborn soldiers stood vigilant. Ever since the centaur harassment began, the area's defenses had been on high alert. The sight of 3 dragons descending left everyone in the valley awestruck. The Copperbeard and Redbeard clans, now united as the Dragonblood Dwarf tribe, immediately bowed deeply to the dragons. Other subordinate tribes fell to their knees, kowtowing fervently, and the display of reverence rippled throughout the entire valley. As a confidant of the dragons, Lin Yi addressed the crowd, offering words of reassurance. He declared that the centaur's harassment was a direct insult to the Great Red Dragon, and they had come to seek justice. At his proclamation, the valley erupted in deafening cheers. For these tribes, having such powerful beings stand up for them was nothing short of a dream come true. The former Redbeard dwarves, in particular, were moved to tears of gratitude. What does it mean to be a true dragon lord? The mighty red dragon Drogon is the answer. A chorus of admiration echoed through the valley. The dwarves buzzed with conversation, comparing Drogon to the hybrid dragon they had encountered before. That half-blood dragon, despite enjoying years of offerings from the Redbeard tribe, had never truly aided them. In contrast, Drogon had only been allied with the Redbeard tribe for a few days, but had already defeated the Bronzebeard tribe. And now, upon learning of the tribe's grievances, he had even summoned 2 dragon allies to lend their strength. Amid the rising cheers in the valley, Lin Yi led the 3 dragons into the sky, heading toward the centaur camp. They had scarcely left the valley when they spotted a small centaur scouting party monitoring the dwarves' fortifications. This group of 50 warriors had achieved nothing since their initial ambush, rendered ineffective once the dragon soldiers arrived. As the immense shadows of the 3 dragons loomed over the valley, the centaurs were still congratulating themselves, believing their chance to deal with the earth-digging dwarves had finally come. However, the triumphant cheers from the valley took them by surprise. By the time they realized what was happening and attempted to flee, the 3 dragons were already upon them. The proud red dragon Drogon paid no attention to these insignificant centaurs, while the haughty silver dragon Primo refrained from acting, awaiting Lin Yi's command. The black dragon Mordekaiser, however, was brimming with enthusiasm. Treating the encounter as mere amusement, he dove toward the panicked centaurs. With a single swoop, he sent dozens of them, along with a large patch of grass, flying into the air, clearly intent on toying with the fleeing enemies. Meanwhile, the impatient Drogon had already continued toward the centaurs' main camp, showing no interest in lingering to watch the skirmish. The vast, boundless grasslands undoubtedly provide an unparalleled environment. The centaur tribes, leveraging their innate nomadic advantages, are nearly invincible in this terrain. From a young age, every member of their tribe masters horseback archery, excelling in long-range raids and reconnaissance, forming a highly mobile cavalry force. Even the fierce orc tribes find themselves retreating in the face of such a dominant force on the plains. As Lin Yi rode forward on the red dragon, Drogon, an enormous centaur settlement came into view. This was merely an outpost, yet behind it, an endless sea of tents stretched to the horizon. This visible territory alone housed tens of thousands of tents, indicating the presence of at least several tens of thousands of armed centaur warriors. And this was only a fraction of the centaur domain. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel grateful for the natural barrier provided by the transverse mountain range. Without this geographical advantage, the centaur army could easily annihilate the millions of tribes inhabiting the mountains. Drogon, destroy the camp ahead. Lin Yi issued the order to attack. This command marked the beginning of a new, relentless war between the forces of the transverse mountain range and the centaur tribes. In truth, the war had become inevitable the moment the centaurs began harassing the mountain defenses. Drogon exhaled a thick stream of sulfurous air through its nostrils. Rested and strengthened by prolonged exposure to volcanic magma, the red dragon was eager to unleash its power. Its massive wings darkened the sky, casting an enormous shadow below. The centaurs on the ground looked up in confusion, only to see the colossal beast soaring overhead. A searing stream of dragon fire, over 100 meters long, poured down like a fiery pillar, carving a charred trench through the camp in an instant. Countless centaur warriors and tents turned to ash in the intense heat. Enemy attack! A shrill alarm sounded as hundreds of centaur warriors burst from their tents, bows drawn and arrows aimed at the sky. Yet the sparse volley of arrows was nothing more than an annoyance to the dragon. Drogon ignored the feeble resistance and continued to spew fire with abandon. Before long, for intersecting trails of scorched earth divided the entire camp. Every structure and living being was consumed by the raging flames. Lin Yi, seated atop the silver dragon Primo, watched coldly from above. The anguished cries and futile resistance of the centaurs below did nothing to stir his heart. In this brutal dark underworld, mercy was the most useless emotion. If the centaurs had risen to dominate the wild plains, they had undoubtedly committed their own share of slaughter and pillaging against other tribes and civilizations. If not for the natural barrier of the Hungduan Mountains, the dwarven forces hidden within the range would likely have already fallen victim to invasion. As the red dragon Drogon unleashed a searing breath of fire, the flames illuminated half the sky, immediately catching the attention of the centaur scouts stationed behind the camp. A chorus of warning horns echoed across the grasslands, their prolonged and resonant tones signaling the highest level of alert. Lin Yi observed from above, watching as the centaur warriors swiftly assembled from their tents. Their movements were agile, and in no time, they were fully armed and charging toward Drogon's position. The efficient organization displayed by this large tribe earned Lin Yi's silent admiration. Despite facing 2 colossal and fearsome dragons, the centaur warriors showed no trace of fear. This was the foundation of a major tribe, capable of surviving in the dark underworld, a core of elite warriors, willing to sacrifice themselves for the collective. Drogon, angered by the audacity of these centaurs to challenge his authority, felt his fury grow. To him, these insignificant creatures were ants, and their defiance was unforgivable. Letting out a thunderous roar, Drogon dove to engage them. Flying at an altitude of less than 50 meters, Drogon exuded the terrifying dominance unique to pureblood dragons, unleashing a seemingly inexhaustible torrent of blazing fire. The leading 100 or so warriors of the 1,000-strong centaur vanguard were incinerated into ashes before they could even knock their arrows. The rear warriors, suppressing their fear, seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of arrows at the dragon's exposed underbelly during his descent. Though a few arrows managed to pierce the gaps between his scales, they were no more than mosquito bites to Drogon. The faint pain only served to enrage him further. He abruptly halted midair, adjusted his stance, and prepared for another dive. After several rounds of diving attacks, and at the cost of a dozen arrows embedded in his belly, Drogon effortlessly annihilated the 1,000-strong centaur cavalry. His massive body, stretching tens of meters, combined with his thick dragon hide, formidable resistance to magic, self-healing abilities, and exceptional physical defenses, rendered the centaur warriors' attacks largely ineffective. At this point, the black dragon Mordekaiser arrived on the battlefield. Unable to suppress his battle lust at the sight of the carnage, he immediately dove into the oncoming waves of centaur reinforcements. Drogon, however, withdrew from the fight without Lin Yi's command. He had no interest in cooperating with another dragon. To a pureblood dragon, even when facing tens of thousands of foes, the battle was a personal challenge to be fought alone. This was no different from earlier, when the silver dragon Primo had stood by, silently observing. Now, Mordekaiser was fully engaged in combat with the centaur army. Unlike Drogon, who favored diving attacks and fiery breath, Mordekaiser relished close-quarters combat, relying on his powerful physique to clash directly with his enemies. Mordekaiser crashed to the ground like a falling meteor, tearing up a large patch of grass. The massive shockwave sent the charging centaur warriors tumbling to the ground. Amidst the flying dust, a colossal black dragon stood tall before them. With a powerful sweep of his tail, Mordekaiser effortlessly sent several centaur warriors flying. As he watched the enemies closing in from all directions, he let out a deafening dragon roar that echoed across the battlefield. The battle-hardened black dragon, reveling in the thrill of close combat, didn't even bother to unleash his corrosive dragon spit. Arrows rained down from the centaur warriors, but Mordekaiser's 150 points of physical defense rendered them completely ineffective. After losing hundreds of warriors without inflicting any harm on the dragon, the centaur leader decisively gave the order, switch to javelins. The centaur warriors in the rear quickly armed themselves with meter-long javelins. Using the momentum from their charge, they hurled the metal-tipped weapons at the black dragon with incredible force. The dense volley of javelins pierced Mordekaiser's scales like a rainstorm, finally making the arrogant beast feel pain. Just as Mordekaiser, seething with rage, prepared to deliver a deadly blow to the audacious centaurs, Lin Yi's retreat command arrived in time. Reluctantly, the black dragon crushed over a dozen nearby centaurs with a swipe of his claws before taking to the skies. In the distance, more and more centaur warriors realized that their javelins could harm the dragon. Driven by the desire to claim the glory of slaying the beast, they charged forward recklessly. But their hopes were dashed when Lin Yi's voice rang out. "Xiao He, get back here now!" Mordekaiser, clearly displeased, spat a few streams of venomous dragon saliva at the ground in frustration before obediently flying back to Lin Yi's side. In truth, if Lin Yi wished, he could have his 3 dragons take turns harassing the region. Especially Drogon, the red dragon, whose fiery breath had a range of 100 meters, allowing him to wreak havoc from beyond the centaur's reach. However, Lin Yi had no intention of doing so. In his eyes, this powerful centaur tribe served as a natural barrier for the southern grasslands of the transverse mountain range. They could prevent other civilized races from settling in the southern and western regions of the range, while posing no threat to the dwarves and vassal races residing within the mountains. The mountainous terrain was an insurmountable barrier for this nomadic tribe. Lin Yi stood atop the back of a majestic dragon, overlooking the vast plains below. He calculated in his mind. Once the defensive fortifications across the Hungduan Mountains were completed, this centaur tribe would pose no threat whatsoever. Moreover, with 3 pureblood dragons under his command, dealing with these centaurs would be as effortless as an adult overpowering a child. Lin Yi kept these thoughts to himself, not sharing them with the 3 dragons. The silver dragon, Primo, had always been indifferent toward ground-dwelling creatures. The black dragon, Mordekaiser, was still seething with anger, eager to dive down and engage in another fight. Meanwhile, the red dragon, Drogon, looked down upon these creatures, dismissing them as insignificant mere pests that a single breath of dragon fire could annihilate. Having assessed the Centaur tribe's strength, Lin Yi felt satisfied and prepared to return. On the distant plains, tens of thousands of Centaur warriors were still relentlessly pursuing the airborne dragons. Suddenly, the silver dragon Primo's eyes flashed with a blue light. In an instant, a massive cumulonimbus cloud formed above the pursuing army. Before the centaurs could react, countless razor-sharp ice shards rained down, turning the pursuing forces into a scene of chaos and anguish, with blood and cries filling the air. Seeing this, Lin Yi paid no further attention to the centaurs and signaled the three dragons to head back toward the Hongduan Mountains. Upon returning to his territory, he observed the defensive construction progressing at full speed. Under the direction of the city defense master, Merkel, countless dwarves and vassal races were working methodically. Although the project utilized existing peaks and mountain passes, the sheer scale of the construction was immense. According to Merkel's estimate, it would take another month or more to complete. With no pressing matters at hand, Lin Yi suddenly recalled the magical crystal bombs he had discovered at the Copperbeard tribe. He traveled to the Copperbeard Valley and found that the once modest laboratory, which had been a 200 square meter facility with only 20 members, had now expanded into a full-fledged research center. It featured large caverns, a dedicated testing ground, and a staff of over 300 members. Before he even approached, the deafening sound of an explosion echoed from the back of the mountain. The Copperbeard dwarf guiding him respectfully explained, "Honored emissary, that is the testing ground at the rear mountain, conducting a trial detonation. Every new product must undergo explosion tests before it can be approved for production." This explanation piqued Lin Yi's interest, and he immediately requested to visit the testing site. For the benefactor who had elevated the magical crystal laboratory to its current prominence, the guiding dwarf was more than happy to oblige, turning to lead the way. Upon reaching the rear of the Copperbeard Valley, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon a row of uniquely shaped magic crystal bombs neatly arranged within containers. The metallic surfaces of the bombs reflected a cold, steely light, making them especially eye-catching. "Sir, these are 6 prototype models developed by the Magic Crystal Laboratory, awaiting testing. Additionally, there are 2 samples that have already passed testing," explained the head of the Magic Crystal Workshop. Despite the layer of dust covering his face, his eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Lin Yi stepped closer to examine the 2 completed samples. One resembled a club, weighing about a pound, and had the appearance of a small dumbbell. The other was larger, shaped like a flattened sphere, with a seemingly ordinary metallic design. The head of the workshop eagerly introduced the first one. "This smaller one is what we call the Widowmaker. Its metal casing houses a processed magic crystal on each end, separated by a special alloy spring in the middle. To activate it, you simply strike the casing hard. The spring will snap within 5 to 6 breaths, causing the 2 magic crystals to interact." Though the explanation was laced with the dwarf's characteristic technical jargon, Lin Yi only partially understood but still nodded politely. When the magic crystals detonate, the fragile casing shatters, releasing tiny metal projectiles embedded within. The blast leaves no survivors within its range. "The inspiration for this design and its core triggering mechanism actually came from your suggestion," the head added earnestly. Seeing the sincerity in the dwarf's rugged face, Lin Yi almost believed him. "Let's see it in action," Lin Yi suggested. With confidence, the head of the workshop grabbed the dumbbell-shaped bomb, struck it forcefully against his knee, and then hurled it into a small pit in the distance. "Take cover," he shouted, immediately dropping to the ground. Behind Lin Yi, a silver dragon named Primo, disguised as an ordinary dragon soldier, quickly conjured a frost shield about an inch thick to protect him. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as the Widowmaker detonated in the pit. Countless metal projectiles and shards of the shattered casing burst outward, tearing through the surrounding thick wooden boards and reducing them to splinters. "Widowmaker, an apt name indeed," Lin Yi remarked with a satisfied nod. The power of this dual magic crystal structure could likely even take down dragon soldiers. Turning his attention to the larger, flattened spherical bomb, Lin Yi asked, "And what about this one?" "Sir, this one uses a pressure-based mechanism. We've named it a Little Ruckus." Hearing the name, Lin Yi frowned slightly, wondering if the weapon's power was underwhelming. Its explosive core is composed of 5 magic crystal units. The leader, Tong Su, explained in detail while pointing at the spherical bomb in front of him, which was slightly larger than a basketball. "Whether it's pressure from above or force on the outer shell, the sensitive internal springs will trigger the detonation." Lin Yi carefully examined the dangerous weapon and quickly grasped its design concept. It could be buried underground as a landmine or dropped into water as a naval mine. "Sir, there's no need to test this one," Tong Su said with a pained expression, pointing to a collapsed rock wall nearby. "Based on previous experience, this type of magic crystal bomb can shatter the valley walls. Detonating it in such a confined area is far too risky." Looking at the alarming cracks in the rock, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, why is the power of 5 magic crystals so much greater than 2? It's because of the different design concepts, the leader explained. The smaller Widowmaker was designed with portability and safety in mind, so its power is limited. It primarily relies on metal shrapnel and the shell for damage. But this larger magic crystal bomb fully unleashes the energy of 5 forged magic crystals, making it dozens of times more powerful than the smaller one. Lin Yi didn't ask too many questions about the other improved prototypes, as they were all based on these 2 fundamental designs. Before leaving, Lin Yi suddenly suggested, the names you've given these bombs are too awkward. From now on, call the small ones magic crystal grenades, and the larger ones magic crystal naval mines or magic crystal landmines, depending on their use. The leader hastily agreed names didn't matter. Earning the support of the special envoy was what truly counted. Upon returning to his territory, Lin Yi found the Alliance chat group unusually lively, with everyone discussing some kind of trial. Dragon Kingdom. What trial are you all talking about? Haha, Lin Yi, how do you have time to chat here? Weren't you helping that little salty soy milk girl? Shadow Fiend teased. Is there anything I can help with? Meow 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 City asked enthusiastically. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to explain his conquest of a vassal territory, Salty Soy Milk spoke up on her own. No need, it's already resolved. Lord Lin Yi is very capable. Haha, I knew he could handle it, even has an adult red dragon. Shadow Fiend chimed in. Big Willow steered the conversation back on topic. Speaking of which, this upcoming Lord's trial is related to both of you. Lin Yi was no stranger to the Lord's trial. It was a voluntary event for mid to high-ranking lords, where they could earn generous rewards by fending off creatures from the Dark Demon realm. Shadow Fiend's city defense master, Merkel, had been obtained through such a trial. Though it was likely orchestrated by forces behind the teleportation portals, most lords only cared about the rewards for slaying demon realm creatures. But this time, the Lord's trial is a little different, Big Willow said, his tone full of intrigue. In previous Lord trials, a small amount of trial area information was always released in advance, at least giving participants a basic understanding of the terrain, said Dahlia Shu in the Alliance chat. But this time, nothing has been disclosed, which is very unusual. Not only that, Shadow Demon chimed in, even the rewards, which were always announced ahead of time in previous years, are being kept completely secret. As a newcomer experiencing the Lord trials for the first time, Lin Yi found this anomaly puzzling. The discussion in the chat group grew increasingly heated. What could this mean? The Dragon Nation raised the question that was on everyone's mind. Meow 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 City analyzed. Our guess is that this year's Lord trials might be groundbreaking. Either the level of danger is unprecedented, or the rewards are unimaginably generous. Otherwise, there's no reason to break a tradition that has been upheld for decades. Such a pity, Shadow Demon sighed. I've already advanced to a higher rank and lost my eligibility to participate. Hearing Wu Qingfeng say this, Lin Yi couldn't tell whether he was genuinely regretful or subtly showing off his high-ranking status. This competition, known as the mid-tier Lord Trials, indeed had its eligibility rules for good reason. Low-tier lords were too weak. A single powerful magical beast could wipe out their entire territory, making participation tantamount to suicide. On the other hand, the power gap between high-tier lords was far too vast. For example, comparing the newly advanced Wu Qingfeng to Fang Yin of the Elven Sanctuary. One controlled a territory equivalent to a large prefecture-level city, while the other's domain was comparable to the entire Dragon Nation. Their military strengths were worlds apart, ranging from tens of thousands of troops to millions. Not to mention the near black-tech research advancements of the Elven Sanctuary, which provided a significant combat advantage. By contrast, the power disparity among mid-tier lords was much smaller. Even the weakest of them had conquered a territory belonging to an intelligent demonic race, possessing basic military forces and infrastructure. Meanwhile, the strongest mid-tier lords were still limited by population caps and the balance of surrounding powers, preventing them from achieving true regional dominance. That said, Lin Yi, Shadow Demon turned to Lin Yi. You're actually the most suitable to participate. After all, you're the man who owns a dragon. The trial rewards are practically in the bag for you. Dahlia Shu, however, offered a reminder. But as part of the national team, we have to caution you. Based on past experience, participants are all formidable mid-tier lords. Even someone like Wu Qingfeng would probably only rank in the middle of the pack. Am I not allowed to save face? Shadow Demon interjected. Although you've earned the title of Rookie King, your time in the Dark Demon realm has been far too short. Compared to mid-tier lords who've been accumulating power for years, or even over a decade, the gap is just too wide. Damn it, just talking about this makes me angry. The Alliance chat suddenly became lively as one member exclaimed excitedly, back in the day, I met this guy who deliberately stayed at the mid-tier level without advancing. He signed up for every Lord's trial, relying on his experience and accumulated troops to rack up a ton of rewards. Seriously? Why didn't I think of using that method to farm more rewards? The Shadow Demon Lord's message popped up. Lin Yi couldn't help but tease upon seeing this. Is it that you didn't think of it? Or is it that you're stuck at midair and have no choice? It's been 3 years, can you really stand staying at midair any longer? By now, he was familiar enough with Wu Qingfeng to know his personality well. Haha, little Shadow wouldn't hear the end of it if I started mocking him. Omeo City chimed in jokingly. Just pretend I don't exist, Shadow Demon replied helplessly. Through this exchange, Lin Yi gained a deeper understanding of the Lord's trial. Despite these height-ear veterans in the Alliance chat warning him about various unfavorable factors, he still decided to sign up. In the eyes of the group members, Lin Yi was just a lucky guy who happened to own a red dragon. They believed that in the trial environment, facing waves of countless monsters, relying on a single dragon would at most help him survive. The true deciding factor would be the foundational troops that could be deployed in large numbers. What they didn't know, however, was that Lin Yi commanded not just one, but 3 pureblood dragons, along with a formidable Dragonborn army. Among them, the Dwarven warriors alone could easily muster a fighting force of over 10,000. This gave him the confidence to participate in the trial. The only thing that gave Lin Yi some pause was the yet over-revealed terrain of the trial area. Whether it was a floating island, desert, island, aquatic region, or wasteland, the terrain would significantly impact the performance of his army. He imagined what would happen if his army, including Dragon Rhino Knights, were deployed in swampy waters. Their effectiveness would be severely diminished, while lords with aquatic forces would gain a massive advantage. With no better option, Lin Yi decided to prepare for multiple scenarios. Following the advice from his groupmates, he pulled up the Lord's trial registration page and completed the sign-up process. The page immediately displayed a countdown. 3 days, 21 hours, 30 minutes, and 59 seconds. This was his first time participating in the Lord's trial, and to prepare for any situation, Lin Yi decided to deploy his strongest forces and go all out. His territory, the Hengduan mountain range, was in an advantageous position. To the north, a massive population of fishmen dominated the river, weak in combat but overwhelming in numbers. Stationed along the riverbanks were dragon guards, more than capable of handling any fishmen that came ashore. To the east lay rugged, irregular mountain ranges, nearly impossible for any creatures to cross and threaten his territory. To the west and south stretched endless wild grasslands, home to a powerful centaur tribe. With these natural barriers and station troops, Lin Yi felt confident enough to withdraw his main forces for the trial. While there was no limit to the number of troops one could bring to the trial, logistical support had to be considered. With unknown terrain, unpredictable enemy forces, and an indefinite trial duration, blindly expanding his army without addressing supply issues could lead to catastrophic resource shortages, resulting in infighting and chaos within his own ranks. Lin Yi's Dragonblood Legion boasted an incredibly formidable lineup. 1,000 elite Jiaolong guards, clad in finely crafted leather armor and equipped with protective goggles, stood at the ready. The Dragon Rhino Cavalry, made up of 2,000 ferocious Dragonkin soldiers and Dragonblood Rhinos, shone brilliantly. Each knight wore composite half-armor, while their imposing Rhino mounts were fully armored. Additionally, 500 agile stealth Dragonkin scouts waited in position, and 3,000 Thunder Wolf Dragons exuded an overwhelming presence. The 3 great dragons were, of course, an integral part of this force. Lin Yi had specifically instructed the Dragonblood Dwarf artisans to forge specialized armor from soft dark metal of the demon realm to protect the dragon's underbellies. However, the red dragon, Zhuogung, deemed this to be a sign of weakness and proudly refused it. The silver dragon, Primo, preferred appearing in its humanoid dragon form and was indifferent to the armor. Surprisingly, the black dragon, Mordekaiser, showed great interest in the equipment. Not only did it gladly accept the underbelly armor, but it also requested a gilded dragon horned helmet, which it wore with pride, exuding the majesty of a leader among dragons. Thanks to the exceptional craftsmanship of the many professional dwarf artisans from the Hengduan Mountains, the entire Dragonkin Legion was outfitted with custom-made, specialized gear. The dark metal from the demon realm was transformed by these artisans into finely crafted armors and weapons. The Dragon Rhino Cavalry received special attention, with even their Dragonblood Rhino mounts covered in heavy armor that protected their vulnerable underbellies and joints. This custom armor was not only lightweight and easy to mold, but also surpassed the defensive capabilities of even the most expensive alloys on Blue Star. Combined with the Dragonkin soldiers' natural anti-magic scales, the gear was the perfect blend of physical and magical defense. The armor was thoughtfully designed with storage pouches on both sides, allowing the soldiers to carry essential supplies like weapons and food. The Dragonkin soldiers were also equipped with high-quality weapons. Razor-sharp claws forged from demon realm alloys, paired with versatile polearms that could be used for both ranged and melee combat, significantly enhancing their combat efficiency. This legion was virtually invincible. The Jiaolong guards excelled in aquatic battles, while the Dragon Rhino Cavalry dominated the plains. In the jungles, The self-sufficient Thunder Wolf dragons moved with ease, and in the marshlands, Mordekaiser reigned supreme. As for the volcanic and icy terrains, Zhuogung and Primo showcased their unique abilities. With such meticulous preparation, Lin Yi ensured that, in the upcoming Lord's trial, he would remain undefeated no matter the terrain he faced. When Lin Yi announced that Lord Zhuogung would soon join the interdimensional battle, the loyal Dragonblood dwarves erupted in a wave of enthusiastic cheers. Tens of thousands of elite dwarves eagerly petitioned to follow the Red Dragon, Lord Zhuogung, into battle. In the end, Lin Yi selected 5,000 dwarf warriors to join the Lord's trial expedition. The large number of dwarves chosen was largely thanks to their unique wartime rations compressed dried mushrooms. This simple yet practical food could sustain a dwarf warrior for an entire week with just a small pouch. Once soaked in water, the mushrooms expanded and satisfied their hunger. With such easily sustained warriors, Lin Yi was naturally happy to include them. Meanwhile, batches of brand new magic crystal bombs, the proud creations of the dwarven craftsmen, were loaded and ready to unleash their power on the battlefield for the first time. Wu Xiao, stationed at the swamp camp, also received the trial notification, but Lin Yi had no intention of letting her participate. Firstly, the salted soy milk territory was in a recovery phase and needed time to recuperate. Secondly, considering the food pressure that the surviving carnivorous war beasts would bring after the trial, the task of continuing to collect and stockpile the corpses of swamp crocodiles became particularly crucial. The day before the Lord's trial began, Helen, who was originally in charge of overseeing the defense construction of the Crosscut Mountains, came to Lin Yi. As a vassal lord, she needed Lin Yi's permission to participate in the trial. Seeing the anticipation in her eyes, Lin Yi initially wanted to refuse outright. However, recalling her loyal service over the years and the fact that he had recently rejected her request for a vassal camp, he hesitated to speak. If you go, who's going to supervise the defense construction of the Crosscut Mountains? Lin Yi asked. Helen had already prepared her answer. I've arranged everything. The dragon soldiers will follow the orders of Castle Defense Master Merkel. In my absence, he'll act as the chief supervisor. As for the vassal races, I've already warned Zayade if anything goes wrong, he's as good as dead. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, but pretended to be hesitant. That might work, but with you gone, the construction progress will definitely be affected. They'll continue supervising for 2 more months when I return, Helen promised urgently. Even if the project is already completed, they'll stay on it. Deal. Lin Yi agreed readily. He understood that Helen had been feeling stifled lately, spending all her time mining or supervising construction, and a chance to get out and breathe some fresh air would do her good. Before her departure, Lin Yi specifically reminded her, if you encounter danger, make sure to terminate the trial immediately. Although withdrawing midway meant forfeiting all rewards and accompanying troops, safety came first. Lin Yi generously equipped Helen with an elite force, 100 Dragon Rhino Knights, 500 Stealth Dragon Scouts, 500 Flood Dragon Guards, and 1,000 Thunder Wolf Dragons. For someone with an abundant supply of magic crystals like Lin Yi, this investment was negligible. Helen was even more thrilled, as she had also secured 3,000 Cave Dweller warriors from vassal manager Xiao Dai to bolster her forces. Lin Yi stood at the base of Dragon Blood Peak, leading his fully armed legion, ready and waiting for the call to the Lord's trial. As the countdown reached 0, a white halo expanded outward from his body, quickly encompassing all the troops. Lin Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This meticulously prepared trial was finally about to begin. But just then, an unexpected anomaly erupted on Blue Star. Above hundreds of cities, translucent, shimmering domes appeared simultaneously, their surfaces glinting with iridescent light under the sun. These massive domes, resembling overturned eggshells, completely encapsulated the cities within. What was even more alarming was the identical countdown displayed at the top of each dome. 30 minutes. The news spread rapidly across the internet. It's over. Is this the end of the world? What's going to happen in 30 minutes? I'm getting in my car and leaving now. However, it wasn't long before someone confirmed that the domes were impenetrable. Don't waste your energy, posted a resident from the outskirts of one city. The dome has completely sealed off the city. There's no way through. This revelation sparked even greater panic. Residents trapped inside the domes, and their worried friends and family outside were overcome with anxiety. Some proposed digging underground as an escape route. The underground should work, right? The internet cables are still functioning. But that hope was quickly dashed. There's a dome underground too, someone despairingly reported after attempting to dig their way out. The communication is only holding up because of wireless signal towers. 20 minutes had passed, and experts urged the public to stay away from city centers and move toward the edges of the domes. Many residents, acting decisively, rushed to the suburbs with their families in tow. This strange phenomenon wasn't limited to the Dragon Kingdom. Hundreds of cities around the world were caught in the same predicament. In the US, in the automobile hub of Chicago, a protest against welfare cuts was underway. The demonstration, involving a large number of black protesters, had escalated into a tense standoff with military police on the streets. Pepper spray, tear gas, and rubber batons flashed in the hands of the military and police, while at the end of the street, several high-pressure water cannon trucks stood ready to act. Faced with what had become a routine protest, the military and police of the beautiful country displayed an intimidating level of professionalism. The protesting black crowd fought back fiercely, hurling bricks and stones, but they were steadily pushed back under the overwhelming assault of the acrid tear gas and pepper spray. Their anger soon turned toward the storefronts lining the streets, businesses that, in their eyes, were complicit with the government through their taxes. The sound of shattering glass echoed repeatedly as looting and destruction spread like wildfire, and the protest swiftly devolved into a frenzied $0 shopping spree. The commanding officer of the military and police watched the chaos with a numb expression. This outcome had long been anticipated. However, an astonishing sight suddenly unfolded. A massive, translucent dome of light enveloped the entire city. At its apex, the letters CDT flickered along with a countdown display reading 30 minutes. Realizing the severity of the situation, the commander immediately gave the order to deploy the water cannons, while loudspeakers desperately urged citizens to return home and await rescue. Yet this only fueled the protesters' fury further, as they interpreted the mysterious dome as part of a government conspiracy rooted in racial discrimination. Molotov cocktails arced through the air, and with a sharp crack of gunfire, a riot officer fell to the ground, blood pouring from a wound on his head. As news of the event spread rapidly online, the sight of hundreds of cities trapped under similar domes sent shockwaves across the globe. Apocalyptic prophecies, alien invasions, and government population purges became rampant conspiracy theories. Against the backdrop of the confirmed existence of the dark magic realm, these speculations carried an unsettling plausibility. While other countries scrambled to manage the escalating protests and online hysteria, the Dragon Nation had already taken decisive action. Acting on the advice of military experts and high-ranking figures from the dark magic realm, a squadron of 5 fighter jets armed with small tactical nuclear weapons designed to avoid secondary contamination had taken to the skies. Their mission: to execute the Skullbreaker plan and breach the dome. Experts believe that concentrated firepower could overcome the dome's protective limits and free the trapped citizens. This decision was approved in just 5 minutes, and within 10, the jets were in position. To minimize casualties, the nuclear warheads were set to detonate at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As the countdown neared its end, a deafening explosion erupted, and the first mushroom cloud blossomed at the dome's apex. However, aside from causing minor ripples on the dome's surface, it inflicted no substantial damage. For more earth-shaking detonations followed, yet the dome remained unscathed. At the exact moment the 30-minute countdown reached zero, a massive swirling vortex began to form in the sky above the city. When Lin Yi opened his eyes, he found himself floating midair. He remained calm, fully aware that this was merely a transitional phase of the teleportation process. Looking down, he saw modern skyscrapers stretching into the sky below him. Among them, the most striking was a purple spire-topped building towering hundreds of meters high. This familiar sight instantly triggered his recognition. This was Jiangsheng. The astonishing realization left him in disbelief. He had returned to Blue Star. Meanwhile, across the globe, similar scenes unfolded above hundreds of cities shrouded in protective barriers. Thousands of warriors, alongside their lords, were returning from the dark abyss. Over 1,000 mid-tier lords descended upon various parts of Blue Star, leading massive armies. This spectacular phenomenon sparked heated discussions worldwide. People questioned the responses of global governments, particularly Long Guo's decision to deploy small-scale tactical nuclear weapons for rescue operations. Online debates raged on, with some raising environmental concerns while others mocked, who cares about the environment when the apocalypse is at hand? However, attention quickly shifted to the sudden appearance of these lords in the skies. Governments and monitoring agencies noted an unprecedented anomaly. These lords were able to bring their armies back with them, a stark contrast to the previous rule that allowed only inanimate objects to be transported. This discovery brought both relief and apprehension to decision-makers. Lin Yi gradually descended to the ground, his army of warriors warily observing this unfamiliar world. The bustling streets filled with cars, towering modern buildings, and crowds of curious onlookers were all novel sights for these warriors from the dark abyss. Particularly striking were Zhuogang and Mordekaiser's dragon forms, which drew countless onlookers snapping photos. The proud red dragon Zhuogang was visibly irritated, nearly unleashing his fiery breath, but Lin Yi managed to stop him just in time. As Lin Yi busied himself organizing his troops, the Lord Trial system suddenly issued a new alert. Resist the invasion of Dark Abyss creatures. The first wave will strike in 8 hours. A countdown appeared again in the skies above Jiangsheng, plunging the recently calmed citizens back into panic. It was then that Lin Yi realized the Lord Trial was going to take place on Blue Star itself. Not long after, a military vehicle approached Lin Yi's army but was promptly stopped by the vigilant dragon warriors. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling to let the person through. A soldier in a neatly pressed military uniform strode up to him, stood at attention, and saluted. "Are you Major Lin Yi?" the soldier asked sharply, his eyes bright with focus. As a lord selected through the national program, Lin Yi, like other lords, had been granted the rank of major. This was a key part of the nation's mobilization effort. As their influence in the Dark Abyss grew and their contributions to the country increased, their ranks would be elevated accordingly. "Yes, what's the situation?" Lin Yi returned the salute, his brow furrowing slightly. The soldier gave a concise report. Jiang City currently had fewer than 1,000 armed personnel. Most were police officers equipped with small-caliber pistols and submachine guns. A few armed police officers on duty carried rifles, but this force was far from sufficient to protect the 500,000 unarmed civilians in the city center. Lin Yi's expression grew somber upon hearing this. According to the briefing, in 8 hours, creatures from the Dark Abyss would be released into Jiang City, now sealed off by a protective barrier. He could vividly imagine the carnage that would unfold when defenseless civilians faced those savage creatures. "Are there any other reinforcements?" he asked. "There's another lord stationed in the northern district. Currently, Jiang City has only 2 Dark Abyss lords in the area," the soldier replied. Finding military vehicles too slow, Lin Yi decided to ride his red dragon, Drogon, with the soldier in tow. Amid the gasps of onlookers, the dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, reaching the northern district in under 5 minutes. In the plaza, at least 5,000 Highland barbarian warriors were stationed a fierce race from the Dark Abyss. Adult barbarians possessed the strength to tear apart tigers and leopards with their bare hands. The appearance of the red dragon immediately put them on alert. Before long, a middle-aged man with a kind and honest demeanor stepped forward. "Hello, I am Lin Yi, the Dragon Nation Lord from the Southern District. I've come to discuss joint defense plans," Lin Yi said straightforwardly. "Hello, I'm Zhu Xingyang, the Lord of Bear Ridge," the man replied. This barbarian lord readily accepted Lin Yi's proposal. Both of them understood that the existing force of 1,000 armed personnel was far from enough to fend off the invading creatures. Only those who had fought in the Dark Abyss knew how to handle the situation. Shortly after, the Ministry of Unified Command issued its highest directive. All armed forces in Jiang City were to be placed under the command of the 2 Dark Abyss lords. During the lockdown, the lords would act as the government's full representatives, and all citizens were required to follow their orders. The elder Zhu Xingyang was appointed as the chief defense commander, while Lin Yi was named deputy commander. Lin Yi had no objections to this decision. Zhu Xingyang, a sincere and experienced barbarian lord, was nearly 20 years his senior and a mid-year lord. Given the lockdown of dozens of cities in the Dragon Nation, it was only logical for the Ministry of Unified Command to choose the more seasoned Zhu Xingyang as the chief commander. Using the skyscrapers in the city center as cover to organize civilian evacuation was undoubtedly the best course of action. Lin Yi and Zhu Xingyang quickly reached a consensus. Not only should defensive forces be deployed on the ground, but combat units also needed to be stationed within the buildings to counter potential airborne monsters. This decision stemmed not just from Lin Yi's sense of duty as a soldier of Longhua to protect his people, but also from his deeper analysis of the Lord's trial. The trial zone being set in a densely populated urban center indicated that these ordinary civilians were more than just prey for the demonic creatures. Though the exact reason remained unclear, Lin Yi resolved to support Xiongling Lord Zhu Zhengyang's evacuation plan. Time was running out, with only 7 hours left before the deadline. Over 1,000 armed forces in Jiangxing immediately mobilized, using various media channels to issue evacuation notices to the public. Under the government's coordination, citizens orderly flocked to the high-rise buildings in the city center. Lin Yi deployed a large number of dwarven warriors to construct defensive fortifications at the base of the evacuation buildings. Armed with engineer shovels forged from demonic metals, these warriors efficiently cleared nearby ground-level obstacles. Fountains, sculptures, and guard posts were swiftly dismantled, creating a clear battlefield for the Dragon Rhino Knights. Dozens of skyscrapers were divided into 2 defensive zones, each overseen by Lin Yi and Zhu Xingyang. On Zhu Zhengyang's side, burly Highland barbarians were busy removing cars from underground parking lots, handing them over to their tribal beasts to crush into defensive barricades. These fortifications were meant to protect the underground shelters capable of holding tens of thousands of people. "Brother Zhu, those tribal war elephants of yours are truly impressive," Lin Yi remarked as he found a moment to approach Zhu Xingyang, offering the older lord some words of praise. "Young brother, your 2 dragons aren't too shabby either," Zhu Xingyang replied with a hearty laugh, his gaze shifting to the silver dragon, Primo, standing beside Lin Yi. "This one must be a dragon too, right? With such an elite force under your command, could it be that you're the successor of some high-ranking lord?" Zhu Xingyang scrutinized Lin Yi's troops closely. While the well-equipped dwarven warriors were remarkable enough, what truly puzzled him was the enigmatic Dragon Blood Legion. The towering dragon warrior figures exuded an aura of ruthlessness and ferocity. Zhu Zhengyang scrutinized them with the sharp eye he had honed over years in the demon realm, and he had to admit that these dragon warriors were every bit as formidable as his own highland barbarians. What shocked him even more was the sight of the massive herd of dragon-blooded rhinos, 2,000 colossal beasts lined up in perfect formation, each emanating an imposing presence akin to main battle tanks. In comparison, his prized barbarian war beasts, though each weighing over 10 tons, paled in significance with their mere dozens in number. This must be the offspring of some high-ranking powerhouse, inheriting such an impressive army. Zhu Zhengyang cautiously probed. No. I'm just a rookie who joined the Dark Demon realm this term. Lin Yi's response made Zhu Zhengyang's eyes widen in disbelief. You've only been here a month and you're already this powerful? So all my years of effort might as well have been wasted. Zhu Zhengyang muttered in astonishment. His gaze wandered to the red dragon circling in the distance before a sudden realization struck him. Lin Yi, could you be that rookie king everyone's been talking about recently? Yes, I am Lin Yi from the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yi admitted candidly, recognizing Zhu Zhengyang as a future ally from the same Dragon Kingdom faction. Zhu Zhengyang finally understood. I see now. The rookie king truly lives up to the reputation. He forced himself to accept this reality. He then shared with Lin Yi the wealth of experience he had accumulated over the past decade, particularly strategies for dealing with various demonic creatures. He lamented that advancing from a mid-tier lord to a high-tier one often depended heavily on luck. In his case, his territory was surrounded by 3 massive tribal forces, constantly eyeing him with hostility, which had made it nearly impossible for him to make a breakthrough. Just as Lin Yi was about to ask why he didn't seek opportunities elsewhere, their conversation was interrupted by a commotion. A middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses was arguing heatedly with military police. Why did you throw my car away? The man shouted at the officers. Get your superior here right now. This must be compensated. It turned out that the Highland barbarians had casually tossed his illegally parked vehicle aside to use it as material for defensive structures. Unable to confront the barbarians, the man vented his anger on the military police instead. Lin Yi approached, observing the seemingly respectable car owner. Before the man could finish his tirade about being a taxpayer, Lin Yi pulled out a fist-sized raw magic crystal. Will this cover it? Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. The car owner, stunned by the sight of the crystal worth hundreds of units, immediately changed his demeanor, trembling as he reached out to take it. Boom! Suddenly, the silver dragon Primo appeared and delivered a powerful punch, sending the suited man flying to the ground. Handcuff him to that broken car over there. Charge. Extorting a national military officer, Lin Yi instructed calmly before turning away. It wasn't until their commanding officer's figure disappeared into the distance that the young military police finally reacted. Holy crap, was that a sting operation? The way young people handle problems is so straightforward and decisive. Zhu Zhengyang watched Lin Yi's back, gave a thumbs up, and silently admitted to himself that he might have hesitated in such a situation. But Lin Yi was different. As the demon realm's ruler, his destiny was to forge a path in the dark demon realm. What did public opinion matter to him? His actions were open and upright, and as long as he stayed true to his conscience, that was enough. The man in the suit, now handcuffed, let out a pig-like wail, "Murder! Murder!" However, his cries seemed utterly futile at that moment. Citizens in the long line rushed toward the underground parking lot, unwilling to waste precious evacuation time on a troublemaker. After all, the countdown had already entered its final 2 hours. This sudden disaster quickly became the center of global attention. Major live streaming platforms seized the opportunity, creating live stream channels for hundreds of cities sealed under semi-transparent domes, drawing massive global audiences. Among them, Jiangxing in Longhua was pinned to the top by the platform's official account due to the government's efficient response, the citizens' cooperation, and the strategic deployment of 2 leaders. It was considered the city most likely to survive this catastrophe. However, netizens from the beautiful country were deeply dissatisfied. They flooded the comment sections with angry remarks. Only 1,000 guns for 500,000 people? We'd crush them. Gun control is a mistake. Only armed, free citizens can handle crises. Why isn't our city ranked higher? We have the highest gun ownership rate in the world. The live streaming platform quickly responded by highlighting a city in the beautiful country. But the scenes from this live channel painted a starkly different picture. The footage shook violently, and gunfire was constant. The person filming panted heavily, spewing a stream of expletives before explaining the situation. Protests had escalated into violent clashes with law enforcement, plunging the entire city into chaos. The screen showed a group of armed individuals firing relentlessly at police trapped in front of a precinct, the sound of gunfire rattling like popcorn. This sealed-off city had, instead, become a lawless playground for criminals to act with impunity. Before long, the screen went black again, accompanied by the despairing, tearful voice of the cameraman shouting, MXXXXXFXXXXX, the central police station has been taken over. With that, the live broadcast from the Motor City in America was abruptly cut off. Viewers in the live stream were stunned by this sudden turn of events, their attention collectively drawn to the title of the live stream in the top right corner. American netizens were left speechless by the unexpected scene, until Chinese netizens began spamming the classic comment, "Freedom-loving America," where gunfights happen every day, reigniting a heated debate between viewers from different countries. At that moment, a sharp-eyed viewer recognized the Lord of Jiangqing in China. Wait a minute, isn't that the rookie king of Longhua with the red dragon from a while back? This revelation significantly boosted the platform's confidence in Jiangqing, solidifying its live stream as the top-ranking channel. Meanwhile, in France, netizens noticed a startling similarity. Helen, the Lord of Marseille, had troops strikingly similar to those under Lin Yi's command. As one of the few female lords in France, Helen quickly became the center of national attention. When news reports showed Helen trapped within the sealed-off city of Marseille, the usually composed Duke of Tulips was enraged. He could hardly believe that his daughter, who had secretly spent a fortune to become a successor lord in pursuit of freedom, was now involved in this perilous trial of lords. The Duke immediately began issuing a series of orders. From now on, all family businesses in Marseille will operate on triple pay. Contact Yorick, that cowardly police chief, and tell him I'm donating a new police headquarters, but if anything happens to my daughter, he can start writing parking tickets for the rest of his life. As the old butler prepared to carry out the commands, the Duke suddenly remembered something else. Buy out the 3 largest security firms in Marseille, no matter the cost. Deploy all their armed personnel to support Helen immediately. Helen, unaware of her father's sweeping mobilization of Marseille's resources, was on the streets, facing off against a group of armed drug dealers. As France's largest port for international trade, Marseille had long struggled with issues like illegal immigration, smuggling, and drug trafficking. After the city was sealed off by an energy barrier, the local government announced a policy of self-governance, concentrating all military and police forces at the central government building. This decision infuriated Marseille's citizens and gave the drug dealers an opening to take to the streets and brazenly declare control over the city. "Hey, sweetheart, you know what this is?" the gang leader sneered, raising his rifle and firing a few rounds into the air as a show of force. He glanced disdainfully at Helen's cold weapon militia. "You think your little band of cavemen can go up against me?" The diligent Dragonborn soldiers quickly moved to shield Helen, as in Lin Yi's absence, she was their direct lord. "Lady Helen, shall I teach them a lesson?" asked a fearsome-looking cavern warrior commander who stepped forward, seeking permission. He was a towering figure with a muscular build, his eyes gleaming with the desire to prove himself. As a key figure commanding the dragon-blooded dwarf tribes and managing subordinate clans across the Hongduan Mountains, joining Helen in battle was a rare opportunity for this commander. Initially, Helen considered deploying the elite Dragon Rhino Knights, but noticing the commander's eagerness, she thought for a moment and nodded. Without hesitation, the cavern warrior commander strode forward to the front line. Clad in intricately forged armor crafted by the dragon-blooded dwarves and wielding a massive black battle axe, his over-turtle frame and bulging muscles visibly unsettled the armed drug cartel leader on the other side. "Don't push me. Take one more step, and I'll shoot," the cartel leader shouted, trembling as he raised his rifle. The cavern warrior commander ignored the threat, instead quickening his pace. Under the watchful eyes of his subordinates, the cartel leader gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets. However, the rounds merely sparked off the commander's armor. Relieved by what she saw, Helen finally relaxed. At the moment the cartel leader's magazine emptied, the commander closed the distance with just a few long strides. With a single hand, he lifted the leader off the ground. It was only then that the surrounding armed cartel members reacted, firing warning shots into the ground and loudly demanding their leader's release. At Helen's signal, the commander tightened his grip slightly. The cartel leader's head burst like an overripe melon, splattering gore in every direction. The gruesome sight struck terror into the hearts of the remaining cartel members, some of whom let out horrified screams. Dozens of guns opened fire simultaneously, and the relentless barrage finally penetrated the commander's armor. Yet, with a furious roar, he forced the bullets lodged in his body out through the sheer power of his muscles. At that moment, Helen gave the order, and over 100 Dragon Rhino Knights charged forward with thunderous hooves, their momentum scattering the cartel's disorganized ranks. Many armed drug dealers, sensing danger, hurriedly hid inside the small buildings lining the street. The Dragon Rhino Knights showed no hesitation, their massive bodies crashing through walls, charging from one side to the other. Under the relentless assault of hundreds of knights, the load-bearing structures of the buildings on both sides were completely destroyed. With a deafening crash, the small buildings collapsed in a cloud of dust and rubble. At that moment, the hum of helicopter rotors echoed from the low sky. Helen looked up to see over a dozen police helicopters circling overhead. At the end of the street, the wailing of sirens grew louder as a convoy of police cars approached, leading 4 or 5 heavily armored vehicles. Simultaneously, on the other side of the street, several armored vehicles bearing private security insignias appeared. They executed sharp drifts to block the road, cutting off the drug dealer's escape route. The private security personnel wasted no time. Without warning, they leaped out of the armored vehicles, mounted machine guns, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. An RPG rocket exploded precisely where the drug dealers were concentrated, the deafening blast shaking the air. Helen was utterly stunned by the scene before her weren't the authorities claiming there was insufficient manpower, advising residents to stay home and wait for rescue? Where had this formidable force of Frangi's elite military police come from? Not to mention the private security with such overwhelming firepower. Before she could make sense of it all, a police helicopter landed in the middle of the street. A middle-aged officer, his uniform adorned with numerous badges, stepped out with a calm smile. He handed her a satellite phone and said, "Miss Helen, the Duke your father wishes to speak with you." This battle was broadcast live across the internet, leaving viewers awestruck by the demonic warrior's resistance to ordinary bullets, while also sparking heated discussions about Helen, the Frangi noble, and her astonishing connections. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Planet, Lin Yi and Jiangxing, Longhua, remained unaware of the uproar caused by his vassal lord online. With less than an hour remaining on the countdown, he was frantically busy when a critical realization struck him. The duration of the first trial was unknown, and their current supplies might not last until it was over. After consulting with local military and police, Lin Yi learned of a meat processing plant on the outskirts of the city center. He immediately set out with his 3 dragons. The red dragon Drogon reached the destination in just a few minutes. Given the urgency, Lin Yi instructed Mordekaiser to smash through the roof of the facility. Once they located the cold storage, he ordered the dragons to take away thousands of tons of frozen meat. On the way back, Lin Yi noticed that many vehicles were still moving in the outskirts of Jiangxing, heading toward the edges of the barrier. The contrast between inside and outside the barrier was stark. Outside stood armed military and medical personnel on high alert, while inside, thousands of citizens anxiously awaited rescue. Lin Yi shook his head, understanding that the military was powerless to breach the barrier. Since these people chose not to trust the city center's defenses, he decided not to force them. The dragons swiftly returned to the high-rise defensive point in the city center with the supplies. At that moment, the countdown was reaching its final seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. The first wave begins. The first wave began. As the system prompt appeared, a crucial message surfaced before everyone. Under the onslaught of the monstrous insect swarm, surviving 24 hours would mean passing the test. The number of surviving citizens would serve as an additional scoring factor, determining the rankings. Lin Yi frowned slightly, immediately understanding why the trial area was set in the city center. Those trapped citizens would become key bargaining chips for the scores of each lord. Before anyone could think further, a massive spiral-shaped rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the shield that sealed off the city. Through high-definition footage transmitted by drones, everyone could clearly see grotesque insect-like creatures descending slowly. Their sizes varied, some resembling giant beetles, while others bore eerily human-like faces. Suddenly, a group of winged, mantis-like insectoids shot out from the swarm. They darted toward the surrounding drones with lightning speed, their blade-like forelimbs slicing through the air, instantly shredding any drones too slow to evade. Crone insectoids. Lord Zhu Zhengyang of Shongling appeared beside Lin Yi at some point, his expression grave as he spoke. He quickly explained, crone insectoids operate in clans, each led by a queen. Worker and soldier insects are absolutely loyal to their queen and will fight to the last breath for the clan's interests. How strong are they in combat? Lin Yi asked. Though he had heard of crone insectoids, he had never encountered them personally. Zhu Zhengyang gazed at the still-surging swarm emerging from the portal and gave a simple yet chilling assessment. The larger their numbers, the tougher they are. For instance, 100 of their soldier insects against my 100 Highland barbarians to win. But if it's 1,000 versus 1,000, the odds drop to 50-50. And if it's tens of thousands of soldier insects? His voice carried an unmistakable sense of dread. Following Zhu's gaze, Lin Yi saw the portal spewing out an overwhelming tide of insectoids, their sheer numbers enough to make one's scalp tingle. Let's hope we can get through this. Zhu Zhengyang handed Lin Yi a walkie-talkie before hurrying off to his defensive sector. Each of them was responsible for defending dozens of high-rise buildings in the city center, sheltering the majority of citizens who had chosen to stay. As night fell, the high-rises switched to magic crystal-powered backup generators after the suburban power lines were cut off. The earlier drone footage had spread among the residents, and the sight of those insectoids towering 2 to 3 meters tall, with razor-sharp claws and menacing fangs left everyone trembling with fear. Lin Yi waited for 2 hours, Yet there was still no sign of the insect swarm's attack. Logically, he should feel relieved after all. Enduring for just 24 hours would count as victory. However, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable unease, his sense of foreboding growing stronger by the moment. Brother Zhu, I'm going to check out what's happening. We can't just sit here and wait for the worst. Are you crazy? Out in the open, surrounded by swarms of insects? Not even a god could save you. Zhu Zhengyang's voice was filled with worry. As a comrade, he didn't want to see Lin Yi take such a reckless risk. Don't worry, I'll take the dragons with me. They'll scout from the air. So I won't get surrounded. Lin Yi's tone was resolute. Seeing that persuasion was futile, and feeling uneasy about the eerie silence of the insect swarm, Zhu Zhengyang could only warn him to be cautious. The red dragon Drogon led the way, while the silver dragon Primo carried Lin Yi and followed closely. The black dragon Mordekaiser stayed behind to guard their base. The three dragons had a clear division of tasks and worked together seamlessly. Riding from the rooftops of the city's tallest buildings straight into the sky, they quickly arrived at the location where the insect swarm had first appeared. However, the once-dense swarm had vanished. Frowning, Lin Yi scanned the area and soon spotted scattered traces of the swarm in the outskirts. The insects weren't aimlessly wandering, but were purposefully hunting down survivors hiding in the suburbs. Those refugees who had gathered near the edge of the protective barrier were quickly discovered, and a gruesome massacre ensued. Warrior bugs and worker bugs surged toward the crowd like a tidal wave, their sharp fangs and claws creating a storm of blood and carnage. In mere moments, the edge of the barrier turned into a grisly slaughterhouse. The military stationed outside the barrier could only watch helplessly as the horrific scene unfolded, with countless cameras broadcasting the nightmare to the entire world. Drogon, the red dragon, understanding Lin Yi's intent through their bond, let out a resonant roar and dove downward at incredible speed, leaving trails of vapor in the air. Hovering above the carnage, Drogon unleashed a torrent of fiery dragon breath. Insects caught in the blast instantly exploded, their bodies charred as if deep-fried. Those directly hit by the flames were reduced to ash in an instant. Drogon's sudden appearance drew the attention of a massive number of insects. The surviving civilians seized the opportunity to flee in their vehicles, realizing too late how foolish it was to seek refuge in open areas. Among the Krollen insectoids, only the flying warrior bugs resembling oversized mantis escaled take to the skies. Yet even so, the swarm of 1 to 2,000 flying bugs posed a serious threat to Drogon in the air. Buzzing loudly, they surrounded the red dragon in a thick, menacing cloud. Though Drogon could easily crush individual bugs and incinerate dozens with a single breath, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Roaring in fury, he turned his flames on himself, burning scores of mantis-like insects into charred remains that fell from the sky. However, some of the bugs had already latched onto Drogon's back, their hook-like claws wedging into the gaps between his scales. While these insects couldn't penetrate Drogon's tough defenses, their relentless harassment drove him into a growing frenzy. At this moment, all Drogon wished for was to find an active volcano and immerse himself in its molten embrace. Drogon, take to the skies. At Lin Yi's command, the red dragon Drogon flapped its massive wings and shot straight into the clouds. The silver dragon Primo's icy blue eyes glinted coldly as it instantly froze the surrounding moisture into countless ice needles. These piercing shards rained down like a storm, impaling the mantis-like insectoid clinging to Drogon's back. The persistent irritation of its bites vanished at once. Drogon turned to watch the insectoid plummet to the ground, then unleashed a searing blast of dragon fire, venting its lingering frustration. Lin Yi surveyed the ground below. In just a few minutes, the area had turned into a lifeless wasteland. Although Drogon's interference had bought some time for the fleeing survivors, the situation remained dire. Hundreds of vehicles sped desperately toward the city, but they couldn't escape the relentless pursuit of the mantis-like insectoids. Razor-sharp claws tore through the flimsy car frames with ease, leaving behind scenes of carnage. Brother Zhu, is there any way to locate the queen among the swarm? Lin Yi asked, hoping a decisive strike could dismantle the Krun insectoid army. Zhu Zhengyang quickly grasped Lin Yi's plan. Not an easy task. The queen is as intelligent as a human and adept at hiding. Every ordinary insectoid serves as her eyes and ears, and after seeing your dragons, she's even less likely to expose herself. As the suburbs were all but wiped out, waves of worker and soldier insects surged toward the city center. Lin Yi made a swift decision, leading the three dragons back to the densely packed high-rises to prepare a defense. The battle erupted far sooner than anticipated. The swarm quickly advanced into the heart of the city, and the moment the first insectoid appeared in front of the defensive line, combat broke out. The first line of defense was manned by dragonblood dwarven warriors, heavily armed and ready. Among them were mithril guards and bronze warriors from the Copperbeard clan, as well as fire pattern warriors from the Redbeard clan. As the dense wave of insectoids closed in, a deafening explosion erupted in their midst. The enhanced magic crystal landmines unleashed devastating power, instantly carving a massive vacuum in the swarm. Yellow-green insect fluid splattered everywhere. Though the charge of the swarm was momentarily halted, reinforcements quickly filled the gap. Watching this unfold, Lin Yi knew that this would be a grueling and protracted battle. More than a dozen magic crystal landmines exploded in front of the insect swarm, but they still failed to stop the overwhelming tide of insect-like creatures. Worker insects, resembling a hybrid of turtles and crabs, quickly engaged the dragonblood dwarves in close combat. The finely crafted weapons of the dwarf warriors easily pierced the soft bodies of the worker insects, and their superior armor effectively shielded them from the insects' attacks. However, the dwarves' smaller stature put them at a disadvantage. Despite their mediocre combat strength, the worker insects had the advantage of sheer numbers. Just as the dwarves managed to drive them back, the more formidable ground soldier insects arrived. These massive creatures resembled giant lobsters, their scythe-like forelimbs gleaming coldly as they targeted the dwarves' unprotected necks. Caught off guard, several dwarf warriors were decapitated on the spot. Witnessing this horrific scene, Lin Yi's fury ignited. He immediately gave the order, "Dragon Rhino Knights, charge!" 2,000 fully armed Dragon Rhino Knights stormed into the battlefield from the flank. Weighing 7 to 8 tons each, including their mounts, this ultra-heavy cavalry unit plowed through the insect swarm like an unstoppable wave of steel. Countless Kryn insects were trampled to death, and the dragon soldiers barely needed to lift a weapon. Simply directing their mounts' charge caused devastating damage. After one charge, the square was almost cleared of insect creatures. The crushed insect corpses oozed thick yellow-green fluid, which quickly spread to the dwarves' legs on the front lines. To avoid being trapped in the foul, sticky slime, Lin Yi ordered the dwarf troops to retreat into nearby buildings. Although more insect creatures continued to pour in, the threat had been significantly reduced. The Dragon Rhino Knights began engaging the new wave of enemies in melee combat. These warriors, infused with dragon blood, were covered in dense dragon scales, and their custom-made armor, crafted by dwarf artisans, provided near-impenetrable defense. From the upper floors, civilians anxiously watched the life-or-death battle unfold. Unarmed and helpless, they could only pray that the young lord's army would turn the tide. The names of various deities echoed through the buildings, from Jesus to Guanyin, the Jade Emperor to Sun Wukong, Muhammad to the Buddha. Even Ultraman was called upon by children. As the insect tide was gradually suppressed, Lin Yi's Dragonblood army successfully confined the battlefield to the area outside the tall buildings. Just as Lin Yi began to breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to contact Zhu Zhengyang in the northern defensive zone, he received troubling news from his ally. "There are too many damn bugs. Our outer defenses around the buildings have fallen, and they've already breached the interior." Zhu Zhengyang's voice sounded weary. "How's your situation? Can you hold out?" "Hang in there, brother. I'm coming." Lin Yi cut the conversation short, immediately mounting 3 giant dragons to rush to their aid. The defense of Jiangxing was a shared responsibility, and if the northern defensive zone collapsed, the loss of civilian points would be a burden both lords would have to bear together. The city center was already teeming with scattered insect-human hybrids. As night fell, the city's lighting systems either lost power or were destroyed by the creatures, plunging the battlefield into an eerie darkness. Lin Yi followed the movement patterns of the insect humans and quickly pinpointed the northern defensive zone of Jiangxing, which was under heavy attack. From the sky, the red dragon Zhuogung dove down, unleashing a fiery breath that illuminated the streets as if it were daylight. Under the glow of the dragon's flames, Lin Yi noticed many new types of insect humans he had never encountered before. Towering over 10 meters, humanoid spider-like creatures with human faces stood on dozens of stilt-like legs, their grotesque bodies supported by these spindly appendages. They spat a sticky white mucus that immobilized the barbarian defenders on the high ground, leaving them vulnerable to swarms of soldier insects that quickly engulfed them. Even more alarming were the explosive sandworms that could burrow underground and emerge behind the barbarian defensive lines. Although their numbers were limited and they were quickly dealt with, their self-destructive explosions released a corrosive yellow-green fluid that posed a significant threat. Could this be the main attack point for the insects? Lin Yi observed the significantly larger and more diverse insect-human army below, and realized why the previous defensive efforts had seemed unusually easy. The specialized insect species were all concentrated in the northern defensive zone. The sudden appearance of the dragon immediately attracted a swarm of mantis-like insect humans. However, Lin Yi was prepared. He commanded the Silver Dragon Primo to rupture over a dozen fire hydrants along the streets, transforming the gushing water into a misty haze. As the mantis-like creatures recklessly flew through the mist, Primo froze the vapor into ice crystals, immobilizing their wings. Zhuogung seized the moment, unleashing fiery breath to incinerate the falling insects into charred remains. The battle raged on. Primo continuously condensed the spraying water into sharp ice spears, striking the insect swarms with precision. Shuagung swooped back and forth, using its fiery breath to clear the ground of insect humans. Nearby, the black dragon Mordekaiser grew restless, preferring close combat. With his claws and fangs, he tore through the creatures, reducing them to insect pulp. Lin Yi's eyes scanned the battlefield's edges, searching for the queen insect. Suddenly, a dense cluster of insect humans caught his attention. With a roar of excitement, Mordekaiser charged straight at a small high-rise building where the creatures were gathered. Unexpectedly, the insect humans did not engage, but instead quickly retreated into the building's interior. Roar! Mordekaiser let out an earth-shattering bellow, his massive dragon body repeatedly slamming into the Midreese buildings. The concrete walls cracked under the violent impacts, and finally, they collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amid the rubble, hundreds of soldier bugs swarmed around a massive, bloated flesh worm as it fled in panic. Lin Yi's eyes sharpened as he immediately recognized the Karen Queen worm he had been desperately searching for. Almost simultaneously, the bug army that had been assaulting the northern defense zone abruptly changed direction, rushing toward the queen's location. Xiaohei, take out that queen worm, Lin Yi ordered decisively. The black dragon Mordekaiser bared his fangs in a menacing grin and charged toward the target like an arrow loosed from a bow, crushing countless bugs into pulp under his massive feet. Zhu Zhengyang, who was battling fiercely in a high-rise, noticed something unusual. The mantis-like bug soldiers, which had been surging forward with madness, suddenly retreated. Soon after, the larger bug army outside also began to withdraw. The distant roar of a dragon made him realize instantly, Lin Yi, is that you? With the silver dragon Primo escorting him, Lin Yi landed beside Zhu Zhengyang. The current state of the Xiongling Lord fully displayed his Highland barbarian bloodline. Shirtless, standing over 2 meters tall, his body covered in the foul-smelling fluids of the bugs, and wielding 2 massive axes the size of wagon wheels in his hands. His aura was ferocious and overwhelming. As an experienced mid-ear lord, he had long mastered the ability to manifest his bloodline powers. In contrast, Lin Yi, having only recently joined the Dark Nether realm, had yet to reach this level, perhaps due to the high requirements of his bloodline. I think I've located the queen worm. My dragon is in pursuit, Lin Yi explained briefly. Zhu Zhengyang nodded in understanding, expressing gratitude for the timely support. By the way, why is the difficulty of this first wave of the bug swarm so high? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. I find it strange too. The intensity of past Lord trials was never this extreme, Zhu Zhengyang replied, his seasoned experience offering no clear answer. While the human bug battle in Jiangxing had temporarily subsided, Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang's forces remained vigilant outside the high-rise defense line, as the fight was far from over until Mordekaiser successfully took down the Karen Queen worm. In stark contrast to the relative calm in Jiangxing, hundreds of other cities worldwide, sealed under energy domes, were still engulfed in chaos. In the daylight of Motor City in the US, the situation was even more chaotic. Even before the bug swarm descended, the streets had already been set ablaze by protesting black citizens. When 3 US lords arrived, they brutally suppressed and absorbed the protesters and military police locked in conflict. They broadcasted messages instructing civilians to stay home and wait for rescue. Yet large crowds still flocked to the Lord's stronghold at the Wells Fargo Tower, seeking shelter. For ordinary citizens, the moment the energy dome sealed their city was akin to the apocalypse. Whether it was armed gang members, out-of-control military police, or the terrifying bugs, all were equally horrifying. Hey, we need help. A group of ragged citizens cautiously shuffled forward in front of the heavily guarded Wells Fargo Tower under martial law. At the building's entrance, heavily armed guards stood with rifles at the ready, their eyes scanning every approaching figure with suspicion. This place had become a stronghold for the forces of 3 lords from the beautiful country, as well as the remaining armed gangs from Motor City. The citizens, having endured countless deceptions, had long since seen through the government's lies about waiting at home for rescue. Clinging to a sliver of hope, they prayed that the arriving lords might offer them protection. Click-clack, the synchronized sound of rifle bolts echoed sharply in the air. The guards raised their weapons in unison, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at the huddled citizens lingering near the entrance. Calm down. For God's sake, we don't have any weapons, the leading citizen shouted, raising both hands in panic. Get the hell back home and wait for rescue, barked one of the guards, a black man who, just hours ago, had been part of a riot. Promised by the lords of the beautiful country that they'd receive decent jobs once the barrier lifted and the quarantine ended, he now arrogantly drove away the very people who had once been his allies. When their desperate pleas went unanswered, one citizen finally snapped. You bastards are going to burn in hell. Bang, bang, bang. A series of warning shots served as the guards' only response. On the top floor of the Wells Fargo Tower, 3 lords stood behind the glass curtain wall, observing the chaos below. The Black Lord, Jackwell, frowned deeply, knew all too well the brutal fate that awaited the citizens forced to stay in their homes once the monsters arrived. Jackwell, don't tell me you've been brainwashed by those left-wing fools. Why do you care if those black bastards live or die? Oh, wait, I almost forgot. You're one of them, sneered Lawrence, one of the White Lords, his racial prejudice on full display. As the tension between the two escalated, the third lord, also white, quickly intervened. Enough, both of you. Lawrence, that was out of line. But Jackwell, you need to face reality. There are fewer than 1,000 soldiers and police left in the city, and those junkies downstairs can't possibly control millions of people. So what's the plan now? Jackwell asked, forcing himself to stay calm. He knew full well that the two White Lords were aligned against him. Wait, the White Lord replied, patting Jackwell on the shoulder. This building's exterior walls are 5 meters thick with reinforced concrete. It's basically a fortress. Once the civilians outside are wiped out, those junkies downstairs will still buy us some time. This was their plento sacrifice the ordinary citizens to preserve their own power. As for any public outrage that might follow, they couldn't care less. For the plutocratic lords of the United States, as long as they can supply an ample amount of magic crystals and mineral resources, they can secure enough allies in the parliament to protect their interests. Under the manipulation of the plutocracy, the voices of ordinary citizens have become insignificant. Meanwhile, in Marseille, the freedom-loving and romantic French people are demonstrating the government's impotence through their actions. Even in the critical moment of an insect swarm invasion, they continue to act as they please, treating the protective barrier lockdown as nothing more than a farce. Miss Helen, the lower Bay Area has fallen. Miss Helen, the insect swarm is advancing toward Palm Street. Miss Helen, insectoids have been spotted on Roman Avenue. The relentless stream of emergency reports nearly drove Helen to her breaking point. Stop bothering me. Hold the security base. I don't want to deal with anything else, and I can't. With the support of Marseille's top 3 security companies, 1,000 family armed forces, and all remaining police officers, Helen had effectively become the most powerful figure in Marseille after the protective barrier was established. Another mid-level lord wisely chose to join her faction. Inspired by the successful example of Jianqing and Longhua, Helen ambitiously planned to replicate the feat in Marseille to prove her capabilities to Lin Yi. However, her plans were shattered by the citizens of Marseille, who dismissed her efforts with a single phrase, "Stop your reality show." Ironically, this fragmented situation turned out to be an unexpected advantage in combating the insect swarm. The descending Krun broodmother was forced to divide its forces to hunt humans scattered throughout the city, significantly easing the pressure on the security base. It wasn't until the 12th hour that the base encountered its first assault, a small squad of 50 ground-bladed soldier insects and 1 mantis insectoid. Facing this brave vanguard of the swarm, the armed forces at the base unleashed a spectacular display of firepower. Machine guns, grenades, and rocket launchers fired in unison, and thousands of rifles rained bullets for a full 10 minutes. The assault was so overwhelming that Helen's demonic troops didn't even get a chance to engage. Unexpectedly, after this small skirmish, no more insect swarms attacked the base. It turned out that the Krun broodmother had chosen an easier target than defenseless ordinary citizens within the city. And so, Helen endured the first 24 hours in agonizing anticipation. A system notification promptly followed. First wave challenge concluded. Successful lords, 378. Lords who forfeited, 102. Deceased lords, 9. Next came the ranking based on the number of surviving citizens. To her astonishment, Helen found herself tied for 18th place with a score of 24,365 points. At the top of the leaderboard was a familiar ID. Dragonation, Xiongling, score, 482,604. A notification appeared in Lin Yi's vision, indicating that the second wave of trials would commence in 72 hours. The system also informed him that lords who had successfully completed the first wave could choose to end the trial and claim their rewards. However, those who continued to participate in the second wave, but withdrew midway, would forfeit all rewards. In the distance, the black dragon Mordekaiser was pursuing the Kellen broodmother. It wasn't long before the battlefield underwent a dramatic shift. What had been a tightly coordinated swarm of insectoids suddenly lost their unified command. Instead of converging towards the broodmother, they scattered in all directions. When Mordekaiser returned, Lin Yi learned that the powerful black dragon had devoured the Kellen broodmother. With the broodmother's control severed, the massive swarm of insectoids instinctively began fleeing the area, overwhelmed by the dragon's oppressive aura. Seeing the crisis resolved, Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately organized their warriors to clear out the remaining insectoids in the surrounding districts. As the 24-hour limit expired, the fleeing insectoids collapsed one by one, their insectoid brains bursting into pools of viscous ichor. Post-battle statistics revealed that Jiangcheng, the city Lin Yi was responsible for in the Dragon Kingdom, had the highest number of surviving civilians among all cities. This globally watched urban lockdown event sparked widespread discussion online. Netizens from various countries were stunned to discover that the Dragon Kingdom's score had reached an astonishing 480,000 points, far surpassing the second-place score of just over 80,000. The online chatter grew lively. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom this year's rookie champion? But who is this Xiongling guy? They're both lords who descended in Jiangxing of the Dragon Kingdom. What luck. Teaming up basically guaranteed them free points. I had a feeling they'd rank high when they started consolidating the civilians early on. Yeah, right, you're just saying that now. Total hindsight. Meanwhile, some began celebrating the second-place lord from Neon Country. However, as netizens dug deeper, an unexpected truth came to light. The so-called success of this Neon Lord turned out to be a desperate gamble. In a Neon coastal city with a population of 250,000, this lone lord initially attempted to confront the insectoid swarm Hedon. Within just half an hour, his entire army was nearly annihilated. With no other options, he fled into a nuclear power plant and made a desperate decision ordering the plant's staff to overdrive the reactor core. When the swarm surged into the plant, the overdriven reactor core ultimately triggered a massive explosion, wiping out the Kellen insectoid clan. What should have been a reasonably satisfactory outcome? The Neon Lord managed to escape to the sea just in time before the nuclear power plant explosion, bringing 250,000 residents with him and narrowly avoiding the first wave of the insect swarm. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. The nuclear power plant continued to experience uncontrolled explosions. Completely isolated from the outside world, no rescue forces could enter. The reactor core kept melting down, releasing highly concentrated radioactive clouds that gradually engulfed the skies above the coastal city. A translucent barrier trapped the deadly radiation within the city limits, preventing it from spreading outward but causing the radioactive clouds to sink and churn, turning the entire city into a death trap. Within the first hour, casualties began to appear in villages and towns near the nuclear plant. By the third hour, the dense radioactive clouds had swept into the urban areas, and residents who failed to escape in time collapsed on the streets. After 24 hours, the city, sealed by the barrier, had effectively become a ghost town. Of the 250,000 residents, only 80,000 survived, and even they faced slim chances of survival due to severe radiation exposure. After enduring 24 hours at sea, the Neon Lord chose to terminate the trial, returning to the Dark Abyss to claim the reward with a second-place ranking in the first wave. However, for the remaining survivors, even if they could withstand the radiation, the second wave of monsters arriving in 3 days would leave them with no hope. This coastal city had become a ticking nuclear bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. If the barrier were to disappear, the radiation would spread through land, air, and sea, causing widespread fear among Neon citizens and neighboring countries. Although the immediate casualties from this trial were limited to the hundreds of thousands within the city, the potential radiation spread could threaten the lives of hundreds of millions in surrounding regions. Neon had appealed to the United Nations for help, hoping to find a way to permanently sustain the barrier. Neighboring countries, considering their own interests, refrained from criticizing Neon for its decision. Unfortunately, even the most advanced high-ranking lords from various nations were powerless against the mysterious barrier. Through online reports, Lin Yi finally understood why their trial was so challenging. As most citizens were concentrated in protected zones, the starving Klern insectoids were forced into desperate battles with the defenders. Despite Lin Yi and his team's best efforts to protect the citizens of Jiang City, several underground parking garages were breached by the insectoids, and early evacuees fleeing blindly to the suburbs suffered heavy casualties. The total death toll across the city exceeded 10,000. Lin Yi's forces also suffered significant losses. Offensive units like Thunderwolves, which were not built for defense, lost 500 to 600 soldiers. The Dragonblood Dwarves, who bore the brunt of the initial defensive battles, sustained over 300 casualties, and another 1,000 injured dwarves were being treated in nearby buildings. Fortunately, the core combat units, such as the Dragon Rhino Knights, as well as the non-frontline troops like the Dragon Guardians and Dragon Scouts, sustained almost no losses. Meanwhile, in the northern defense zone, Zhu Xingyang's situation was far less optimistic than Lin Yi's. As the primary target of the swarm's main assault, and having adopted the same frontal resistance strategy as Lin Yi, his forces had suffered devastating losses. The battlefield was littered with the massive corpses of barbarian behemoths, their bodies resembling small mountains. Over half of the 5,000 to 6,000 Highland barbarians were either dead or injured, their blood staining their armor a deep crimson. If not for Lin Yi leading the dragons to provide timely support, the swarms that had breached the building interiors would have caused even greater casualties. Zhu Xingyang surveyed the ravaged battlefield, exhaustion written all over his face. After the first wave of combat, the center of Jiang City resembled a hellish landscape. Both units were busy clearing the corpses scattered across the ruins, preparing for the second wave of attacks. Brother, I won't pretend to be tough. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I can hold out for the second wave, Zhu Xingyang said as he walked up to Lin Yi, his gaze sweeping over the battered Highland barbarians. Many of the severely injured were lying in nearby buildings, groaning in pain as medics hurriedly moved among them. This is most of the forces I have left. If I can't hold the line in the next wave and return to the Dark Abyss realm with nothing, the factions around me won't let me off so easily. Lin Yi remained silent. It was true retreating halfway through not only meant forfeiting any rewards, but also losing all the warriors they had brought. Worse still, the second wave wouldn't start for another 3 days, a delay that could be fatal for the besieged Xiongling territory. No wonder the veterans in the alliance group often said that only powerful and experienced mid-tier lords dared to participate in these trials. For ordinary lords, joining recklessly could mean returning to find their territories already plundered and destroyed. I understand, Lin Yi nodded. Zhu Zhengyang, as a comrade fighting alongside him, had borne the brunt of the swarm's main attack in the northern defense zone and had come personally to explain the situation. This bond of camaraderie was not lost on Lin Yi. It's all on you now. I never imagined the Lord's trial would take place on Blue Star. Who knows how many lives will be lost? I just fear this is only the beginning. Zhu Zhengyang's gaze drifted into the distance, his tone heavy with concern. His family was still within the borders of Longhua, and though they had been fortunate enough to avoid this disaster, there was no telling where the next trial would unfold. Against the Dark Abyss realm's monsters, even ordinary citizens armed with modern weapons were little more than fodder for the creature's amusement. These words settled over Lin Yi like a dark cloud. Blue Star, once seen as a safe haven, was now facing the looming threat of invasion by these monstrous forces. Securing a first-place tie in the first wave of the trial was already an impressive achievement, one that would bring Zhu Zhengyang substantial rewards. Zhu Zhengyang had wanted to advise Lin Yi to stop while he was ahead, as the second wave would undoubtedly be much harder. But the words caught in his throat. If Lin Yi chose to withdraw as well, the hundreds of thousands of Longhua citizens in the city would face certain annihilation. Don't worry, I know my limits. If it gets to the point where there's no hope, I won't stubbornly hold on, Lin Yi said firmly. After helping clean up the battlefield, Zhu Zhengyang and Lin Yi embraced tightly to bid farewell, promising to reunite in the Dark Abyss. Zhu Zhengyang then led his Xiongling Legion out of the trial grounds and back to the Dark Abyss. This sudden departure left the citizens of Jiang City, who were still basking in the joy of survival, in a state of panic. Compared to the heavy casualties in other trial cities, Jiang City, with a population of 500,000, had lost just over 10,000 people, a miraculous outcome. However, the departure of the Xiongling Legion plunged the survivors into fear, worried that the two lords might abandon them. Lin Yi had to repeatedly assure everyone that he would stay and face the second wave of trials together with them. Yet, the citizens seemed not entirely convinced. They began forming groups to care for the wounded soldiers of Lin Yi's legion, attempting to prove their worth. This left Lin Yi both amused and exasperated, but it also reminded him of the urgency of the situation. There were only 3 days left until the second wave of trials. Although the nature of the next wave of enemies was still unknown, Lin Yi immediately began comprehensive preparations. He appointed nearly 1,000 military officers and government officials to lead and coordinate the 480,000 residents. Over 5,000 medical personnel were organized to focus on treating and caring for the Legion's injured soldiers. Citizens with construction experience volunteered to reinforce defensive structures. With Lin Yi's approval, excavators, cranes, cement mixers, and other construction vehicles quickly gathered at the site, creating a flurry of activity. Large groups of drivers led ordinary male citizens to search for supplies across the city, while female citizens were assigned to food preparation duties. Despite varying levels of culinary skill, in the face of extreme hunger, even partially cooked meals from large communal pots tasted exceptionally satisfying. The frozen meat Lin Yi had collected from a meat-packing plant proved invaluable. While the more particular dwarven troops were harder to please, the Dragon Blood Legion even relished raw, bloodied meat. In stark contrast to the desolation in other trial cities, the citizens of Jiang City threw themselves into preparations with surprising creativity. Fire trucks were repurposed into mobile fuel depots and stationed atop tall buildings by dragons. Under the guidance of a university professor, large quantities of gas cylinders were modified to serve as makeshift explosives. What shocked Lin Yi the most was the demonstration by a senior technician from a chemical plant. The technician mixed a small additive into a barrel of an unidentified liquid and placed it under a dump truck. Moments later, the entire truck was blasted over 10 meters into the air. Witnessing the astonishing explosion, the technician's face lit up with excitement as he murmured, "This day. I've waited so long for this." The scene sent chills down Lin Yi's spine. Hidden among the citizens were so many dangerous individuals. 3 days may not be very long, but neither is it short. In the heart of Jiangxing, the city center has undergone a complete transformation. Between the towering skyscrapers, crisscrossing trenches stretch like giant serpents, while sturdy reinforced concrete bunkers stand guard over every critical position like ironclad sentinels. In the final half-day, the Silver Dragon, Primo, showcased his astonishing abilities. He manipulated water from fire hydrants to form a 1-meter thick layer of solid ice on the exterior walls of every sheltering high-rise. The ice walls, bristling with jagged spikes and razor-sharp blades, became a formidable line of defense to protect the citizens inside from any airborne demonic threats attempting to invade. As the situations in other quarantine cities were gradually exposed, the global online community experienced a dramatic shift in attitude. They realized how foolish their previous comparisons had been, as every lord holding their ground regardless of nationality was fighting to protect human civilization. Of course, this excluded the Neon Lord who detonated a nuclear power plant. According to an in absentia trial by the Neon government, he was permanently exiled from Blue Planet. However, the conditions in other sealed cities were heart-wrenching. Footage revealed that, after the first wave of trials, the surviving citizens were teetering on the brink of collapse. The vacuum left by a lack of governmental authority led to a rapid breakdown of order, and the swarm's relentless assaults turned cities into horrifying hunting grounds. Citizens, unaccustomed to such horror in times of peace, faced an unimaginable 24 hours. Only the exceptionally lucky, or those ruthless enough, managed to survive. On the run, the darker sides of human nature were laid bare. Many realized that survival didn't require outrunning the insectoids, just outrunning the person next to them. This selfish instinct for survival led to even more tragedies, complicating efforts to restore order after the first wave. The surviving lords, by contrast, had lost their credibility because those brave enough to confront the swarm's hedon had perished. The ones who remained were mostly those who had adopted evasion tactics to survive. Yet, the citizens who had endured life-and-death situations no longer trusted anyone. They chose self-preservation, fighting over food, medicine, and weapons amidst the ruins, turning the cities into apocalyptic wastelands. Amid this bleak backdrop, Jiangcheng's self-rescue efforts shone like a brilliant beacon. Global netizens gathered on live streaming platforms, closely following the city's every step of progress. Each completed trench and every newly erected bunker sparked waves of online cheers. What surprised everyone most was that the government-deployed psychological counselors found themselves unnecessary. Jiangcheng citizens were too occupied with construction, resource allocation, food preparation, and caring for the injured to succumb to psychological despair. Jiangcheng, which excelled in the first wave of trials, has become a benchmark among the many territories of Longhua. The city is fortified with defensive structures meticulously designed by expert teams. Every homemade explosive formula has been rigorously tested to achieve maximum blast efficiency. Every trench and bunker is constructed according to the strictest engineering parameters, and the fuel-powered fire trucks stationed atop the skyscrapers have their spray angles and valve openings precisely calculated to deliver maximum lethality during enemy attacks. Lin Yi stood atop the Zijing Tower, surrounded by 3 massive dragons. The silver dragon Primo, in its humanoid form, stood guard behind him, while the red dragon Drogon and the black dragon Mordekaiser flanked him on either side, their wings outstretched and circling in the air. He gazed down at the heavily armed city below and exhaled deeply. At that moment, a gigantic spiral vortex appeared once more on the distant horizon. The second wave of trials was officially beginning. The Bloodthroat tribe is a unique branch of the Darkborn Halforcs from the demonic realm. Unlike other savage orc tribes, they are closer to the human-like civilization of the dark demonic world. They have spellcasters proficient in magic, masterful craftsmen, and fearsome warriors and witch doctors. The tribe's young chieftain, Eden Harkins, is the most outstanding spellcaster among them. Just the day before, Eden's prayers had unexpectedly been answered by an ancient god. This left the young chieftain astonished, but he accepted the ancient god's invitation without hesitation. In an instant, the entire Bloodthroat tribe was transported to an unfamiliar world, where a commanding voice from the heavens announced the trial's rules. Only one civilization could survive. Eden quickly explained the situation to his father before eagerly leading the Frostwolf cavalry to explore this new land. Unlike the deadly poisonous insects of the demonic realm or its desolate grasslands, this place bore clear signs of civilization. He secretly rejoiced if he could eliminate the natives. This fertile land would belong to the Bloodthroat tribe. As he galloped forward, filled with ambition, the sharp clang of metal interrupted his thoughts. Moments later, a deafening explosion followed. The last thing Eden saw was a curved piece of metal debris inscribed with the words Bronzebeard Valley Magic Crystal Laboratory before he was consumed by eternal darkness. Well done. Lin Yi's gaze fixed on the footage transmitted by the drone, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. It was indeed a promising start. Nearly 100 heavily armored Frostwolf cavalrymen were obliterated in an instant by the explosion of the magic crystal landmine. Although it was a pity that the earlier magic crystal bombs were all used up in the first wave of trials, the power of this final experimental enhanced magic crystal landmine was enough to teach the enemy a harsh lesson. The Bloodthroat tribe was clearly enraged. Dozens of white-robed orc spellcasters quickly formed ranks at the edge of the tribe's gathering point. raising their staffs high as chants echoed one after another. Under the effect of their spells, the ground surged like ocean waves, rippling outward for thousands of meters. After confirming there were no further ambushes, the Bloodthroat chieftain let out an enraged roar, and the army began advancing toward the city. The equipment and scale of this orc tribe made Lin Yi frown. Through the drone footage, he noticed that in addition to a sizable contingent of spellcasters, the rear also carried siege weaponry. This force, numbering around 10,000, included an estimated 5,000 to 6,000 warriors, clearly a formidable medium-sized tribe. Yet what puzzled Lin Yi was their unusual urgency. They seemed to have skipped even basic preparations. In truth, Lin Yi was unaware of the devastating blow that enhanced magic crystal landmine had delivered to the Bloodthroat chieftain. Holding the mangled remains of his son, the chieftain had sworn a furious oath to bathe this city in blood before sunset. The orcs' vanguard consisted of over 1,000 Nudo hounds, beasts as large as prairie wolves and brimming with ferocity. Their relentless aggression forced the Dragonborn scouts stationed on the city's outskirts to abandon their hidden positions. With the scouts retreating, Lin Yi's ability to monitor the enemy relied solely on the dwindling number of drones, which were quickly wiped out under the fierce assault of orc archers and spellcasters. "Master, let me teach these vermin a lesson." The black dragon Mordekaiser eagerly flapped his wings in anticipation. But Lin Yi opted for the more measured red dragon Drogon, concerned that Mordekaiser's combative nature might lead him into a trap. Denied, Mordekaiser could only pace restlessly atop the skyscraper, his desire for battle barely restrained by his inability to defy orders. Drogon maneuvered nimbly between the skyscrapers of Jiang City. Sharing its vision, Lin Yi observed the orc army breaching the city's outskirts. As the massive dragon soared over the enemy forces, its shadow cast a dark shroud over the battlefield, triggering chaos below. A dragon! It's a dragon! Panic spread rapidly through the orc ranks as the warriors instinctively recoiled in fear, overwhelmed by the innate, awe-inspiring presence of the beast. The Bloodthroat chieftain was no stranger to battle. As the leader of the Orcish tribe, a sharp glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Faced with the diving dragon, he wasted no time issuing a command. "Sorcerers, probe this creature's strength." Dozens of sorcerers immediately raised their wands, unleashing a barrage of colorful spells that streaked toward the red dragon, Drogon, like shooting stars. Yet Drogon didn't even bother to dodge. He simply opened his massive jaws and unleashed a searing breath of dragon fire. The orangered flames carved a charred path of death through the Orcish ranks, filling the air with the acrid scent of burning flesh. "Spread out. Take cover," the officers roared, their voices echoing through the chaos. The orc warriors quickly scattered, seeking shelter within the narrow gaps between towering city buildings. The Bloodthroat chieftain paid no heed to the hundreds of fallen soldiers. His focus remained fixed on the spells streaking toward Drogon. But just as the dazzling spells were about to strike the dragon, a faint shimmer of light rippled across Drogon's scales. The magic dissipated instantly, vanishing into nothingness. The chieftain's heart tightened as he turned to the head of the sorcerer group, only to be met with the sight of a pale, stricken face. "The magic is ineffective. This dragon's bloodline purity is extraordinarily high," the sorcerer leader stammered, his voice trembling. Drogon, noticing the enemy taking cover among the buildings, let out a growl of frustration. However, thanks to Lin Yi's training, he knew well that a dragon's greatest strength lay in its aerial dominance and ranged attacks, not in close combat. He had no intention of making the same reckless mistakes as the impulsive little black, which would only trouble his master. As Drogon continued circling in the skies, periodically diving down to unleash his fiery breath, the Orcish forces began rolling out siege weapons. Soldiers equipped with steel crossbows took aim, launching their counterattack. They seized fleeting opportunities to fire bolts at Drogon's vulnerable underbelly whenever he descended to breathe fire. Soon, Drogon's belly was riddled with crossbow bolts, fueling his rage as he retaliated with even more furious bursts of dragon fire. Meanwhile, Lin Yi coordinated Drogon's assaults to suppress the enemy while mobilizing the Dragonblood Legion to advance toward the battlefield. Suddenly, a deep, resonant whoosh sliced through the air. A massive siege bolt, as thick as a child's arm, soared toward Drogon. Its tip was forged from armor-piercing metal from the dark abyss, imbued with an anti-magic property. With the high-rise buildings limiting his maneuverability, Drogon couldn't evade in time. The bolt struck his belly, embedding itself halfway into his flesh. The red dragon let out a heart-wrenching screech, flapping his wings desperately as he retreated into the sky. Cheers erupted from the Orcish forces on the ground, their stifled morale finally surging. But just then, Lin Yi's Dragonblood Legion appeared on the horizon, coming into view of the Orcish army. The injury of his most trusted warrior ignited Lin Yi's fury. Fortunately, while the siege ballista bolt had pierced Drogon's abdomen, it had not caused a fatal wound, merely temporarily impairing Drogon's combat capabilities. The Silver Dragon Primo acted swiftly, using magic to freeze the bolt and the surrounding blood in Drogon's abdomen. At absolute zero, the bolt became as hard as iron, allowing Drogon to easily remove it. Primo then magically sealed the wound to prevent further deterioration. Thanks to the remarkable regenerative abilities of a pure-blooded dragon, Drogon's injuries would heal quickly. After tending to Drogon, Lin Yi immediately headed to the battlefield under the guidance of Mordekaiser and Primo. By then, the Dragonblood Legion was already locked in fierce combat with the Orc army, with the chaos spreading across several city blocks. On the battlefield, the Thunderwolf dragon units attempted to flank the Orc army from the rear but were thwarted by a dense formation of ballista bolts. Each time the Thunderwolf dragons approached, they were met with a relentless rain of arrows, rendering their limited defenses incapable of breaking through the line. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the Dragon Rhino Knight's charge was hindered by the rubble of collapsed buildings and wrecked vehicles scattered across the streets, stripping them of their heavy cavalry advantage. The Orc warriors seized the moment, using their numerical superiority to drag the knights off their Dragonblood Rhinos and overwhelm them. In just over 10 minutes, the Dragon Rhino Knights had suffered over 100 casualties. Several siege ballistae were also stationed along the streets, and unwilling to see another dragon injured, Lin Yi ordered the Dragonblood Legion to retreat. Sensing their enemy in retreat, the Orc army's morale surged, their deafening roars echoing as they launched a relentless pursuit. Through the pursuit, the two sides crossed 3 or 4 blocks. Just as the Bloodthroat chieftain was about to call for a halt to regroup, the Dragonblood Legion suddenly turned and launched a counterattack, hurling a barrage of javelins. Enraged by this provocation, the Bloodthroat chieftain personally led his forces to continue the chase. The Dragonblood Legion, seeing this, retreated once more, leading the Orcs through several more blocks. When the surrounding streets began to grow noticeably empty, the Bloodthroat chieftain sensed something amiss. He immediately halted his army, calling for reinforcements and choosing to ignore the enemy's provocations. At that moment, Lin Yi was concealed within the clouds above, accompanied by the Silver Dragon Primo, watching from atop one of the high-rise buildings. As the Halfrek army advanced into the designated battlefield as planned, Lin Yi gave the command. Instantly, the camouflage coverings on the surrounding high-rises were pulled away, revealing advanced, high-tech weaponry that had been meticulously prepared. Dozens of fire trucks stationed on the rooftops unleashed torrents of liquid downward, dousing the Halfrek army in a cascade of fluid that carried a pungent gasoline odor. While the Bloodthroat chieftain had never set foot on Blue Star before, his instincts warned him this was no ordinary water. He immediately ordered the Halfrek warlocks to assume a defensive stance. Just as the army began to retreat, countless blue propane tanks rained down from the high-rises above. The Bloodthroat chieftain sneered, signaling his troops to evade what he perceived as a crude attempt at heavy object bombardment. However, as the tanks hit the ground, they began emitting a sinister hissing noise. A curious Halfrek warrior approached one to investigate, only for the delayed detonator to ignite in a deafening explosion. The blast wave flung hundreds of warriors to the ground, but the true devastation came when the sparks ignited the gasoline soaked into their bodies. In an instant, the entire army was engulfed in a raging inferno, their agonized screams filling the air. The warlock unit attempted to extinguish the flames with water-based magic, but their efforts only made matters worse. The water splashes caused the gasoline to burn even more fiercely. Left with no options, they retreated in disarray, abandoning their screaming comrades. Meanwhile, more propane tanks detonated behind them, effectively severing any chance of retreat. A piercing horn cut through the chaos as a tanker truck slowly rolled forward. Several chemical plant workers hurriedly added ingredients to the tank, stirring the mixture before leaping off the vehicle as if fleeing a plague. The truck, with its accelerator wedged down by bricks, barreled straight toward the Halfrek formation. Why not just fill it with gasoline? Wouldn't that be easier? Lin Yi asked the senior chemical technician standing beside him. Gasoline? That stuff's got nothing on my concoction, the technician scoffed, then immediately crouched down with his back to the truck and his mouth wide open. What are you doing? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. It's about to blow. Boom. In that moment, Lin Yi witnessed the most astonishing explosion of his life. A deafening explosion shattered the sky, and the glass facades of the city's downtown buildings seemed to disintegrate under the impact of an invisible giant hand, cascading into countless fragments. Even from 2 or 3 kilometers away, Lin Yi's eardrums buzzed from the shockwave. At the epicenter of the blast, a towering skyscraper collapsed under the overwhelming force, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky. The Bloodthroat chieftain, sensing the imminent danger, urgently ordered his troops to take cover in nearby buildings. However, the explosion of the tanker truck far exceeded expectations, and even the solid structures proved powerless against the devastating shockwave. The Halfreks hiding within were struck down, blood streaming from their orifices, perishing in an instant. Within a 500-meter radius of the explosion, all life was obliterated. Even the Halfrek warriors beyond this range, left exposed without cover, succumbed to the force of the blast in moments. Witnessing the horrific aftermath, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel astonished. If he had known the weapon's power was this immense, the Legion might not have needed to fight so desperately. Of course, this thought remained unspoken without the Dragonblood Legion's direct confrontation and strategic distraction. The untrained civilians alone could never have achieved such a decisive outcome. Immediately, Lin Yi gathered the Legion to prepare for clearing the battlefield and leaving the fortress. Apart from a small number of dwarves left to guard the stronghold, the entire force mobilized. Though the Bloodthroat Chieftain's 4,000-strong vanguard had suffered catastrophic losses, reinforcements of Halfrek troops were already en route. However, with the Bloodthroat tribe's elite forces annihilated, the remaining elderly and logistical personnel posed little threat. Search for surviving Halfreks and finish them off, leave no one behind. Lin Yi commanded. The agile Thunderwolf Dragon Corps was the first to charge into the ruins for a sweep. Yet they quickly discovered that every intact Halfrek corpse had its internal organs pulverized by the shockwave, leaving no survivors. Before long, one of the Thunderwolf dragons returned with the Bloodthroat Chieftain's corpse, the distinctive golden crown on his head making him easy to identify. Lin Yi removed the crown, a symbol of status, to keep as a trophy. Eyeing the Thunderwolf dragon drooling beside him, he initially considered giving the chieftain a proper burial, but ultimately sighed. "Go ahead, it's yours," he said, patting the creature on the head before moving on. The Halfrek reinforcements soon arrived at the battlefield, drawn by the explosion's sound. As they beheld the lifeless bodies of their comrades strewn across the ground, shock, fury, and fear played across their faces. These fallen warriors had been the Bloodthroat tribe's battle-hardened elites, yet they had met their end so abruptly and inexplicably. At that moment, the Black Dragon Mordekaiser let out an earth-shaking roar, signaling the start of the second phase of the battle. The warriors of the Dragonblood Legion surged forward like a tide, charging into the enemy ranks. The explosion of the tanker truck in the middle of the road had cleared away nearby barriers, leaving an open street that provided an ideal battlefield. The Dragonhorn Knights launched a thunderous charge against the remaining Halfrek forces, their momentum unstoppable. Behind them, the Dragonblood Dwarven army struggled to keep up with the swift pace of the cavalry. Although the charging stance of the dwarves might appear somewhat comical, their strength is not to be underestimated. Clad in finely crafted dwarven armor and wielding heavy warhammers, any enemy foolish enough to underestimate them would pay a steep price. On the edge of the battlefield, the agile Thunderwolf riders had already begun their skirmishes among the ruins. Their swift figures darted through the broken walls and debris, successfully diverting the attention of a large number of orcs and creating favorable conditions for the Dragonblood Legion's frontal assault. From within the orc camp, the deep sound of war drums echoed. Under the will of the ancient gods, this land was destined to accommodate only one civilized race. For these devout orcs, fighting to the death was their only choice. Among the remaining 5,000 to 6,000 orcs, most were part of the logistics units. Faced with the relentless advance of the heavily armored cavalry, panic-stricken orcs began firing their siege ballistae. Massive bolts, as thick as a man's arm, whistled through the air, tearing into the formation of the Dragonblood Rhinoceros Knights. A single bolt pierced through 2 fully armored Dragonblood Rhinos. A coordinated salvo from 3 ballistae instantly claimed the lives of nearly 10 knights. However, this scene brought a confident smile to Lin Yi's face. "Xiaohei, it's your turn." The Black Dragon Mordekaiser let out an excited roar, finally seizing its moment to shine. Spreading its wings, it soared into the sky and came to an abrupt halt above the orc formation, then plummeted like a cannonball. With a deafening crash, over 100 orcs were instantly crushed. Mordekaiser ignored the surrounding blades, axes, and spears, heading straight for the 3 threatening siege ballistae. One was smashed by its claws, another dissolved under its corrosive dragon breath, and the last was bitten into pieces by its massive jaws. With the greatest threats eliminated, the Black Dragon began wreaking havoc across the enemy ranks. With Mordekaiser holding the orcs at bay, the Dragonblood Rhinoceros Knights successfully broke through the orc outer battle lines. The sounds of metal clashing and bones shattering filled the air, as even the well-equipped orcs proved no match for the massive Dragonblood Rhinos, akin to main battle tanks. After completing their charge, the knights quickly withdrew to the flanks, clearing the battlefield for the advancing dwarven warriors. The outcome of the battle was now clear. It was only a matter of time. Lin Yi leisurely picked up his phone and began checking how his competitors were performing on the live streaming platforms. Hundreds of cities around the globe were simultaneously placed under lockdown. When the second wave of trials began, countless orc tribes descended upon Earth right on schedule. This precise selection and deployment of races left Lin Yi deeply apprehensive about the mysterious force orchestrating this Lord's trial. Through livestream footage, Lin Yi observed striking similarities among the orc tribes in each lockdown city. Each had a population exceeding 10,000, with warriors making up nearly half of their numbers. Yet, they each had distinct characteristics. For instance, the Bloodthroat tribe that appeared in Jiangxing lacked aerial forces but boasted formidable siege weaponry. Their siege crossbows even dealt significant damage to the Red Dragon, Drogon. At this moment, Lin Yi was closely watching the live stream from the Motor City in America. The city was almost in ruins after 2 waves of alien invasions, with only a few functioning cameras remaining. The scoreboard showed that Motor City's second wave trial points stood at 2,486, indicating they had eliminated an equivalent number of orcs. In contrast, Jiangcheng, where Lin Yi resided, had performed far better. Thanks to the large-scale counterattacks led by his forces, their score had surpassed the 8,000 mark and was still climbing steadily, securing the top spot on the leaderboard. Based on Lin Yi's calculations, each descended lord was likely matched against approximately 5,000 orc units, while Motor City had to contend with around 15,000. Inside the last human stronghold in Motor City, a modern fortress known as the Fort Bank Tower, 3 descended lords were holding their ground. The building was entirely sealed off, with only 2 massive alloy doors weighing dozens of tons at the front and rear. Having already looted the entire city, the orcs now turned their attention to this final bastion. Several orc squads attempted to breach the tower, some trying to ram the heavy doors while others attempted to scale the walls. However, they were repeatedly repelled by the defenders' concentrated firepower from above. The tower, stocked with nearly half the city's ammunition, forced the orcs to pay a heavy price of over 1,000 casualties before they were compelled to retreat for the time being. These losses infuriated the orc commander. During their earlier sweep of the city, they had only lost about 1,000 warriors, even in the face of armed civilians' fierce resistance and sporadic sniper attacks. But now, assaulting a single bank tower had cost them so dearly. Driven by rage, the orc commander ordered the captured hostages to be brought to the scene. These so-called prisoners were, in fact, defenseless elderly, women, and children, since the armed men who had resisted had long been slaughtered in the earlier battles. The captives, including the elderly, women, and children, were tied together with ropes by the orc warriors and driven forward towards the bank building. This scene, broadcast live across global streaming platforms, shocked audiences around the world. The livestream's comment section exploded with messages. "These orcs are utterly insane. Using civilians as human shields," someone angrily typed. "At least they haven't turned them into food yet. If it were the green-skinned orcs, these citizens would probably have been eaten already." Another voice tried to analyze rationally. "What about the law? What about international conventions? Where are the law enforcement officers supported by our taxes?" someone questioned. "This is the Dark Netherworld. We have no jurisdiction here," another explained. "Then why doesn't the president send troops? The people of the Dark Netherworld deserve freedom and democracy too." More voices joined the discussion. Inside the bank building, the 3 descended lords reacted differently. The Black Lord, Jackal, stomped his foot anxiously. "We have to open the doors and save them. This is a global live stream. We can't just stand by and let them die." As a minority, LGBTQ supporter, and member of an animal protection organization, Jackal was keenly aware of the power of public opinion. These very identities had earned him the opportunity to come to the Dark Netherworld. "Shut up!" Lawrence, the White Lord, yelled furiously. "If you want to stay alive, stop worrying about what those weaklings think." As he spoke, he had already ordered the Lizardman archers to begin indiscriminate shooting. Jackal collapsed onto the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over. It's all over." Sure enough, online public opinion quickly shifted. The same users who had been cursing the orcs now turned their fury on the lords in the bank building. "They all deserve to burn in hell. Why are there more male lords than female? We need to march on the capital." The Animal Protection Organization promptly issued a statement, permanently revoking Jackal's representative status. Amid this chaos, Lin Yi remained calm and observant. He understood that, given the current circumstances, the 3 lords had little choice. The situation in Motor City was growing increasingly complicated, and Lin Yi quietly waited for further developments. Lin Yi watched as the orc army launched a full-scale assault on the city of Cars. On the battlefield, a group of flying beasts tamed by the orcs skillfully hurled grappling hooks onto the rooftop of the Wealth Bank Tower with precision. Exploiting the blind spots in the defenders' line of sight, a swarm of orcs climbed up the hooks like ants, swiftly scaling the building. A fierce battle erupted on the rooftop of the bank tower. However, for Lin Yi, after enduring the intense frontal confrontations earlier, this small-scale skirmish felt underwhelming. He kept yawning, finding it hard to muster any enthusiasm. At this pace, it seemed like it would take another day or 2 to truly decide the victor. "Master, the enemy has been vanquished." Mordekaiser, the Black Dragon, emerged triumphantly from the orc ranks, proudly reporting to Lin Yi. The once formidable orc army, capable of injuring a red dragon, had been reduced to ashes under his leadership and direct assaults, filling him with pride. Although the main force had been annihilated, some stragglers and scouts remained hidden around the outskirts of the city. Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. He instructed Mordekaiser to lead the Dragonblood Legion to hunt down the remnants. Only when all points from the sealed city had been tallied would the second wave of the trial truly conclude. 9,872 points. This was Jiangqing's current standing on the leaderboard for the second wave. With the Bear Ridge Lord having departed, Lin Yi, who single-handedly dealt with the Orc tribe, could claim nearly all these points for himself. Confident that no one could threaten his lead, he idly began browsing the internet. A video featuring Dragon Rhino Knights suddenly caught his attention. It was from Marseille, where Helen was located. The footage showed the Dragon Rhino Knights tearing through the Orc vanguard in a powerful charge, followed by a surge of cave warriors, human mercenaries, bodyguards, and defenders. The clash of cold and hot weapons resounded continuously, creating a scene as thrilling as a Hollywood blockbuster. What surprised Lin Yi was that Helen not only survived the first wave of the trial, but was also observing and learning from his strategies. She similarly used her influence to unite various factions and fortify her camp. Although she didn't have a chemical plant, the oil tankers docked at the Marseille port provided her with ample resources. Under her coordination, dozens of fuel trucks were prepared for action. When the orcs entered the city, a chain of explosions instantly obliterated most of the enemy forces. While a single fuel truck's power might not match Jiangqing's chemical tankers, the simultaneous detonation of dozens of trucks turned Marseille into a sea of fire. Seeing her plan succeed, Helen decisively ordered a counterattack. Over 10,000 allied troops of the territory, bearing the French flag, charged through the flames to attack the remaining orcs. The scene moved countless online spectators. The crowd of Frankie spectators gazed at Helen, who held the banner high, and shouted excitedly, "Joan of Arc reborn." Many elderly Frankie citizens were moved to tears, recalling the days since 1815, after the fall of Napoleon, when they had not witnessed such a heroic charge. The crowd erupted in a resounding rendition of the Internationale. Freedom leads the people. Frankie charges ahead. There are no saviors, no gods or emperors to rely on. To create human happiness, we must depend on ourselves. We must reclaim the fruits of our labor, break free from the chains of thought, stoke the flames until they burn red hot, strike while the iron is hot to prevail. This powerful scene was captured by a BBC reporter, who quickly recognized its news value and drafted a headline. Frankie's Marseille fires the first shot in the counteroffensive against the Dark Beasts. Victory under the banner of freedom. Before this, the outlook in the world's quarantine cities had been grim. Apart from Jiangqing and the Dragon Nation and a few other eastern cities, most world leaders were resigned to the complete collapse of their quarantine cities. However, Jiangqing, with its remarkable performance, faced deliberate suppression due to political differences. After all, if the public learned that developed nations had a death rate exceeding 50, while this developing nation still had 480,000 survivors nearing the end of the second trial, it would trigger a massive public relations crisis. Western media coverage of Jiangqing remained fixated on the initial moments of the first trial. Within the first hour, 12,000 citizens were brutally slaughtered. In contrast, the counteroffensive launched by the noble-born Helen carried a political significance akin to the Normandy landings or the Battle of Midway during World War II. The BBC had already prepared an extensive promotional campaign to present Helen as Frankie's savior, the Joan of Arc of a new era. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile wryly as he scrolled through the overwhelming praise for Helen online. His legion had already completed its third round of city searches, nearly eradicating all remaining orc remnants. They're still talking about firing the first shot? Jiangqing cleared out the orcs long ago. He scoffed at the BBC's reporting. And what about Neon City, which ranked second during the first wave, but is now almost completely deserted after the nuclear explosion? Why isn't the BBC covering that? Instead, they're obsessed with Jiangqing's loss of just over 10,000 people. While countless Dragon Nation netizens expressed their dissatisfaction online, Lin Yi remained calm. As the leader poised to claim the top spot in the rankings after the second trial, he was more interested in the rewards of the trial than the media storm. Inspired or pressured by the BBC's coverage, other city leaders in quarantine zones began to emulate Helen's strategy. Abandoning their defensive tactics, they led their forces into direct confrontations with the orcs. However, they soon suffered devastating losses. Naturally, the BBC didn't disclose that Helen's charge had only faced a remaining force of 2,000 to 3,000 orcs. After multiple raids by Lin Yi's legion, Jiangqing finally found a new lease on life. Citizens emerged from the cramped high-rises and underground parking lots of civil defense facilities, gazing tearfully at the devastated city before them. Despite the heavy losses, they considered themselves fortunate compared to other sealed-off cities. At least, they were still alive. As the residents of Jiangqing began stepping out onto the streets to clear the rubble and rebuild their homes, other cities around the globe, still trapped under the light domes, continued their brutal struggles against the orcs. The numbers on the second wave leaderboard fluctuated wildly, changing so rapidly it was dizzying to follow. Apart from the Dragon Nation, which firmly held the top spot with a 5-digit score, the scores of other lords surged and reset unpredictably, reflecting desperate battles of life and death. Lin Yi understood the grim reality behind these numbers. Lords who had initially chosen to hide and endure were now forced into deadly clashes with the orcs as their resources dwindled. Victors saw their scores skyrocket, while the defeated were utterly annihilated, leaving behind all their supplies and forces on Blue Star, their achievements wiped clean. Such scenes became increasingly common. Lin Yi witnessed firsthand the fate of a city in the beautiful nation, known as Motor City. After the orcs launched a full-scale assault, its score began to climb steadily, reaching over 6,000 points at one point and claiming second place on the leaderboard. However, it wasn't long before Motor City vanished from the rankings entirely. On live streaming platforms, the final moments of Motor City were captured by a few remaining surveillance cameras atop bank skyscrapers. The blood-red hues of the setting sun painted the exterior of the Wells Fargo Tower a dark crimson. Amidst the smoke-filled city, glimpses through shattered glass walls revealed that the orcs had completely taken over the building's interior, with no signs of human resistance remaining. Apart from a handful of cities that managed to break free, the vast majority of sealed-off cities had fallen. Outside the domes, human governments deployed their armies, prepared for retaliation with everything from conventional weapons to nuclear warheads. Determined to make the invaders pay, they vowed to reclaim humanity's dignity with the full might of their civilization. The second wave of the Lord's trials finally came to an end after 14 days of relentless battles, concluding with the fall of the last sealed-off city. Lin Yi remained firmly at the top of the leaderboard with a 5-digit individual score. Combined with his performance in the first wave of trials, his ultimate victory was beyond question. To his surprise, Helen also performed outstandingly in this trial. With an 18th place finish in the first wave of the trial and over 5,000 individual points in the second wave, she tied for second place with another Moss Lord. As the trial period ended, the semi-transparent barrier that had enveloped hundreds of cities gradually dissipated, along with the orc armies within it, vanishing without a trace. This unexpected outcome caught governments worldwide off guard. They had planned to use the orcs to divert public attention, but their plans fell through. The internet erupted with heated debates. How could these lords just flee like that? They abandoned their own people. Our taxes are feeding a bunch of cowards. Outraged citizens called for protests and demonstrations, demanding the resignation of corporate puppets. The destruction of hundreds of cities and the death of countless civilians left the public desperate for an outlet for their anger. Governments found themselves in a dilemma. They couldn't impose large-scale sanctions on the lords. These individuals not only had close ties to governments and corporations, but also provided Blue Planet with vast amounts of magic crystals and rare minerals each year. Especially the high-ranking lords, who could easily choose to remain permanently in the dark netherworld. With Blue Planet no longer safe, governments had even less influence over these lords. To divert public attention, governments resorted to their usual tactic, creating war heroes. Helen, as a descendant of Frangi's traditional nobility, not only successfully led Marseille in resisting the alien forces, but was also an attractive white woman, making her the perfect figure for propaganda. Major media outlets quickly launched an overwhelming campaign to promote her as the Western savior. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, eager to return to the dark netherworld to claim his rewards, had to stay behind to attend a grand awards ceremony organized by Longhua in his honor, clearly intended to rival the West promotion of Helen. With government intervention, public discourse soon shifted from criticizing the lords to debating who was superior, Lin Yi or Helen. At this sensitive moment, Frangi submitted Helen's request to meet Lin Yi. After Lin Yi agreed, Longhua swiftly approved the meeting. To everyone's surprise, the two greeted each other like old friends when they met. "Hey Lin, I'm about to lose my mind here. Let's hurry up and go claim our rewards." Helen greeted him enthusiastically. It was then that Lin Yi remembered that, as his vassal lord, Helen needed his permission to use the portal to return to the dark netherworld. After giving her brief instructions, he eagerly led Helen into Longhua's portal. This scene, broadcast live around the world, left reporters visibly stunned. What's going on? Why is a Frangi lord using Longhua's portal? The internet exploded. Whoa! Lin the god is absolutely legendary, unbeatable. A flash of white light filled Lin Yi's vision. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar dark and ominous landscape of the demon realm unfolded before him. The Dragonborn soldiers, clad in heavy armor, were still diligently carrying out their duties, just as they had been before his departure. After a brief inquiry confirmed there were no abnormalities, Lin Yi ordered the army to rest and recover. Behind him, Helen eagerly began to claim her rewards for completing the Lord's trial. 2 orbs of light materialized before her, quickly solidifying into tangible objects. The first reward was a hero unit summoning token, allowing her to summon an Amazonian Valkyrie. Not only did this Valkyrie not count toward the summoning limit, but her base stats were nearly at the pinnacle of human faction hero units. Additionally, she came with the ability to summon elite Amazonian female warriors. Helen excitedly explained that this unit's combat prowess was unparalleled in jungle terrains. Without hesitation, Helen used the summoning token. In a flash of light, a nimble and imposing female warrior appeared before them. She was clad in lightweight armor, her long black hair tied high, and her sun-kissed skin highlighted her strong, well-toned muscles. The Valkyrie, named Gale, knelt on one knee, holding a shield in her left hand and a short sword in her right, with a longbow slung across her back. To Lin Yi's surprise, the first person Gale pledged her allegiance to was him, rather than her direct lord, Helen. This was evidently due to the system's authority taking precedence over the lord's recognition. Helen, having just escaped the clutches of gray dwarves and troglodytes, seemed unbothered by this, instead looking relieved. Let's see what the next reward is. Lin Yi gestured for Helen to proceed. The second reward was a rapid camp construction token, capable of instantly building a standard mid-tier camp complete with facilities such as a territory hall, barracks, watchtowers, and defensive walls. This token was invaluable for quickly establishing a foothold in unfamiliar regions, bypassing the usual week-long construction process. Even more impressive, it could be used up to 5 times. Too bad it feels wasted on Helen, Lin Yi muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his growing anticipation for his own first-place reward. If the second-place rewards are this good, mine's going to be incredible. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he began summoning his lord's trial reward. 3 glowing orbs appeared in front of Lin Yi. As the radiance gradually dissipated, they revealed 2 uniquely designed unit totems and a piece of yellowed parchment. Lin Yi carefully examined the options for the first unit totem. The Thunder Wolf Dragon had 2 potential evolution paths. The first was the Velociraptor, an agile predator weighing between 100,000 and 180 kilograms, adept at group combat and requiring only 2 magic crystals to summon. The second was the Wind God Pterosaur, a dominant aerial creature with a wingspan of 58 meters and a weight of 500 kilograms, capable of prolonged flight. Summoning it required 20 magic crystals, but also necessitated the blood of a flying subdragon for unlocking. After weighing the options, Lin Yi furrowed his brows. While the Velociraptor could fill the role of light cavalry, it was overall a downgrade compared to the Thunder Wolf Dragon, offering little beyond faster speed and lower summoning costs. On the other hand, the Wind God Pterosaur, as the first flying unit aside from the 3 great dragons, could prove invaluable even if its combat prowess fell short of expectations, particularly as an aerial transport. As Lin Yi pondered, his gaze fell on Xiao Hei Mordekaiser, who was basking in the sun. However, when he attempted to extract blood, he encountered a problem. Even a finely crafted dwarven short sword failed to pierce Xiao Hei's tough dragon hide. In the end, Xiao Hei himself used his claw to gouge a small wound on his belly, but the system prompted that the dragon blood from allied units did not meet the requirements. The second totem revealed that the Bloodhorn Rhino also had 2 evolution paths, the Triceratops and the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Triceratops, though massive and boasting incredible defensive capabilities, was too slow and more suited as a transport mount, requiring 80 magic crystals to summon. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, however, was a true apex unit. Measuring 11-15 meters in length and weighing 815 tons, it was a top predator capable of hunting creatures larger than itself. Summoning it required a hefty 500 magic crystals and the blood of a terrestrial subdragon to unlock. As Lin Yi read the detailed description of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, his breathing noticeably quickened. The rarity of such an apex unit was evident from its exorbitant summoning cost. Even with the stringent requirement of obtaining terrestrial subdragon blood, Lin Yi deemed it worthwhile. He was willing to go as far as hunting a pure-blooded dragon to achieve it. The troop evolutions Lin Yi obtained from the Lord's trial area were all related to the dinosaurs of Blue Planet. This made him wonder if it had something to do with the trial location and his dragon soul bloodline. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he set the question aside since no one could provide a definitive answer at the moment. He then turned his attention to the third reward, the mountain and river terrain map. The seemingly ordinary piece of parchment suddenly transformed into specks of light in his hand and merged directly into his palm. As Lin Yi calmed his mind to sense it, an extraordinary vision unfolded before him. His perspective rose rapidly until the entire region was compressed into a map-sized image. The markings on the map were fascinating. The dwarf symbol in the Hongduan Mountains appeared in a pale green hue, the centaur symbol on the southwestern grasslands was blood red, and the fishman symbol near the great river north of the Hongduan Mountains showed a light red color. Lin Yi quickly deduced the meaning of these colors. They represented the attitudes of various factions toward their territories, whether friendly or hostile. What surprised him even more was that in the rainforest north of the Great River, a faction he had never encountered before, the Blood Knight Elves, was marked in yellow. This discovery made him realize that the map could not only display known factions, but also reveal potential unknown neighbors. As Lin Yi pondered over this mysterious elven faction, he uncovered another astonishing feature of the map. By zooming in, he could see the internal structure of the Hongduan Mountains with remarkable clarity, like a high-resolution blueprint. The distribution of mineral veins, the layers of caves, every detail was laid bare. With this treasure, combined with the dwarves' mining expertise, finding magic crystal mines will be a piece of cake. Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes fixed excitedly on the locations of several large magic crystal deposits as he began planning their extraction. However, he quickly noticed the map's limitation. Only areas within his controlled territory displayed such detailed information. Regions like the rainforest across the Great River showed only basic topography and vegetation distribution. The records of mineral distribution, though somewhat obscure, were supplemented by a detailed topographic map clearly indicating the potential locations of mithril and magisteel deposits, along with traces of activities from various tribal races. This information thrilled Lin Yi. After all, the forces of the Dragon Kingdom had never ventured beyond the northern banks of the Great River. To obtain such comprehensive intelligence without deploying a single soldier far exceeded his expectations for the value of this topographic map. After reviewing the trial rewards, Lin Yi wasted no time and set off for the Crosscut Mountains. Becoming a Height Ear Lord was his top priority, as only by advancing could he participate in the activities of the powerful figures within the Alliance. In this vast and treacherous dark magic realm, searching for dragon species alone was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. These apex predators, whether wyverns or pureblood dragons, were creatures whose whereabouts were known only by the dominant powers of each region. To quickly unlock the conditions for evolving the dragonblood rhinoceros into a tyrannosaurus, Lin Yi would need the assistance of those Height Ear Lords. 3 colossal dragons escorted Lin Yi as they flew toward the mountain fortifications, and among them was the visibly frustrated Helen. Despite her repeated emphasis on her outstanding performance during the Lord's trial and the efforts she had poured into expanding and developing the territory, Lin Yi remained unmoved. Cut the excuses. You agreed to work under my supervision for 2 more months. Now get back to it, he demanded. Having grown up under the influence of her capitalist father, Helen had indeed proven quite competent in managing the various tribes within the Crosscut Mountains. However, Lin Yi knew the territory urgently needed a truly skilled administrative talent. He quickly reviewed possible sources. The 3 hero unit slots had already been used. Technical talents like Merkel, the master of fortifications acquired through quests, were rare and unpredictable. Recruiting other Blue Planet Lords was unrealistic. No one would willingly serve under a Mid-Ear Lord. And contract-bound vassals like Helen and the salty soy milk lord, Wu Xiao, were equally rare. The final option was native administrators. While these individuals didn't consume resources, their quality varied greatly. Administrators from commoner backgrounds often lacked vision, sometimes falling short even of Lin Yi's chubby desk mate from school. Meanwhile, elite talents from the noble classes of various civilizations and races would only pledge loyalty to powerful Height Ear Lords, dismissing someone like Lin Yi entirely. Under the guidance of the city defense master Merkel, Lin Yi conducted an inspection of the defensive structures along the Hongduan Mountains. The rugged and steep terrain provided a natural advantage for construction, significantly reducing the time required for the project. Thanks to the collaborative efforts of millions from allied races, half of the project was completed in just over 2 weeks. The defensive facilities on the western and southern fronts were already finished, effectively preventing the once threatening large centaur tribe from crossing this formidable barrier. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao, who stayed behind at the swamp camp, was busy with her own tasks. Having opted out of the Lord's trial, she devoted all her energy to hunting the swamp crocodiles and stockpiling food supplies. She directed her troops to properly preserve the captured crocodile meat either by drying or smoking it to ensure a steady supply for the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Hunting the clumsy swamp crocodiles proved to be an easy task, as the forces Lin Yi left behind were more than capable of encircling and taking them down. The real challenge, however, came from the surrounding magical creatures, which were drawn to the scent of the smoked crocodile meat. These creatures prowled around the camp day and night, with some even daring to form groups to steal the provisions. Fortunately, the Dragonblood Legion stationed at the camp thwarted these attempts, rendering the harassment futile. This is the situation. I had to allocate half of the Dragonblood Legion to defend the camp. Without these magical creatures' interference, we could have stockpiled meat much faster. Wu Xiao reported earnestly to Lin Yi. Since joining the Dragon Kingdom, she had clearly felt a sense of relief. Unlike her days as the Lord of the Salted Soy Milk Territory, where she juggled countless responsibilities, defense, livelihood, training only to watch her domain decline, her current role allowed her to focus solely on executing tasks. With the Dragonblood Legion providing protection, everything had become much simpler. Lin Yi nodded in approval, his eyes scanning the surrounding forests near the swamp camp. In the distance, the black dragon Mordekaiser was playing with a panicked group of magical creatures. It would dive from the sky and crash into the creatures, scattering the flying ones perched on treetops in a spectacular display. Witnessing this only strengthened Lin Yi's resolve to fulfill the conditions for unlocking the evolution of the wind god pterosaur, as the Dragonblood Legion could only passively defend against flying creatures for now. Well done. You're far more reliable than Helen. Lin Yi praised her without hesitation, knowing Helen wasn't around to hear it. Encouraged by the recognition, Wu Xiao felt even more motivated. Using the integrated mountain and river terrain map within him, Lin Yi carefully examined the environment surrounding the swamp camp. This vast area, dominated by swamp crocodiles, was entirely unsuitable for growing crops or developing aquaculture. The mineral resources in the area surrounding the swamp camp have long been overexploited, a clear consequence of the actions of Wu Xiao's father, the former lord. Once a high-ranking territory, its resource reserves are now depleted, leaving little of value apart from the swamp crocodiles, which provide an ample supply of meat. Lin Yi's gaze extended from the swamp camp toward the direction of the forested territory that once belonged to the Goblin Empire. Through the terrain map, he noticed an unusual shadowy area beneath the cleared goblin ruins, specifically at the base of the stone palace. This was highly unusual, as his Dragonblood Legion had already eradicated the goblins in the forest, bringing the entire swamp and forest under his control. Driven by curiosity, Lin Yi led his troops to the vicinity of the stone palace. "Dig down," he commanded. At his order, thousands of dragon soldiers immediately began excavation. Before long, they unearthed a massive pit around the palace, revealing a staircase that descended deep into the earth. "Did your father ever mention anything about what's down there?" Lin Yi turned to Wu Xiao, who stood nearby with a puzzled expression. "Not at all," Wu Xiao replied, shaking his head. Lin Yi fell silent, contemplating the situation. The stone palace being situated directly above an underground passage seemed far too coincidental. He couldn't help but regret not interrogating that old goblin more thoroughly. A squad of 10 dragon soldiers was sent ahead to scout, carrying torches as they descended the staircase. Through shared vision, Lin Yi could clearly observe their progress. Gusts of cold air swept upward from the depths, causing the flames of the torches to flicker. This indicated that the passage below must lead to an open space. After a long descent, the dragon soldiers finally stepped onto a vast stone plaza. In the dim torchlight, they observed that the plaza was paved with a strange, enigmatic material. Even more astonishing was the fact that this underground plaza, devoid of any supporting pillars, remained structurally intact. Soon, the scouting team came across a massive black metal door. Towering several dozen meters high, the door was covered in intricate inscriptions and carvings, with dark mist occasionally seeping from its surface. This tangible mist appeared to be the source of the interference with the terrain map's readings. "The soul is the key sacrifice or challenge," recited Primo, the silver dragon, breaking the silence. "This is the ancient language of the dark abyss, long lost to time. I never expected to encounter it here." Lin Yi studied the towering, ominous metal door once more, pondering the meaning of the cryptic words, sacrifice or challenge. The silver dragon, Primo, as an outstanding representative of dragon-blooded beings, explained the discovery before them in great detail with his vast knowledge. In the intricate and diverse hierarchy of the dark abyss, the dragon race had a long-standing heritage and an unparalleled status. The structure of the massive metal gate particularly drew Primo's attention. After careful observation, he deduced that it was likely a teleportation device connecting to a mysterious region. Even more striking were the ancient and enigmatic runes of the old gods inscribed on the gate. This indicated that the force behind the gate was by no means ordinary. Any power capable of utilizing the language of the old gods, as rule-bound runes, must possess extraordinary strength. To activate this gate, there are 2 options, Primo said, pointing to the runes on the door. Either a sacrifice of a high-level soul is required, or one must accept and win a challenge. A high-level soul? Lin Yi asked. For example, a pureblood from the ancient elven race, a direct descendant of the human empire's royal bloodline, or a pureblood dragon, Primo explained calmly. He was confident in his safety. Lin Yi wouldn't sacrifice his most trusted ally. This discovery left Lin Yi inwardly shaken. As a Meteor Lord, was he already beginning to encounter such high-level powers? To him, the ancient elves were still nothing more than a mythical existence. As for the royal family members of the human empire, while it was theoretically possible to abduct one with dragon assistance, the risk of facing countless cities armed with ballistic and anti-dragon weapons was far too great. Sacrificing his 3 dragons was out of the question. Even the weakest of them, Xiao He, was an essential part of his combat force. It seems the only choice is to take the challenge, Lin Yi decided firmly. Following Primo's guidance, the Dragonkin soldiers pressed their hands against the runes symbolizing challenge. In an instant, black smoke poured out from the gaps in the gate, condensing into a massive 3-headed hound. The beast, over 10 meters in length, had 3 ferocious heads, each with bloodthirsty maws full of razor-sharp fangs. The Hellhound's attacks were swift and brutal. Its left head bit a Dragonkin soldier cleanly in half, while the central head unleashed black and red flames, reducing another soldier to ashes. Though the remaining Dragonkin fought valiantly, the disparity in power was overwhelming. They managed to inflict only shallow wounds on the creature before being utterly annihilated. The smoke-formed beast then dissolved and was reabsorbed into the gate. Can you handle an opponent of this level? Lin Yi turned to Primo. Hard to say, the silver dragon replied, shaking his head. Here, my magic is suppressed by the black smoke, and I can't transform into my dragon form for combat, which severely limits my melee capabilities. Lin Yi fell silent. The narrow confines of the passageway also ruled out the possibility of the red and black dragons joining the fight. They couldn't even shift into their dragon forms. The square, though spacious, was still too confined for Primo to fully unleash his power in dragon form. Once he transformed into his dragon-human hybrid form, his close combat strength was significantly diminished, making it unlikely for him to prevail in an unknown fight. However, if he could join forces with the red and black dragons, the odds of victory would increase substantially. Lin Yi weighed his capabilities as a mid-tier lord. Without the support of the powerful dragon, his chances of succeeding in the challenge were slim to none. Even the Dragonborn soldiers, known for their resilience, were no match for the Hellhound. Sending a large number of regular units would only result in needless sacrifice. What was even more concerning was that, even if he somehow managed to pass the challenge, no one knew what lay behind the metallic gate. Considering the strength of the gatekeeper alone, Lin Yi was acutely aware that venturing in with his current unmanifested bloodline abilities would be tantamount to courting death. Seal this area off and return when the time is right, Lin Yi quickly decided, leaving behind a dragon blood battalion to guard the site. Until his bloodline manifested, and he had the means to protect himself, he had no intention of risking an expedition into this unknown land. Upon returning to the swamp camp, Lin Yi instructed Wu Xiao to continue focusing on securing food reserves for the territory. He then transported a large supply of meat through the portal back to the Dragon Nation territory. The defenses along the Hengduan mountain range were progressing steadily, with Dragonblood Peak serving as the easternmost node of the defensive circle. Taking advantage of the window before the defensive circle's completion, Lin Yi ordered the Dragonblood Dwarf tribe to begin mass-producing equipment for the Dragonblood Legion. He understood that while fortifying the defensive circle and dominating the millions of races within the mountain range were prerequisites for ascending to a high-tier lord, the ultimate challenge lay in eliminating the greatest adversary, the Centaur tribe. Thanks to the stable supply of meat provided by Wu Zhao's swamp camp, Lin Yi was brimming with confidence. His plan was to concentrate his forces and annihilate the Centaur tribe in one decisive campaign. Although the dragons could scatter their forces, they couldn't prevent them from regrouping. To ensure a permanent solution, a thorough ground assault by his army was necessary. Lin Yi resolved to wait until the Hengduan mountain range's defenses were fully constructed before initiating mass troop production, thereby conserving a significant amount of food resources. As he thought about his impending promotion to high-tier lord, Lin Yi couldn't help but recall the shadow demon lord, Wu Qingfeng, who had been stuck at the mid-tier level for years. He wondered how Wu Qingfeng would react to this news. The Alliance chat group was still bustling with messages about team activities and casual conversations. Lin Yi's presence in the group caused a small stir. While his title as the newcomer king might have been attributed to luck, earning first place in the Lord's trial was a testament to his abilities, garnering respect from many high-tier lords. The group was filled with congratulatory messages, though no one asked about the trial rewards. It was common knowledge that the rewards for first place were substantial, prompting some lords to deliberately remain at the mid-tier level to compete for them. Lin Yi exchanged pleasantries with several high-tier lords, laying the groundwork for potential collaborations in the future. Just as he was about to exit the consciousness space, a flashing signal caught his attention. It was a message notification from Bear Ridge. It turned out to be a greeting from an old comrade from the Lord's trial. Zhu Zhengyang, the Lord of Xiongling, had once helped Lin Yi hold off the main force during the first wave of the insect swarm trial. This bond of camaraderie made Lin Yi accept the conversation invitation without hesitation. Zhu Zhengyang began recounting his experiences after returning to the Dark Demon realm. His Xiongling territory was located on a plateau above a river valley, downstream of which 3 large tribes were locked in territorial disputes. The abundant water resources in the area made it a highly contested region, and friction among the 3 tribes never ceased. Initially, Xiongling remained neutral. However, when Zhu Zhengyang discovered that tribes A and B had formed an alliance to annex the weaker tribe C, he immediately grew wary. He knew all too well that if tribe C were to fall, Xiongling would inevitably become the next target. To protect his territory, he promptly formed an alliance with tribe C. Yet, events took an unexpected turn. The AB alliance, noticing the situation, swiftly shifted their focus and began besieging Xiongling. To make matters worse, under the enemy's threats and temptations, tribe C betrayed the alliance, standing idly by as Xiongling was surrounded. Don't they understand the principle of shared survival? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Exactly. Zhu Zhengyang gritted his teeth. Those damned cave dwellers are so cowardly they barely have any brains. Not a shred of foresight. In desperation, Zhu Zhengyang sought Lin Yi's help. Having depleted most of his magic crystals, replenishing his forces during the Lord's trial, he could no longer afford to recruit reinforcements. In this harsh, unforgiving world, even though Zhu Zhengyang had spent years in the demon realm and knew many lords, no one was willing to lend him a hand in his time of need. I can write you an IO, Zhu Zhengyang said urgently. I also have a pristine and used trial reward sword, a top-tier enchanted blade. I still have. Listening to Zhu Zhengyang's desperate offers, Lin Yi could tell he was at the end of his rope. Although Lin Yi didn't mind extending a helping hand, he decided to ask for more details about the three tribes to better prepare himself. The weakest of them is that cave dweller tribe, Zhu Zhengyang said bitterly. They have the numbers, but are nothing but a bunch of spineless cowards. I used to think only lords could be cowards, but now I realize there can be entire cowardly races. Honestly, I'm starting to understand why some people's racial prejudice isn't entirely baseless. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Zhu Zhengyang's complaints. The second-ranked force was a troop of forest trolls. Though their numbers were only between 10 to 20,000, they were famously disciplined and highly organized. This unit was known for its fearless warriors and formidable combat prowess. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. Though he had never faced trolls in battle, he had long heard of their fearsome reputation. The final group was a mountain tribe that would have seemed insignificant at first glance. With only 30 to 40,000 people and unremarkable warriors, Zhu Zhengyang believed that any one of his highland barbarians could easily take on 5 of them. However, what elevated this tribe into the ranks of the strongest was the fact that they had 2 dragons. Dragons? Lin Yi's interest was immediately piqued. Zhu Zhengyang hurriedly clarified, well, they're more like lesser drakes. One of them seems injured, or something, it can't even fly. The other one can fly and breathe fire, but its presence is nowhere near as imposing as the one under your command. His tone was laced with disdain, clearly trying to downplay the threat to avoid intimidating Lin Yi. The more Lin Yi listened, the more intrigued he became. All right, I'll take the job. Prepare the food and supplies. Tomorrow, they'll lead my troops over. Troops? Zhu Zhengyang's eyes lit up. How many men are you planning to bring? How many do you need? As many as possible, of course. Zhu Zhengyang replied excitedly, practically wishing Lin Yi would bring his entire stronghold with him. All right, they'll do my best, Lin Yi said thoughtfully. He pondered over how many of his ravenous Dragonblood Legion soldiers to bring, but decided not to overthink it since food was being provided. He promptly called Helen over to prepare the Dragonblood Legion's equipment and began summoning additional forces. Currently, the core of the Dragonblood Legion, the Dragonborn soldiers, numbered fewer than 5,000. While this might sound like a lot, it was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the millions of other races in the Broken Ridge Mountains. As the Sunto ruler of the entire Broken Ridge Mountains, Lin Yi found it concerning that his army was less than 1% of his future subjects. Although the dwarves and Dragonblood dwarves were helping with governance under the deterrence of the Red Dragon Drogon, Lin Yi knew that true stability required his own military strength. Without hesitation, he summoned another 5,000 Dragonborn soldiers, bringing the total to 10,000. As the barracks glowed with summoning magic, the newly summoned, bare-chested Dragonborn soldiers lined up in perfect formation. Lin Yi initially planned to summon Dragonblood rhinoceroses next, but decided to hold off until morning. It would save him the cost of an extra meal. Though his magic crystal reserves were sufficient, using them to exchange for the meat needed to sustain his army was far too extravagant. Given the Dragonblood Legion's staggering appetite, the magic crystals would be depleted in no time. As these resources were non-renewable, every bit spent was gone for good. Thus, the amount of meat Wu Xiao's camp could provide directly determined the scale of Lin Yi's Dragonblood Legion. Early the next morning, Helen arrived at the foot of Dragonblood Peak with the equipment for the Dragonblood Legion. Lin Yi gathered his troops, replenished the Dragonblood rhinoceroses to a total of 3,000, leaving 1,000 to guard the area, and prepared to lead the remaining 2,000 Dragonblood rhinoceroses and dragon soldiers on an expedition. The Dragon Rhino Knights, clad in full armor, stood in orderly formation. Their gleaming helmets reflected the morning sunlight, exuding an air of deadly resolve. The other dragon soldiers were dispatched across the Hungduan Mountains to strengthen control over the local tribes. Let me go with you, Helen requested. Lin Yi shook his head. The fortifications in the Hungduan Mountains are nearly complete, and you're needed here to oversee everything. Though the decision left Helen slightly disappointed, she knew she was the most suitable person for the task at this time. After accepting the teleportation invitation from Xiong Ridge territory, Lin Yi led his 2,000 Dragon Rhino Knights and 2 mighty dragons. In a flash of brilliant white light, they vanished. In the center of Xiong Ridge territory, Zhu Zhengyang, who had been waiting for a long time, broke into a joyous smile as Lin Yi's army materialized, especially upon seeing the 2 majestic dragons. Haha, brother Lin. You're as reliable as ever. Zhu Zhengyang greeted him with a warm embrace. Nearby, the Dragonman guard Primo watched cautiously but did not intervene. Phew, just the teleportation cost me over 10,000 magic crystals. Let's hope this trip is worth it, Lin Yi quipped lightly. Zhu Zhengyang quickly changed the subject. Come, try some of our Highland specialty dishes. Inwardly, he was already calculating the rewards. Paying the full amount in magic crystals for their combat power wasn't feasible, so he'd have to offset part of it with spoils of war. Inside the command tent, the two men studied the battlefield on a sand table. Zhu Zhengyang pointed at the map and said, "The Troll tribe's army set out 2 days ago and should arrive today or tomorrow. As for the mountain clans, although they're farther away, the 2 dragons backing them are the biggest threat. They'll handle the dragons," Lin Yi declared resolutely. This was, after all, his primary objective for coming. Zhu Zhengyang was overjoyed to hear this, since his own forces had no effective strategy against dragons. Just then, an elderly steward with a white beard burst into the tent in a panic. "My lord, those newcomers have eaten all our meat supplies." Zhu Zhengyang, slightly embarrassed, scolded, "Why are you running in here like that? Are you saying we can't even provide enough food for our guests?" He worried Lin Yi might think he was being stingy. "Bring out the stored meat from the winter reserves as well. Don't neglect our guests." Zhu Zhengyang scolded with a stern face. Since when has Xiongling been unable to provide meat for entertaining guests? What a disgrace if word got out. The Highlander steward, pale and on the verge of tears, replied, "My lord, the reserves were opened long ago, and now the winter meat supply is nearly depleted." Zhu Zhengyang froze for a moment. The winter reserves were meant to sustain the tens of thousands of people in the Xiongling tribe through the harsh season. While meat was only a portion of the stock, the quantity was still significant. "Well, you need energy to fight, don't you?" Lin Yi muttered, rubbing his nose as he thought of the astonishing appetite of the dragon-blooded giant rhinos. One meal was enough to last a week. He couldn't help but worry about how the Xiongling people would endure the upcoming winter. The brief interlude was soon interrupted by urgent military news. A scout, riding at full speed, reported, "The vanguard of the Troll tribe's army has been spotted just a few kilometers away. Do we have any intelligence on the 2 dragons?" Zhu Zhengyang pressed. "The mountain tribe's forces are still over 40 kilometers away, and no sign of the dragons has been detected near their formations," the scout replied, causing Zhu Zhengyang to frown deeply. The Troll tribe was forcing him to choose the battlefield. Staying put would allow them to leverage their defensive fortifications and the harsh winter terrain to their advantage. However, this would also give the mountain tribes a chance to join forces with the trolls, creating an even greater threat. Zhu Zhengyang was not confident in handling both forces simultaneously, especially with the 2 elusive dragons unaccounted for. After careful consideration, he decided to take the initiative and prioritize dealing with the troll army that was already within reach. Lin Yi agreed with this plan and arranged for 2,000 Dragon Rhino cavalry to remain hidden, ready to deliver a decisive blow at the critical moment. "Brother, I'm counting on you to handle those 2 dragons." Zhu Zhengyang entrusted him solemnly before departing. "Don't worry. Leave it to me," Lin Yi replied confidently as he leapt onto the back of the silver dragon, Primo. The 3 dragons soared into the sky, blending into the clouds with Primo's concealment ability, silently tracking the advancing Xiongling army below. At the forefront of the march, the barbarian behemoths led nearly 10,000 Xiongling warriors and soon encountered the enemy. With a deep, resonating call from the barbarian beasts, the 2 armies collided with a thunderous roar. It was a brutal clash of steel and blood, as the Highland barbarians and troll warriors fought ferociously without fear. Witnessing the scene, the black dragon Mordekaiser could hardly contain his excitement. "Master, let me make a grand entrance. First, he'll do a dragon dive, then a sweeping tail strike to crush the ranks, and finally unleash a devastating dragon roar to shake the battlefield. What do you think?" he suggested eagerly. Lin Yi, however, remained composed. "Hold on. Our target is those 2 wyverns. Keep your eyes on them, and don't let them escape under any circumstances." He was wary that Mordekaiser's flamboyant display might scare off the lurking wyverns, which would be a major loss. The battle on the ground grew increasingly intense. Roughly half of the Highland barbarians were now locked in combat with the troll warriors. As Lin Yi waited patiently, a sudden, unfamiliar dragon roar erupted from the flanks of the battlefield, immediately sharpening his focus. It was a massive flying dragon with mottled grayish-white skin. Its stout claws were gripping a creature resembling an enormous lizard as it struggled to move through the air. Lin Yi had encountered the majestic red dragons Wagung, the black dragon Mordekaiser, and the graceful silver dragon Primo before. But now, as he looked at the lizard-like creature with greenish skin, he found it difficult to accept it as a dragon. The Lord of Xiongling, Zhu Zhengyang, explained to Lin Yi that the peculiar pair in the sky were actually mates. The female was the mottled flying drake. while the ground-dwelling lizard-like creature was a male dragon-blooded beast. This explained why the typically territorial dragons tolerated each other's presence. The appearance of the two dragons immediately caused an uproar on the battlefield. The troll army's morale soared with the arrival of their allies, while the opposing Highland barbarians responded with jeers. So what if you have dragons? We've got 3 on our side. Was afraid of who? Lin Yi didn't keep his allies waiting. The red dragons Wagung and the black dragon Mordekaiser dove down from the clouds, heading straight for the enemy pair. Wagung hovered before the mottled flying drake, while the lizard-like ground dragon was tossed to the earth by its mate, causing a tremor that made it hard for soldiers on the battlefield to keep their footing. Wagung sneered at the mottled flying drake and roared, "Your opponent is me, you lowly winged crawler." Observing closely, Lin Yi realized the mottled flying drake was enormous. Its wingspan was also 100 meters, but its body was even broader than Zwagung's. Its dull-colored scales were thicker as well. The silver dragon Primo, standing nearby, quietly explained that this was a mature flying drake in its prime. The young Zwagung, undeterred by the size difference, continued his taunts. The mottled flying drake warily studied the pure-blooded dragon. Though it knew Zwagung had a superior lineage, it relied on its years of dominance in the region and the apparent youth of its opponent. It cautiously asked, "Little one, what is your name?" Meanwhile, on the ground, Mordekaiser had already clashed with the green-skinned ground dragon. The mottled flying drake's clouded eyes shifted, as if calculating its next move. "You're not worthy of knowing my name. Prepare to die." Zwagung flapped his wings and lunged, but a sudden sound of a ballista firing came from below. A specially crafted bolt tore through the air, and though Zwagung tried to dodge, it still struck his wing. The bolt exploded on contact with his scales, releasing dozens of sharp spikes that pierced his wing membrane. "I'll teach you how to survive in the demon realm." The mottled flying drake bared its teeth in a sinister grin, clearly revealing that everything had gone according to its plan. The troll tribe, one of the 3 major tribes of the Riverlands, naturally possessed methods to counter the dragon forces of the mountain clans. They had meticulously crafted dragon crystal bolts, a transparent and extraordinarily tough crystalline weapon capable of piercing through a dragon's resilient scales and shattering upon impact to inflict secondary damage. The deliberate taunts of the white-streaked wyvern were designed to provoke Drogon into hovering midair, giving the trolls on the ground their chance to aim. This cunning ploy enraged Drogon, whose scales suddenly radiated a fiery orange-red glow as it let out a thunderous roar. "I'll tear you apart and devour you alive." Blinded by fury, Drogon completely ignored the troll army below and shot toward the white-streaked wyvern like a streak of orange-red lightning, leaving a distorted trail of smoke in its wake. The wyvern realized the peril it was in the moment Drogon's ominous glow appeared, but it was too late. Drogon collided with its bulky body in an instant, sinking its sharp teeth into the wyvern's neck while its claws dug deep into its flesh. Its wings flapped violently to maintain balance as it dragged its prey straight toward a nearby snow-covered mountain. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground was equally intense. The black dragon Mordekaiser and the green-scaled earth drake clashed immediately, wasting no time on pleasantries. In this brutal melee, Mordekaiser finally encountered an evenly matched opponent. The two beasts bit and tore at each other relentlessly, neither willing to back down, until Mordekaiser, with its razor-sharp teeth, ripped off one of the drake's tentacles. The triumphant black dragon cruelly devoured the severed tentacle in front of the earth drake, even licking its lips mockingly. This provocation sent the earth drake into a furious frenzy. It lunged forward and shattered Mordekaiser's prized golden dragon horned helm with a single bite. Enraged by the loss of its cherished helmet, Mordekaiser launched a ferocious assault. Its bites, claw strikes, and tail lashes left countless gory wounds on the earth drake. Yet, the drake's resilience was astonishing. Even when Mordekaiser spat toxic dragon bile that made its wounds sizzle and smoke, the earth drake stood firm, like an unyielding fortress. Facing such a formidable foe, Mordekaiser devised a bold plan. It suddenly lunged forward, gripping the earth drake tightly, and with a powerful beat of its massive wings, forcibly lifted its opponent into the air. Despite the earth drake's desperate struggles, Mordekaiser refused to let go, carrying it higher and higher into the clouds above the snowy peaks. Lin Yi watched as the two silhouettes disappeared into the misty clouds. Before he could utter a word, a piercing, anguished howl echoed from above. Moments later, the earth drake's body plummeted from the sky, hurtling straight toward the jagged edge of the snow-covered mountain. At the peak of the snow-capped mountains, an epic dragon battle was raging. The black dragon, Mordekaiser, dominated the fight against the green-scaled land dragon, showcasing overwhelming superiority. Meanwhile, the red dragon Drogon suddenly erupted with a dazzling orange-red glow, as if awakening the dormant power within its bloodline, gradually overpowering the defiant white-spotted wyvern. When the dragon-formed Primo attempted to approach and offer support, Drogon let out a deafening roar that forced him to retreat. This was a duel of pure-blood dragon pride, and Drogon was determined to tear his opponent apart with his own claws, allowing no outside interference. Understanding the situation, Primo immediately turned his attention toward the troll army. Learning from Drogon's earlier injury by the ballista, he maintained a safe distance and conjured several massive, azure ice spheres. With a swift swing of his claw, the ice spheres cut through the air and struck the troll's ballista positions with precision. The explosions of ice shards not only devastated nearly 100 ballista operators, but also obliterated the deadly war machines. Having dealt this critical blow, Primo swiftly returned to Lin Yi's side to resume his role as a guardian. On the ground, the battle between the Highland barbarians and the troll army grew increasingly fierce. Lord Zhugengyang, fully aware that this battle would decide the survival of the Bear Ridge territory, led the charge himself. Shirtless and wielding two massive axes the size of wagon wheels, he inspired his elite guard to plunge into the heart of the fray. Motivated by their leader's valor, the barbarian warriors unleashed an incredible fighting spirit, swinging their weapons with fury as they launched a ferocious assault on the troll forces. From the back of his dragon, Lin Yi silently observed everything. He envied Zhu Xingyang's extraordinary bloodline and physical prowess, yet he also understood that the outcome of this battle hinged on the aerial conflict between the dragons. In the distance, Drogon was locked in a fierce struggle with the white-spotted wyvern. The two colossal creatures clashed with such force that they shattered the surrounding mountain peaks, reducing them to rubble. Their powerful magical resistance turned the battle into a pure contest of strength. Shifting his gaze to another part of the battlefield, Lin Yi saw Mordekaiser lifting the land dragon high into the air before violently hurling it down. The flightless land dragon plummeted helplessly for over a minute before crashing heavily onto the snow-covered summit. The impact, weighing hundreds of tons, not only obliterated the mountaintop but also triggered a catastrophic chain reaction. The unconscious land dragon, along with the shattered rocks, tumbled down the mountainside, dragging millions of tons of snow in its wake. A massive avalanche was forming. This ominous danger was first spotted by the Bear Ridge scouts riding atop their massive beasts. Living in the high-altitude snowy regions, they were all too familiar with the terror of an avalanche. The suffocating fear and futile struggle beneath the crushing weight of snow, followed by the despair of life slipping away, was the deepest nightmare etched into the hearts of every Highland barbarian. As the warning horn of the barbarian scouts echoed across the battlefield, the Highland warriors, locked in fierce combat with the troll fighters, instinctively froze and turned their gazes toward the distant horizon. A towering wall of snow, like a massive white tidal wave, was surging down from the mountain peaks. The color drained from every face. Retreat. Evacuate the battlefield immediately. The officers of Bear Ridge bellowed with desperation. The barbarians abandoned their skirmishes with the trolls, raising their weapons defensively as they sprinted toward the direction of their leader, Zhu Xingyang. The troll warriors, puzzled by their opponent's sudden erratic behavior, hesitated. Their officers, observing the distant cascade of snow, though unaware of the full extent of the danger, prudently directed their forces to follow the retreating barbarians. Led by their massive war beasts, the barbarian army raced toward a nearby hill. Just in time, they took shelter on the side of the hill that faced away from the avalanche's path. The pursuing troll forces soon arrived, initially mistaking the retreat for a sign of their enemy's collapse. It wasn't until this moment that they grasped the true situation. The distant roar of the avalanche had grown from a faint murmur into a deafening thunder. The snow surged forward at an alarming speed. From the safety of the hill's shadow, the barbarians watched the trolls with cold, detached eyes, as if observing a group of souls about to meet their end. Charge! Drive those barbarians out! The troll commander roared in desperation. The hill was their only chance of shelter, but space was limited, and the barbarians who had arrived first refused to yield. A brutal clash erupted at the hill's base, with the barbarian war beasts forming a defensive line along the edges, forcing the trolls into a direct frontal assault. Just as the barbarians braced themselves for a last stand, the avalanche struck with full force. Like a surging white flood, it consumed the troll army outside the hill in an instant, continuing its relentless course into the distance. The once fearless troll warriors were rendered insignificant in the face of nature's overwhelming power. The surviving Bear Ridge barbarians were pale and shaken. They could fight to the death to defend their homeland against any phoebit the numerous mountain tribes, the fierce trolls, or even mighty dragons. But against the merciless force of nature, their hearts were filled only with despair. It was thanks to the hill's protection and the defensive efforts of their war beasts that they had managed to survive this catastrophe. Hey, have you seen that green-scaled lizard anywhere? Mordekaiser, the black dragon, swooped down from above, questioning the group of battered survivors. All he received were blank, bewildered shakes of the head. Muttering to himself, Mordekaiser flew off in the direction of the avalanche's path, grumbling, "This is strange. Where's my lizard? It's huge, how could it just disappear? The barbarians at the base of the hill exchanged puzzled glances, completely unaware that the very cause of this devastating avalanche was none other than their talkative black dragon ally. After the avalanche, the snow piled up as high as a two-story building. The Xiongling army could only rely on the giant beasts of the barbarians to carve a path through the thick snow, making slow and arduous progress. Along the way, they occasionally discovered the corpses of troll warriors buried in the snow. Their faces were bluish-purple, having either frozen to death or suffocated due to lack of oxygen, their deaths chilling to behold. Mordekaiser followed the trail of the avalanche and finally found the green-skinned lizard drake about 10 kilometers from the hill where the Xiongling army had taken refuge. Thanks to its massive size, the creature had not been completely buried by the snow and was now struggling to stretch its neck to breathe. After plummeting from tens of thousands of meters in the sky onto the jagged peak of a mountain, then being dragged and tumbled by falling rocks and cascading snow for such a distance, even its resilient dragon bloodline had reached its limit. As the lizard drake gasped desperately for air, the shadow of the black dragon reappeared in the sky. After enduring a prolonged beating, the drake was no longer capable of fighting back. It lay helplessly on the snow, exposing its soft underbelly in total surrender, abandoning all resistance. Mordekaiser had initially flown over with great enthusiasm, eager to teach this audacious creature another lesson. But upon seeing the drake surrender, his interest won, and it was no challenge to pummel an opponent that didn't fight back, like punching a training bag. Still, he wasn't about to let this creature that dared to oppose him off so easily. As Mordekaiser licked his lips, contemplating where to start devouring this meal, the lizard drake let out a heart-wrenching wail. At that critical moment, Primo descended from the sky with Lin Yi on his back. Hold on, Blackie. This guy might still be salvageable. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he quickly leaped off Primo's back. Mordekaiser's sharp fangs were already pressing against the lizard drake's neck, and Lin Yi's shout left the black dragon momentarily at a loss. Lin Yi immediately pulled out a pre-prepared enslavement contract and slapped it onto the lizard drake. The drake, on the brink of death and devoid of resistance, was in the perfect state for the use of a magical beast enslavement contract. Driven by the threat of death and its instinct to survive, the drake decisively accepted the contract. Reluctantly, Mordekaiser withdrew his fangs, snorting a blast of hot air from his nostrils to express his dissatisfaction. The newly tamed lizard drake was named Todos. As a terrestrial subdragon, it possessed two unique abilities. First, its exceptional defense allowed it to transform its skin into armor as hard as stone in critical moments. Second, it had an incredible capacity for energy storage, enabling it to consume enough food in a week to sustain itself for 3 to 6 months, depending on its level of activity. The abilities and combat attributes of Tordos were laid out before Lin Yi: 8,000 health points, 250 physical attack power, 100 physical and magical defense, and the ability to burrow and dig stealthily through sandy terrain, with its digging speed varying based on the density of the ground. Looking at these rather unimpressive stats, Lin Yi couldn't hide his disappointment. As the first dragon-blooded creature he had enslaved, Tortos' performance was underwhelming. Apart from its massive size and decent health pool, it paled in comparison to the 3 pure-blooded dragons under his command in every other aspect. Even worse, its enormous body demanded an outrageous amount of food, which only worsened the already strained meat supplies of the Dragon Kingdom. Fortunately, Tordos had 2 redeeming qualities: its terrain excavation ability and its potential as a frontline tank, capable of breaking enemy lines when armored. If not for these 2 advantages, Lin Yi might have seriously considered offering it to Mordekaiser as a snack. Before using the enslavement contract, Lin Yi had already used the ground dragon's blood to unlock the evolutionary totem for new units. At the moment, Tordos was cowering cautiously to the side, relying solely on its natural dragon-blooded regenerative abilities to recover from its injuries. In the distance, the red dragon Drogon came flying in, swaying slightly, clutching the corpse of a much larger mottled wyvern in its claws. When the body crashed heavily to the ground, the snow kicked up by the impact obscured the numerous wounds covering Drogon's body. His wings bore over a dozen tears of varying sizes, his tail had deep claw marks that exposed bone, and the rest of his body was riddled with even more injuries. The outcome of the fierce battle was clear. Despite the mottled wyvern's advanced age and battle-hardened experience, it ultimately fell to the pure-blooded red dragon, Drogon. Its fatal wound was a massive gash across its abdomen. Lin Yi wasn't particularly regretful about failing to enslave the mottled wyvern. Victory of Drogon alone was more than enough to satisfy him. After collecting the blood of the mottled wyvern to unlock the evolutionary path toward the wind god wyvern, the severely injured Drogon immediately began to feast. The evenly matched battle had left him in dire need of replenishing his strength by consuming the blood and flesh of the lesser dragon. As per the usual hierarchy, Drogon, as the slayer, had the first claim to the meal, while the black dragon Mordekaiser patiently waited nearby. A system notification soon appeared. Your hero unit, Red Dragon Drogon, has absorbed the essence of a dragon-blooded creature, advancing toward Red Lotus Inferno Dragon by 38. Red Dragon Drogon has acquired a new ability. Crimson Dragon Scales. When enraged to the extreme, the dragon's scales take on an energy-infused form, burning enemies upon contact and significantly enhancing combat attributes. This explained the flashes of fiery orange light that had appeared on Drogon earlier. Once Drogon had consumed the most vital parts of the carcass, he withdrew to rest. The silver dragon, Primo, remained in his humanoid form, standing silently behind Lin Yi, clearly uninterested in sharing the meal. Just as Mordekaiser eagerly charged forward to claim his portion, an unexpected scene unfolded. Tordos, who had been pretending to play dead, suddenly shuffled over, drooling and clearly intent on getting a share of the feast. Seriously? Your mate just got slaughtered, and her boat is still warm, and you're already lining up for a taste? Mordekaiser was about to take a bite when he suddenly sensed the approach of the earth drake, Tordos. He immediately turned around, baring his teeth with a menacing growl. Sensing the threat, Tordos quickly backed off a few steps, obediently waiting for Mordekaiser to finish his feast first. Lin Yi observed the scene and understood the dynamics at play. This earthdrake was clearly no match for Mordekaiser in terms of strength. The dead-modeled white wyvern, though incapable of transforming into a dragonman form, could at least speak human language. In contrast, Tordos lacked even the most basic ability to communicate in human tongue, let alone transform. If Tordos could speak, it would surely share its grievances with Lin Yi. It had been forcibly taken to the river valley by the female-modeled white wyvern and made to submit to its dominance. The demands of the female dragon had left Tordos with no choice but to comply. Now, it felt indifferent to its former master's death. It was merely exchanging one master for another. The most pressing matter at hand was to seize the opportunity to devour dragon meat and heal its injuries as quickly as possible. Mordekaiser carefully selected the choicest parts of the enormous wyvern's corpse, consuming nearly half its own body weight in dragon meat thanks to its powerful dragon stomach. Only after it had eaten its fill did Tordos cautiously approach. Without any hesitation, Tordos devoured the remains voraciously, stripping the carcass down to bare white bones in no time. This stunning scene was witnessed by Zhu Zhengyang, the Lord of Bear Ridge, who had just arrived. This is... Zhu Zhengyang was visibly shocked. Lin Yi calmly explained. I took down the flying one and subdued the other. That one over there. Perhaps this is its way of mourning its late mate. He then shifted the conversation, asking Zhu Zhengyang about his next steps. Having just secured the safety of his people, Zhu Zhengyang was eager to seize the opportunity. Press the advantage. With the two dragons gone, the mountain clans are nothing but a disorganized mess. The troll army has been completely wiped out. If we strike their stronghold now, we're guaranteed to take it in one decisive battle. With Lin Yi's 3 dragons on his side, especially the silver-haired dragonman who had yet to show his hand, Zhu Zhengyang was brimming with confidence. Lin Yi had no objections. The rewards from Bear Ridge were barely enough to get by. To truly prosper, he would need to reap the spoils from the mountain clans and the troll stronghold. At Lin Yi's urging, the Dragon Rhino Knights, originally held in reserve, were immediately deployed. Led by Bear Ridge cavalry, they set off straight for the troll stronghold. Tordos was once again seized by Mordekaiser for aerial transport. Recalling its previous harrowing experience of falling from 10,000 meters in the air, Tordos curled into a tight ball, trembling with anxiety. The Allied forces rode swiftly and reached the troll stronghold before dusk. Despite being the second-largest power in the river valley, the trolls controlled the most extensive territory, firmly occupying the upper reaches of the valley's water sources. Adjacent to the water source stood the sprawling encampment of the troll tribe, constructed over decades. Stretching for several kilometers, the camp was a dense cluster of brick and wood buildings, home to tens of thousands of trolls. Most striking were the towering stone watchtowers that pierced the sky. Each tower housed vigilant troll sentries and was equipped with a formidable dragon crystal ballistan ultimate line of defense against the looming threat of dragons. These fortifications dotted the area surrounding the encampment, numbering in the dozens. Hidden above the clouds, Lin Yi observed the fortress-like encampment. The dense array of ballistae could tear apart any dragon that dared to approach recklessly. At this moment, all he could do was await the arrival of the ground forces. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the thunderous sound of hooves echoed in the distance. The Dragon Rhino Knights and the Yak cavalry of Bear Ridge had arrived on the battlefield. Zhu Zhengyang and Lin Yi exchanged a knowing glance, skipping any pretense of negotiation. They both understood that words would be wasted here. It was better to launch the assault directly. Without delay, the massive war beasts of Bear Ridge surged toward the troll encampment's walls like an unstoppable tide. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's new ally, the Earth Dragon Tortoise, burrowed underground and emerged within the encampment in a matter of moments, catching the defenders completely off guard. The surrounding ballistae immediately focused their firepower on the enormous creature, but the Earth Dragon, having activated its defensive mode, withstood the barrage. The sudden attack plunged the troll tribe into chaos. They were utterly unprepared for an assault of this magnitude after all. Their main army had only recently joined forces with the dragons to attack Bear Ridge, leaving the tribe seemingly untouchable. Unbeknownst to them, that troll army had been completely annihilated in an avalanche, leaving no survivors to warn the tribe. As the Earth Dragon emerged in the darkness, the trolls came to a grim realization they believed the dragons had betrayed them. This became the only explanation they could fathom. By now, the barbarian war beasts had breached the flimsy brick-and-wood walls. Countless dragon rhino knights and yak cavalry poured in like a flood, unleashing a merciless slaughter. Without their elite forces, the troll tribe's second-line defenders stood no chance against the heavily armed and armored cavalry. When the watchtowers, their last line of defense against dragons, were destroyed, the red dragon Drogon and the black dragon Mordekaiser joined the fray. Drogon's signature extended flames illuminated half the battlefield, while the armored Mordekaiser tore through the fiercest troll resistance with unmatched speed and power, leaving devastation in his wake. With the battle's outcome sealed, Lin Yi turned his attention away from the battlefield, joining Zhu Zhengyang to discuss the division of spoils from the defeated troll tribe. The assault on the troll tribe continued into the early hours of the next morning. What was once a bustling settlement had now been reduced to scorched earth, with the air thick with the nauseating stench of charred remains. The black dragon Mordekaiser prowled through the ruins, his sharp eyes scanning every corner for any surviving trolls in hiding. Meanwhile, the red dragon Drogon, having unleashed his fiery breath throughout the night and still recovering from old wounds, now showed clear signs of exhaustion. In the cliffside caves carved into the mountain, a large number of warriors and the Earth Dragon Tordos were conducting the final stages of the cleanup operation. One storage cave after another was emptied, and various supplies were transported to an open area. When Lin Yi noticed the hundreds of incomplete dragon hunting ballistae stacked on the ground, he immediately declared, "I'll take these dragon hunting ballistae." Zhu Zhengyang readily agreed. Though equipped with dragon crystal bolts and highly effective against dragonkind, these weapons were slow to reload and of limited use against regular soldiers. Furthermore, with the two drakes eliminated, the Xiongling tribe's territory no longer faced significant threats from dragons. In addition to the ballistae, the tribe's totems caught Lin Yi's attention. A tribe as powerful as this one undoubtedly possessed totems that could bring new troop types to the territory's barracks. As for other resources, whether minerals, magic crystals, or food, they were insignificant in the face of the vast resources of the Transverse Mountains, home to millions of dwarves and their vassal races. Even the finely crafted armor of the troll warriors was politely declined by Lin Yi, as it was ill-suited in size and inferior in quality compared to the works of the dragon-blooded dwarves. By midday, the search operation was still underway. Troll civilians hiding in dark corners and trap-filled basements were being unearthed one by one. Among them, some trembled in fear, but many others, including the younger ones, had eyes burning with unyielding hatred. Lin Yi sighed and turned to Zhu Zhengyang. "Brother, I'll leave this to you." Having survived the harsh realities of the dark abyss for years, Zhu Zhengyang was well-versed in the rules of survival. Without a flicker of emotion, he whistled sharply, and a squad of barbarian yak cavalry stepped forward. With swift and ruthless efficiency, they ended the lives of the hate-filled troll civilians. In this brutal world, one either submits or perishes. A merciful lord would ultimately be consumed by the fire and blood of this unforgiving land. "Collect the bodies and stack them for cremation," a stern command echoed across the battlefield. "Don't let these corpses contaminate the water sources of the river valley." Under the blazing sun, tens of thousands of troll corpses were systematically gathered. To prevent water pollution and the spread of disease, the soldiers piled the bodies on elevated ground far from any water sources. Massive amounts of nearby timber were requisitioned, but it still proved insufficient. In the end, the red dragon Drogon was summoned to assist with its searing dragon fire. The task took an entire day to complete, far exceeding expectations. Zhu Zhengyang stood observing the scene, already calculating his next move. Although the Bear Ridge territory occupied the uppermost position among the three major powers, his ambitions extended far beyond that. With the troll tribes annihilated, the mountain clans, now bereft of the protection of dragons, were practically defenseless. As for the treacherous cave dwellers, they were targets he intended to deal with decisively. After a night of rest, the army, revitalized and full of vigor, marched toward the mountain clan settlement. This settlement was located in a valley within the River Valley region, built around a network of caves carved out by the lizard earth dragon Todos. Unlike the defiant trolls, the mountain clans, having lost the protection of the speckled white dragon, were eerily quiet. Originally, they had planned to join forces with the trolls to attack Bear Ridge, but upon hearing of the trolls' destruction, they had retreated into their valley stronghold. When the silhouettes of three dragons appeared in the sky, accompanied by the sight of the subdued lizard earth dragon Todos on the ground. The mountain clans were seized with panic. Just as Lin Yi prepared to shout a proclamation, the gates of the mountain stronghold slowly opened. A group of mountain folk emerged, escorting a diminutive figure, a green-skinned goblin waving a white flag incessantly. Under the watchful eyes of the silver dragon Primo, in his dragonborn form, and Zhu Zhengyang's alert guards, Lin Yi stepped forward. A goblin? What's going on with your mountain clan? Lin Yi asked bluntly. The green-skinned goblin, only half the height of an average person, darted its gaze nervously between the dragons and Todos behind Lin Yi. With a respectful tone, it replied, "Honorable Dragon Lord, our mountain clan has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The entire clan supply depot has been sealed off, ready for your acceptance." With that, it performed a precise imperial court bow from the Gongza Empire. As Zhu Zhengyang watched in astonishment, Lin Yi studied the unusual goblin with interest. "What's your name? What's your background?" "Honor Dragon Lord," the goblin replied humbly. "I am a graduate of the Gongza Empire's Academy of Foreign Affairs, and currently serve as the administrator for the mountain clan. You may call me Neru." "Neru? Do you know a goblin named Gandhi?" Lin Yi asked curiously. The goblin Neru simply shook his head in confusion, clearly having no recollection of the name. "Forget it. Take us to the mountain tribe," Lin Yi said, dismissing the irrelevant topic with a wave of his hand. He signaled for the dragons to follow. With the dragon's intimidating presence and Neru as a hostage, this operation should proceed without complications. As the village gates slowly opened, the previously noisy mountain settlement fell into an eerie silence. From the caves and buildings on both sides of the valley, countless mountain dwellers peeked out nervously, their eyes filled with unease as they stole glances at Lin Yi and his group. Overhead, the circling dragons only deepened their fear, rendering them silent and motionless. These mountain dwellers from the river valley were short in stature, averaging only about 1.5 meters tall, noticeably shorter than the average citizen of the empire. Their physique made them unsuitable for large-scale frontal assaults, but in the complex terrain of mountains and forests, they could leverage their natural advantages. In terms of combat strength, they were only marginally stronger than cave dwellers, but their remarkable ability to reproduce had made them the most populous group in the river valley. "What's your plan for these mountain folk?" Zhu Zhengyang leaned in and asked Lin Yi quietly. Lin Yi showed little interest in the group. While the mountain dwellers were easier to sustain since they didn't require meat, they were far inferior to dwarves or the Dragonblood Legion when it came to mining, crafting equipment, or combat. As a lord, Lin Yi could appreciate a race with exceptional talents in a specific area, but he had no need for such mediocre subordinates. "They'll take over this mountain tribe," Zhu Zhengyang said eagerly. "The barbarians on the highlands are too few to support my expansion in the river valley. With this tribe, Xiong Ridge can finally meet the requirements to advance to a higher tier." After being stuck as a mid-tier lord for years, Zhu Zhengyang's eyes gleamed with a burning desire for advancement. Although the highland barbarians were formidable warriors, their slow population growth and the surrounding powerful factions had consistently hindered his development. Now that the three-way deadlock in the river valley had been broken, he was determined to seize this opportunity to bring the entire valley under his control. "Really? What a coincidence. I feel like I'm close to. Once I return and deal with that large centaur tribe, I should be able to advance to a higher tier as well," Lin Yi remarked casually. Zhu Zhengyang's expression froze, his excitement replaced by disbelief. He had spent years struggling to see a glimmer of hope for advancement. Yet this newcomer to the Dark Abyss, who had only been here a few months, was also on the verge of a breakthrough? The disparity was staggering. "By then, I could recommend you to join the Dragon Nation's national team. The veterans there are incredibly skilled, great to talk to, and they regularly organize team raids." "What the heck? Bro, you're actually a member of the national team?" Zhu Zhengyang's face was filled with shock, and a flicker of awe appeared in his eyes. "Isn't the national team supposed to reject Meteor Lords? Wait a minute. Oh right, I almost forgot he or this year's rookie king." Lin Yi looked at Zhu Zhengyang's excited expression, feeling a bit puzzled. In his mind, the Dragon Kingdom's national team was just an ordinary circle of lords. But to someone like Zhu Zhengyang, who had struggled for years as a lord, the national team was an unattainable dream. Joining the national team? Zhu Zhengyang's eyes lit up. "That's something I dream about every night. But for regular lords, you have to be high tier to even qualify, and on top of that, you need a recommendation from an active national team member. Those high tier lords are all absolute powerhouses in their own right. There's no way someone like me, who just got promoted to a small lord, could even get close to them." He continued explaining that joining the national team meant stepping into the highest echelon of lords in the Dragon Kingdom. For newly promoted high-tier lords, such an opportunity was an enormous advantage. "Bro, you better not be messing with me. If you can really get me in, you'll be my sworn brother from now on." Zhu Zhengyang grabbed Lin Yi's arm in excitement. Although Lin Yi found this a bit odd, he nodded in agreement. In his view, someone like Wu Qingfeng, the Shadow Demon Lord, who had remained stuck at Midir for years, wasn't much stronger than the Bear Ridge territory. So Bear Ridge should also qualify. He assured Zhu Zhengyang that he'd recommend him, but whether he could pass would ultimately depend on the national team's assessment. With Lin Yi's promise, Zhu Zhengyang became even more enthusiastic, his gaze fervently scanning the surrounding mountain tribes, as if he already regarded them as his own territory. While searching the cave of the Ashen White Dragon, they stumbled upon a trove of precious treasures. Among the piles of gold, silver, and jewels, the most striking find was 3 dragon eggs placed deep within the cave, surrounded by rare fire elemental stones to aid their incubation. Curious about these hybrid dragon species, Lin Yi assigned Drogon, the red dragon, to handle the incubation. Although the proud pureblood male dragon was reluctant to act as a nanny, he had no choice but to comply. After all, the silver dragon, Primo, wasn't suited for the task due to incompatible attributes, and the black dragon, Mordekaiser, was outright unreliable, might even eat the dragon eggs. Another significant gain was the elegant goblin steward, Neru. Proficient in human imperial etiquette, Neru could rival any seasoned nobleman's butler. His ability to manage tens of thousands of mountain tribespeople under the temperamental Ashen White Dragon was a testament to his exceptional skills. When Lin Yi offered him an opportunity, Neru eagerly accepted, looking forward to showcasing his talents on a grander stage. Lin Yi pulled out a servitude contract and casually tossed it toward the goblin named Neru. The contract traced an arc through the air before landing in front of the goblin. Sign it. Lin Yi's tone left no room for negotiation. The smile on Neru's face froze instantly. My lord, this is... He stared in disbelief at the contract before him. He had assumed he would join this noble lord's territory as a manager, but instead, he was faced with a servitude contract. My lord, I am a graduate of the Empire's Foreign Affairs Academy. Neru straightened his half-height, green-skinned frame, trying to bargain for himself. I expect treatment that matches my qualifications. Lin Yi cast a cold glance at him, entirely unmoved. The goblin named Gandhi, who once served under Wu Zhao's father in the marsh camp, was a cautionary tale. Lin Yi would never leave any room for rebellion among the native subjects. Then there's nothing more to discuss, Lin Yi said, turning to Zhu Zhengyang. Brother Zhu, would you mind cutting this one down? Zhu Zhengyang raised his double-handed battle axe and began advancing toward Neru. Wait, my lord, Neru shouted in panic. Look, the contract is already signed. With astonishing speed, he completed the binding process and immediately plastered a flattering smile across his face. In the face of mortal danger, status and dignity meant nothing. Lin Yi was quite satisfied with Neru's compliance. With the contract signed, Lin Yi led the team to continue patrolling the mountain settlements. Under Neru's threats and persuasion, the other mountain folk were also successively taken in by Zhu Zhengyang's barbarian warriors. After dealing with several factions in the Hejian Valley, Zhu Zhengyang planned to establish the territory on the plains. With no external threats to worry about, the mountain folk would coexist with the barbarian tribes on the fertile floodplain. Zhu Zhengyang hoped this integration would quickly expand the population of the Bear Ridge tribe. While magical crystals could summon barbarian warriors, powerful units like dragons or elite dragon soldiers could not be summoned directly without a strong hero unit. The summoned barbarian warriors would need training and combat experience to advance into Highland barbarians. Increasing the number of regular subjects was crucial for strengthening the territory, as supporting a single professional warrior often required the labor of several, if not dozens, of ordinary subjects. Next up is the Cavern Dweller faction, right? Lin Yi asked Zhu Zhengyang. Thanks to the cooperation of the mountain folk, this faction, which had previously been under the rule of dragons, had quickly pledged allegiance to their new lord. It had taken less than a day to incorporate the mountain folk. Lin Yi estimated it wouldn't take long to eliminate the last and weakest faction in the Hejian Valley, the Cavern Dwellers. He was eager to wrap up this operation, as the defensive perimeter plan for the Hongduan Mountains was likely nearing completion. These Cavern Dwellers might prove to be the trickiest, Zhu Zhengyang said with a frown. They're like ground rats. The moment they face an external threat, they retreat into their tunnels. Over the years, they've survived attacks from 2 major forces thanks to their extensive underground network. To completely root them out would require a significant investment of time and manpower, searching through each tunnel one by one. That's not realistic. Lin Yi frowned as he listened to Zhu Zhengyang's words. The subterranean dwellers entrenched in the underground tunnels were indeed a troublesome issue. Combat strategies centered around dragons were practically useless in such winding and narrow passageways. However, the results of this operation had already far exceeded expectations. Zhu Zhengyang clearly recognized this as well. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "These underground dwellers are nothing more than a minor nuisance. I can handle them myself with some time. Thanks to you for coming to my aid this time." With the mountain tribes successfully integrated, the primary crisis in the Xiongling territory had been resolved. Confident in dealing with the remaining underground dwellers, Zhu Zhengyang led Lin Yi back to the plateau's Xiongling tribe to negotiate the rewards for Lin Yi's assistance. Looking at the 3 powerful dragons and 2,000 elite heavy cavalry Lin Yi brought, Zhu Zhengyang felt both gratitude and concern. Just the teleportation cost of these forces was astronomical, even with Lin Yi's Rookie King buff reducing part of the expense. At the moment, Xiongling magic crystal reserves had been depleted by more than half in the prior conflicts, and the remaining stock needed to be reserved for emergencies. Additionally, the territory's meat supplies had been nearly exhausted by Lin Yi's Dragonblood army, leaving the tribe's residents at risk of facing a winter without meat. Enough said. The fact that you came to support me shows how much you value me, Zhu Zhengyang remarked, signing a system-verified promissory note, committing to repay 100,000 units of magic crystals within a year. Lin Yi accepted the note with a smile. Although he still had a large reserve of magic crystals from the Dragonblood dwarves, accepting the note was customary. Refusing would have seemed disrespectful to Zhu Zhengyang. Next, Zhu Zhengyang took out a gemstone-encrusted longsword. This is the reward from the Lord's trial. Lin Yi accepted the sword and gently unsheathed it. The blade gleamed with a cold light, its surface adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns. The system immediately displayed the weapon's details. Dragon scale sword, a treasure-grade weapon, sharp enough to slice through iron like butter. In the hands of a skilled wielder, its power was even greater. It came with an armor-piercing attribute, capable of easily breaking through heavily armored opponents' defenses. Look at the name of this sword, it suits you perfectly. I saved it just for you, and it's never been unsheathed before, Zhu Zhengyang said with a smile. Lin Yi swung the sword a few times, finding it well-balanced and a good fit. He gladly accepted it, which made Zhu Zhengyang secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At least he hadn't chosen the wrong gift. In addition to the sword, Lin Yi was free to select from the spoils of war obtained from defeating the Troll tribe and mountain forces. He claimed over 100 unassembled dragon hunting ballistae, along with corresponding dragon crystal bolts, the Troll's tribal totems, and 3 unhatched dragon eggs. Lastly, a goblin managerial talent named Neru turned out to be one of the most valuable gains of this expedition. A flash of white light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, and the next moment, he was back in the territory of Dragonblood Peak. Helen, dressed in her butler uniform, was already waiting. The moment she saw Lin Yi's companion, her brow furrowed deeply. Lin, why did you bring back a green-skinned goblin? Helen asked as she effortlessly lifted Neru with one hand, examining the well-dressed yet comically out-of-place goblin butler. Be polite, Lin Yi said calmly. From now on, you two will be colleagues. His name is Neru, and he will be taking over your managerial role. Ha! A green-skinned goblin on equal footing with me? Helen scoffed and tossed Neru onto the ground with disdain. What's the difference? Lin Yi replied indifferently. You both signed slave contracts. His words made Helen freeze for a moment before she reluctantly spoke again. The defensive perimeter of the mountain range is almost complete, she said, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. So, does this mean I can finally leave here and have my own territory? Not a problem, but you'll need to complete the handover with Neru first. Lin Yi gestured for the two to leave. After they departed, Lin Yi checked the Lord's system, which confirmed that the defensive perimeter was indeed finished. Within the broken mountain range, millions of tribes from various races, including those previously subordinate to the Dragonblood dwarves, were gradually submitting to his rule. Neru had already begun strengthening the management as ordered. Next, Lin Yi turned to process the spoils of this expedition. A large number of dragon hunting crossbows were sent to the Dragonblood Dwarves Equipment Research Center for further study. The red dragon Drogon, meanwhile, carried 3 dragon eggs to a volcano within the mountain range to incubate them. The integration of the Troll tribe's totem had introduced a new unit to the barracks, the mana-devouring Draconids. This 10-member squad, cloaked and with crimson eyes, bore a similar physique to Dragonblood soldiers. They were immune to most magical damage and could even reflect it back at the caster, making them a bane to spellcasters. Their summoning cost was 20 magic crystals. Lin Yi pondered this development, suspecting it was related to the Troll's reliance on physical attacks. The emergence of new units in the barracks was always unpredictable. Wu Qingfeng, for instance, had fused the Orc Totem and gained Lizardmen warriors, while Lin Yi himself had acquired Thunder Wolf dragons. This might have something to do with the bloodline of their respective territories. After all, the Dragonblood Legion naturally possessed high resistance to magical attacks, and the 3 dragons were entirely immune to offensive magic. Other Dragonblood creatures also exhibited remarkable magic resistance. Now, the Devourer Dragonkin, a natural counter to magical units, had emerged. Lin Yi grew increasingly eager for future confrontations with the magical races. After finishing the unit's summoning process, which felt akin to opening mystery boxes, Lin Yi turned his attention to advancing the Thunder Wolf Dragons and Dragonblood Rhinoceros. As the first mass-producible flying unit, the Wind God Wyvern became the top priority for cultivation. As the advancement materials were placed, the barracks were engulfed in a radiant glow. The building initially used to produce thunder wolf dragons began to transform, eventually evolving into the wind god wyvern barracks. The first wind god wyvern slowly emerged from the barracks. This sky patroller, weighing 500 kilograms with a wingspan of 5 to 8 meters, could soar effortlessly at high altitudes. Its streamlined body, broad wings, and spear-like sharp beak all radiated its aerial dominance. While its individual strength couldn't rival that of a dragon, its advantage lay in numbers. Lin Yi firmly believed that once the wind god wyverns formed a sizable force, even dragons would struggle to withstand their coordinated assaults. This flying creature's powerful talons were not only capable of tearing through enemies, but also capable of carrying substantial equipment. A bold idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind: each wind god wyvern could carry a dragonkin warrior, forming a formidable airborne knight squadron. Next came the highly anticipated birth of a Dominator-class unit, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. When this colossal beast appeared, its size dwarfed the barracks itself. Its massive head and powerful hind legs were its most defining features, while its densely packed sharp teeth and fearsome bite force could tear apart any prey with ease. This apex predator of the dark demon realm measured 11 to 15 meters in length and weighed between 8 and 15 tons. While its weight was comparable to the dragonblood rhinoceros, its unparalleled hunting instincts and formidable combat prowess allowed it to take down foes much larger than itself. Each Tyrannosaurus Rex required 500 magic crystals to summon, a steep price, but one well worth the investment. To enhance their combat effectiveness, the Dragonblood Dwarves workshop specially designed armor tailored to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, focusing on protecting critical areas such as the neck and abdomen. Meanwhile, the Wind God Wyverns were equipped with custom storage units capable of carrying various weapons, from javelins and bows to spears and even magic crystal bombs, ensuring the airborne knights were well supplied for battle. However, the enormous carnivorous appetite of the Tyrannosaurus Rex presented a new challenge for Lin Yi. Each one consumed as much food as several dozen dragonkin soldiers combined. With preparations complete, Lin Yi set his sights on a large centaur tribe near the Hungduan Mountains. Whether to advance to a higher-tier lordship or to claim their domesticated herbivorous magical beasts, this centaur tribe had become a critical target. Lin Yi led his army, departing from the nearest defensive stronghold in the southwest, marching grandly toward the centaur tribe. Wherever the army passed, the ground trembled, and the mountains seemed to shake. The main ground force was composed of nearly 10,000 dragonblood dwarf warriors mounted on mountain goats. No longer relying on their short legs to travel, these dwarves now formed a massive cavalry unit, firmly seated atop their mounts. Even more striking were the 500 Tyrannosaurus heavy cavalry, clad in full-body armor. Lin Yi had deliberately delayed the attack by a week to ensure the completion of this specially crafted armor. Now, this formidable cavalry unit advanced in perfect unison, each step causing the earth to subtly quake. In the skies above, over 3,000 wind-drake riders spread their enormous wings, casting shadows that darkened the land below. Each winddrake carried a dwarf warrior equipped with windproof goggles instead of the originally planned dragonborn soldiers. This decision was a calculated move by Lin Yi. Rather than preparing for aerial combat that might not happen, he chose to have the windrakes carry additional strategic supplies. Their storage packs were filled with various magic crystal bombs, including several new, untested models. Lin Yi's personal guard was equally formidable. The red dragon Drogon and the black dragon Mordekaiser led the way, while the silver dragon Primo stayed close by his side, never leaving him unprotected. The newly recruited Earth Dragon Tordos was carried forward by Mordekaiser. On the outer perimeter, Dragon Rhino Knights and Dragonborn Scouts meticulously surveyed the terrain to ensure the army wouldn't fall into an ambush. As the army reached a vast pasture, the magical cattle and sheep grazing there suddenly sensed the vibrations of the ground. Nervously, they raised their heads to look around, but before they could discern the distant threat, the sky had already darkened under the massive shadows above. Centaur scouts on patrol immediately recognized the danger and shot sharp, whistling warning arrows into the air. A team of Winddrake riders swiftly responded. Adjusting their goggles, they directed their mounts into a rapid dive. During the high-speed descent, the dwarf riders skillfully hurled their spears, striking the fleeing centaur warriors with deadly precision. The entire maneuver was executed seamlessly, diving, throwing, ascending, and returning in one fluid motion. In the distance, the rumbling sound grew louder as it approached. The domesticated magical beasts abandoned by the centaur warriors paced anxiously, letting out uneasy cries. They were still unaware of the fate that awaited them. The first to arrive was a pack of Tyrannosaurus Rex. These colossal creatures charged forward with astonishing speed, easily overtaking the fleeing centaurs. Their sharp eyes instantly locked onto the defenseless livestock. The ground trembled beneath their massive feet, and each step seemed to make the air quiver. The teed Rex stormed into the pasture, their enormous heads swooping down as their razor-sharp teeth tore their prey apart in an instant. 500 T-Rex, like a relentless slaughtering machine, swept through the entire grazing camp in moments, leaving nothing behind, not even the escaping centaur warriors. The only contribution those fleeing centaurs made was firing a warning arrow toward the distant settlement. In the central tent of the settlement, the chieftain of the large centaur tribe, Li the Butcher, was discussing strategies with his subordinates to counter the surrounding forces. Suddenly, a messenger barged into the tent, bringing news of an incoming dwarf army. Perfect timing. Li's eyes burned with a fierce light. I've been waiting for this day for over a month. The humiliation from last time Li will repay it in full. As the leader of a dominant tribe that had ruled the wild plains for decades, being driven out by a dwarf force was an unbearable disgrace. Even though those dwarves had the support of 2 giant dragons, Li firmly believed the previous defeat was merely due to inadequate preparation against dragons. Gangbao, bring out our ultimate weapon. Li roared. This time, those flying lizards will pay with their lives. A scar-faced centaur nearby obeyed and left to carry out the order. Li stepped out of the tent, gazing confidently at the sprawling army camp that stretched for over 10 miles. In his mind, as long as the 2 dragons were dealt with, his forces could easily crush the dwarves. However, as he raised his eyes toward the distant horizon, he froze at the sight of a massive shadow looming like a dark cloud. This overwhelming presence was far beyond what 2 dragons could create. As the cloud drew closer, Li finally saw it clearly, a vast swarm of flying magical creatures he had never encountered before. Hastily, siege weapons like ballistae and giant catapults were brought out from storage. Originally designed for attacking fortresses, these weapons were now repositioned to counter the aerial threat. Hundreds of weapons were prepared, awaiting Li's command. But he hesitated and ultimately ordered his troops to remain hidden beneath the tents, focusing their firepower on the expected 2 dragons. Just as they braced themselves, thousands of magic crystal bombs rained down from the sky. Explosions thundered one after another, throwing the central camp into chaos. The carefully prepared ballistae and catapults were reduced to scrap metal in an instant. Before Li could recover from the shock, 3 dragon silhouettes appeared on the horizon. 3 dragons! He exclaimed in disbelief. Meanwhile, the tremors in the ground grew even more pronounced. A crescent-shaped battle formation of massive Tyrannosaurus Rex and countless dwarf goat riders was charging toward their camp in a full-scale assault. The sentries on the outskirts quickly alerted the centaur tribe warriors, who immediately prepared for battle. With astonishing speed, they erected a tight defensive line around their encampment, spears bristling like a forest and bows drawn and ready. However, they hadn't anticipated the real threat coming from above. A massive formation of windrakes darkened the skies as they swept overhead. These airborne predators, carrying devastating magic crystal bombs, had targeted the centaur tribe, knowing their lack of aerial defense. The bombs rained down, triggering a series of explosions in the heart of the tribe's camp. Flames erupted, and shards of debris scattered everywhere. On the ground, the centaur warriors faced a harrowing dilemma. The thunderous roar of an enemy charge echoed from the horizon ahead, while their people behind them were being decimated by the air raid. As they hesitated, Lin Yi's Tyrannosaurus army arrived just in time, providing them with a clear direction. For the centaur tribe, roared an officer. The centaur warriors, gripping their metal spears, launched a countercharge against the Dragon Blood Legion. The frontline tyrannosaurs, though pierced by hundreds of spears and resembling giant pincushions, charged forward relentlessly. They tore through the ranks, crushing everything in their path. Even as they fell, their powerful jaws had already ripped through more than a dozen centaur warriors. Each tyrannosaurus was like a mobile meat grinder, with their stomping feet and sweeping tails leaving devastation in their wake. The centaurs' prized guerrilla tactics proved futile against these heavily armored tyrannosaurs. Their strategy of swift movement and ranged attacks not only failed but also left them vulnerable to the lightning-fast dinosaurs, which caught up with them and inflicted merciless slaughter. Lin Yi was thoroughly impressed with the Tyrannosaurus army's debut performance. Though the initial assault formation suffered heavy losses, once the defensive lines were breached, these colossal creatures unleashed catastrophic destruction. The enemy's arrows were virtually ineffective against their heavy armor. Meanwhile, the black dragon Mordekaiser was hauling the massive earth dragon Tortoise toward the centaur formation's flank. However, Tortoise's immense weight severely hindered their flight altitude, leaving both dragons exposed to the centaur's attacks. Under a hail of arrows, Tortoise could only curl into a ball to protect its vital areas. Realizing the dire situation, the increasingly irritated Mordekaiser let out a furious roar and, in a fit of frustration, hurled Tortoise down from a height of several dozen meters. Flapping his dragon wings and soaring into the sky, Mordekaiser prepared to unleash his signature move Cannonball Descent on the centaur troops below. Watching from a distance, Lin Yi shook his head with a sigh. Clearly, entrusting the mission to Xiao He had been a mistake. Mordekaiser was meant to lead the Earth Dragon Tortoise to block the centaur army's flank, not to show off here. Lin Yi raised his arm slightly, and the red dragon Drogon, attuned to his thoughts, understood immediately. With a powerful beat of its wings, Drogon sped toward the designated blockade position. Meanwhile, Tordos, abandoned by Mordekaiser, had stopped after crushing a trail of centaur corpses. As he emerged from his spherical defensive position, he realized he was now deep within enemy lines. The surrounding centaur warriors surged toward him, spears, arrows, and javelins raining down like a storm. In haste, Tordos activated his full defense mode, his tough exterior deflecting the attacks with a cacophony of metallic clangs. At this critical moment, a thunderous crash erupted as Mordekaiser descended from the sky. His cannonball descent landed with pinpoint accuracy, instantly clearing a large swath of centaur warriors encircling Tordos. Drogon flew overhead, releasing 2 scorching streams of dragonfire to secure the battlefield before continuing on to complete the flanking blockade. Under Drogon's fiery assault, the centaur army was forced to pull back toward their tribal encampment. This played perfectly into Lin Yi's strategy. His goal was to trap the entire centaur tribe in one decisive move. Dwarven goat-mounted cavalry arrived from the rear, joining forces with the Tyrannosaurus Legion, Dragon Rhino Knights, and other dragons to form an encircling force, further compressing the enemy's space for maneuver. Although the centaur warriors had the advantage in physical prowess, the dwarven warriors' superior equipment leveled the playing field. The centaurs' ranged attacks couldn't penetrate the dwarves' heavy armor, while the dwarves' armor-piercing war hammers landed devastating blows, leaving gory craters in the centaurs' leather armor. With aerial support, Lin Yi advanced to hover above the centaur tribe's central command tent. The scene below was staggering. The central camp, spanning nearly a kilometer, lay in ruins, devastated by the magic crystal bombs dropped by the wind drakes. The bombardment had not only disrupted the centaur command system but also served as a practical test for the magic crystal bombs, though at the cost of tens of thousands of crystals. Tell your tribal leader to come out and negotiate. Lin Yi's voice, amplified by the silver dragon Primo's magic, echoed across the battlefield. You have 1 minute. Before long, a towering centaur chieftain stepped forward, roaring in fury. What do you want? A ceasefire negotiation, or continued bombardment? Lin Yi replied calmly. While I could easily order your tribe to be razed to the ground, I've decided to offer you a chance to talk. In the spirit of fostering good neighborly relations, faced with the menacing forces above, Chieftain Ganglai fell into a heavy silence. The vast enemy air force loomed over the centaur tribe like a sword hanging in the sky. In this imbalanced war, the centaur warriors could only watch helplessly as bombs rained down from above, unable to mount an effective counterattack. This sense of powerlessness tormented everyone in the tribe, including their chieftain, Ganglai. On the battlefield, countless centaur warriors stood ready for battle, with ballistae and catapults primed for action. Yet, as Ganglai gazed at the enemy circling overhead, he knew these weapons might not inflict any significant damage. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose the path of negotiation. Ganglai understood that accepting a treaty under such disadvantageous circumstances would inevitably harm the tribe, but it was preferable to sacrificing his people in vain. No one knew how many bombs the enemy still had in reserve, and continued resistance would only lead to more casualties. When Lin Yi proposed that the centaur tribe become a vassal of the dragon nation, Ganglai immediately interrupted. We can leave this place and never set foot on this grassland again. As chieftain, he could not accept both defeat and submission to the enemy. Lin Yi's expression turned cold in an instant. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Through Primo, his voice echoed across the battlefield. No tribe has ever escaped unscathed after killing our dragonblood dwarves. Either accept reality and become a vassal, or prepare for total wary swear. Your tribe will be wiped from the wild grasslands. These resolute words ignited cheers and roars of anger among the dwarf warriors. Lin Yi continued, becoming a vassal does not mean becoming slaves. We will not interfere much in your internal affairs. The Dragon Nation will offer you protection. However, when we face threats, you will be obligated to fight alongside us. These words became the decisive factor. Facing the choice between annihilation and retaining some autonomy, Ganglai ultimately signed the vassal agreement handed to him by Lin Yi. From that moment, the centaur tribe officially became a vassal territory of the Dragon Nation, granted a degree of self-governance similar to Wu Zhao's salted soy milk camp. To ensure control, Lin Yi implemented the same strategy used for the salted soy milk camp, stationing a loyal defensive force. While the punitive effects of the vassal contract were enough to deter most acts of betrayal, cautious as ever, Lin Yi placed greater trust in individuals like Helen, who were bound by slave contracts, and he never let his guard down. Lin Yi had already devised a thorough strategy to control the centaur tribe. His plan was to leverage 2 resources that the centaurs craved the most: salt and metal weapons. It was precisely for these resources that the tribe had been persistently attacking the dwarves of the Hungduan Mountains. Once the centaurs experienced the benefits of a steady supply of these goods, they would become increasingly reliant on trade with the Dragon Kingdom. In return, aside from the meat of their domesticated magical beasts, the most valuable asset they could offer was their skilled warriors. By controlling the pricing of salt and weapons, the Dragon Kingdom would be able to maintain a firm grip on the tribe's fate. For Lin Yi, the value of this centaur tribe went beyond the provision of meat. With the addition of the Tyrannosaurus Rex as a heavy cavalry unit, he needed a highly mobile force of light cavalry to complement the Dragon Kingdom's army. More importantly, these centaur warriors required no additional meat rations. Their daily sustenance was handled entirely by their tribe, placing no further logistical strain on the Dragon Kingdom, which was already struggling with meat shortages. In Lin Yi's view, this method of securing a meat supply was sustainable. After all, expecting the dwarves to take up herding was unrealistic, but the presence of the centaur tribe ensured a stable source of food. With this in mind, Lin Yi expedited the process of integrating the centaur tribe. Before long, the tribe officially became a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's ear, informing him that he had fulfilled all the requirements to ascend to a high-tier lord. This news filled Lin Yi with elation. Unifying the various races of the Hungduan Mountains, establishing a defensive perimeter to define his territory, eliminating hostile forces in the surrounding area to become a regional hegemon, and amassing sufficient population and landhold, the prerequisites for becoming a high-tier lord had finally been met. Despite his excitement, Lin Yi patiently completed the handover process with the centaur tribe. An agreement was reached. The tribe would relocate to an area closer to the Hungduan Mountains, where water resources were abundant and military cooperation would be more convenient. Lin Yi promised to allocate several valleys for their settlement. Their original camp had been utterly destroyed during the battle by Drogon's dragonfire and magic crystal bombs, making it unsuitable for habitation. The entire sequence of events felt almost surreal. The battle began in the morning, concluded by noon, negotiations were held in the afternoon, and by evening, they were already allies. Soldiers from both sides exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to adapt to the sudden shift. However, Lin Yi paid little attention to these minor concerns, knowing that time would smooth over any lingering tensions. After appointing the new overseer, Neru, to handle tasks such as camp planning and resource allocation, Lin Yi turned his focus to preparing for his ascension. Just then, he remembered something and quickly sent a message in the National Alliance chat group. Shadow Fiend Lord Wu Qingfeng got some great news to share. I can finally ascend to a high-tier lord. I've caught up to you at last, QAQ. Shadow Fiend replied almost instantly. The Alliance group chat instantly became lively. Lin Yi's rapid advancement to a high-tier lord was truly unprecedented, a feat that could be considered miraculous even among the elite members of the national team. He responded briefly to the congratulations before focusing entirely on the ascension ceremony. In an instant, Lin Yi's consciousness detached from his body, and from a godlike perspective, he witnessed a golden light flowing along the borders of the Dragon Nation's territory. Once the golden light completed its circuit, the system notified him that he had successfully ascended to the rank of high-tier lord. New advancement options for structures within the Dragon Nation were immediately unlocked, and as the lord, the restrictions on summoning hero units were lifted, though the cost in magic crystals increased significantly. What thrilled Lin Yi even more was that the conditions for manifesting his bloodline had finally been met. The golden light encircling the territory ultimately surged into his body, unleashing a torrent of power within him. He immediately attempted to activate his bloodline, and a dragon-shaped phantom composed entirely of pure golden light emerged from within him. With a single thought, Lin Yi found his body levitating off the ground. To his relief, the manifestation of his bloodline did not transform him into a massive flying lizard. Instead, a golden, dragon-like totem formed around him. Bathed in the golden glow, he appeared like a radiant figure, prompting all dragon-blooded creatures nearby to kneel in submission. The scene was solemn and awe-inspiring. Suspended in midair, Lin Yi began testing the abilities he had just acquired. Clenching his fist and striking out, he instantly condensed a vivid blue ice spike from thin air, which shot forward at his command. It was unmistakably Primo's ability. Then, opening his palm, he unleashed a scorching dragon breath from its center, identical to Drogon's fiery attack. Through repeated experimentation, Lin Yi finally understood that his manifested bloodline allowed him to harness the abilities of the dragons under his command. Although the power might not yet match that of the dragons themselves, this capability to cast dragon magic effortlessly, without any preparation, far surpassed the abilities of ordinary human magicians. Finally, Lin Yi drew the dragon scale sword from his waist, intending to test the resilience of his physical body after the bloodline manifestation. After a moment of contemplation, he prudently decided against stabbing his thigh with the sword. Instead, he carefully ran his fingertip along the blade's edge. The blade seemed to encounter immense resistance, failing to cut through anything. This discovery made Lin Yi's eyes light up. He immediately applied more force, repeatedly testing the sharpness of the blade with his fingers. After 1, 2, and 3 attempts, his fingers remained completely unharmed. Finally, Lin Yi simply placed his palm directly against the blade and slammed down forcefully without hesitation. With a crisp, snapping sound, the dragon scale sword broke in half. This weapon, which he had just acquired from the Lord's trial, shattered so easily that Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Was it because he was too strong, or was the sword just too fragile? Through this experiment, Lin Yi gained a clear understanding of his strength after manifesting his bloodline. Even in human form, he now possessed the power and physique comparable to that of a dragon. As another significant breakthrough in ascending to a height Ear Lord, Lin Yi was no longer bound by the Mid-Ear Lord's limit of having only 3 hero units. However, summoning new hero units came at a steep cost. The first one was free, the second required 500 magic crystals, the third 2,500 magic crystals, the fourth 12,500 magic crystals, and the fifth an astronomical 62,500 magic crystals. The summoning cost increased exponentially. To avoid repeating the mistake of summoning disobedient units, Lin Yi deliberately activated his bloodline power this time, radiating a golden glow all over his body. His 3 subordinates Red Dragon Drogon, Silver Dragon Primo, and Black Dragon Mordekaiser gathered together to witness the arrival of the new hero unit. At the moment the magic crystals disappeared, a mysterious spiral portal appeared in the sky above Dragonblood Peak. A unique dragon's roar echoed from within, unlike any Lin Yi had ever heard before. Moments later, a massive azure dragon emerged gracefully from the portal. The dragon's appearance was breathtaking. It had no wings, yet it moved through the air as effortlessly as a fish swimming in water. Its teal-green skin gleamed with a brilliant sheen, but the most striking features were its flowing whiskers and majestic, broad horns resembling the legendary azure dragon from myth. However, the situation suddenly took an unexpected turn. The summoning portal began to tremble and destabilize, releasing a powerful suction force that tried to drag the azure dragon back. The dragon resisted with all its might, causing the entire space to crack like shattered glass. Lin Yi's 3 dragon subordinates retreated cautiously, standing guard in front of him. Silver Dragon Primo solemnly explained, "This is a clash of the laws of power, something beyond our ability to intervene." After an intense struggle, the summoning portal ultimately collapsed and disappeared. The Azure Dragon then transformed into a human form, and the system identified its status. Azure Dragon, Hero Level Unit, Divine Dragon State, Sealed. Songlong is a hero tier unit belonging to the Shenlong race. Due to a seal placed upon him, he can only manifest in his draconic humanoid form. He possesses 3 significant abilities. The first is Fate Commander, which grants him exceptional leadership skills, making him an outstanding high-ranking officer. The second is Bound by Fate, which connects his life force to that of the summoner, rendering him immortal as long as the summoner lives and allowing him to resurrect near the summoner upon being slain. The third is I Am Fate, which enables him to retain part of his rule-based power despite being sealed, giving him mastery over spatial and binding magic, while maintaining his formidable Shenlong physique. At this moment, the 2-meter tall, muscular dragonkin was kneeling on one knee before Lin Yi, pledging his loyalty. Unlike ordinary dragonkin, his appearance was nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, save for the pair of gilded dragon horns atop his head and the dragon whiskers on either side of his face. His impressively robust build even stirred a sense of admiration in Lin Yi. After a brief exchange, Songlong officially became a member of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Yi was unsure whether it was due to his own bloodline or an anomaly in the summoning channel, but the summoning of this newly ascended hero tier unit had caused an unprecedented commotion. As a hero tier unit, Songlong's strength far surpassed that of red dragons, black dragons, and silver dragons. Even in his sealed dragonkin form, this Shenlong powerhouse who wielded rule-based power was awe-inspiring. When Lin Yi examined his combat attributes, all he saw were question marks. No values could be displayed at all. Songlong's arrival seemed to be an anomaly from the Dark Demon realm, a suspicion that was later reinforced by the collapse of the summoning channel. This made Lin Yi hesitant to summon any more hero tier units, fearing the potential for even more catastrophic consequences. "What should I call you?" Lin Yi asked, as the system's introduction had not revealed the dragon's name. "Address me as Songlong. Among the Shenlong race, I am the sole survivor of the Songlong lineage," Songlong replied. This statement left everyone present in awe. Zhuogung, Mordekaiser, and Primo finally realized that the figure before them represented an entire bloodline of the Shenlong race, whereas they were merely ordinary members of their respective dragon clans. The red dragon Zhuogung and the silver dragon Primo immediately displayed greater respect, while the black dragon Mordekaiser remained curious and envious. "Hey, big guy, how did you get those gilded dragon horns? Can you tell me?" Mordekaiser asked. He had always been obsessed with dragon horn decorations. Lin Yi had even prepared a golden-plated dragon horn helmet for him, but it was ultimately just an accessory. What Mordekaiser truly coveted were real golden horns. Songlong, however, merely cast him a cold glance before following Lin Yi away. Zhuogung and Primo exchanged awkward looks. Seriously, could you stop embarrassing our entire dragon race? Zhuogung scolded, swatting Mordekaiser with his claw and sending him stumbling. Maybe in your next life. Here's hoping you're reborn into the Shenlong race, Primo mocked before spreading his wings to catch up with the others, leaving the black dragon sulking in solitude. Everyone bullies me, the honest dragon. Is it so wrong for me to want those shiny golden dragon horns? Mordekaiser grumbled indignantly. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with the black dragon's complaints. Seeing that the azure dragon could also fly freely in human form reassured him. After all, the azure dragon didn't rely on wings to fly, so this ability made sense. Feeling the exhilaration of soaring freely in the sky for the first time, Lin Yi was overwhelmed with an unprecedented sense of joy. Neither his past life nor his current one had ever allowed him to experience something like this. Upon returning to the Dragonblood Dwarves Hall within the Transverse Mountain Range, Lin Yi immediately convened a meeting to discuss territorial matters. At this time, the red dragon, Drogon, had returned to the volcano to continue incubating its eggs, while the black dragon, Mordekaiser, had rushed to reinforce the northern outpost, which had been attacked by the merman tribe. In the Grand Hall, Lin Yi sat at the head of the table, flanked by the azure dragon and Primo, both in their dragon-human forms. To his left stood the goblin steward Neru and his subordinates, along with the vassal tribe representative, Xiao Dai. To his right was Helen, her face filled with longing as she eagerly anticipated being sent out as a vassal lord. Behind her stood the Valkyrie hero Gale, clad in battle armor, her solemn demeanor making her appear far more dependable than her lord. Also present were the city defense master Merkel and several representatives of the Dragonblood Dwarfs. Although Wu Xiao, stationed at the swamp camp, was absent, he remained a key figure in managing the Dragon Nation. My lord, the development plans for the dwarf clans and vassal races within the mountain range have been preliminarily outlined, Neru reported as he stepped forward, handing over a ledger. The newly integrated Centaur tribe is recovering well and is expected to stabilize meat supplies within 2 weeks. Lin Yi took the ledger, glanced briefly at the unfamiliar Imperial Court script, and set it aside. If I appoint someone, it means I trust them. Since I've entrusted you with managing the Dragon Nation, that trust stands. After confirming that no Centaur representatives were present, Lin Yi got straight to the point. All of you are core members of the Dragon Nation, so let me be direct. Neru, is there a way to gain control over the Centaur tribe? Perhaps through trade relations? Neru's eyes lit up. Rest assured, my lord, the Imperial Foreign Affairs Academy has hundreds of successful cases of controlling beastfolk tribes. Leave it to me. He enthusiastically continued. Additionally, I've noticed a lack of productivity among the vassal tribes within the mountain range. I suggest reducing food rations for the bottom 30 of tribes and using the surplus to reward the top contributors. We could also implement 3 shifts to keep the mines operational 247. Xiao Dai shivered as he listened. Lin Yi thought to himself how ruthless this goblin's ideas were, but outwardly, he smiled and said, "Go ahead, but be careful not to provoke a rebellion." Internally, he mused that if a large-scale uprising did occur, Neru would serve as the scapegoat to quell the public's anger. Lin Yi listened to the land development plan presented by the goblin Neru and nodded in satisfaction. He immediately ordered the Dragonblood Dwarf tribe, the city defense master Merkel, and the representatives of the vassal tribes, including Xiao Dai, to fully cooperate with the implementation of the plan. After handling internal affairs, Lin Yi turned his attention to Helen, who sat to his right with a weary expression. As one of his earliest followers, she had not only worked tirelessly in the dark mine but had also served as the overseer there, earning her significant merit. More importantly, her loyalty was beyond question, as she had signed a slavery contract. Unfolding the topographic map, Lin Yi carefully studied the geopolitical situation surrounding the Dragon Kingdom. After eliminating the Centaur tribe in the southwestern plains of the Hungduan Mountains, the threat from the Wild Plains had been neutralized. Now, only 2 hostile forces marked in red remained on the map: the merman tribe on the Great River and the mysterious blood night elves in the forest on the opposite bank. Lin Yi quickly dismissed the idea of expanding into the Wild Plains. The dwarves' stature and lack of mobility made them ill-suited to life on the plains, and the Dragonblood Legion's small numbers and reliance on meat supplies made effective control of the vast plains impossible. Although the integration of the Centaur tribe had alleviated this issue somewhat, the forest across the river presented a far more promising direction for expansion. Compared to the resource-scarce plains, the forest's mineral resources rivaled those of the Hungduan Mountains. For the Dragon Kingdom, with its population of millions of dwarves, it was only logical to leverage their strengths. The dwarves' expertise in mining, metallurgy, and weapon development, combined with the diligent labor of their vassal races, all pointed toward the forest across the river. However, before proceeding, the merman tribe on the Great River had to be dealt with to ensure the security of the supply lines. Helen, are you ready to become a pioneer lord? To claim new territories for the Dragon Kingdom? Lin Yi's words instantly brought Helen, who had been slumped in her chair, to life. Oh my goodness, Lin. I've been ready every single moment. I can't wait to charge into that forest across the river right now. Helen's eyes widened with excitement as she fervently pledged her loyalty. As an adventurer who had left behind her wealthy upbringing on Blue Star to venture into the dark netherworld, she wasn't here to mine or to manage the smelly cave-dwelling races. She yearned for battle, to lead armies and achieve great deeds. The setbacks she had faced early on had only added to her frustration. Given that Helen's forces included the Valkyrie hero Gale and Amazonian warrior women skilled in jungle warfare, assigning her to lead the expansion into the forest across the river was the perfect choice. But for now, they had to first eliminate the troublesome merman tribe on the Great River. Until they are dealt with, the supply line to the other side of the river cannot be guaranteed safe, Lin Yi said solemnly to Helen. He then assigned a clear task: to eliminate the merman tribe in the waters of the Great River north of the Hungduan Mountains. Only after completing this could she be permitted to cross the river and establish her own territory in the jungle. Compared to the unknown environment and potential hostile forces in the jungle, the merman tribe in the river was indeed a relatively manageable target. However, for Helen, this was still a significant test. If she couldn't accomplish this, it would be even harder to prove she was capable of handling the more complex challenges across the river. Recalling the humiliating experience of being hunted by the merman tribe in the past, combined with the task Lin Yi had just assigned, a fierce determination ignited in Helen's eyes. Old grudges and new responsibilities fueled her eagerness to fight. Lin Yi wasn't going to let her face the challenge alone. In addition to the existing Dragon Guard stationed at the forward base, he assigned Helen nearly 5,000 more Dragon Guards and several hundred Windrake Dwarven Knights armed with magic crystal bombs. The forward base along the riverbank was also garrisoned with a large number of Dwarven warriors, enough to fend off any merman attempting to come ashore. Furthermore, Lin Yi provided 10,000 units of magic crystals for Helen to summon Amazonian warriors. Lin, this amount of magic crystals is barely enough for you to summon 20 Tyrannosaurs. It's hardly sufficient, Helen remarked, satisfied with the troop composition, but clearly dissatisfied with the number of magic crystals. You need to develop a proper sense of the value of magic crystals, Lin Yi said with a pained expression. Unlike me, you don't have a magic crystal reserve warehouse to replenish from. Listen to me, use these crystals wisely and stop fantasizing about things you can't control. With that, he immediately arranged for the Silver Dragon Primo to escort Helen to the forward base in the northern mountains. With the assistance of both Silver Dragon Primo and Black Dragon Mordekaiser, Lin Yi was confident of their success in this operation. As Neru took charge of internal affairs within the territory and Helen led external military campaigns, Lin Yi, as the Lord, found himself with unexpected leisure. He slouched lazily and began scrolling through the lively Alliance group chat. The group was buzzing with team recruitment messages. Looking for teammates for a Legion operation. Urgently need siege machinery specialists. Forming a Legion, need high combat strength units. Our team averaged 35,000 points in the last Legion war. Need one more. Fong Yan's Crusader Legion has 4 spots left. Last time, we only snatched 50,000 magic crystals. This time, we must grab something bigger. Our territory is down to 200,000 magic crystals. Can't even cover next month's wages. Help. Reading these enthusiastic messages, Lin Yi looked bewildered. Legion? Territorial wars? What on earth? Lin Yi spent quite some time observing the Covenant group chat. Through the detailed explanations provided by De Lu, Shadow Demon Wu Qingfeng, and others, he finally pieced together the intricacies of the Dark Abyss's Legion territory wars. In this vast world, a periodic event reduces teleportation costs significantly, slashing the usually exorbitant consumption of magic crystals. These moments become prime opportunities for high-ranking lords to launch large-scale military campaigns. Over time, the dynamics within the Dark Abyss began to shift subtly. Initially, summoned individuals from various Blue Planet nations united to resist the native races. However, as more and more lords poured in, conflicts over resources and territory disputes gradually surfaced, intensifying the tensions. The nature of warfare also evolved. What started as humans fighting native inhabitants transformed into a web of internation lord conflicts. Whenever a threat loomed, lords would rally reinforcements, often seeking help from lords of their own kind. This practice eventually gave rise to massive legions, ranging in size from 5 members to hundreds. Do you know? Wu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fighting in those resource-rich, contested territories can sometimes yield rewards that are equivalent to what you'd earn from working tirelessly in your own domain for an entire year if you're lucky. Noticing Lin Yi's puzzled expression, Wu Qingfeng continued, although new high-ranking lords like us can't participate in large-scale frontal battles yet, we can still take on scouting missions or raid nearby territories. Plus, every time you join a battle, you earn points that can be exchanged for magic crystals, weapons, equipment, machinery blueprints, or even rare minerals. In territorial wars, Legion points hold even greater value than magic crystals, becoming the most sought-after currency. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. For someone like him who had just advanced to high-ranking status and cleared out the large orc tribes around his domain, this was indeed a rare opportunity for growth. The territory of the Dragon Nation had entered a stable phase of development, but this calm only caused Lin Yi to feel a bit uneasy. A large number of warriors were left idle, especially the Dragonblood Legion, which consumed a significant amount of meat reserves daily. This made him restless. The dwarf warriors were manageable since the mountain tribes could sustain them, but the expenses of the Dragonblood Legion led Lin Yi to consider taking the Legion out to earn some extra resources. Once this idea took root, it grew stronger. Lin Yi sought out Wu Qingfeng, who was experienced in the Dark Demon realm, and asked this seasoned veteran to show him the ropes. Wu Qingfeng readily agreed, patting his chest with confidence and smiling assuredly. Although Lin Yi had received basic education about the Dark Demon realm at the Blue Star Academy, he knew very little about territorial wars operations that only high-level lords could participate in. After all, only about 50 of preparatory lords managed to advance to mid-level, and less than 10 ultimately became high-level lords. Such a brutal elimination rate forced the Academy's instructors to focus entirely on teaching students how to survive the initial hours and successfully advance to mid-level lordship. While Lin Yi was learning about territorial wars from Wu Qingfeng, he suddenly remembered his previous promise to the Bear Ridge Lord. He immediately contacted the Covenant Group Administrator, Delushu, to inquire about how to recommend Zhu Xingyang to the national team's Covenant Group. Delushu responded earnestly, "Your recommendation is valid, but Zhu Xingyang will need to pass the Bear Ridge Lord's assessment. The upcoming territorial war is a great opportunity if he performs well. Passing the evaluation won't be an issue." Then, he added, "He's a high-level lord of the Dragon Nation, right? How strong is he?" "Well, his strength is about on par with Wu Qingfeng," Lin Yi replied, estimating that Zhu Xingyang had likely already advanced to high-level lordship. Though both were at the entry level of high rank, Lin Yi believed Zhu Xingyang was comparable to Shadow Demon Lord Wu Qingfeng. Hearing this, Delushu nodded in approval. In his eyes, Lin Yi, this rising star and top-ranking genius of the mid-level trials, had achieved remarkable success in just 2 months. Naturally, anyone Lin Yi recommended would likely be highly capable as well. Lin Yi then contacted Zhu Xingyang, who was far away in the river valley, to deliver the good news. Upon hearing that he could participate in the territorial war, Zhu Xingyang eagerly agreed and began preparing for this critical battle, which also served as a de facto national team evaluation. At that moment, Wu Qingfeng sent a message, "Lin Yi, I found an opportunity. A mid-sized legion of 50 people is short of 3 members. Counting your friend, it'll be just the right number." Without hesitation, Lin Yi informed Zhu Xingyang and, following the coordinates provided by Wu Qingfeng, led his subordinates to teleport to the designated location. Lin Yi felt a moment of disorientation. When he regained clarity, he found himself transported to an unfamiliar coastline. Before him stood towering cliffs overlooking the sea, while a vast stretch of beach extended into the distance. On the shore, an expansive military camp sprawled out, bustling with various unfamiliar units moving through the encampment. "Lin Yi," a familiar voice called out. Turning around, he saw Wu Qingfeng striding quickly toward him, accompanied by Zhu Xingyang, who had also just arrived. The 3 of them had apparently been transported to this area simultaneously. After a brief exchange of introductions, Lin Yi couldn't wait any longer and immediately began asking Wu Qingfeng about the details of the territorial war. "This is the medium-sized legion base you mentioned?" "Don't rush," Wu Qingfeng replied. "This time, we've temporarily joined Bloodhammer, a medium-sized legion of about 50 members. While it's not one of the official national teams, its strength is still quite formidable. Not part of the allied legions?" Lin Yi asked with some confusion. Wu Qingfeng shrugged. "We're high-level newcomers participating in a legion territorial war for the first time. The big shots in the national teams wouldn't bother taking us along. But that's fine, it's all about gaining experience." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lin Yi's troops behind him, and his brows furrowed. "Wait, how many units did you bring?" 300 heavy cavalry, 1,000 flying units, plus 400 scouts and naval forces," Lin Yi replied simply. The presence of 2 massive dragons behind him was already striking enough, and he didn't elaborate on the dragon-human forms of Songlong and Primo. "I brought 20 barbarian behemoths and 500 elite Highland barbarian guards." Zhu Xingyang chimed in, his tone carrying a hint of regret. "I cleaned out the surrounding tribes of their magic crystals, but it was only enough to transport this much." Wu Qingfeng looked exasperated. "Didn't I tell you? Don't bring too many basic units. The Legion barracks here can summon local units. You're just wasting magic crystals like this." His expression was one of someone watching his own resources being squandered. "Besides, this mission isn't that difficult. You don't need such powerful forces." As they walked toward the camp, Wu Qingfeng led the way. Although it was his first time participating in a territorial war as well, his years of experience with the national team had made him quite familiar with the process. I still prefer using my own troops, Lin Yi said stubbornly, clearly convinced that the Blood Hammer Legion's units couldn't surpass the ones he had brought. Zhu Zhongyang nodded in agreement. He was willing to spend as many magic crystals as necessary if it meant increasing his chances of joining the national team. Just as Wu Qingfeng was about to counter, a rhythmic tremor suddenly rippled through the ground. The group of tyrannosaurs, previously obscured by the dragons, began to move, their massive forms causing quite a commotion. What the hell are those units? Wu Qingfeng stared in shock. Oh, my heavy cavalry, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. You call those basic units? Wu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. The aerial squadron following Lin Yi looked impressive at first glance, but in Wu Qingfeng's eyes, the dwarves riding flying beasts and wielding cold weapons were of limited combat power. What truly shocked him were the 300 massive tyrannosaurs, each as tall as a 3- or 4-story building, with ferocious appearances and razor-sharp fangs. The imposing sight of these colossal beasts, lined up in formation, was likely even more awe-inspiring than a flock of dragons. The sentries at the Legion's camp had already noticed their arrival, and promptly came forward to guide them. Before they even entered the barracks, the sound of an argument was clearly audible. I've had enough. Why am I always the one assigned to scouting and reconnaissance? This kind of task could be handled by any rookie. We need someone experienced and reliable to oversee the mission. This time, we even paired you with 2 national team members. Theory, definitely not amateurs. Hearing this exchange, Lin Yi and Zhu Zhongyang instinctively turned to Wu Qingfeng, their eyes full of doubt. This is the arrangement you came up with? Doesn't sound very dependable, their gazes seemed to say. Facing their silent complaints, Wu Qingfeng could only give an awkward smile and scratch his nose. Internally, he felt wronged. Getting high-level rookies into a capable mid-tier legion was already no small feat. He had done his best. After knocking and entering, and exchanging a few pleasantries, a middle-aged man who looked like a seasoned veteran led them to a high cliff overlooking the beach. Pointing to a hazy island in the distance, he said, "Your task is to monitor that island over there. This beach and the vast mainland beyond it are our Legion's territory. The island across the way belongs to the Neon Legion. They've been trying to expand their influence onto the mainland, which has led to constant skirmishes over the coastline. But none of that really concerns us directly." He paused briefly before continuing. "My name is Wang Yu, but you can just call me Old Wang." Wang Yu seemed rather unenthusiastic, likely because reconnaissance missions like this, which didn't involve direct combat, earned very few Legion points. After everyone finished introducing themselves, another high-level rookie appeared through the teleportation array, looking somewhat lost. Another newcomer to the team. Wang Yu sighed. At last, the scouting and reconnaissance team for the Mid-Tier Blood Hammer Legion was fully staffed. These long, low-reward missions were always unpopular and often outsourced to new high-level lords. For their part, the rookies, eager to join a mid-tier legion at the first opportunity, rushed to apply. "You're members of the national team. Didn't anyone warn you what this mission was about?" Wang Yu asked with some surprise. After all, the national team included 2 super-tier legions and countless capable mid- and high-tier legions. Hearing this, Lin Yi and Zhu Zhongyang turned to Wu Qingfeng again. "We're just rookies, right? It's our first time participating. It's about the experience," Wu Qingfeng said, almost blurting out the words to score some rewards. In truth, the national team's legions had extremely high entry requirements, and rookies without territorial battle experience rarely got accepted. That was the real reason he chose to join a mid-tier legion. After all, points were points no matter where they came from, and mid-tier legion points might even turn out to be more valuable. "Hurry up and take the magic crystals to the barracks to summon some soldiers. Gather here in half an hour and follow me." As Wang Yu departed, he, being a seasoned high-level lord, wasn't particularly disappointed with the performance of these novice legion lords, as he hadn't held high expectations in the first place. Lin Yi and his group headed together toward the camp's barracks. Looking around, the legion camp appeared particularly desolate, with only a few lords hurrying past. At the entrance of the barracks, a variety of soldiers were being summoned, immediately following their lords to the front lines. "It seems the legion battle has already begun," Wu Qingfeng observed as he watched the scene. "Isn't anyone staying back to defend the camp?" Zhu Zhongyang asked with a frown, clearly worried that the lack of defenses might leave the camp vulnerable to an enemy attack. Wu Qingfeng smiled and explained, "We are the defensive force. Soon, we'll head to the coastline for reconnaissance. If we detect any enemy activity, we'll report it to the Legion immediately, and the lords on the front lines will return to reinforce us." He pointed toward a distant stretch of beach. "Besides, this is just the Bloodhammer Legion's forward camp. Even if it's destroyed, it doesn't matter much. The real core territory is further back." Following his gesture, the group looked out and saw that this barren stretch of beach only had basic barracks and repair shops, far removed from the core territory. The watchtowers along the way, combined with their reconnaissance team, were enough to provide strategic depth for the Legion. Wow, Shadow Demon bro, you sure know a lot. Newcomer Su Dong looked at Wu Qingfeng with admiration, making the latter feel quite pleased with himself. The Bloodhammer Legion's barracks are just ahead, Wu Qingfeng said as they walked. Even though it's a reconnaissance mission, we still need to be prepared for battle. He had long planned to rack up points here. Aside from a few hero units, he hadn't brought any basic troops, which meant he only needed to spend a small amount of magic crystals for teleportation. The Legion points he earned would essentially be pure profit. He even intended to abandon any newly summoned troops after the territorial battle to save resources wherever possible. When Lin Yi arrived at the barracks, what greeted him were the detailed stats of 3 types of units. With soul warriors, human soldiers bewitched by the heart of the demon wood. They have 120 health points, 50 attack points, 30 physical defense, and 15 magical defense, excelling at resisting physical attacks. Summoning requires 20 magic crystals. Wood elf archers, agile, lightweight ranged units skilled in forest concealment. They have 80 health points, 80 attack points, and 15 physical and magical defense each, performing poorly against heavily armored units. Summoning costs 20 magic crystals. Twisted Trance, loyal warriors of the heart of the demon wood. These elite units excel in both offense and defense. They boast 250 health points, 80 attack points, and 80 physical and magical defense each. Their special ability involves hurling trance spores that take root on enemies, paralyzing them with toxins. Summoning costs 50 magic crystals. Among the unit list of the Bloodhammer Legion, a dominant tier unit named Children of the Jungle immediately caught Lin Yi's attention. Its attributes were astonishing: 500 health points, 150 attack power, and 100 defense for both physical and magical damage. Not only was it a divine favorite of the heart of the enchanted wood, but it was also a peerless sharpshooter, a solitary ranger wielding a sharp sword, and the undisputed ruler of the jungle. The summoning requirements were clear. The Bloodhammer Legion points needed to reach 30,000, and the summoning cost was 500 Legion points. Can I exchange magic crystals for Legion points? Lin Yi asked Wu Qingfeng urgently, who had just completed a unit exchange. Wu Qingfeng walked over to Lin Yi, shook his head, and explained, you can exchange points for magic crystals, but you can't do it the other way around. Legion points are just that valuable. You've got your eye on the Children of the Jungle, haven't you? That's exactly how the Bloodhammer Legion, as a mid-tier legion, attracts high-ranking lords. Not only do they have this dominant tier unit, but also a variety of rare equipment and building blueprints, all of which require Bloodhammer Legion points to obtain. Lin Yi suddenly understood. So, this was how the Legion enticed high-ranking lords to fight for them. He couldn't help but wonder if a mid-tier legion could offer such powerful rewards. How incredible must the rewards from large-scale legions be? Don't overthink it, Wu Qingfeng advised. The Children of the Jungle isn't something rookies like us should even consider. If I were you, I wouldn't recruit any units at all. The troops under your command are already strong enough. This mission doesn't carry much risk, so there's no need to. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi had already summoned 200 Twisted Trance. It's fine. I have enough magic crystals, Lin Yi said, leaving Wu Qingfeng momentarily speechless. In Lin Yi's eyes, wood spirits were nothing more than cannon fodder. With his Tyrannosaurus Rex, he found them utterly unimpressive. While the wood elven archers were ranged units, their light armor and mediocre attack power made them unappealing. Only the Twisted Trance, as elite units, piqued his interest. Even though each one cost 50 magic crystals and obvious markup, Lin Yi summoned a full 200 without hesitation. The others also completed their purchases. Wu Qingfeng opted for a cannon fodder combination of 100 wood spirits and 100 wood elven archers, and, indulging his collector's habit, summoned one additional Twisted Trance. Zhu Xingyang, preparing for this mission, which had national team evaluation implications, nearly depleted his territory's magic crystal reserves to summon 500 wood elven archers and 50 Twisted Trance. Following Wu Qingfeng's advice, Su Dong chose a mix of 200 wood spirits, 200 wood elven archers, and 10 Twisted Trance. 30 minutes later, Wang Yu, the captain of the Bloodhammer Legion's reconnaissance and guard team, returned to the group. He remained expressionless when he saw Wu Qingfeng and Su Dong's cannon fodder armies, and he didn't react much to Lin Yi's luxurious setup either. To him, this territorial battle was little more than a sightseeing trip with a few rookie recruits. Wang Yu led the group, striding quickly toward the beach outside the military camp. When they arrived, what came into view was a large contingent of the Dragon Blood Legion deployed by Lin Yi. For the first time, Wang Yu's usually composed expression showed a hint of change. Whose troops are these? Wang Yu asked. Lin Yi gestured that they were his own. Wang Yu, Zhu Xingyang, follow me and position yourselves on the left and right flanks of my defensive area, Wang Yu said, just as he was about to move. From behind, Wu Qingfeng urgently asked, Captain, where should Su Dong and I guard? Glancing at the weak and inexperienced troops behind Wu Qingfeng, Wang Yu replied indifferently, this stretch of beach will do. You two rookies, stay sharp. If you notice anything unusual on the sea, report to me immediately." With that, he led Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang toward the distant defensive line. This five-man reconnaissance and alert squad had a clear mission in the territorial battle: to guard the flank of the Blood Hammer Legion and monitor nearly 20 kilometers of beach where the Neon Lord might attempt a landing. Due to their limited manpower, Wu Qingfeng and Su Dong were assigned to the open beach outside the camp. The area had a clear view and was backed by high cliffs, making it relatively easy to defend despite the lack of troops. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was responsible for the longest section of the defensive line, where the beach merged with a dense forest. Without the natural barrier of cliffs, this area required constant vigilance to prevent enemy infiltration from the sea. As a member of the Bloodhammer Legion's main forces, Wang Yu commanded nearly 10,000 basic units, over 2,000 elite Twisted Tree Spirits, and 500 Forest Children. These troops were originally intended for the main battlefield but had been reassigned for reconnaissance, much to Wang Yu's frustration. Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang followed instructions and stationed themselves on the rocky, barren beach flanking Wang Yu's position. While Lin Yi was deploying his Dragonblood troops, Wang Yu's voice came through the squad channel. "Listen up, everyone. Since we have a lot of newcomers this time, I'll explain in detail." He continued, "The mission reward is 500 Legion points per hour, expected to last 7 to 10 days, totaling 80,000 to 120,000 points. The distribution plan is as follows. I take 20, Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang each get 25, and Wu Qingfeng and Su Dong split the remaining share. Any objections?" As a member of the Legion's main forces, Wang Yu not only received 20 of the mission reward but also additional allowances, which often exceeded the mission earnings. This was one of the reasons he was willing to lead the reconnaissance team. Wu Qingfeng and Su Dong had no complaints. After all, Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang had invested heavily in this territorial battle, with Zhu Zhengyang even operating at a loss. "One more thing," Wang Yu added. "There are bonus points for successfully issuing warnings or delaying the enemy's landing. But let me remind you, if you spot enemy activity, you must report it immediately. If an enemy army does land, you're weak. Cannon fodder troops won't stand a chance of stopping them." "Captain, is it really that intense?" Wu Qingfeng asked nervously, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with his weapon. "I thought reconnaissance missions were supposed to be easy and laid back?" Wang Yu scanned the coastline with a serious expression. His somber demeanor was contagious, and even the rookie squad of 4 couldn't help but tense up. For once, even the usually lackadaisical Wu Qingfeng and Su Dong took things seriously, organizing their makeshift team to maintain a 24-hour rotational watch. However, the first day passed uneventfully. Apart from the clear blue sky and the calm sea, there was nothing to report. The second day was just as quiet. "This is so boring, unbearably boring." Wu Qingfeng groaned as he sprawled lazily on the soft sand, basking in the sun. "Captain, any news from the front lines? How can there be absolutely no activity?" As temporary mercenaries, Lin Yi and the other 3 couldn't access the Bloodhammer Corps' internal communications. Only Wang Yu had access to the frontline reports. Suddenly, his voice burst through the squad's channel, seething with frustration. "Those bastards have already pushed their way to the Neon Legion's landing base, not even leaving us a scrap." Hearing this, Wu Qingfeng jumped up from the sand like a spring. It turned out that the Neon Legion, in its bid for expansion, had forcibly established a landing base on territory controlled by the Bloodhammer Corps, sparking a massive, cycle-spanning conflict between the two factions. "So the guys at the front must be raking it in, huh?" Wu Qingfeng's remark hit a nerve for Wang Yu. According to the kill points system, basic units were worth 5 points, elites 25, and dominators a hefty 250. Anyone participating in the battle could easily earn tens of thousands of points. Wang Yu couldn't sit still any longer, his gaze fixed on the neon islands shrouded in sea mist. "No way. If this keeps up, we won't even get a taste of the leftovers." "Captain, isn't this a good thing? The enemy's getting crushed, and we've got a guaranteed win," Wu Qingfeng said, but his words trailed off as he noticed a sharp glint in Wang Yu's eyes. "You're satisfied with just a measly 1 or 2,000 points. Have some ambition, will you?" Wang Yu sneered. "I've got a plan. Let's go big." "Captain, are you planning a surprise attack across the sea?" Lin Yi asked in the squad channel. This suggestion immediately lit up the squad members' eyes. The large army Lin Yi had brought was currently idle, and if they simply waited for the mission to end, the teleportation fees alone would cost him dearly. Zhu Zhengyang, in particular, was growing impatient, had invested all his magic crystals into this, and was desperate to recover his resources on the opposing island. "Let me be honest with you." Wang Yu's voice carried a tone of confidence. "The front line of our legion is advancing rapidly. Within a day, we can eliminate the landing base of the Neon Legion entirely. The next step is to counterattack their island. Judging by the past 2 days, the enemy is already in disarray. This is a golden opportunity to rack up points." Wang Yu's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly sparking everyone's fighting spirit. Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang were already eager, and even the usually cautious Wu Qingfeng was tempted. Though he was reluctant to engage in a heated battle with the enemy lord, the idea of following the Bloodhammer Legion in a winning campaign and seizing the opportunity to plunder made his blood boil. "I'm in. Count me in," Wu Qingfeng suddenly shouted with excitement. "I'm not someone who fears death." His bold declaration left the hesitant Su Dong dumbfounded and even caught Captain Wang Yu by surprise. With everyone in agreement, Wang Yu immediately began to strategize. "You two, go prepare your troops. We move out by tomorrow at the latest." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingfeng and Su Dong rushed to the Bloodhammer Legion's camp to gather their forces. "Lin Yi, your aerial units are impressive. You'll handle the initial reconnaissance," Wang Yu instructed. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. His army of dragons and wind wyverns was indeed best suited for high-altitude scouting. By early dawn the next day, a thin layer of mist still blanketed the sea. Wang Yu woke everyone up early and announced the launch of the counterattack. Choosing to strike at a time when people were least alert and the sea fog had yet to dissipate was a calculated move to maximize stealth. At Wang Yu's command, a group of towering treants slowly emerged onto the beach. These massive creatures, standing over 100 meters tall, intertwined their branches to form natural bridges, which extended across the sea, creating a unique makeshift fleet. "Stop standing around, get on board," urged the captain. At his command, the squad's forces began boarding the treants in an orderly fashion, ready to embark on this daring island counteroffensive. Under Lin Yi's command, the massive Tyrannosaurus was fortunately supported by the highly capable Fengshen pterosaur for aerial transportation. Upon receiving the reconnaissance mission, the Red Dragon Drogon and the Black Dragon Mordekaiser let out fierce roars and took to the skies. Lin Yi and the transformed Silver Dragon Primo clung closely to the dragons' backs, surveying the scene below. From high above, they observed the troops on the beach moving in an orderly manner like an ant colony, gradually boarding transport ships formed by treants through their transformation abilities. Wu Qingfeng invested a significant amount of magic crystals in this operation, exchanging them for 1,000 wooden sentinels, 1,000 wood elf archers, and 500 twisted treants. These magic crystals had been painstakingly looted from orc tribes, unlike Lin Yi, who possessed access to an entire dwarven mountain range of crystal mines. The five-member team's total force neared 20,000, including a number of elite units. After inspecting the troop deployment, Lin Yi immediately led the Dragon Squadron toward Neon Island, located over 20 kilometers away. With his bloodline powers manifest, he and Primo worked together to create two invisible clouds, completely shrouding the red and black dragons. Upon reaching the skies above the island, Lin Yi ordered the dragons to descend slowly from an altitude of 10,000 meters, ensuring they could clearly observe the ground below. This cautious approach was necessary, as it was uncertain whether the island harbored any entities capable of seeing through their cloud camouflage. The island was shrouded in darkness, with only a few scattered bonfires lit by sentries. The enemy camp was eerily silent, seemingly unprepared. This successful reconnaissance earned the team 12,500 Legion points, leaving Wu Qingfeng aboard the transport ship, elated. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was negotiating with the Legion commander for cooperative attack rights. The commander's attitude shifted dramatically after receiving Lin Yi's reconnaissance report, urging Wang Yu to have his team continue their deep reconnaissance efforts. The commander's change in demeanor gave Wang Yu a sense of pride. Soon after, Lin Yi received a new urgent mission: to maintain surveillance over the designated landing point while remaining hidden, and to report any enemy movements immediately, with an exclusive reward of 30,000 points. As the Bloodhammer Legion's forces steadily advanced across the sea, Primo's sharp eyes suddenly alerted Lin Yi to a peculiar sight. Beneath the hundreds of transport ships, a patch of water appeared starkly pale, contrasting sharply with its surroundings. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply as he realized this was far more than a simple change in the color of seawater. Beneath the surface, a ghastly pale mass suddenly surged upward, sending towering sprays of water into the sky and capsizing dozens of transport ships in an instant. A colossal octopus-like monster burst out of the ocean, its dozens of 100-meter-long tentacles thrashing wildly in the air, smashing ships together or dragging them straight into the depths of the sea. "Lin Yi, what the hell is going on?" Captain Wang Yu's voice crackled through the squad's communication channel, filled with shock and anger. The Legion's channel was already in chaos, with screams erupting one after another. The warriors of the Bloodhammer Legion were desperately trying to evade the monstrous creature's frenzied attacks, leaving no one with the capacity to explain the situation. "The fleet is under attack by a giant magical beast." Lin Yi barely finished his sentence when the docks of Neon Island suddenly lit up with rows of blazing bonfires stretching for miles. Countless warriors of the Neon Legion let out deafening battle cries as they launched a ferocious assault on the ships near the docks. "This is an ambush. We've walked right into the Neon people's trap. Captain, order your comrades to retreat." Lin Yi's realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. No wonder the previous battles had been evenly matched, yet this time, the Neon Legion's forces retreated so easily. It was all a carefully laid trap to lure the Blood Hammer Legion into this perilous stretch of sea. Damn it, it's too late now. There's no time. Wang Yu cursed. Our squad has already landed on the island's far side. We're hoping to relieve some of the pressure on the main battlefield. Leading his 5-man squad, Wang Yu charged toward Neon Island. The squad's mission was less about direct rescue and more about creating chaos on the island, forcing the Neon Force's frontline commanders to retreat and alleviate the assault on their comrades. On the battlefield, dozens of transport ships had already been destroyed by the octopus monster at the very start of the battle. The remaining vessels, under the Blood Hammer Legion commander's orders, were fighting and retreating simultaneously. Magic spells lit up the sky, bolts rained down like a storm, and even flying magical beasts joined the fray against the monster. Yet, these attacks could only sever a few tentacles at best, doing nothing to harm the gargantuan creature lurking beneath the waves. Perched on the back of the red dragon Drogon, Lin Yi watched helplessly as a large fleet of neon warships advanced relentlessly from behind. There was nothing he could do. The dragon's breath could not penetrate the water's surface to strike the octopus monster, and any close approach would result in being ensnared by the monster's massive tentacles and dragged into the abyss. As for holding off the pursuing neon forces, that was entirely beyond his capabilities. Tens of thousands of elite troops under the command of the Neon Lords were stationed here, totaling nearly 1 million soldiers. Lin Yi was well aware that charging straight down would be nothing short of suicide. He cast one last deep glance at the Blood Hammer Legion, which was desperately retreating, silently praying they could make it back to the shore safely. Then, he turned and led his dragons, racing toward the direction where the squad had landed, pinning his hopes on Captain Wang Yu's strategy of surrounding way to save Zhao. From high in the sky, Lin Yi spotted the squad's traces. One of the Neon Lord's camps was already engulfed in raging flames. According to Wang Yu's orders, the squad members were tasked not only with eliminating the remaining troops, but also with setting fires to create chaos and draw the frontline's attention. Cause as much destruction as possible. Kill anyone you see. Burn every building to the ground. Wang Yu's bloodshot eyes burned with fury as he roared into the squad's communication channel. The farewell cries of comrades in the Legion channel tore at his heart, filling him with a desire to obliterate the entire island. Wang Yu's jungle children, using the dense island forests as cover, moved like phantoms, silently eliminating the remaining garrison forces. However, the progress of the other three was far less efficient. The wood soulmen, elven archers, and twisted tree spirits were either slow-moving or fragile, making their advancement painstakingly sluggish. The group scattered in all directions, advancing into the Neon Lord's territories on the island. After 20 minutes, despite the limited forces left behind in the various territories, only Wang Yu and Zhu Zhengyang had made significant progress. Wu Qingfeng and Su Dong were still clearing out the garrisons in their respective areas, while Zhu Zhengyang's Highland barbarians and savage beasts demonstrated astonishing destructive power, nearly matching Wang Yu's pace. After observing for a moment, Lin Yi quickly mobilized his forces. The Wind Wyverns transported the Tyrannosaurs to the perimeter of one of the Neon Lord's territories. Handing over command of the Dragonblood Legion to its new leader, Azure Dragon, Lin Yi gave the order, kill every enemy in sight. Azure Dragon immediately accepted the command, leading 300 fully armed Tyrannosaurs in a ferocious assault. He personally soared into the air, transforming into a flash of azure light that crashed heavily into the camp gate, blasting open a breach dozens of meters wide. The stunned defenders barely had time to react before the tide of Tyrannosaurs surged through, tearing them to shreds. Lin Yi could have ordered the Wyvern Riders to drop magical crystal bombs to hasten the assault, but he knew the true battle was yet to come, and these precious bombs needed to be reserved for critical moments. After entrusting the Dragonblood Legion to Azure Dragon, Lin Yi ascended with his dragons. The dragon beneath him, Drogon, unleashed a breath of fire stretching hundreds of meters, illuminating the entire sky. Arson and looting? That's my specialty. Lin Yi's voice echoed through the squad's communication channel. The Crimson Dragon Drogon and Lin Yi, who had activated his manifested bloodline, hovered side by side in midair. Streams of fiery dragon breath poured down like a blazing waterfall, engulfing the buildings of the Neon territory entirely. With the main forces of the Neon army having already set out across the sea, the island's remaining air defenses were practically non-existent, unable to withstand this fiery onslaught from above. On the ground, the squad members steadily led their troops forward. The aerial support from Lin Yi and the dragon created a seamless pincer attack, leaving the defending forces scrambling in disarray. Under this coordinated assault, the squad's advances were astonishingly swift. One by one, the territories of the Neon Lords fell, with the remnants of their defensive forces annihilated amidst their desperate attempts to retreat or resist. Large sections of buildings were reduced to ashes under the dragon's flames. As the battle progressed, the Bloodhammer Legion's score skyrocketed to over 100,000 within just an hour. However, the squad members couldn't bring themselves to celebrate across the sea. Their main forces were being relentlessly pursued and attacked by the Neon Army, suffering heavy casualties and facing a dire situation. At this moment, Lin Yi was lying on the back of the black dragon Mordekaiser, using the massive creature's body as cover while unleashing searing dragon breath. Over a dozen watchtowers collapsed in flames, their defenders engulfed in fire, screaming in agony as they leapt from the heights. On the ground, Zhu Zhengyang nodded towards Lin Yi from afar before leading the barbarian army in a charge towards the smoke-shrouded neon territory ahead. The entire island was in chaos. Burning buildings, clashing soldiers, and corpses strewn everywhere painted a harrowing scene under the gradually brightening sky. Just as Lin Yi prepared to direct Mordekaiser towards the next target, the Silver Dragon Primo, tasked with perimeter surveillance, suddenly sounded an alarm. An enemy lord was approaching with a force of over 1,000 bat-like flying creatures as reinforcements. Surprisingly, this reinforcement unit lacked any naval escort. Lin Yi quickly relayed the situation to the squad leader, Wang Yu, who was engaged in intense combat. Without delay, Lin Yi assembled his dragons and the wind god wyverns to intercept the enemy. Coordinating with Primo, they conjured concealing clouds to shroud the entire Dragonblood flight corps. They remained hidden until they were directly above the unsuspecting Neon Lord, who was hastily pushing forward. The thick plumes of smoke rising from the distant island only fueled the Neon Lord's growing anxiety. When he noticed the Dragonblood aerial army soaring above him, he was stricken with panic and had no time to escape. Leading the charge, the red dragon Zhulong dove down, letting out an earth-shaking roar as it opened its massive jaws. Even before getting close, its scorching breath sliced through the enemy's aerial forces like a blade. Following closely behind was the black dragon Mordekaiser, its sights locked on the enemy lord. The Neon Lord, astride a bloated moth-like creature amidst a swarm of bats, stood out conspicuously. Under the immense pressure of the dragon's presence, the moth-like creature completely disregarded its rider's commands and desperately darted toward the dense forest below for cover. In a frantic attempt, the Neon Lord issued a series of shrill commands, prompting hundreds of massive bats, each the size of a calf, to hurl themselves recklessly at Mordekaiser. As they neared the dragon, their bodies suddenly swelled into spherical forms and exploded in succession. A nauseating, dark green, viscous liquid splattered over Mordekaiser, accompanied by the sizzling sound of corrosion. This suicidal assault enraged Mordekaiser beyond measure. Though the corrosive liquid posed no real harm to him, the repulsive sensation and the humiliation of being drenched in green slime were intolerable for a dragon of his stature, one capable of swallowing even swamp creatures whole. Blinded by fury, Mordekaiser dove toward the forest. Before the Neon Lord could rejoice in his narrow escape, the dragon descended from the sky. A toxic mist spewed from its jaws, causing the surrounding trees to wither and collapse instantly. The terrified Neon Lord lashed his mount furiously in an attempt to flee, but as he weaved desperately through the dense forest, the sheer dominance of the dragon's aura crushed him to death. The lifeless lord tumbled to the ground. As he struggled to draw his sword, Mordekaiser snatched him up in his jaws. The dragon did not kill him outright, but instead hurled him to the ground and savagely tore his limbs apart with its claws. Finally, with a violent exhalation, it drenched the lord in a pool of its most potent corrosive venom. Mordekaiser watched intently as the lord writhed in excruciating pain, dissolving into a puddle of blood. Only then did the dragon, satisfied, take to the skies once more. Wang Yu arrived just in time to witness the gruesome scene. Staring at the unrecognizable bloodstains left on the ground, he gulped nervously. He had initially worried that Lin Yi might struggle to handle the situation, but it was clear now that his concerns were unfounded. This aerial battle didn't even require the intervention of the Fengshen Wyvern's dragons alone, had completely annihilated the 1,000-strong enemy air force. Seeing the effects of the squad's sabotage beginning to take hold, Captain Wang Yu immediately issued a rallying call through the squad's communication channel. He succinctly emphasized that the Bloodhammer Legion and their squad were now inextricably linked, encouraging his team to intensify their destructive efforts and draw more attention from the Neon Legion. The team understood his intent perfectly and launched even more aggressive sabotage operations. One by one, the territories of the Neon Lords fell under their assaults, with raging flames consuming entire clusters of buildings. With every enemy facility they destroyed, their legion's points soared. The fiery destruction continued unabated, while elsewhere, a bloody pursuit was unfolding. As the Bloodhammer Legion's naval crossing was halfway complete, the Neon Legion launched a sudden assault. The tentacles of a colossal octopus-like beast overturned numerous transport ships, sending countless warriors plunging into the sea. Those unable to swim struggled in the waves before succumbing to the depths. Hundreds of transport ships scattered in all directions, trying to break through the blockade, but less than a third of them managed to reach the shore. The Blood Hammer warriors, who had just escaped the threat of the sea monster, found themselves immediately confronted by a fleet of neon warships closing in behind them. Enemy soldiers swarmed the beaches like an unstoppable tide, quickly overwhelming the Blood Hammer fighters attempting to hold them off. Retreat. Fall back to the camp. Hold the line. The furious roar of the Blood Hammer Legion's commander echoed across the beach. He and several Legion lords stayed behind to cover the retreat of the remaining forces. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the Neon Legion, which launched a full-scale attack determined to annihilate the battered enemy, the Blood Hammer leaders fought with everything they had. Through the desperate resistance of the Blood Hammer commander and his lords, their elite units were entirely wiped out, but they managed to buy precious time for the main force to retreat. Sensing victory within reach, the Neon Lords pursued relentlessly, even commanding the colossal octopus beast to crawl onto land, using it as a siege weapon. The massive creature, though slow on land, was still terrifying with its enormous size and thrashing tentacles. The defenders of the Blood Hammer Legion quickly recognized the threat. If the beast reached their camp, their fortifications would be rendered useless. A barrage of crossbow bolts and flaming projectiles rained down upon the octopus beast. Without the protection of the sea, the creature let out harrowing cries as the flames seared its flesh. Yet the Neon Legion commander controlling it remained expressionless, continuing to issue orders for the attack. In his mind, the opportunity to utterly destroy this troublesome continental force was within his grasp. The massive octopus monster turned painfully towards the camp of the Blood Hammer Legion. Its enormous maw opened wide, spewing out thousands of small octopuses, each the size of a human head. These grotesque creatures, their bodies coated in slime, writhed their tentacles midair, adjusting their trajectories with precision as they targeted the Blood Hammer warriors at the rear of the camp. The small octopuses quickly latched onto the warriors' heads, their dozens of tentacles forming a tight, suffocating grip in an instant. Accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being pierced, their razor-sharp mouthparts mercilessly tore into the warriors' skulls. To make matters worse, the warriors, after a brief shudder, stood up again, now with the octopuses perched on their heads. They raised their weapons mechanically, turning against their own comrades. "Damn that octopus monster! It can control my men!" one of the Bloodhammer lords exclaimed in horror as they witnessed the terrifying scene unfold. The seeds, spewed by the octopus monster, rained down like droplets of a storm. Within the camp, the wooden spirits and elven archers were quickly overwhelmed. Only the purebred Twisted Tree spirits remained unaffected due to their unique physiology, but the rest of the warriors were rapidly succumbing to the infection. Chaos and despair engulfed the Bloodhammer camp as both internal and external threats closed in. Meanwhile, the commander of the Neon Legion raised his hand once more, signaling an all-out attack. A wave of Neon Lords led their warriors in a charge towards the camp. Standing with his arms crossed, the commander watched with satisfaction as dark smoke billowed in the distance, confident that victory was within his grasp. Just then, a subordinate rushed over with urgent news. "Commander, Hattori Ichiro has been scouting the enemy for over 2 hours, but aside from the initial contact report, there's been no further communication. How many men did Hattori take? What's the scale of the enemy?" The commander frowned deeply. The news of an invasion of their home island was the only blemish on what had otherwise been a perfect ambush. When informed that the intruders might include a dragon, the commander paused briefly to consider. He quickly issued an order: send Nichikawa to lead a team back to the main island and assist the sea beasts in eliminating the enemy. The massive octopus monster also shifted its direction, slithering toward the beach. Despite repeated alarms about the destruction of the main island territory, the commander remained indifferent. To him, the mere 100 square kilometers of the island was insignificant. The real opportunity lay on the resource-rich mainland, with its strategic depth. He was willing to sacrifice the island entirely to focus his forces on annihilating the Bloodhammer Legion. Meanwhile, in a squad communication channel, "This is amazing. Absolutely amazing," Wu Qingfeng shouted in excitement. "I've already captured 4 neon territories, and my legion points are nearing 100,000. I've got over 80,000, Rookie Su Dong chimed in. 150,000, Zhu Zhengyang reported, catching his breath. "Lin Yi, why aren't you saying anything?" Lin Yi, busy commanding his dragon as it wreaked havoc from above, froze for a moment. Is this data accurate? How does it show 1.06 million points?" Lin Yi's response left Wu Qingfeng feeling as if his throat had been gripped. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. The fool is me? This thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Before he could recover from the shock, the raspy voice of their captain, Wang Yu, suddenly came through the squad's communication channel. "Don't get your hopes up. The outer defensive lines of the Legion have been breached. We're making our last stand now. Those neon bastards have already broken into the core zone. It won't be long before the Blood Hammer Legion is completely wiped out. Wang Yu's voice was devoid of any emotion, a stark contrast to his earlier fury. Clearly, witnessing the deaths of so many of their comrades had left him numb and despondent. What? The Blood Hammer Legion is about to fall? Wu Qingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled the introductions from the leaders of the allied legions. Territorial battles between legions were typically prolonged wars of attrition. Two evenly matched legions could fight over multiple cycles of territorial battles without a clear victor. Yet now, in his first participation, he had encountered such a dire and brutal situation. What happened to this safe reconnaissance and patrol mission? What happened to just idling and collecting rewards? Wu Qingfeng's heart churned with regret. He had been the one to take on this territorial battle mission, and Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang had joined at his invitation. Looking back now, it felt as if he had dragged his friends into a deadly trap. What about reinforcements? Doesn't the Blood Hammer Legion have a reserve force? What about allies? Surely there must be some allied forces nearby? Wu Qingfeng asked urgently. They were now trapped on the island, with the Neon Legion forming an almost complete encirclement. On one side lay the vast, impassable ocean, and on the other, an overwhelming number of Neon Legion warriors. To make matters worse, the sea could very well harbor that terrifying giant octopus monster. Their only hope of escape lay in outside reinforcements. Expecting mercy from the Neon Legion was nothing short of wishful thinking after all. They had just turned the Neon Legion's stronghold upside down. Heh, you think we're some kind of national team legion? Wang Yu replied with a bitter laugh. It took us decades of effort, with just a few dozen people, to build this medium-sized legion. And now, it's all over. In truth, Wang Yu had already sensed the inevitable outcome when the Blood Hammer Legion's commander ordered a retreat to the camp. The Legion's elite forces had been decimated at sea and along the retreat routes. Even if the remaining leaders managed to fall back to the camp, they wouldn't hold out long without a substantial force of elite troops. For these ordinary high-ranking leaders, the Blood Hammer Legion represented years of dedication and hard work. Most of them had established their territories nearby, and no one chose to flee. They clung to a faint hope that if they just held on a little longer, they might turn the tide. However, the Neon Legion quickly arrived, dragging the camp into a state of war. By then, escape was no longer an option where status rendered the teleportation gates unusable. As a seasoned high-ranking leader, Wang Yu knew this all too well. The earlier rage and hysteria, along with the frantic destruction on the Neon Islands, turned out to be nothing more than a futile outburst. The outcome of this desperate and isolated resistance had long been predetermined. National team? Wu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, as if grasping at a final lifeline. He immediately sent out a distress call in the Alliance channel. Shadow Fiend, help? Is there anyone near coordinates 439-69527? Meow 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 city. What's up, little Shadow? Screaming for help again? Shadow Fiend, Sister Meow, help. Lin Yi and I are trapped here. If no one comes soon, your little shadow will be gone forever. The channel instantly became lively. Qingshan Asylum Director Hamer. Isn't that near the base of a national corps? Who did you guys provoke? Although many expressed concern, it was mostly limited to verbal sympathy. After all, with thousands of lords in the national team, relationships varied, and no one would risk getting involved in unrelated matters. Lin Yi glanced at the conversation in the channel, and a thought struck him. He decided to change tactics. Dragon Nation. Here's the situation: we were hired by this mid-sized national corps and got ambushed by the Neon Corps. The corps is on the brink of collapse, and the Neon Corps has suffered significant casualties too. If only the two of us were stronger, we could have claimed this territory ourselves. Wu Qingfeng immediately caught on to Lin Yi's intention and chimed in, boasting about how weak the Neon warriors were, claiming that if it weren't for their sheer numbers, he alone could have taken down 10 of them. The prospect of an easy-to-claim mid-sized corps' territory quickly piqued everyone's interest. Snack Platter Lu Yechen. Those coordinates are 500 kilometers from my group. Who else wants to join me for a little visit? Contract Emperor Yin. Count me in. I just finished a battle and still have 50,000 elite troops. Love egg beef rice. I'll go too. I've been struggling with low points for the territory war. Snow City Sword Nanchun. I'll bring 10,000 steel armored demon hawks to assist. Meow 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 city. Alright Lu Yechen, send me the coordinates. 500 kilometers will take a day to get there. Can you hold out that long? Shadow Fiend. A man never says he can't. We'll hold out for sure. Lin Yi watched the lively discussion in the channel and finally let out a sigh of relief. In the squad channel, Wu Qingfeng excitedly exclaimed, Lin Yi, you're a genius. You got all these big shots to come without spending a single magic crystal. Don't celebrate just yet. We still have to survive the day, Lin Yi replied. Just as he spoke, Primo, who was on watch, detected new enemy activity. Floating in midair, Lin Yi's gaze fixed on the horizon. In the distance, nearly 100 neon warships were slowly approaching, and beneath the surface, the faint outlines of giant octopus-like creatures could be seen. His fists clenched tightly without him even realizing it. Nichikawa Gangband stood tall on the deck of the warship, gazing at the distant island of the Legion that was gradually coming into view. The sea breeze swept through his battle robe, while 2 rows of warrior commanders, the heroes of their units, stood straight behind him, exuding a chilling aura of determination. Isn't the Hinata Legion commander being overly cautious? One of the squad members murmured in a low voice, grumbling, in my opinion, wouldn't it be better to deal with the Dragon Nation's Legion after we've taken it over? Those raiders on the main island can't escape anyway. This squad, dispatched to reinforce the main island, was disgruntled about the inevitable loss of Legion points that came with the assignment. Watch your tongue. Nichikawa barked sharply. The Legion commander's decisions are not for you or me to question, even with no outsiders around. As the most trusted confidant of the Hinata Legion commander, he would never tolerate any words of disrespect. Captain Nichikawa, with the Legion commander's sea beast assisting us, those flying lizards are no match for us. The subordinate continued to boast arrogantly. Nichikawa found himself unable to refute this claim after all. It was the giant octopus beast that had crushed the Dragon Nation's Legion today. Proceed with caution and investigate the raider situation as quickly as possible. Nichikawa ordered curtly, leading his troops toward the Neon Island under the protection of the colossal octopus. In the distance, Lin Yi soon spotted the approaching reinforcement fleet. Nearly 100 warships spread across the sea. The sound of tens of thousands of soldiers marching resonating powerfully over the wavesit was impossible not to notice. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. With Captain Wang Yu frozen in inaction, Lin Yi decisively took over command. By now, the territories on Neon Island had largely fallen, and Lin Yi immediately mobilized the remaining forces to fortify potential enemy landing spots. After searching for a while, Lin Yi finally found Wang Yu lying on his back, utterly despondent. It's useless. It's all over. Wang Yu choked out through tears. All my comrades are dead. He had witnessed his comrades falling one by one under the relentless assault of the Hinata Legion, a pain that was beyond what most could bear. Pull yourself together. Lin Yi roared. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Are you just going to let these people who slaughtered your legion walk away? If it were me, I'd fight to the death and take at least one of them down with me. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the Hinata Legion's massive army, Lin Yi knew he had to reignite Wang Yu's fighting spirit. His words seemed to have an effect. Whether it was for revenge or a desperate final stand, Wang Yu's bloodshot eyes regained focus. He glanced around and began instructing the few remaining subordinates to construct a makeshift camp. The Blood Hammer Legion was now reduced to just a handful of survivors, struggling to hold their ground against the relentless onslaught of the Hinata Legion. As one of the few surviving members of the Legion, Wang Yu was automatically promoted to Deputy Legion Commander and granted building privileges. At this moment, flames of vengeance burned in his eyes. Though he no longer hoped for victory, he swore to take down as many Neon Lords as possible to avenge his fallen comrades. Come here. Summon your troops with me. Wang Yu called out to the others. The Blood Hammer Legion was now obliterated, and their points were about to expire, so they had to exchange them for units quickly. Lin Yi, seeing Wang Yu regain his fighting spirit, felt a slight sense of relief. Thanks to the overwhelming efficiency of his Dragons and Dragonblood Legion, Lin Yi had accumulated the highest Legion points in the team, a staggering total of over 1 million. Considering the time required for exchanges, he let the others go first while he turned to face the advancing Neon army. Meanwhile, the Nichikawa squad's warships had successfully landed on the island. This reinforcement unit was guarded by a massive octopus monster, fighting in its home territory. Combined with the countless ballistae on the warship decks that posed a threat to the dragons, Lin Yi decided to change tactics, waiting to strike until the enemy had fully landed. Looks like Hattori was really weak to be taken down by opponents like these. Do you think those guys ran away? Hearing his subordinate's dismissive remarks, Nichikawa Okasaka's expression darkened. Stop being foolish. There's no way out of here. Search the entire island immediately. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden rain of arrows erupted from the forest. 2 of Nichikawa's squad's lords were struck in the face, screaming in pain as they fell back. Damn it! Nichikawa Okasaka roared in fury, activating his bloodline power. His muscles bulged, and he gripped the long-handled katana, ready to draw it. However, aside from the initial neon curse in his outburst, the rest of his words were incomprehensible to Lin Yi and the others. Wang Yu's elite jungle children troops continued to use the forest as cover, their arrows relentlessly claiming enemy lives. Nichikawa Okasaka finally pinpointed the direction of the attack and drew his katana, shouting, "Flat Blade Squad, charge with me!" A unit wielding long, glowing blade weapons launched a counterattack, forcing the jungle warriors to retreat. Lin Yi glanced briefly at the skirmish, but quickly shifted his focus to the main battlefield. Azure Dragon, it's our turn. At his command, hundreds of armored tyrannosaurs, led by towering dragonmen, launched a fearless charge at the enemy's main force. The red and black dragons, unable to hold back, swooped low to join the assault. Overhead, dwarves piloting wind god wyverns rained down magical crystal bombs, blasting the neon army into a bloody, chaotic mess. Wu Qingfeng and the others, who had just arrived, were stunned by the breathtaking scene. Holy crap, is this infantry-artillery coordination? Wu Qingfeng and his companions, having exchanged enough resources for a sizable army, were momentarily stunned by the scene before them but quickly joined the fray. Tens of thousands of wooden spirits surged toward the neon forces like a tidal wave. Though unequipped initially, they armed themselves with weapons seized from the neon territory. Points came quickly, and these newly recruited cannon fodder soldiers were expendable regardless of the casualties they suffered. The ferocious assault of Lin Yi's Dragonblood Legion had already left tens of thousands of neon warriors disoriented. Following them, the arrival of over 100,000 cannon fodder troops was even more overwhelming. Recklessly charging forward, they used their bodies as weapons, swallowing the forces of the Neon Squad leaders whole. Sensing the tide turning against them, Neon Lords immediately retreated toward the coastline, where the Legion commanders Sea Beast awaited as a backup. In the worst-case scenario, they could escape by ship. Lin Yi glanced in the direction the Neon Squad leaders were fleeing but saw no sign of any allied forces. In the squad channel, Wang Yu had only managed to report that he was engaged in combat before falling silent, likely caught in a desperate battle. You stay here and clear the battlefield as quickly as possible. Once done, go support old Wang. They'll chase those guys. Lin Yi barked the order and led his dragons in pursuit. If those Neon Lords escaped, they would undoubtedly return with reinforcements, causing even more trouble. The 4 Neon Lords, accompanied by a small elite force, fled to the coast, where they saw a massive octopus-like creature rising from the sea. Its colossal body towered nearly 100 meters high, restoring their confidence. They even began plotting a counterattack, planning to strike from both sides with Captain Nichuan. However, their hopes were shattered when the pursuing dragons arrived. The red dragon Drogon launched the first attack, diving from above as its searing breath scorched the sea beast's tentacles to a charred black. Writhing in agony, the sea creature thrashed wildly, trying to ensnare the red dragon. At that moment, the black dragon Mordekaiser seized the opportunity, charging in from a blind spot and striking the sea beast with immense force, piercing its defenses and sinking its teeth into its inner body. With no army to shield it, the sea creature faltered under the relentless assault of the 2 dragons. Its eerie wails echoed from its grotesque maw as it succumbed to the onslaught. After being brutally beaten, the massive octopus finally wised up. Hundreds of thick tentacles surged forward, tightly wrapping around Mordekaiser, who was clinging to its body. The tendrils constricted like giant pythons, intent on dragging this defiant opponent into the depths of the sea. Entangled by the sticky tentacles, Mordekaiser struggled desperately, but the grip only tightened. From above, Drogon unleashed a torrent of fiery dragon breath, a cascade of flames pouring down onto the tentacles in an attempt to rescue his ally. Yet, the octopus seemed determined to take Mordekaiser down at all costs, refusing to release its hold even as its limbs burned. Just as Mordekaiser was about to be pulled beneath the waves, a miracle occurred. The once turbulent surface of the sea instantly froze into solid ice, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted from it. This was the combined effort of Lin Yi and the Silver Dragon Primo. While the icy spikes posed no threat to Mordekaiser, they left the octopus composed entirely of soft tissue completely immobilized, pinned in place. Seizing the opportunity, Drogon soared high into the air and unleashed his most ferocious dragon breath. The fiery column descended like a volcanic eruption, roasting the arrogant octopus alive. Meanwhile, under Lin Yi's command, the Azure Dragon had shifted into his dragon-human hybrid form and was pursuing the 4 fleeing Neon Lords. Like an unstoppable bulldozer, he smashed through houses, walls, and trees in his path. As the escaping boat reached 100 meters from the shore, the Azure Dragon leapt into the air, transforming into a streak of green light that crashed into the vessel. The 4 lords, thrown into the water, attempted to resist but were swiftly knocked unconscious. The Azure Dragon then grabbed them and flew back to the shore. When Lin Yi and the Azure Dragon returned to the battlefield, they found Wang Yu slumped on the ground, covered in wounds. His elite jungle warriors had suffered heavy casualties, and a healer was tending to his injuries. Upon seeing Lin Yi return with the Neon Lords, Wang Yu ignored his pain and abruptly stood up. The movement tore at his wounds, causing blood to seep out, but he seemed unfazed, shoving aside the healer who tried to steady him. The severed head of the Neon Squad captain, which Wang Yu had been holding, rolled onto the ground. He grinned maniacally, raising his blood-stained katana and pointing it at the Neon Lord's Lin Yi had knocked to the ground. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "I'll send you all to meet my brothers." The blade gleamed with an ominous red light as it slashed toward their necks. In fact, the 4 captured Neon Lords were initially intended by Lin Yi to be used as bargaining chips. However, seeing Wang Yu's current state, he realized that only by allowing the captain to personally execute these prisoners could he sustain the will to keep going. A vivid red blade arc slashed through the air, and several heads fell to the ground. The lives of the Neon Lords ended under Wang Yu's blade. After delivering this final strike, Wang Yu could no longer hold on and collapsed heavily to the ground. A healer quickly stepped forward to examine him. Severe blood loss. Extreme exhaustion, just needs to sleep it off. Although the healer said so, Lin Yi found it hard to believe that a single night of rest would suffice, given Wang Yu's pale face and frail condition. Nevertheless, since the healer was a professional hero unit capable of stopping Wang Yu's critical bleeding with just a few bandages, Lin Yi chose not to question further and simply instructed them to take good care of him. Wu Qingfeng and the others gathered around their captain, deeply worried. As one of the 2 strongest members of the squad, Wang Yu's unconscious state significantly weakened their overall combat strength, making it even more uncertain whether they could hold out until reinforcements from the national team arrived. How's the battlefield cleanup going? As the remaining strongest combatant, Lin Yi had no choice but to take over command. The enemy forces have been cleared, and their equipment has been confiscated, Wu Qingfeng reported in a calm tone, clearly accustomed to battles like this on the island. However, we're still critically short on weapons and armor, Zhu Zhengyang added. Most summon units can only be equipped with a single weapon, and armor is even scarcer. Lin Yi nodded and walked over to the barracks. He still had over 1,000,000 points in used, which would become worthless if the Blood Hammer Legion were to be annihilated. Fortunately, as official members of the Blood Hammer Legion, they could now purchase summon units at discounted prices. Wooden spirits, wood elf archers, and twisted treants were available at half their original cost, while jungle children were only 200 points each. Clearly, this pricing exploited temporary hired lords. But now was not the time to complain. Lin Yi began summoning units. Originally joining the battle with the intent to earn points, he hadn't brought many magic crystals with him. Meanwhile, the Neon Lords who participated in this battle had gone all in, betting everything they had. As a result, even after scouring the entire island, they had managed to collect less than 100,000 magic crystals. Lin Yi quickly converted the captured magic crystals and points into military power. 5,000 Jungleborn warriors and 15,000 twisted treants were summoned into existence. The twisted treants, with their sturdy bark armor and unique combat techniques, could unleash formidable strength without needing additional equipment. The Jungleborn, armed with basic swords and bows, were even more lethal in the dense jungle terrain of the island. Despite the addition of these 20,000 elite troops, Lin Yi's brows remained tightly furrowed. He was all too aware that the opposing Neon Legion possessed forces dozens of times larger than his own, not to mention the infamous Blade Regiment, whose reputation alone struck fear into the hearts of many. The Legion's communication channel was eerily silent. Wu Qingfeng repeatedly called out, but it was like shouting into an abyss. There was no response. "Stop calling. It looks like we're on our own," Lin Yi said gravely. His words weighed heavily on everyone, like a crushing boulder. The annihilation of the Bloodhammer Legion's camp was already a foregone conclusion, and what awaited them next was the Neon Legion's unrelenting vengeance. For newcomers, plus an unconscious and mentally unstable teammate, up against a massive medium-sized legion, such odds were despairingly slim. Is there any chance we could surrender and beg for the Neon Legion's forgiveness? Su Dong finally blurted out, his voice trembling with fear. As a newcomer who had joined with dreams of participating in territorial battles, his desire to survive was particularly strong. "We destroyed their base and killed nearly 100,000 of their warriors. Do you really think they let us off?" Lin Yi shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with sarcasm. Su Dong's face instantly went pale. "I've already reached out to Sister Miao. She said the soonest she could arrive would be by sunset tomorrow," Wu Qingfeng said, his words sounding like a distant, almost unreachable hope. Just then, Primo issued an alert. A small number of flying magical beasts carrying passengers were approaching from across the sea. Everyone tensed up, speculating whether this was the Neon Legion's final ultimatum. Lin Yi immediately mounted his dragon to intercept them. As expected, the arrivals were envoys from the Neon Legion commander. One of them, speaking in awkward Mandarin, delivered the commander's message, condemning their surprise attack and the killing of 6 Neon warriors, but offering them a dignified way out. The terms were simple: abandon their weapons and leave the Neon mainland, and the Legion would no longer pursue retribution for their previous hostilities. Lin Yi sneered internally at the supposed mercy. Such a proposal was obviously untrustworthy. He sought to buy time. "We need to discuss this. We'll give you our answer by tomorrow evening." "Impossible. By midday tomorrow at the latest either agree or prepare for war, the envoy declared firmly. Lin Yi resisted the urge to command his dragon to swallow the envoy whole and turned to leave. Upon returning to the group, he relayed the Neon Legion's terms. Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang were clearly skeptical of the proposal as well, but Su Dong exclaimed excitedly, "What if it's true?" Lin Yi did not try to dissuade Su Dong any further. Although Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang had analyzed for him that this might be a trap set by the Neon Legion, Su Dong was solely focused on finding a way to escape from the war and refused to listen. The eerie silence in the Bloodhammer Legion's communication channel only deepened the anxiety of this novice in territorial battles. The fact that a mid-sized legion had been wiped out so quickly left him deeply unsettled. As the envoy from the Neon Legion departed, the tense atmosphere on the island eased slightly. Lin Yi immediately began organizing defenses, ordering the Jungle Children Battalion to set up positions along the coastline. Meanwhile, the three dragons circled in the sky, vigilantly monitoring for potential threats. Notably, the three dragons had all undergone significant enhancements after devouring the giant octopus creature. The evolution progress of the Silver Dragon Primo had reached 96, just a step away from advancing to a Frost Dragon. The Red Dragon Drogon, when entering combat mode, now radiated an even more dazzling fiery orange glow, significantly boosting its close combat abilities. The Black Dragon Mordekaiser had acquired a special ability. As long as it could feed in time, it could rapidly recover from injuries. Lin Yi couldn't help but imagine the scene of Mordekaiser devouring enemies on the battlefield to replenish its strengthened, indomitable warrior indeed. As night fell, the squad members, exhausted from the day's battles, were eager to rest. After arranging for sentries, Lin Yi went straight to sleep. With the three dragons patrolling overhead and Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang's troops encircling Su Dong, he felt confident that nothing unexpected would occur. At dawn, Lin Yi woke up feeling refreshed and brimming with energy. He knew a tough battle awaited them today, so conserving strength was essential. Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang were also in high spirits, while Su Dong, in stark contrast, appeared haggard, his bloodshot eyes revealing a sleepless night. Ignoring Su Dong's poor condition, Lin Yi joined his two comrades to check on Wang Yu. To their relief, under the meticulous care of the healing unit, Wang Yu, who had been gravely injured the day before, had regained his vitality, his eyes now sharp and clear. Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having their captain recover at such a critical moment was undoubtedly the best news. After a brief discussion, they unanimously agreed that the Neon Legion would not let them off easily and decided to hold their ground until reinforcements arrived. Just then, the dragons sounded an alarm. A large fleet of enemy ships had appeared on the horizon. Everyone was stunned. The deadline was still 3 to 4 hours away. Could it be that the Neon Legion could no longer contain their aggression? 10 kilometers off the coast of the Neon Archipelago, hundreds of thousands of Neon warriors were stationed across thousands of warships, forming an impenetrable blockade in all 4 cardinal directions. On the decks, heavily armored Neon soldiers stood ready, their expressions solemn. Control of the skies was firmly secured as swarms of flying beasts circled high above, casting vast shadows that darkened the entire sea. Beneath the waves, hidden currents churned with the presence of sea monster armies commanded by various Neon lords, lying in wait for the signal to strike. "Commander," a Neon scout approached hesitantly, his tone puzzled. "Why didn't we launch a surprise attack on those Longwa forces last night? They're just a small squad and wouldn't have been able to withstand our might." The Neon commander stood on the flagship's deck, exuding calm and confidence, a stark contrast to his frenzied demeanor during the previous day's assault on the Bloodhammer Legion. He spoke slowly, with a hint of pride in his voice. "In the art of war, the highest form is to subdue the enemy's nation intact. Destroying it comes second. Preserving the enemy's army is superior to annihilating it. Sparing a division is better than crushing it. Saving a battalion is preferable to breaking it. And leaving a squad intact surpasses obliterating it." Seeing the scout's bewildered expression, the commander sighed with slight disappointment. This was the essence of Longwa's military strategy, perfectly suited for dealing with the Longwa people. In truth, his decision to hold back stemmed from the heavy losses suffered during the earlier assault on the Bloodhammer Legion. The troops needed time to recuperate. Smirking inwardly, he relished the thought that the enemy had likely stayed on high alert all night, while the Neon forces conserved their energy. This was the brilliance of striking after resting while the enemy tires. "Send out the orders," the Neon commander commanded. "Once noon passes, launch a full-scale assault. Leave no one alive on that island." Lin Yi received the messenger's report and gazed out at the faintly visible Neon fleet on the horizon. He understood that noon wasn't just the time for the enemy to mobilize, it was when the battle would begin. At that moment, Su Dong's loud complaints interrupted Lin Yi's thoughts. Irritated, Lin Yi directly ordered him off the island, knowing the enemy was already aware of their capabilities. Su Dong was brought aboard the Neon commander's flagship by their envoy, only to realize he had walked straight into a trap. "You are fortunate to witness the annihilation of an entire legion," the Neon commander said with a smug smile. "After all, as part of the Bloodhammer Legion, you are an essential piece of the puzzle." These words sent a chill down Su Dong's spine as he realized he might not escape his fate. Time ticked away, and noon arrived quietly. The Neon Legion sent another envoy, but unlike their previous aggressive stance toward the Bloodhammer Legion, this time they displayed remarkable patience, backed by their overwhelming advantage in strength. Lin Yi once again requested an extension to consider his options, but his plea was firmly denied. The fate of war was sealed. The Neon Archipelago's terrain was unique, with sheer cliffs on one side and the other three sides surrounded by the sea. The Neon Army launched a coordinated assault from all three water approaches, their meticulously arranged warships forming an iron curtain, seemingly intent on capturing the isolated island in one decisive strike. Defensive responsibilities were quickly assigned. Lin Yi and Wang Yu each took charge of one flank, while Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Xingyang were tasked with defending the final zone together. Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Xingyang's sector was littered with jagged rocks, creating natural barriers that hindered large-scale landings. Though the two were relatively less powerful, the defensive pressure in their area was comparatively lighter. In stark contrast, Lin Yi and Wang Yu faced far more dire situations. One side featured a vast, open beach with no natural defenses, and the other was a long pier extending into the sea, where deep waters allowed enemy ships to dock directly, providing significant advantages for the invading forces. At 12:23 p.m., as the first Neon warship began deploying soldiers a kilometer from the shore, Lin Yi immediately mounted Mordekaiser and led 3 massive dragons to intercept. Primo, transformed into a dragon, unleashed astonishing magical power. With its jaws wide open, it conjured a colossal sphere of seawater, 20 to 30 meters high, and instantly froze it into solid ice. The frozen mass plowed through the dense enemy fleet like a bulldozer. Amid the deafening crashes, dozens of warships splintered apart. The ice sphere continued its relentless momentum, crushing disembarked Neon soldiers into a gruesome mess. Following closely behind, the red dragon Drogon unleashed a torrent of scorching flames, turning hundreds of warships stranded in the shallows into a fiery inferno. The trapped enemy vessels had no chance of escape. Enraged by the setback, the Neon Legion commander furiously grabbed a rod and began beating Su Dong, who was tied up on the ship. Meanwhile, Lin Yi noticed something alarming. A large number of warships were turning their bows, aiming toward the dragons. Realizing the imminent danger, he quickly ordered the dragons to evade. In the next moment, a barrage of ballista arrows whistled through the air, hurtling toward the dragons soaring in the sky. The red dragon, Drogon, was diving and unleashing fiery breath amidst the carnage when it suddenly encountered a barrage of bolts from heavy crossbows. The dense volley turned the mighty dragon into a living pincushion in mere moments. Despite Lin Yi's timely warning, the black dragon, Mordekaiser, had its wings pierced by hundreds of these massive bolts. Each bolt, over a meter long and as thick as 3 fingers, was fitted with vicious barbs. Though not specifically designed for dragon hunting, the bolts inflicted severe injuries on the 2 colossal beasts. Riddled with bolts, Drogon roared in fury. Ignoring the surrounding rain of arrows, he dove again, this time over the enemy warships. His body glowed with an orange-red hue as he unleashed another scorching torrent of dragon fire, boiling the very surface of the sea. The Neon warriors who had leaped into the water to escape instead met their end in the scalding waves. Drogon, fall back. Lin Yi's stern command finally halted the enraged red dragon's assault. With a reluctant snort of sulfurous smoke, Drogon turned and retreated. As the dragons withdrew, the densely packed Neon warships resumed their beach landing. The thousands of corpses from earlier casualties were quickly swept away by the waves, leaving only a few burning ships as grim reminders of the dragon's devastation. The sheer size of the enemy force threatened to nullify all of Lin Yi's prior efforts. Azure Dragon, prepare for battle. Lin Yi retreated to the jungle behind the shore and gave orders to the Azure Dragon, the commander of the Legion. The Azure Dragon met his gaze with resolute determination, wordlessly orchestrating his troops. Though the flat beach offered no natural defenses, it was an ideal battlefield for the Tyrannosaurus heavy cavalry to charge and for the wind god pterosaurs to launch aerial strikes. If the defensive line were to be breached, the vast expanse of the primeval jungle behind them would become the domain of the twisted tree spirits and the jungle children. Drogon crashed onto the clearing behind the jungle, his massive body trembling with exhaustion. Lin Yi and the other dragon worked together to painstakingly remove the barbed bolts embedded in his flesh. The sight of his grievous injuries was harrowing, almost unbearable to witness. In the distance, a thunderous roar erupted came from the Dragonblood Legion's ambush zone. By now, tens of thousands of Neon warriors had gathered on the beach, with reinforcements still pouring in. Suddenly, Nearly 300 fully armored Tyrannosaurus cavalry burst out of the dense forest, their earth-shaking footsteps carrying an unstoppable momentum. At the same time, wind god pterosaurs, ridden by dwarven knights, took flight from treetops, soaring toward the enemy ranks. Lin Yi's long-cherished magic crystal bombs finally came into play. One after another, the bombs detonated, ripping through enemy formations and leaving a trail of carnage. The beach echoed with deafening explosions as countless neon warriors were torn apart, their blood and mangled remains staining the shore and spreading into the sea. The few enemy soldiers who survived barely had time to feel relief before the charging Tyrannosaurus cavalry obliterated their morale entirely. The Neon Legion commander, unwilling to concede defeat on Lin Yi's defended beach, immediately mobilized reserve forces for a renewed assault. This time, a large air fleet accompanied the attack, with dense formations of aircraft blotting out the sky, clearly aiming to prevent another intervention by the wind god pterosaurs and dragons. The sea was stained crimson with the blood of fallen neon warriors, and the beach was littered with corpses, severed limbs, and shattered armor, a hellish scene. The Tyrannosaurus Legion arrived just in time, their massive bodies trampling across the sands, crushing or tearing apart the demoralized neon soldiers. After the battle, with insufficient food supplies on the island, the ravenous beasts began feasting on the corpses of the enemy forces. As the next wave of the enemy assault loomed, Lin Yi hurried to inspect the various defensive zones. Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang's sectors faced the least pressure. Although they had been assigned a significant number of enemy ships, the treacherous terrain worked in their favor. The enemy troops had to wade through waist-deep water for nearly 3 kilometers before reaching the shore. The Wood Elf archers rained arrows across the entire landing zone, and even those who managed to survive the hail of arrows had to contend with the charge of towering Highland barbarians, nearly twice their size, which struck fear into the hearts of the Neon frontline commanders. In contrast, the situation at Wang Yu's port zone was far more critical. Despite commanding elite troops whose combat strength surpassed the combined forces of Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang, the port's open terrain posed a severe disadvantage. Enemy ships could sail to within less than 100 meters of the shore. Neon warriors surged toward the docks in waves. Although the passageways had been barricaded with debris from dismantled structures, elite archers took positions on higher ground to shoot down attackers, and the twisted tree spirits hurled seed bombs to slow the enemy's advance, bodies still piled up beneath the barricades. The nearly 100-meter-wide port passage seemed far too narrow against the onslaught of tens of thousands of enemy troops. The Neon frontline commander even abandoned the use of siege machinery, instead constructing a makeshift landing ramp with the bodies of their fallen soldiers. Watching this grim spectacle, Wang Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. The bodies of nearly 10,000 neon warriors were piled up in layers in front of the battlefield, completely leveling the terrain advantage of Wang Yu's side. At 1:15 p.m., as the first wave of enemy forces surged like a tide onto the shooting platform, Wang Yu decisively ordered a retreat to the preset second line of defense. The first line of defense in the port and dock area was thus breached. Lin Yi received the battle report and was anxious, yet unable to spare forces for reinforcement. A large fleet of enemy warships, under the command of the Neon Legion commander, launched another ferocious assault on his beach defenses. This time, the enemy unleashed their aerial forces. Tens of thousands of flying creatures darkened the skies as they descended. Bats, crows, and numerous other bizarre creatures hovered densely at low altitude. Despite the fact that the red dragon Drogon had not yet recovered from its injuries, Lin Yi immediately ordered all dragons to take to the skies and engage. While the wind god pterosaurs were individually powerful, they were outmatched by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy's aerial units. This was the perfect moment to utilize the dragon's area effect attacks. Ignoring its pain, Drogon was the first to charge at the enemy's air forces. 100-meter-long stream of dragonfire swept through, tearing apart the enemy's orderly formations. Under Lin Yi's command, Drogon suddenly turned and retreated, luring the pursuing flying creatures into an ambush. Dark clouds appeared overhead and poured down a torrential rain, drenching the enemy's aerial units. Then, a silver dragon dove from the clouds, unleashing a frigid wind that instantly froze the soaked creatures. Stripped of their ability to fly, the creatures plummeted like raindrops. Drogon, ready and waiting, launched a fiery counterattack, annihilating the helpless enemy forces completely. In the distance, neon warriors, who had just landed under the cover of their air force, witnessed this scene. The loss of air superiority left them in a dire situation, unable to advance or retreat. However, the Neon Lord cared nothing for the lives of these expendable soldiers and ruthlessly ordered them to press on. Tens of thousands of neon warriors were forced to charge the beach, only to be met with a relentless bombardment of mana crystal bombs dropped by the wind god pterosaurs. The Tyrannosaurus Legion roared thunderously, stomping forward with heavy steps toward the enemy troops, who were destined to become their prey. The Neon Legion commander scowled, realizing that the beach was impenetrable. He immediately commanded his forces to maintain a low-intensity offensive to hold Lin Yi's troops in place while redirecting the main forces toward the port and rocky shorelines. Glancing at Su Dong, who was trembling in a corner, the commander gripped his whip tightly. At 2:02 p.m., as the enemy warships slowly retreated, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The defensive battle for the beach had come to a temporary halt. Lin Yi ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield, his gaze heavy as he surveyed the grim aftermath before him. Though the beach defense battle had ended in victory, the cost was steep. The Tyrannosaurus Legion, serving as the main force, bore the brunt of the casualties in the direct confrontation. Nearly 100 battle dragons had fallen under the onslaught of tens of thousands of enemy troops. Even with the aerial support of the Pterosaur Knights, such losses were unavoidable. While the Fengshan Pterosaur unit had claimed the most enemy lives with their magic crystal bombs, more than half of their ammunition had been expended. Wu Qingfeng, what's the situation on your end? Lin Yi asked urgently over the communication channel. He was well aware that the beach defense he was responsible for was only one of 3 defensive lines. If either of the other 2 fell, their victory would be for nothing. We're holding on. Wu Qingfeng's voice came through the communicator. The enemy can't break through for now. Old Zhu and I have plenty of wood elf archers guarding this side. If you can, you'd better check on Wang Yu. There's been no word from him for a long time. At the rocky beach where Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang were stationed, the natural terrain served as a formidable barrier. The reefs prevented the enemy's neon warships from approaching, forcing their troops to land farther away, where they became easy targets for the wood elf archers. After assessing the situation, Lin Yi left the Jungle Children Legion to defend the beach and personally led the Fengshan Pterosaurs, carrying the Tyrannosaurus troops, to reinforce the other flank. 3 enormous dragons led the charge, followed by an imposing formation of dragon-blooded aerial forces racing in a straight line. However, midway through their journey, Wu Qingfeng's urgent call for help interrupted their course. The neon warships had shifted tactics, redirecting their reinforcements to other defensive zones. Worse still, a massive number of sea beasts had suddenly erupted from beneath the waters of the rocky beach, targeting the wood elf archer formations. Without long-range firepower suppression, neon warriors surged across the rocky beach like a relentless tide. Even Zhu Zhengyang's elite Highland barbarians were forced to retreat under the overwhelming assault. When Lin Yi's forces arrived just in time, the battle had reached a stalemate. The entrance to the beach was packed with fearless neon warriors, and the barbarian defensive line was on the verge of collapse. Red Dragon Drogon, alongside Lin Yi, acted decisively, diving down to unleash a torrent of dragon fire, turning the enemy's front line into a sea of flames. Black Dragon Mordekaiser slammed directly into the enemy formation, crushing everything within dozens of meters into pulp. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus Legion, with the aerial support of the Fengshan Pterosaurs, launched a fierce assault from the enemy's rear. This coordinated strike finally stabilized the precarious battle situation. Wu Qingfeng finally deployed the surviving wood elf archer corps to the frontline beach, coordinating their firepower with Lin Yi's troops. The dense rain of arrows, like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaped the lives of the Neon Army's soldiers. Phew, lucky you arrived in time, or the beach would have been lost, Wu Qingfeng said, patting his chest as a lingering look of fear remained on his face. If I'd known it would turn out like this, I should have brought my main forces with me. And you still dared to take on the scouting mission against the Bloodhammer army? Lin Yi retorted with a hint of mockery in his tone. Wu Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. On the battlefield, the Neon soldiers abandoned their attempts to force through the narrow passage and shifted their focus to the charging Tyrannosaurus army behind them. The remaining 200 Tyrannosaurs were instantly surrounded as waves of enemies, numbering in the thousands, swarmed them. Lin Yi could only watch helplessly. The Tyrannosaurs were already entangled with the enemy, making it impossible for the wind god pterosaurs to conduct bombing runs. The dragons could only fight fiercely at the enemy's perimeter, while the long-range units led by Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang provided continuous support from the outskirts. Ultimately, at the cost of the complete annihilation of the Tyrannosaurus army, the Neon warriors who had landed were finally wiped out. Staring at the corpses of the Tyrannosaurs surrounded by the bodies of the enemy, Lin Yi felt a mixture of emotions. It was a hard choice: either sacrifice the Tyrannosaurs or risk losing the defensive line in a direct confrontation with the enemy. The remaining magic crystal bombs had to be reserved for Wang Yu's defensive. Zenino news had come from there for some time, and the situation was deeply concerning. After instructing Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang to hold the beach, Lin Yi immediately led his troops toward Wang Yu's position. At 3:35 p.m., when Lin Yi arrived at the second defensive line of the harbor docks, the situation was already dire. The battle had spread into the jungle behind the line, and the once secure second line of defense, manned by the Bloodhammer army, was on the verge of collapse. Waves of neon warriors poured from their landing ships into the jungle, while thick smoke obscured the true extent of the battlefront. Wang, where are you? Lin Yi called out in the squad channel, but there was no response. Suddenly, a disturbance in the distance caught his attention. A massive mutated crab, towering as high as a 3- or 4-story building, appeared in his line of sight. Its claw, the size of a car, swung effortlessly, cutting down towering trees in its path. As it advanced, the hidden jungle warriors in the trees were exposed and quickly overwhelmed by the neon soldiers following behind. Wang Yu's tactical advantage, utilizing the jungle terrain, was gradually rendered ineffective in the face of this colossal beast. "Cough, I can't hold on much longer here. I'm going to fight these bastards to the end." Wang Yu's voice finally came through the channel, carrying a tone of grim determination. Before Lin Yi could ask for his location, what he saw in the distance left him utterly stunned. A group of giant treefolk, originally used as transport ships, suddenly stood upright. Entangling and twisting together, they began to merge into an enormous entity. What was even more shocking was that this massive treefolk creature revealed a face: Wang Yu's face. The massive tree creature stood upright, transforming into a walking, intertwined amalgamation of roots and branches. Its face, identical to Wang Yu's, turned to face the mutated neon crab. Each of its steps caused the ground to quake violently, sending clouds of soil flying into the air. The giant, armored crab immediately sensed the threat and turned to confront it. Its massive claws, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, opened wide as it charged at the towering tree creature. The clash of these two colossal beings shook the heavens and the earth. The tree creature swung its trunk-like fists, while the mutated crab ferociously snapped with its razor-sharp claws. Splinters and fragments of branches rained down as the tree creature roared in pain, its furious cries echoing across the battlefield. The shockwaves from their battle struck nearby neon warriors who failed to evade in time. Some were knocked unconscious on the spot, while others were crushed into bloody remains. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu's forces launched a counterattack from the jungle, pushing the front line toward the port. However, the unending surge of neon warriors soon leveraged their sheer numbers to push the front line back. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately led a group of dragons into the fray. Scorching dragon breath, sharp icicles, and corrosive venom bombarded the mutated crab. Yet its tough carapace withstood most of the attacks, allowing it to continue swinging its fearsome claws. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Yi made a swift decision. "Drogon, come with me to block the breach." They had to cut off the enemy's reinforcements. As they sped toward the port, a large force of wyverns arrived under the command of dwarf knights. Countless magic crystal bombs rained down upon the dense ranks of neon warriors, explosions erupting in rapid succession. By the time the neon army's air forces arrived belatedly, Lin Yi and Drogon had already reached the scene. The dragon's fiery breath not only supported the wyvern troops, but also severed the enemy's reinforcement route. Meanwhile, on the rear battlefield, the relentless efforts of the tree creature and the dragons finally brought the giant mutated crab to its knees. Silver Dragon Primo and Black Dragon Mordekaiser immediately turned their attention to eliminating the remaining neon warriors. However, the overwhelming number of enemy troops that had already landed gave them the upper hand, forcing Wang Yu's forces into a bitter retreat with heavy casualties. The massive Treant turned and strode toward the harbor district, each step leaving deep craters in the ground. The battle was Dwarf. The breach couldn't be sealed. The Neon Legion would inevitably overwhelm them with sheer numbers. The Trent's arrival significantly reinforced the defense at the breach. Its fists, as large as small buildings, crushed enemies within a radius of over 10 meters with every strike. Since losing their massive octopus and mutated crab creatures, the Neon Legion had no other colossal beasts capable of rivaling it. Lin Yi was curious about how Wang Yu had transformed into such a towering entity, but the urgency of the battle left no time for contemplation. Seeing that the breach was now guarded by the Treant, he immediately led Zhuogung to clear out the neon warriors on the second defensive line. Although the enemy's main forces had suffered heavy losses, the neon warriors hiding in the jungle proved to be incredibly troublesome. Left with no other choice, Lin Yi coordinated with Zhuogung to ignite the entire jungle with dragonfire, forcing the enemy out of hiding. As time passed, the enemy forces along the defensive line were gradually cleared out. With the pressure easing, Lin Yi's dragons made an unusual request. They wanted to consume the corpse of the mutated crab. Lin Yi recalled that such mutated creatures were considered rare delicacies for dragons and allowed them to feed in turns. At the same time, he ordered Songlong to lead reinforcements to the battlefield. While the Silver Dragon Primo feasted joyfully, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the harbor district. Lin Yi ascended into the air to investigate and saw hundreds of fireballs launched simultaneously by neon warships, descending like a meteor shower. The fireballs engulfed the Treant in flames. Struggling futilely to extinguish the fire, the Treant eventually collapsed with a resounding crash. Lin Yi rushed to the fallen Treant and found a gravely injured Wang Yu amidst the scattered remains. At that moment, hordes of neon warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. with Songlong's reinforcements delayed and Primo enveloped in shimmering blue ice crystals as it entered a state of advancement. Lin Yi had no choice but to order the red and black dragons to carry Primo away. Meanwhile, the Pterosaur army dropped all their magic crystal bombs to cover the retreat. At 5:23 p.m., the second defensive line was breached, and the harbor district fell. Wu Qingfeng, we can't hold the port any longer, Lin Yi shouted while commanding the red dragon Drogon to unleash its fiery breath to repel the enemy forces, all the while retreating. Ask how much longer until reinforcements arrive. If they take 2 more hours, they'll only be arriving in time to collect our corpses. The port's defenses had been breached, and the Neon Warriors surged like an unstoppable tide into the second line of defense within the jungle. Wang Yu's remaining forces were swallowed by the enemy in an instant, without even a chance to resist. Wu Qingfeng was alarmed upon hearing the news, fully aware of the interconnectedness of the 3 defensive positions. If one fell, the other 2 would lose their strategic significance. He immediately reached out in the Alliance communication channel. Reinforcements have entered the territory of the Blood Hammer Legion. This news reignited Lin Yi's hope. He quickly made a decision. Wu Qingfeng, Lao Zhu, stop holding your positions. I'm almost near you. Fall back with me. With the fall of the port, defending the rocky shores where Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang were stationed had lost its strategic purpose. Staying would only leave them surrounded and outflanked. Lin Yi decided to adopt a strategy of trading space for time, holding off the enemy while retreating in an orderly manner to preserve their remaining forces. In the central region of the island, Lin Yi regrouped with the retreating Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang. Soon after, they were joined by reinforcements from the Azure Dragon unit. Though the enemy forces became more dispersed after spreading across the island, their offensive slowed, but the threat remained. Lin Yi continued to lead his troops in a fighting retreat. Elven archers and wood spirits were scattered throughout the jungle, launching ambushes on passing enemy troops. This forced the Neon Warriors to slow their advance and adopt coordinated tactics to minimize casualties. The Children of the Forest and the Twisted Treant Legion also joined the counterattacks, targeting smaller enemy units. Although Lin Yi had the option of using the Wind Wyvern Corps to evacuate everyone, traversing the vast and perilous Dark Netherworld without sufficient supplies or a clear path to the next safe portal was a near impossible endeavor. Not to mention the possibility of encountering hostile Netherworld lords. Thus, Lin Yi was determined not to take this risky route unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, both sides were locked in a final battle of endurance, each striving to outlast the other. On the waters beyond the island, the commander of the Neon Legion stood at the bow of the flagship, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze pierced through the breached port docks, fixing on the billowing smoke of distant battlefields. His expression remained calm and composed, as if everything was proceeding exactly as planned. Commander, sir, the Vanguard has engaged the enemy's main forces. Should we deploy the reserve fleet to land on the beach and launch a pincer attack? One of his subordinates asked respectfully. The Neon Legion commander raised a hand, halting the suggestion. No need. This time, I want a decisive and honorable victory to conclude this territorial war perfectly. Order the entire army to press forward from the front. This should have been a crushing victory. However, what the commander had not anticipated was the extraordinary resilience of the enemy forces on the island. A single unit, armed with a dragon, had already cost his army nearly 100,000 soldiers. To ensure victory, he had mobilized 500,000 troops, intending to seize the island in one swift strike. Yet, after half a day, the battle was still far from decided. Half an hour left. By 7 o'clock, we must reclaim the island. A cruel smile spread across his face. I want to dine atop their corpses. But before that smile could fully settle, a sudden report wiped it away. What? The Blood Hammer Legion is under attack? Weren't they stationed there to recover? The commander spun around, shock evident in his voice as he pressed for answers. However, the lords on the shore were already embroiled in fierce combat and had no time to respond. Damn it, this must be a diversion by those islanders. He realized the truth in an instant and immediately ordered the island troops to retreat and head to reinforce the Bloodhammer territory. In his mind, the mainland stronghold was far more critical than this island. As tens of thousands of soldiers prepared to set sail for the mainland, an even more devastating message arrived: the mainland territory had already fallen. The commander froze. Even with only 20,000,030,000 defenders, including the wounded, such a swift defeat seemed impossible. Run! They're coming for us! The panicked cry echoed as the 10 or so lords left to guard the shore were killed one after another. While the commander was still caught in indecision, a massive shadow suddenly swept across the distant horizon. The piercing sound of alarms erupted from the lead warships. Enemy attack! He squinted and saw the shadows gradually take the shape of griffins. Griffin riders? He exclaimed. Why were these elite troops of the renowned Holy Order appearing here? As the shadows drew closer, More flying units emerged, steel-clad eagles, harpies. On the ground, through the rolling dust clouds, countless cavalry units began to materialize. At 6:48 p.m., reinforcements from the Alliance arrived. On the island, Lin Yi led his team in a strategic retreat, pulling back from the central defense zone managed by Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang all the way to the vicinity of his own beach defense line. Damn it, we can't retreat any further. One more step back, and we'll be feeding the fish in the sea. Wu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and roared angrily. His army of wood soulmen and wood elf archers had been almost entirely wiped out while trying to slow the advance of the Neon army, leaving him deeply anxious. If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death. Wu Qingfeng clenched his fists, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. I swear I'll take down one of their lords with me if I have to. Although he felt guilty for dragging Lin Yi and Zhu Zhengyang into this territorial battle, as a man of grit, he chose to prove his resolve with actions. Hold on. Don't you notice something off about them? Lin Yi said, his gaze fixed on the enemy's formation, frowning. The once relentless, wave-like attacks had now become sporadic. Each time they met fierce resistance, the enemy would temporarily retreat before launching a new assault. Could it be that they're running out of forces? Zhu Zhengyang speculated, but he soon shook his head, dismissing his own guess. After all, it was the overwhelming numbers of Neon soldiers that had driven them into this desperate situation. Maybe they've set a trap, trying to lure us into attacking? Wu Qingfeng analyzed. They were currently trapped in a valley with the path to the beach behind them, leaving no room for further retreat. Something's not right, Lin Yi refuted. With their advantage, there's no reason for them not to launch a full-scale assault. As he spoke, Lin Yi's eyes fell on the unconscious Wang Yu. The healer beside him had already admitted defeat. Wang Yu's use of forbidden magic to transform into a giant tree spirit had drained him of all his life force, making ordinary healing methods ineffective. Suddenly, Wang Yu began coughing violently, black blood seeping from his nose, eyes, and mouth. He gripped Lin Yi's hand tightly, struggling to speak. Lin Yi, promise me don't let the blood hammer core disappear with that. He exhaled his last breath. Damn it all. Wu Qingfeng roared in fury, while Zhu Zhengyang's face was filled with grief. A system notification echoed in Lin Yi's mind. You have inherited the position of commander of the Blood Hammer Corps. Corps size, medium 50 members. Current members, 3. Territory status, disputed war zone. Wu Qingfeng, where's the support from the Alliance group? They've already engaged the Neon forces, but they're in the middle of battle and haven't provided a detailed update. Hearing this, Lin Yi decided not to wait any longer. Though the national team was renowned, he had yet to witness their strength firsthand. In his view, the dozen or so national team lords who had come to assist would, at best, manage a draw against this 50-strong medium-sized Neon army. Unwilling to sit idly by, he prepared to lead his dragons into battle. Just as Lin Yi was about to set off, an unusual celestial phenomenon caught his attention. It was midsummer in the dark demon realm, yet snowflakes were falling from the sky. His gaze immediately locked onto Primo in the valley, and sure enough, he saw a radiant blue glow flowing across Primo's body. Sensing Lin Yi's stare, Primo opened his eyes, spread his dragon wings, and soared into the sky from the valley. With a thunderous dragon roar, everyone witnessed a breathtaking scene. A flash of light rippled through the air, and Primo instantly transformed into a massive frost dragon, its body completely snow-white. This frost dragon was the largest dragon Lin Yi had ever seen, twice the size of the bloated, pale wyvern from the Riverlands. Its wingspan alone exceeded 200 meters, making the giant octopus monsters of the Neon army seem insignificant in comparison. As Primo slowly flapped his wings, the snowfall intensified, with snowflakes growing to the size of chunks as they fell. Strangely, the snow deliberately avoided the interior of the valley. The system immediately displayed Primo's upgraded attributes. Frost Dragon Primo. Advanced Hero Unit Race, Dragon. Ability 1. Eternal Frost Domain controls weather, turning the battlefield into its home turf. Ability 2. Crystal Freeze Explosion freezes enemy bodily fluids within the domain to absolute zero and detonates them. Ability 3. Frost Breath rapidly freezes with Dragon Breath, covering an area twice its wingspan. Attributes: Health 20,000, Physical Attack 1,500, Physical Defense 700. Holy crap, Lin Yi. How is your dragon so massive? Wu Qingfeng stared in shock, gawking at the giant dragon in the sky. No time to explain. I'm going in first. Lin Yi quickly activated his bloodline power, taking to the skies to fight alongside Primo as they charged straight at the Neon army. Primo's strength was astonishing before the Neon soldiers could even react. The falling snowflakes touched them, instantly turning them into ice sculptures that shattered into glistening shards of ice upon impact with the ground. How large is the range of your dragon domain? Lin Yi asked urgently. Where the snow falls, it is all my domain, Primo replied. Lin Yi scanned the surroundings and realized that an area spanning 1 to 2 kilometers around them was blanketed in whirling snow. Master, the domain's range will expand as my strength grows, Primo added. Growth potential? Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he stepped past the shimmering ice fragments, his gaze fixed on the neon warships in the distant sea. Charge! Charge! Get up there now. Even if we die today, we die on this beach. The Neon Legion commander stood on the beachhead, his face twisted with fury as he bellowed orders to his troops. Behind him, the sea was filled with dozens of warships packed with neon soldiers, recklessly surging toward the shore, undeterred by the risk of running aground. For this land combat specialized army, seizing the beachhead was their only chance of victory, even if it came at a devastating cost in lives. Meanwhile, the Allied Covenant forces had fortified their positions in advantageous terrain. Yuan Hao, a renowned member of the national team's Sacred Legion, had been elected as the temporary commander due to his exceptional reputation. They're starting their beach assault, said Ai Chi Hua Danyo Ro Fan in a low voice. Although they don't seem particularly strong, we can't let our guard down. My Air Force brothers and I will strike first, aiming to take out their command flagship. Ground forces, stay alert and act accordingly. You are all veterans of Legion warfare. Zhou Fei promptly added. Jing Mo and I will handle flank defense, and will command the Norton Rangers. With that, he and his taciturn companion strode off. In a matter of moments, nearly 10,000 elite Norton Duchy Rangers spread out across both flanks, ready to intercept any flanking maneuvers by the Neon forces. I'll take charge of the central heavy cavalry charge, bellowed Luo Sai Hu de Han Wu Xiang Daozong. At his command, the ground quaked as thousands of fully armored Scar heavy cavalry, mounted on lizard steeds infused with dragon blood, surged toward the beach with unstoppable momentum. Following closely behind was the female Lord Qingyu, leading 3,000 Minotaur berserkers. This rare heavy infantry unit drew many astonished glances. Tisk, TSK. It's rare to see a woman commanding Minotaurs, remarked Zun Fa Hai with a hint of admiration. Cut it out, you bald monk, joked Junzi Tandandan. You're named Fa Hai, and yet you're leading a bunch of harpies? You wouldn't understand, Fa Hai replied solemnly. This is about inner discipline. The more I'm surrounded by these barely clad harpies, the stronger my Buddhist resolve becomes. Enough with the banter. Miao 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 Chung, the de facto leader of the Allied Covenant, scolded. The commanders are preparing to charge, and you're treating this like a picnic? Fa Hai and Dan Dan exchanged a glance, shrugged, and led their respective units into position. Compared to the tense and orderly Neon Legion, the seasoned members of the Allied Covenant, veterans of high-intensity national team battles, appeared far more at ease. It was as if this medium-sized legion posed no real threat to them. Apart from the main forces under the various lords, the Air Force units led by over a dozen other lords assembled into formation at the rear. Yuan Hao, the commander of the emergency rescue team, led the charge at the forefront, spearheading an attack with thousands of Griffin riders aimed directly at the flagship of the Neon Legion. The dense formation of Griffin riders bore down with immense pressure, causing the Neon Legion commander's face to turn pale. He urgently ordered the surrounding warships to activate their defenses. In an instant, a barrage of ballistae, crossbows, and magical artillery rained arrows, spears, and spells into the sky like a relentless storm. Yet Yuan Hao stood firm, unmoved. He activated his bloodline power, and his griffin let out a resounding cry. A pale blue energy shield materialized at the forefront of the assault formation. The Neon Legion's attacks dissipated upon contact with the shield, rendered completely ineffective. The accompanying battle mages swiftly cast protective barriers along the flanks of the formation, creating an impenetrable assault stance. Realizing his attacks were futile, the Neon Legion commander leapt into the sea. Meanwhile, the thousands of Griffin riders had already descended above the warships, their thunder hammers striking in unison. Chains of lightning crashed onto the decks, electrocuting the Neon soldiers, leaving them charred and lifeless. Within moments, over a dozen warships were reduced to smoldering ruins. Damn it, he got away. Yuan Hao, despite inflicting devastating damage, couldn't help but feel frustrated. At that moment, seeing the dire situation, Jian Nanchun of the Snow Capital led the Steel Armor Eagle unit to launch a surprise attack in another direction. The other lords also broke off to fight their own battles, and the skies were suddenly filled with a variety of airborne forces. The Steel Armor Eagles dove like arrows released from a bow, their sharp beaks piercing enemy bodies with ease. Harpy warriors toyed with their prey mercilessly, snatching enemies into the air before tearing them apart. Under this onslaught, the Neon Air Force crumbled, and their ground forces, stripped of air support, fell into chaos and panic. At that moment, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared in the center of the sea, swallowing nearby ships and those who had fallen into the water. Moments later, a giant decaying sea turtle emerged from the depths. Its enormous head opened its mouth and spoke. "You forced me. You forced me." That voice, if Su Dong were still alive, he would have instantly recognized it as none other than the voice of the Neon Legion commander. The massive giant sea turtle emanated a corrosive, putrid stench, as if every inch of its scales was rotting. It suddenly twisted its head and lunged with its gaping, blood-stained maw toward a griffin rider who had ventured too close. The nauseating stench hit the rider like a wave, and before they could react, they were swallowed whole, dazed and helpless. Retreat. It's a malignant sea beast. Its corrosive aura can penetrate magical shields, the Covenant squad leader immediately warned, commanding the troops to distance themselves from the dangerous creature. These malignant sea beasts, artificially created and immensely powerful, required a constant intake of life force to sustain their existence. Without sufficient sustenance, they would begin to consume the life force of their host, eventually leading to their own demise. Fall back, everyone. Leave this area. Let it destroy itself. With no means to effectively counter such a massive creature, the Covenant's air force had no choice but to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. Hungry. So hungry. The turtle's guttural, almost human-like voice sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. As the airborne troops retreated, the beast's gaze turned toward the neon warships on the ocean below. The neon warriors, who had been celebrating their enemy's retreat moments earlier, now found themselves as the turtle's next meal. Opening its massive jaws, the turtle devoured the warships one by one, leaving the remaining ships to scatter in terror. Just as the turtle was about to turn its attention to the ground forces on the shore, it noticed snowflakes drifting down from the sky. In the distant, misty horizon, an enormous figure was approaching. A dragon. That's a pure-blood red dragon under Lin Yi of the Dragon Kingdom, declared the confident Meow 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 city leader. Though the twilight obscured their vision, the figure was unmistakably that of a dragon. A dragon? Today, it'll feast on dragon flesh. The malignant sea beast, now possessed by the Neon Legion commander, roared with arrogance, its insatiable hunger for flesh surging uncontrollably. Rotten turtle? Lin Yi frowned before issuing his order. Attack, Frost Dragon. Primer, the Frost Dragon, hovered effortlessly in midair, its wings unmoving as a fierce, icy wind began to rise. The blizzard it unleashed swept toward the giant turtle, churning the ocean into monstrous waves. The temperature plummeted, and the remaining neon warships, along with their terrified crew, were instantly frozen solid. The giant turtle, consumed by the Neon Legion commander, roared in fury as it sensed the drastic change in its surroundings. It strained to lift its head, ready to retaliate. However, danger had already descended. The sea beast felt its entire body becoming unusually sluggish, each movement shackled by an invisible force. It finally realized the mortal threat it faced and desperately tried to dive into the depths to escape, only to find in horror that the surrounding waters had been completely sealed by a solid layer of ice. In its despair, the sea beast prepared for a final, desperate struggle. But as it turned to face the frost dragon, it discovered it had completely lost the ability to move. This is my domain, worm. Primo's eyes gleamed with arrogant brilliance. Rage surged within the sea beast, but it couldn't even muster a struggle. As the freezing cold invaded, its eyes were gradually covered by frost crystals, and its consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Ice crystal explosion. With Primo's draconic chant, the entire frozen sea shattered instantly. Countless shards of ice danced in the piercing wind, glinting with lethal brilliance under the glow of the setting sun. Like a magnificent yet merciless ice and snow spectacle, the reinforcements witnessed everything in stunned silence. As elite members of the National Army Corps, they had seen their share of battles but had never encountered such terrifying power. A single dragon obliterating a deadly sea beast without a scratch. Boss, are you sure this is a red dragon? Someone asked in confusion. Aren't red dragons supposed to be fire-aligned? There's snow falling from the sky right now. I heard this Dragon Nation newcomer only entered the Dark Abyss a few months ago. Holy crap. Are all rookies this overpowered these days? How am I supposed to show off after this? Muttered Fa Hai, his voice trembling as he stared at the frost dragon approaching with majestic grace. Lin Yi descended from the sky, his form cloaked in a golden glow emanating from his bloodline manifestation. Behind him, the frost dragon loomed like a moving glacier, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Yet the young man who had just emerged from a fierce battle appeared unusually relaxed, making the onlookers feel his unfathomable depth. Before Team Commander Yuan Hao could speak, Lin Yi enthusiastically ran over. You must be the big boss of the Holy Temple Corps. It's an honor to meet you. Just call me Xiao Yi. He vigorously shook Yuan Hao's hand before being distracted by the griffins and harpies nearby. So these are griffin mounts. I read about them in school just a couple of months ago, Lin Yi exclaimed, excitedly stroking the griffin that was visibly intimidated by his bloodline aura. When Wu Qingfeng arrived, the scene reached its peak. He slid dramatically to his knees and clung to the leg of the squad leader, Meow 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 City, tears streaming down his face. Boss, I thought I'd never see you again. Watching the over-the-top performance, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Good grief, this guy's shamelessness is on another level. After defeating the monstrous evil turtle, the resistance of the Neon Legion collapsed almost instantly. In the skies, the Frost Dragon led the charge, followed closely by the Red Dragon Drogon and the Black Dragon Mordekaiser. The sight of the three dragons circling and diving was utterly terrifying. With their commander gone, the Neon warriors began to surrender, steering their warships toward the shore. On the beachhead, the Neon ground forces, who had been fiercely battling Skarl's heavy cavalry and the Minotaur berserkers, quickly surrendered after witnessing the overwhelming power in the skies. Led by a few Neon lords, they laid down their weapons. The wave of surrender spread rapidly, and the Neon warriors across the battlefield dropped their arms like a row of collapsing dominoes. Looks like they don't need our help anymore, Yuan Hao remarked, pointing toward the distant beach. Several Neon lords were maintaining order there, directing the unending flow of warriors disembarking from the warships to pile their weapons to the side and line up on the sand. These lords seemed particularly eager to impress Lin Yi in hopes of leniency, and were working with noticeable diligence. As evening fell, after a day of relentless combat, the allied army troops showed signs of exhaustion. Lin Yi and Wu Qingfeng were mindful of their allies and organized a unique bancata seafood feast grilled by the fiery breath of a pure-blooded red dragon. Meanwhile, not far away on the beach, the disarmed Neon soldiers huddled together like quails, waiting for the dawn. By the next morning, as Lin Yi summoned his Dragonblood army from the Neon Isles, the allied army reinforcements, having witnessed his formidable strength, prepared to take their leave. Don't be in such a rush. We haven't even discussed your reward for helping us, Lin Yi called out urgently. But the group waved their hands, politely declining any compensation. Rather than accepting a reward they didn't urgently need, they preferred to build goodwill with this rising star, whose strength and potential were undeniable. Their attitude was in stark contrast to how they might have treated someone like Wu Qingfeng, a lord who had taken years to ascend to higher ranks. If it were him, they likely wouldn't leave without pressing for a promissory note. Watching the reinforcements depart, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, its true strength really is the ultimate bargaining chip, Wu Qingfeng remarked, gazing at the retreating allied army. If it had been a weaker faction's army, forget about rewards. Keeping their territory intact, or even escaping with their lives would have been a miracle. Lin Yi glanced at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly not fully grasping his meaning. Wu Qingfeng appeared carefree on the surface, but deep down, he was as clear-headed as a mirror. He was well aware that those high-ranking lords were not here out of charity. If there was no profit to be made, they would never have come all this way. Lin Yi, didn't you notice how Sister Meow was glaring at you? She looked like she wanted to devour you alive. Huh. Lin Yi feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I have no idea. To cover his embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. What's old Zhu doing over there on the beach? His mind was still preoccupied with the trouble caused by the female lord who had asked for his communication code. The territorial war between the Bloodhammer Legion and the Neon Legion was brutal, to say the least. After fierce battles between the two medium-sized legions, only a dozen lords from each side remained. Ironically, the true victor of this war was an outsider like Lin Yi. What should we do with these Neon lords? Lin Yi asked as he observed the dozen or so Neon lords, who looked anxious and awaited their fate. Kill them. Avenge old Wang, someone shouted, their voice filled with grief. The death of Captain Wang Yu was still a source of deep sorrow for everyone. As the newly appointed leader of the Bloodhammer Legion, Lin Yi carried with him Wang Yu's two dying wishes: to preserve the Legion's name and to harbor unyielding hatred for the Neon Legion. In this dark demon realm, right and wrong were irrelevant. Only benefits and losses mattered. Lin Yi knew that since he had joined the Bloodhammer Legion, the Neon Legion was now his mortal enemy. As the Frost Dragon Primo prepared to unleash its icy breath, Lin Yi raised his hand to stop it. Remembering Wang Yu's agony before his death, Lin Yi decided that freezing them to death would be too merciful. Draco, they're all yours, he commanded. Sensing danger, the Neon Lords struggled in vain to escape, only to be engulfed by the scorching dragon breath of the Red Dragon, Draco. Though they activated their bloodline powers to resist, this only prolonged their torment in the flames. As the once mighty lords were reduced to ashes, panic spread among the Neon warriors on the beach. Punish the masterminds, spare the coerced. Primo conveyed through dragon speech magic, calming the restless Neon soldiers. These magic crystal warriors, produced in the Legion's barracks, were now the spoils of war and would not be wasted. With the territories of both the Bloodhammer Legion and the Neon Legion now under their control, Lin Yi and his companions faced new challenges. Their small force was insufficient to govern such a vast area, and the post-battle ruins required urgent reconstruction. After eliminating the severely injured, Nearly 100,000 neon warriors were assigned to rebuild the territory. A system notification popped up. All lords of the Chrysanthemum and Sword Legion have perished. The Blood Hammer Legion has successfully annexed the Chrysanthemum and Sword Legion. Territory size: 708 square kilometers. Disputed areas with neighboring factions exist. Legion members: 350. Territory health: 21. It is recommended to repair structures and rebuild the territory promptly. Available exclusive troop types: Children of the Forest, Twisted Treants, Wood Elf Archers, Wood Elementals. Inheritable Chrysanthemum and Sword Legion troop types: Corsair Warriors, Chrysanthemum Soul Samurai, Omen Wolves. Seeing the option to integrate the Neon Legion's exclusive troops into the Blood Hammer Legion, Lin Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Yi carefully reviewed the newly acquired troop information, starting with the details of the Pirate Warriors. This versatile infantry unit could be upgraded to pirate champions and eventually to pirate leaders. They were adept at both land combat and naval warfare, capable of manning warships, and compatible with nearly all infantry equipment. The pirate warriors had a unique trait called bullying the weak. When they held an overwhelming numerical advantage, their combat stats increased by 150. Their specific attributes were as follows: 80 health points, 20-40 attack power depending on weapon quality, 10-20 physical defense determined by armor quality, and 5 magical defense. The summoning cost was remarkably low, requiring only 5 magic crystals. Isn't this just cannon fodder? Lin Yi frowned as he analyzed the stats. While the summoning cost was minimal, the attributes left much to be desired. Even at their highest rank as pirate leaders, they might barely rival his dragon warriors. Furthermore, dragon warriors were battle-ready upon summoning, whereas pirate warriors required a lengthy progression to reach their full potential. Next came the description of Chrysanthemum Soul Warriors. These light infantry specialized in wielding katanas and war warrior attire embroidered with chrysanthemum designs. They excelled at charging against low defense targets and possessed the trait Thirst for Blood. The blood of their enemies enhanced their understanding of the warrior's path. Their stats included 100 health points, 120 attack power, 10 physical and magical defense, and a summoning cost of 25 magic crystals. Lin Yi shook his head at this flamboyant unit. Despite their impressive attack power, their fragile defense made them unsuitable for large-scale combat. However, they might serve as a specialized force for targeting enemy backline archers. It was the information on the Omen Wolves that finally piqued Lin Yi's interest. These berserker units revered the wild and wore eternal wolf hide armor, blessed by wolf spirits. They had the bloodthirsty frenzy trait. When injured, they transformed into werewolves, wreaking havoc among enemy ranks with a 100 boost to attack and defense capabilities. Their stats were impressive: 250 health points, 150 attack power, 50 physical and magical defense, and a summoning cost of 100 magic crystals. As Lin Yi pondered how to combine the Omen Wolves with the Tyrannosaurus charge, he realized a potential issue. Though the Tyrannosaurus was incredibly powerful, its exorbitant summoning cost and upkeep made it unsuitable for large-scale deployment. With the addition of the Omen Wolves, his land-based forces could achieve a more balanced tactical composition. After reviewing all the information, Lin Yi mounted his dragon and flew toward the edge of his legion's territory. According to the system's prompts, the Blood Hammer Legion's land was in a disputed area with neighboring forces. To the south, it faced an island territory across the sea. To the west lay a range of barren mountains, while about 500 kilometers to the north was the territory of another national team member's legion, which also served as the source of allied reinforcements. On the eastern side, Lin Yi discovered an unusual terrain: rows of small mounds that appeared to have been artificially constructed. He immediately unfolded the map of the mountain and river terrain, revealing the underground world in vivid detail. This was the settlement of the Mole people. Despite their diminutive stature of less than 1 meter and their weak combat abilities, this small race excelled in underground engineering. The map revealed that they had excavated a massive subterranean kingdom. A system alert warned him not to provoke this race lightly. While they might not be strong in battle, they could secretly tunnel through territories to the ocean, causing rulers to unknowingly lose their lands. Another tunneling race? Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. After confirming that these mole people posed no immediate threat, he turned his focus to exploring this newly acquired legion territory. The terrain map kept revealing delightful surprises. Large, exposed veins of magic crystals were scattered everywhere, yielding dozens of units of unrefined crystals with just casual digging. This was precisely why the Blood Hammer Legion had chosen this location. The gray dwarf miners they had hired over the years had only managed to deplete the surface-level magic crystals, leaving the far richer underground veins untouched. For Lin Yi, who ruled over 1 million dwarf subjects, this was nothing short of a godsend. The magic crystal mines of the Crosscut Mountain Range were nearly exhausted, so the discovery of a new, abundant source filled him with excitement. The thought of his wind wyvern units finally being able to use magic crystal bombs without restraint made his blood boil with anticipation. Beyond the magic crystals, The land was also rich in rare dark magic metals, long depleted in the Crosscut mountain range. Lin Yi could already imagine how thrilled the Dragonblood dwarves would be when they learned of this discovery. Even more valuable was the vast stretch of high-quality timber suitable for shipbuilding, which had been the cause of conflict between the Blood Hammer Legion and the Neon Legion. Looking out over this bountiful new territory, Lin Yi began planning to mobilize the Dragonblood dwarves to develop and construct the area. This untouched land was on the brink of a monumental transformation. Lin Yi wasted no time and immediately set things into motion. His first step was to contact Neru, who was stationed in the Hungduan Mountains, instructing him to prepare a team of elite Dragonblood dwarves and ensure they brought all the necessary mining equipment. The master of fortifications, Merkel, would also accompany them, traveling via the pre-established teleportation portals within the Legion's territory. The Dragonblood dwarves proved their reputation as top-tier mining experts. Lin Yi had only pointed out the general area where mineral deposits might exist, yet within just 2 days, they completed a detailed survey. Simultaneously, the mining equipment was put in place, and smelting facilities were set up around the mine's entrance. A forge was also constructed, ready to begin crafting equipment as soon as raw materials were extracted. The entire process, from exploration to the final production of equipment, was seamlessly coordinated with exceptional efficiency, a stark contrast to the Grey Dwarf slaves once used by the Bloodhammer Legion. Meanwhile, Merkel led another team of Dragonblood dwarves to begin constructing defensive structures across the Legion's territory. Although no significant hostile forces had been detected nearby, Lin Yi remained vigilant. After all, the three of them controlled an area equivalent to 2 medium-sized legions, which made them highly conspicuous in the dark abyss. Fortunately, the Legion Lord to the north was a member of the national team. Otherwise, this 500 square kilometer territory would have undoubtedly attracted unwanted attention. Following Merkel's advice, Lin Yi established a series of semi-permanent bunkers along the territory's perimeter to serve as outposts. However, the true defensive strength came from the station forces. To this end, Lin Yi and his 2 companions assembled a massive defensive army. 10,000 dragon warriors, paired with an equal number of wind god wyverns, were stationed in the central region of the territory, ready to reinforce any threatened area within 20 minutes. A ground combat unit consisting of 1,000 prophetic wolves and 500 tyrannosaurs was on standby to counter any terrestrial threats. In the dense forested zones, thousands of jungle kin were deployed to ensure every stretch of woodland became a nightmare for intruders. What delighted Lin Yi the most was the unique capabilities of the Twisted Trance. Not only could these units sustain themselves through photosynthesis, but they also possessed formidable defensive abilities and an unusual seed bomb attack. Given their low maintenance cost, Lin Yi spared no expense, investing a substantial amount of magic crystals to summon 100,000 Twisted Trance as a permanent defensive force. While Lin Yi was busy overseeing the defensive infrastructure, Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang were also carrying out their respective plans. As the last 3 remaining members of the Blood Warhammer Legion, the responsibility of defending the Legion's territory fell squarely on their shoulders. During the division of the Legion's lands, the Legion commander, Lin Yi, naturally claimed the most resource-rich territories. Meanwhile, Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang each chose areas with magic crystal veins. With Lin Yi's support, their mines were steadily producing a substantial amount of magic crystals. However, Lin Yi noticed something peculiar about Wu Qingfeng's approach to troop deployment. He seemed to have no interest in powerful units, instead favoring low-tier ones like elf archers, tree spirits, and pirate warriors. Are you addicted to using cannon fodder? Or are you running out of magic crystals? Lin Yi frowned. Didn't I just send over 500 dwarves to help you with mining? Why are you still so stingy? Stingy? Me? Wu Qingfeng was not pleased. After scoffing twice, he began summoning pirate warriors in a frenzy. Their numbers rapidly climbed from 1,000 to 2,000, then 5,000, 10,000, and finally an astonishing 50,000. Brother Feng, you're killing me. Stop it already. Lin Yi was dumbfounded as he watched Wu Qingfeng deplete his entire stockpile of magic crystals. Who said I was going to sustain them? Wu Qingfeng revealed a mysterious smile and took Lin Yi to the eastern border of the Legion's territory. There, he laid out his plan in detail, using the pirate warriors to clear out the surrounding molemen forces, allowing the warriors to feed on the molemen while gaining experience to ascend to pirate captains. Turning a 5 magic crystal cannon fodder unit into an all-purpose pirate captain? That's a novice investment, Wu Qingfeng declared confidently. Inspired by his strategy, Zhu Zhengyang joined in on this investment plan. Soon, an army of nearly 100,000 pirate warriors swept through the molemen territories. Although the molemen fought back, their combat abilities were limited to their teeth and claws. The pirate warriors slaughtered them to gain experience, consuming their flesh as rations and turning their pelts into leather armor, achieving maximum resource utilization. No matter how you look at it, our Legion's forces are still too small. Lin Yi stood in the command hall of the Legion, his brows furrowed. Even though a large number of combat units had already been summoned, the numbers were still far from satisfactory compared to other legions. Take the war between the Bloodhammer Legion and the Neon Legion, for instance, Wu Qingfeng explained from the side. The Neon Legion alone boasts warriors in the millions, and that's just on a 100-square-kilometer island. As for the Bloodhammer Legion, their territory spans over 500 square kilometers, with an even more astonishing number of fighters. This inherited medium-sized legion indeed had its limitations. The inability to merge territories was the biggest drawback, and this issue likely wouldn't be resolved until they could upgrade to a high-level legion. Wu Qingfeng sighed and elaborated. When a medium-sized legion is first established, existing members can relocate their territories remotely to the legion's domain. But new members don't have this privilege. They can only choose to focus on either the legion's territory or their own. Lin Yi found himself in a dilemma. He couldn't abandon the territory in the Hongduan Mountains, but this unexpectedly inherited medium-sized legion was also a valuable asset. The abundant magic crystal mines and metal resources alone were incredibly tempting. For now, the priority was to expand the legion's membership. At that moment, Zhu Zhengyang suddenly interjected. There's another thorny issue. The mole people to the east are tougher to deal with than we expected. As it turned out, when their pirate forces initially invaded the mole people's territory, everything went smoothly. The mole people were easily turned into experience fodder and materials for crafting leather armor. But after the surface-dwelling mole people were cleared out, the remaining ones retreated into an extensive network of underground tunnels. Now the pirates are having a hard time, Zhu Xingyang continued. During the day, they can only play whack-a-mole on the surface, but at night, the mole people launch coordinated attacks on the camps. Their numbers are terrifying. There must be even more of them hidden underground. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Yi made a decisive call. We can't allow them any breathing room, or they'll eventually threaten the Legion's homeland. I'll deploy the Earth Dragon Tordos to excavate the tunnels. You all should use your connections to recruit more allies to deal with these mole people. Recruit allies? Now that's my specialty. Wu Qingfeng's eyes lit up as he immediately posted a message in the Alliance group chat. Shadow demons. Still worrying about the lack of powerful units? The Bloodhammer Legion is reopening for business, offering all kinds of elite and overlordier units. Here's the best part: no Legion points required. You won't need to save up tens of thousands of points to get your hands on top-tier units. The customer is king, and there's no spending threshold. Wu Qingfeng passionately typed in the Alliance group chat. Even if you don't have enough points, you can use magic crystals to make up the difference. He then posted a detailed list of unit attributes and prices. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Dragonblood Rhino, Windrake, Child of the Jungle, Omen Wolf, Lizardman Warrior, Primal Behemoth. The information about these powerful units instantly set the chat ablaze. Wait, are you saying your Legion has no contribution point requirements to buy these top-tier units? Members of the group flooded the chat with excitement. Of course, Shadowfiend replied confidently. We're the national team. How could we possibly scam you? My reputation speaks for itself. This Tyrannosaurus looks amazing, and the Omen Wolf stats are impressive too. Are you seriously saying I can exchange for them with just this many points? Shadowfiend seized the opportunity to pitch further. Absolutely. If your points fall short, you can use magic crystals. Let me recommend a special bundle. 1 Tyrannosaurus paired with 5 Lizardman Warriors, all for just 500 Legion points. This is an exclusive deal if you mention my name. Lizardman Warriors? No thanks, I don't want trash units like that. Just give me the Tyrannosaurus. Someone asked cautiously. Your Legion tasks aren't some insane difficulty, right? Don't try to trick us into becoming your grunts. Of course not, Shadowfiend quickly reassured them. It's just clearing out some rat men. They're less than a meter tall and have almost no combat power. There are just a lot of them, that's all. This kind of no-threshold recruitment policy was indeed rare. Most legions cap their mercenary slots at 510 and impose strict requirements for recruiting top-tier or elite units. Take the Bloodhammer Legion, for example. In the past, getting a single Child of the Jungle would require at least 30,000 Legion points. But now, top-tier units like the Tyrannosaurus and Child of the Jungle were suddenly available with no restrictions. Even the experienced high-ranking lords of the national team found it hard to resist. Before long, Wu Qingfeng's private messages were completely overwhelmed. Don't rush, he continued enthusiastically promoting. The Legion territory battle is still far off. Just remember, mention my name for discounts. I really recommend the Lizardman Warrior bundle. Amid the constant hum of teleportation portals opening, the first wave of customers began arriving at the Bloodhammer Legion's territory. Dozens of figures appeared within the Legion's territory. Welcome everyone. Lin Yi, the Legion commander, greeted the group of visitors stepping out of the portal with a warm smile. The newly arrived lords looked around, surprise flashing across their faces. They observed only about 40 figures active within the Legion's territory, a scale that was quite unexpected. Wow, is your Legion really this small? How many members does this medium-sized Legion even have? Someone couldn't help but ask. Ahem, please don't concern yourselves with such irrelevant details. Lin Yi cleared his throat and responded seriously. I am Lin Yi, commander of the Bloodhammer Legion. Let me now take you on a tour to see our unique units. He turned and led the group to the barracks near the portal. These barracks had been strategically built here to facilitate occasions like today recruiting new clients. At Lin Yi's command, various units began to file out in an orderly fashion. The imposing Tyrannosaurus Rexes were the first to appear, their bodies covered in heavy armor. Their crimson eyes glinted menacingly through narrow observation slits, exuding a terrifying aura. Next came the wind god pterosaurs, spreading their massive wings and effortlessly hovering midair. The lords present couldn't help but calculate the impressive load-carrying capacity of these colossal creatures. The omen wolves, half covered in wolf pelts, radiated a savage and defiant energy in their eyes, which only piqued the crowd's curiosity further. Then came the thunderous footsteps of Zhu Zhengyang's elite unit, the primal behemoths. Towering even above the tyrannosaurs, these massive beasts drew nods of approval from many of the lords, who were clearly considering their potential for siege warfare. In the rear were units like pirate warriors and lizardman fighters, though most of the lords' attention remained fixed on the heavy units at the front. Our legion boasts a complete combat system, Lin Yi enthusiastically introduced. From aerial forces to ground troops, from cavalry to siege beasts, from regular soldiers to elite units, and even Dominator-class units, we have it all. At that moment, a burly man strode forward. Enough with the fancy talk, just get me 100 tyrannosaurs. How should I address you, brother? Lin Yi asked. Su Jiwen, the man replied, scrutinizing Lin Yi. You seem to be in the national team too. Aren't you this year's rookie champion? Ah, so we're all brothers from the Alliance group. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. I'll give you a discount, buy 1 Tyrannosaurus and get 5 Lizardman fighters for free. All for just 500 Legion points. Su Jiwen frowned. I'll just pay with magic crystals directly. That works too, but magic crystals count double. For 100 Tyrannosaurs, the cost is 100,000 magic crystals, Lin Yi said apologetically. Double? Are you trying to rob me? Su Jiwen exclaimed. A Tyrannosaurus valued at 500 Legion points being sold for 1,000 magic crystals each was outrageous, and even though Su Jiwen wasn't short on resources, he wasn't about to be taken for a fool. Oh, come on. No need to be so dramatic. Lin Yi laughed, waving his hand as he explained. Think about it. This is a Dominator-class unit you can get just by paying with magic crystals. In other legions, you'd have to spend a ton of time completing missions and earning tens of thousands of points to even have a chance of buying one. Of course, if you prefer, you can always take on some tasks. The missions in our legion are pretty simple, it's like playing whack-a-mole. Su Jiwen frowned, clearly uninterested in doing any tasks. He decisively said, all right then, 10,000 magic crystals for 100 Trexes. Without hesitation, he paid the price and even declined the complimentary Lizardman warrior. She didn't want to waste extra magic crystals on transportation for basic units. Before long, 100 imposing and majestic Tyrannosaurs appeared before him. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something off. Wait a minute, where's the armor for my Trexes? Lin Yi immediately put on a professional smile. Oh, you're right. I almost forgot to mention it. The armor for these Trexes is custom-made and comes at an additional cost just a little over 100 magic crystals. Shouldn't be a big deal, right? He gestured toward a direction as he spoke. Following his gaze, Su Jiwen saw a brightly lit blacksmith shop where several dwarves were smiling knowingly in their direction. At that moment, another lord named Chijio stepped out of the teleportation gate. He had only learned about this legion where powerful units could be obtained without exorbitant legion points through a friend's recommendation. As a newly promoted high-rank lord, Chijio was desperate to acquire strong units to bolster his army's strength. However, due to his lack of experience, no other legion was willing to hire him for territorial battles. Left with no other options, he decided to try his luck here. The first thing he saw was a burly man leading 100 fearsome, armored Trexes through the teleportation gate. The sight left Chijio in awe. When he arrived at the barracks, the units on display were not only visually impressive but also had outstanding stats, making him both eager and hesitant. With only 2,000 or 3,000 magic crystals left, learning that the price for purchasing units with magic crystals was doubled felt like a heavy blow. Just then, a green-skinned, wide-eyed goblin named Neru approached him. My lord, can I assist you with something? I'm looking to buy some units. Are there any discounts? I was referred by Brother Zhu Zhengyang. Neru's eyes gleamed as he quickly assessed the purchasing power of his potential customer. Of course, we have discounts. Right now, for every Trex you buy, you'll get 5 Buccaneer warriors for free. Wait, I thought it was Lizardmen warriors? You see, Buccaneer warriors are far superior. They can evolve twice into even stronger units, eventually becoming Buccaneer captains. As our Legion leader likes to say, it's important to think with a long-term perspective. Personally, I'd say Buccaneer warriors have much more potential than Lizardmen, When Chiju pointed out that the stats of Buccaneer warriors seemed too weak, Neru quickly added, "Our legion has created a special training ground for wild magic creatures. It's designed to help Buccaneer warriors level up quickly. The area is full of weak mole men with almost no real threat, and you can even earn legion points while training." Chiju's eyes lit up. "Really? That's amazing." After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, give me 2,000 units of Buccaneer warriors." The development of the legion's territory was progressing steadily. Lin Yi's barracks doors were wide open, welcoming a variety of lords eager to purchase troops. Wealthy lords, with a casual wave of their hands, paid double the price in magic crystals to acquire their desired units without hesitation. Their time was too precious to waste on legion tasks. For Lin Yi, this was the easiest business, earning profits far greater than what dwarves could make mining dragon's blood ore, all without lifting a finger. Each transaction automatically included a contract ensuring the purchased troops could not be used against the legion, leaving Lin Yi with no concerns. However, the majority were frugal lords, who gazed longingly at the powerful troops on display but were unwilling to pay double the price. Neru, the goblin steward, was quick to offer them an alternative, completing legion tasks to earn points for troop exchanges. These lords had no choice but to first purchase basic units, then rush to the mole people's territory, fighting tirelessly day and night. When they finally accumulated enough points to exchange for the powerful troops they desired, they were left troubled by the surplus of basic units they had brought along. Transporting them back would cost a fortune in teleportation crystals, but abandoning them felt like a waste. At this point, Neru would reappear at the perfect moment, suggesting that the Blood Hammer Legion was willing to buy back these basic units at half the original price. For the exhausted lords, this was undoubtedly a godsend. Take Chijio, for example. After battling in the mole people's territory for days, he finally amassed enough points, disheveled but victorious. Following Neru's advice, he purchased a set of combined units, while the basic warriors, now promoted to pirate leaders, were bought back by the legion at half price. In this way, Lin Yi managed to acquire hundreds of thousands of basic units for the legion without spending a single magic crystal, all in just a few weeks. Factoring in the profits from the dwarven blacksmith shop's equipment sales, he made a significant fortune. The hard work of hundreds of hired lords ultimately contributed to the growth of the Blood Hammer Legion. This ingenious strategy left Wu Qingfeng and Zhu Zhengyang in awe. On the surface, it seemed like the wealthy lords paying double were the ones losing out. In reality, it was the diligent, point-earning lords who were exploited the most. They not only spent their own money to train basic units and fight mole people, but also gratefully allowed the legion to buy back their units at half price in the end. Why do these guys keep coming back like weeds? No matter how many we cut down, they just keep growing. Wu Qingfeng muttered as he stood by the territory's teleportation array, watching the flickering light of the array as another group of lords arrived together. The newly arrived lords looked around curiously, their expressions betraying their inexperience. Their behavior soon caught the attention of Neru, the goblin. With his round, beady eyes and a friendly smile on his face, he approached them. "Honorable lords, is there anything I can assist you with?" he asked warmly. "It's a cycle," Lin Yi explained. "These hired lords are like renewable resources. Every day, new high-ranking lords emerge in the Dark Demon realm, and this low-threshold way of obtaining overlord-level units has quickly gained traction in the Dragon Kingdom's lord circles, thanks to the national team's promotion." Indeed, anything that piqued the interest of the national team leaders naturally drew a large number of inexperienced high-ranking lords. However, Lin Yi understood that this bustling scene was mainly due to the upcoming Legion territory war. Once the discount on teleportation crystal consumption ended, these cost-conscious hired lords would likely disappear. "That's enough for now," Wu Qingfeng said excitedly. "Just within our territory, we've already amassed an army of 100,000 pirate captains, not to mention the countless twisted tree spirits that don't require any logistical support." By comparison, among the 50,000 pirate warriors Wu Qingfeng had exchanged for, only a few thousand had risen to the rank of pirate captain, far fewer than the numbers accumulated by the tireless efforts of the hired lords. "With enough pirate captains, we can start building a navy," Lin Yi remarked. "These natural naval units are not only skilled at operating ships, but also excel in boarding and amphibious assaults. It's just a pity that when we landed on the islands earlier, we didn't plan that far ahead and ended up killing all the shipwrights at the Neon Legion's port." "Wu Qingfeng, you're well connected. I'll leave the task of finding shipwrights and blueprints for building warships to you." "Got it. Leave it to me." Wu Qingfeng readily agreed. Lin Yi then shifted the conversation to the development of their legion. "Our next step is to recruit more legion members. Right now, our medium-sized legion only has 3 members, and that's far too few." This issue troubled him. Recruiting powerful lords risked losing control, while recruiting inexperienced ones wouldn't be much help. The current situation of being a 3-person army was undeniably awkward. In the end, Lin Yi decided to return to the Hongduan Mountain territory. Since the legion was inherited, The three who joined midway couldn't migrate their territories into the Legion for now. To ensure the safety of the Legion's territory, he left Zhu Xingyang, who had weaker combat strength but a safe surrounding environment, along with their strongest unit, the Frost Dragon Primo, to guard it. After finalizing all the arrangements, Lin Yi stepped onto the teleportation array and returned to the Hengduan mountain territory. Returning to the mountainous territory, Lin Yi followed the goblin steward, Neru, for a routine inspection. Looking around, the western and southern grasslands of the Hengduan Mountains and the eastern mountain ranges remained as tranquil as ever. The Centaur tribe had fully submitted to the rule of the Dragon Kingdom. Under Neru's clever arrangements, this once unruly tribe had now become a loyal vassal. My lord, the Centaur tribe has now provided the territory with an elite cavalry force of 10,000, Neru reported. This standing army is equipped with armor designed by the Dragonblood dwarves and is maintained by the tribe. In times of emergency, we can also summon the entire tribe, which consists of approximately 100,000 mounted warriors. Lin Yi nodded in approval, then inquired about his vassal lord. What is Helen up to? Lady Helen is currently leading a campaign against the mermen in the river basin, Neru explained. Their numbers are astonishing. Every time a region is cleared, new swarms of mermen pour in from upstream. As a result, Lady Helen has resolved to completely purge the mermen from this river basin before considering an advance across the river. Just as Lin Yi was about to summon a dragon to observe the battle, Drogon, the red dragon, delivered some thrilling news. The 3 dragon eggs captured in the riverlands had hatched. Inside the volcano, Lin Yi was greeted by a chorus of sharp, high-pitched cries from a distance. As he approached, he saw Drogon crouched by the edge of the magma lake, looking utterly at a loss as he stared at 3 chirping dragon hatchlings. Still in his adolescent stage, Drogon clearly had no idea how to care for younglings and resorted to clumsily pinning each of the small creatures' heads with his claws, urging them to feast on the halved carcass of a wild plains demon ox. The hatchlings, however, seemed unbothered by this crude parenting style and gleefully devoured the meal amidst their playful tussles. Watching the 3-winged drake hatchlings, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. These were the first dragon hatchlings he had acquired outside of the dragons he summoned. Considering that Drogon, Mordekaiser the black dragon, and Primo the frost giant dragon were all male, these naturally hatched younglings were exceptionally precious. Sensing the bloodline aura emanating from Lin Yi, the 3 little ones timidly hid behind Drogon. As the first being they saw upon breaking out of their shells, Drogon was instinctively regarded by the hatchlings as their mother, convincing these newborn dragons that a male dragon could not possibly be their biological parent, however, would prove to be an entirely different challenge. The red dragon, Zhugang, shook its massive body, sending the 3 dragonlings tumbling to the ground with a soft thud. Lin Yi stepped forward slowly, gently stroking their scales, emanating a sense of goodwill. Sensing his friendly intent, the little creatures immediately began bouncing around joyfully, tearing into the food scattered on the ground. As Lin Yi observed the 3 young dragons, each with wings sprouting from their backs, he couldn't help but feel puzzled about the earth dragon Tuatuasi. Were these really its offspring? What was even more intriguing was Zhuagang's peculiar patience with these hybrid dragonlings, despite its usual disdain for non-pure blood dragon species. Under Zhuagang's guidance, the 3 little ones began their training in flight and hunting. Zhuagang even went so far as to capture a wild plains demon wolf as a teaching tool. While the curious dragonlings studied the creature, Zhuagang's commanding voice echoed in their ears, "Kill it." The order was executed immediately. The 3 dragonlings flapped their underdeveloped wings and launched a fierce attack on the demon wolf. The wolf fought back ferociously, its sharp fangs leaving marks on the young dragon's tender scales. Yet, the pain only fueled their ferocity. They worked together seamlessly. One distracted the wolf from the front, while the other 2 clung to its back, tearing at it relentlessly. Soon, the demon wolf, as large as a young bull, succumbed to the dragonling's assault. After their victory, each dragonling proudly carried a piece of their prize's severed tail, a bloody wolf ear, and a large wolf leg, excitedly presenting them to Zhuagang as if seeking approval. The scene could almost be described as heartwarming, if not for the fact that their biological mother had once been killed by Zhuagang. As Lin Yi prepared to search for Helen, the red dragon Zhuagang and the black dragon Mordekaiser followed closely behind, with the 3 newly flight-trained dragonlings in tow. Mordekaiser showed a keen interest in the little dragons, attempting to approach them, but was quickly driven back by a possessive growl from Zhuagang. After nearly an hour of flying along the river, they finally came across a large-scale battle on a riverbank. Helen's Amazon warriors were forming a tight circular formation, gradually retreating. The outer ring consisted of shield-bearers, while the inner circle was made up of archers. Swarms of blue-green-skinned fishmen warriors surged from the river, brandishing spears and harpoons as they advanced toward the shore. As the fishman army charged onto the riverbank, their formation growing disorganized, A striking female knight emerged from the reeds. She was clad in fitted armor, her hair flowing in the wind, and raised her sword high as she signaled. Following her lead, a unit of elite centaur cavalry launched a powerful charge. The sudden assault by this Valkyrie-like heroine turned the tide of the battle. The elite cavalry let out deafening war cries, quickly scattering the fishman forces. Helen herself soon entered the fray, clad in finely crafted armor and flanked by the Valkyrie's guard. With determined strikes, she pursued the fleeing fishman warriors, cutting them down one by one. Lin Yi, seeing the tide of battle had turned, immediately ordered his dragons to cut off the retreat of the merman army. Mordekaiser delivered a devastating blow from above, while Drogon unleashed an extended torrent of fiery breath, instantly severing the escape route for thousands of merfolk. Centaur cavalry and Amazon warriors charged in swiftly, turning the shallow waters into a gruesome scene dyed with the distinct blue-green blood of the merfolk. The stench of blood filled the air. With the dragons now in the fray, the battle was a foregone conclusion. The 1,000-strong merman army was quickly slaughtered to the last. "Hey Lin, you're finally back." Helen, drenched in blood but exhilarated, waved at Lin Yi from the battlefield, flanked by her Valkyrie guards. This kind of unrestrained, adrenaline-pumping combat was exactly why she had come to the Dark Abyss. Back on Blue Star, she had been suffocated by endless etiquette and the constraints of political correctness, where even a single sentence required careful deliberation. Unable to endure such a life, she had chosen to inherit her father's title and come to this forbidden land he had always warned her about. Here, she could finally speak her mind and freely slaughter those she deemed inferior, such as the merman race. Lin Yi thought Helen's hatred for the merfolk seemed a bit excessive, but recalling her past experience of being hunted by them, he could understand. As for her lack of deference toward him as her overlord, Lin Yi didn't mind such trivialities. As long as she continued providing value, those details were insignificant. "How many of these merfolk are there?" Lin Yi frowned as he surveyed the battlefield littered with merman corpses. They had already moved far beyond the outpost of the Hongduan mountain territory, yet they kept encountering large groups of merman forces. "There's no end to them," Helen shrugged and explained. "Even if we clear out this area, it won't be long before other merman tribes from upstream migrate down here." The battlefield reeked of the foul stench of merman corpses and blood, a sight and smell so revolting that even Drogon and Mordekaiser refused to consider the merfolk as food. These primitive merman tribes had no worthwhile resources to plunder and served only to drain their forces, leaving the ever-calculating Lin Yi increasingly frustrated. Sensing Lin Yi's dissatisfaction, Helen offered a suggestion. "Maybe the tyrannosaurs or pteranodons could eat the merfolk meat. If that doesn't work, we could try roasting it first and see if they'll take it then." Helen did not regard these mermen as intelligent beings at all. In her eyes, these creatures charging forward with spears in hand, shouting incomprehensibly, were nothing more than wild beasts. She felt no guilt about treating them as food, though she herself had no intention of trying it. After hearing Helen's words, Lin Yi had a thought. Since arriving in the Dark Abyss, no race or faction had managed to take advantage of him, and these mermen would be no exception. He immediately issued an order to dispatch a squadron of wind wyverns, accompanied by the Tyrannosaurus Legion, to travel from the mountain territory. Before long, flocks of wind wyverns descended upon the shallows with a deafening roar. The battlefield, littered with blood and flesh, quickly caught the attention of these ferocious beasts. At Lin Yi's signal, the wind wyverns and tyrannosaurs, unbothered by the stench of the mermen's corpses, began feasting heartily. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. One could take advantage of him. However, these mermen were merely a minor nuisance. Lin Yi's true target lay in the forces lurking within the jungle across the river. To ensure the safety of the passage to the other side, he adopted the suggestion of the city defense master and constructed a special dam near the shallows. This dam was built by driving thick logs into the riverbed, with metal hooks linking the logs together. It not only prevented the mermen from sneaking through underwater, but also featured a bridge-like structure on the surface made of a mix of metal and logs. Thanks to the calm waters in this area, along with the assistance of various troops and dragons, the dam was completed swiftly. Lin Yi then stationed 3,000 dragon guards to defend it and relocated the camps of the wind wyverns and Tyrannosaurus Legion to the riverbank near the shallows. From that point on, any mermen swimming downstream would be intercepted here. Small groups were killed by the dragon guards, while larger groups were annihilated by the station forces. Their corpses became food for the tyrannosaurs and wind wyverns. These mermen, whether due to sheer stupidity or desperation from survival pressures upstream, continued to send themselves to their deaths. Ironically, this solved Lin Yi's shortage of meat caused by his expanding army. Under these circumstances, the Tyrannosaurus Legion finally surpassed 1,000 in number, while the wind wyverns grew to a force of over 10,000. To prepare for the complex terrain of the jungle ahead, Lin Yi specifically summoned a contingent of forestborn and twisted treants. These units, which had performed exceptionally well in previous territorial wars, were known for their elusive tactics and minimal logistical needs in forested environments. Lin Yi placed high hopes on them. Coupled with Helen's Amazonian warrior unit, the preparations for the assault on the other side of the river were more than adequate. A week later, under the protection of numerous units skilled in jungle warfare, Lin Yi and Helen crossed the dam's bridge and advanced toward the far side of the river. After crossing the Great River, Lin Yi led his army deeper into the dense jungle. Towering trees were everywhere, their massive trunks so thick that it would take 3 or 4 people to encircle them. He unfolded the map he carried, noticing that apart from the dark-colored markers indicating areas rich in natural resources and metal deposits, the entire jungle region was shrouded in a vague gray hue. About 10 kilometers into the jungle, the gray area on the map abruptly shifted to an orange-yellow color. Lin Yi immediately ordered his forces to halt. This signified that they were approaching the territory of a certain faction. He promptly dispatched the jungle children stationed in the treetops, along with ground-based Dragonborn scouts, to spread out and investigate the surroundings. For this expedition, Lin Yi had assembled a formidable army. 5,000 jungle children clad in dwarf-forged armor. Over 12,000 twisted tree spirits that could seamlessly blend into the jungle. More than 2,000 dragon rhino knights specialized in jungle combat. 15,000 elite Dragonborn soldiers from the Transverse Mountain Range. Meanwhile, the Wind God Wyvern aerial cavalry waited near the riverbank, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. While the scouts had yet to report back, Lin Yi decided to establish a defensive position. Just as he was about to issue the order to set up camp, he recalled the camp rapid construction token that Helen had obtained during the Lord's trial. At his signal, Helen activated the intermediate token, and a medium-sized camp measuring 500 by 500 meters materialized instantly. The camp was fully equipped with facilities, including a central hall, barracks, teleportation array, watchtowers, and brick and wood walls. This miraculous construction speed, which would have normally taken a week, was accomplished in mere moments. With Helen's camp established, the map's shrouded areas began to clear, revealing the entirety of the region. Lin Yi finally had a clear view. Deeper into the northern jungle lay a vast orange-yellow zone marking the territory of the Blood Night Elves, whose domain was nearly as expansive as the mountain strongholds. Besides this, the map displayed several smaller factions, most of which were marked in white, signifying neutral territories. Lin Yi meticulously studied the markings on the topographic map. The Rodok mountain dwellers were spread across 3 areas: settlements with 50,100 people, villages with 1050 people, and an unidentified faction estimated to have around 150,200 members. Scattered across the region were several marked forces, including a bandit camp with 150,200 people and an unknown thief group numbering 100150. Thanks to this detailed map, Lin Yi had a clear understanding of the situation in this jungle region. It was a territory dominated by the Blood Night Elves, surrounded by various mountain dwellers and bandit factions of differing sizes. While the exact strength of the Blood Night Elves remained a mystery, the details of the other forces were laid bare. Soon, the scouts returned with information that perfectly aligned with the map, further confirming Lin Yi's assessment. The immediate priority was to uncover the details about the area's dominant force, the Blood Night Elves. Other than their control over vast lands and resources, their troop numbers, unit composition, and combat capabilities were completely unknown. Take down a nearby small faction, interrogate them harshly, and we'll learn everything we need. Helen's suggestion lit up Lin Yi's eyes. Questioning the local inhabitants was indeed the most straightforward approach. Lin Yi carefully selected a target on the map and ultimately chose a relatively large unidentified Rodok faction nearby, with an estimated 400,450 members. In a region overrun by bandits, forces too small would likely struggle to survive and provide little valuable information. Without delay, Lin Yi issued the attack orders. Songlong led the ground troops to silently encircle the target. Over 10,000 dragon warriors and dragon rhinoceros knights formed a tight perimeter, while the towering trees were packed with forest children and twisted treants. In the sky, red and black dragons led tens of thousands of wind god wyverns, with dwarf riders on their backs ready to hurl magic crystal bombs at any moment. Watching the massive army surrounding a faction of fewer than 500 people, Helen couldn't help but shake her head. This display of force looked more like preparation for an all-out war with the Blood Night Elves. With everything in place, Lin Yi rode atop a dragonblood rhinoceros, accompanied by Helen and the Valkyrie hero Gale, as they approached the camp gates to issue a challenge. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.